Earlier, Yi Chun inadvertently downloaded a game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. The promotional slogan of this game boasts of a $1 trillion subsidy, asserting that even if one earns merely 3,000 a month, playing this game could elevate one to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. Driven by a profound curiosity, Yi Chun explored the game and was particularly captivated by the in-game marketplace. Since he was just starting, his level was low, and only 3 items were available in the shop. School Belle's water delivery service, priced at 0.1 yuan. Ferrari SF90, priced at 0.2 yuan. A luxurious standalone villa, priced at 0.3 yuan. Gazing at these 3 offerings, Yi Chun felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. The first item, the School Belle's water delivery service, left him unsure of its legitimacy. However, he couldn't deny that it piqued his interest. The second item, the Ferrari SF90, typically retails for around 5 million yuan, with the final price likely exceeding 6 million. Yet here, it could be acquired for a mere 0.2 yuan today. As for the third item, a standalone villa despite Jiangzhou being an ordinary second-tier city. Such a premier property would generally command a price of at least 40 to 50,000 per square meter, if not more. A villa in Jiangzhou would typically cost at least 20 to 30 million yuan. To have it offered for merely 0.3 yuan was utterly absurd. The $1 trillion subsidy was astonishingly generous, almost akin to giving it away for free. In this era of gaming, companies will go to any lengths to entice players into spending money. Instinctively, Yi Chun considered closing and uninstalling the game when a pop-up appeared on his screen. Are you sure you want to leave? The opportunity to become the richest is only available once. Miss it, and it's gone forever. Taken aback by the message, Yi Chun hesitated. Should he give it a try? After all, it was merely a few dimes with no real loss involved. The Ferrari and the standalone villa appeared enticing. Contemplating, he decisively spent a dime on the School Belle's water delivery service. Ahem, this was not due to any particular feelings towards the School Belle. He simply considered it the most economical choice. Yes, that was it. Shortly after making the payment, the instructor arrived. As military training commenced, fatigue quickly set in, causing Yi Chun to forget about the game. Time flew by, and 2 hours later, under the scorching sun, everyone was drenched in sweat and parched. Feeling it was time for a break, the instructor commanded everyone to rest. Yi Chun and several classmates promptly sought refuge in the shade. I'm dying of thirst, buddy. Did you bring any water? I didn't bring any now that you mention it. I'm feeling quite thirsty myself. Hiding in the coolness, the group engaged in conversation, all feeling the pangs of thirst. However, as it was the first day of military training, most were ill-prepared and had not brought any water. Yi Chun, what about you? Someone inquired. Why? Yi Chun also shook his head, admitting he had not brought any water. Upon overhearing the conversation, a tall young man approached. None of you brought water? He asked in astonishment. His name was Zhou Haoran, a classmate of Yi Chun, though they did not share a dormitory. Did you bring any, old Zhou? Someone eagerly inquired upon hearing Zhou Haoran's question. I didn't bring any either, Zhou Haoran replied, shaking his head. What good is that? The inquirer retorted dejectedly at Zhou Haoran's answer. I didn't bring any, but I can have my girlfriend deliver some, Zhou Haoran boasted, standing confidently in front of the group. As soon as Zhou Haoran finished speaking, all eyes turned to him. A girlfriend? They had just begun their freshman year. Any girlfriend would likely have been acquired in high school. While it is common in films and online narratives to have a girlfriend in high school, in reality, very few managed to do so. Most of those present were still single. Having a girlfriend was undoubtedly something worthy of pride. All the boys looked at Zhou Haoran with envy. Could it be that there are still some among us who remain single, without a girlfriend? Zhou Haoran said with a hint of smugness. Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed. Although some felt anger, they could do nothing about it. Zhou Haoran basked in his successful display of bravado, glancing at the time. My girlfriend is on her way now. He had previously mentioned to her that, since she was from a nearby school and her military training would commence a week later, he had requested her to bring him water during his training as a way to show off his beautiful girlfriend. In retrospect, his decision seemed quite astute. There was a certain thrill in flaunting one's status. Before long, a girl of above-average appearance appeared at the entrance of the playground. Upon seeing her, Zhou Haoran waved enthusiastically. The girl immediately walked over. It was needless to say, she was indeed Zhou Haoran's girlfriend. Witnessing this, all the boys present felt a surge of envy. Even those who had girlfriends were filled with jealousy towards Zhou Haoran. Though they were in relationships, their girlfriends were in distant locations, rendering them unable to bring them water. The girl approached and sweetly handed Zhou Haoran a bottle of water. With his girlfriend by his side, Zhou Haoran proudly introduced her to the gathered classmates, saying, "Let me introduce everyone, this is my girlfriend, Yuan." At this moment, the admiration and envy towards Zhou Haoran only intensified among the crowd. The experience of having a girlfriend deliver water during military training is truly a delightful one. Unfortunately, I find myself lacking such a companion. It seems that the formidable always belong to others. Sigh. The crowd around me is filled with wistful sentiments. Hey, Yi-chun, don't you have a girlfriend to bring you water? Suddenly, Zhou Haoran inquired, directing his question at Yi-chun. Upon hearing Zhou Haoran's words, all eyes in the vicinity converged upon Yi-chun. Zhou Haoran's inquiry was not made lightly. He had previously observed that among the male students, Yi-chun possessed the greatest allure. This realization instilled a profound sense of threat within Zhou Haoran, who had always prided himself on his own looks. In his quest to ascend to the position of class leader, he sought opportunities to undermine Yi-chun, thereby elevating his own status. This moment presented an ideal chance. Noticing Yi-chun's silence, Zhou Haoran concluded that Yi-chun indeed had no girlfriend. With newfound audacity, he prepared to gloat further. However, before he could utter another word, he was taken aback to see the crowd suddenly fixated on the entrance of the playground, rendered speechless. Curious, Zhou Haoran turned to observe, and he too was left in a state of astonishment. At the entrance stood an exquisite young woman, gracefully making her way in. Her clear eyes and delicate oval face rendered her visage nothing short of flawless. With an ethereal demeanor, she seemed to have stepped out of a painting. The moment this enchanting figure appeared, she captivated the attention of all present. Not only the boys, but even the girls marveled internally at her beauty. Those familiar with this stunning young lady were utterly astonished. Her arrival was entirely unexpected. She was none other than Ningshuang, the most renowned and aloof school beauty, pursued by countless admirers. As Ningshuang's cold demeanor was well known throughout the school, she rarely participated in activities and was seldom seen on campus. Yet, today, what brought her to the military training site? Those who recognized Ningshuang were left in a state of bewilderment. Standing at the entrance, she paused momentarily, scanning the surroundings. Eventually, she pinpointed her destination. With a bottle of Nongfu Spring in hand, she headed directly toward Yi-chen's class. What could Ningshuang possibly be doing? With water in hand, could she be here to offer it to someone? The sight of her left everyone filled with curiosity. "Mom, I think I'm in love," one boy exclaimed. "Wow, what a stunning young lady." The boys in Yi-chen's class buzzed with excitement as they watched Ningshuang. "Do you even know who she is?" A girl interjected, seemingly aware of Ningshuang's identity. "Who?" "She is our school's famous aloof beauty, our senior, Ningshuang." The girl cast a scornful glance at the boy who had just proclaimed his infatuation and continued her explanation. "I advise you all to abandon your dreams. The number of suitors vying for her affection is beyond counting." At the student council president, accomplished alumni who have already embarked on entrepreneurial ventures, or the affluent heirs. They are countless, but not a single one of them has succeeded. Take a good look in the mirror. Do you believe you are worthy? At these words, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, a chill of fear washing over them. Is it truly that daunting? Even the student council president and the successful entrepreneurs cannot win the affection of this aloof campus beauty. At that moment, those in Yi-chen's class were taken aback to realize that Miss Su seemed to be approaching their direction. Everyone was filled with excitement. To catch a glimpse of the legendary aloof beauty up close was undeniably thrilling. Yes, Ningshuang drew nearer. The heartbeats of all present quickened in anticipation. With her arrival, the previously captivating Zhou Haoran and his girlfriend were suddenly rendered invisible. In the past, if he had gone to such lengths to appear impressive only to be overlooked, Zhou Haoran would have been furious. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to muster any anger. Ningshuang was simply too stunning. Zhou Haoran was momentarily entranced. In comparison to her, his girlfriend seemed utterly mundane, lacking in both beauty and presence. As Ningshuang stood before the crowd, An air of tension enveloped them. They all leaned in, eager to hear her speak. "Excuse me, is Yi Chun here?" Standing before them, Ningshuang blushed slightly, her demeanor shy as she inquired. "What?" Her words struck the audience like a thunderclap, reverberating in their ears. "What? The campus beauty has come to seek out Yi Chun. How could this be?" Instantly, everyone turned their heads in unison to gaze at Yi Chun, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Those familiar with Ningshuang followed the crowd's gaze, equally astounded. Without a doubt, this boy must be Yi Chun. The fact that the campus beauty was seeking out a boylet alone, a freshman who had just begun his studies, was utterly unbelievable. Good heavens, how could this be? Shock and confusion were etched across every face present. Clatter. On the other side, Zhou Haoran dropped the bottle of water he had just taken from his girlfriend. He stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? The campus beauty was coming for Yi Chun. Zhou Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. Not only those around him, but even Yi Chun himself was filled with perplexity and astonishment. Truth be told, he did not recognize this Ningshuang, the campus beauty. What could she possibly want with him? As Yi Chun stood in a daze, Ningshuang approached him, holding a bottle of Nongfu spring water. "You must be parched after military training here. Take this to..." "Yes, Su." The campus Belle approached Yi Chun. She graciously extended her delicate hand, offering him a bottle of Nongfu spring water. Witnessing this scene left everyone present utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? On the very first day of military training, the renowned and aloof beauty was personally delivering water to a freshman? If this were to be shared, few would believe it. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have surely doubted its authenticity. This was none other than the illustrious Ningshuang, celebrated for her cold demeanor. How could she be so proactive? The crowd was bewildered, grappling with the incredulity of the moment. Even the young instructors, who had guided many freshmen through military training, were taken aback. They had seen girls offer water to boys, but never had they witnessed such a stunning and elegant girl taking the initiative to serve a military training participant. This boy was remarkable. Observing the cold campus beauty braving the sweltering heat to provide Yi Chun with water, every boy on the field was consumed with envy and jealousy towards Yi Chun. It was extraordinary. While they had yet to experience romance, here was Yi Chun, already receiving the attentions of a captivating beauty. Was this the chasm that existed between them? Indeed, individuals were vastly different. Tears streamed down the faces of the boys, their hearts aching with a profound sense of loss. "Thank you," Yi Chun said as he accepted the bottle from Ningshuang. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Yet, the source of Yi Chun's astonishment and exhilaration was not merely the attention from the campus Belle. What truly astounded him was the game he had recently downloaded, titled with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. Before the military training, he had spent a mere dime to purchase the water delivery service from the campus beauty. In the midst of the exhausting training, he had momentarily forgotten this detail. Now, it all came rushing back to him. The game had come to life. It could genuinely alter reality. Everything presented in the game could manifest into existence. If the campus Belle delivering water had materialized, then other elements like a Ferrari for just 20 cents or a standalone villa for 30 cents were indeed attainable. He could actually acquire them. With this thought, Yi Chun's heart raced with excitement, reaching an exhilarating crescendo. Moreover, this was merely a glimpse of the game's marketplace. There were countless other features within the game. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. It seemed that an opportunity for him to soar to greatness had finally arrived. Yi Chun could hardly contain his eagerness to pull out his phone and explore the game. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. Ultimately, he managed to suppress his overwhelming thoughts and strive for composure. Why Yi Chun understood that the reality of his game could not be disclosed to anyone otherwise, he would find himself in grave trouble. Meanwhile, with a flushed face and after delivering the water, Ningshuang bid farewell to Yi Chun and turned to leave. Only the stunned crowd remained, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Until now, they could scarcely believe that the recent scene was indeed real. It was utterly absurd. Having watched Ningshuang depart from the playground, vanishing from their sight, the crowd gradually regained their composure. Yet, in an instant, their gaze once again converged upon Yi Chun. What manner of identity did he possess that could compel the esteemed and aloof campus belle to personally deliver water to him? What was the nature of his relationship with Sue, the school beauty? Were they merely friends, potential lovers, or perhaps even engaged? In a heartbeat, his classmates encircled him, brimming with excitement and inquiries. Yi-chun, what is your relationship with the school beauty, Sue? Indeed, how could Sue take the initiative to bring you water? Old Yi, you are truly remarkable. To have the proud campus belle serve you water is undoubtedly a model for our generation. Just moments ago, I was envious of Zhou Haoran, but now I realize that you are the true powerhouse. What an honor to have the school beauty serve you. The chatter among them was relentless. Listening to their remarks, Zhou Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of shame. How humiliating. Just moments ago, his girlfriend had brought him water, and he had arrogantly boasted to Yi-chun, questioning whether he had a girlfriend to bring him water. Yet, Yi-chun had remained silent, instead demonstrating through actions. Not only did Yi-chun have a girlfriend, but she was also the illustrious Su Ningshuang. In terms of beauty, figure, and grace, she surpassed his own girlfriend by an immeasurable degree. The more he reflected on his earlier boastfulness, the more Zhou Haoran felt the heat rise to his cheeks. It was truly disgraceful that he hastily urged his girlfriend to leave. Upon hearing the multitude of questions, Yi-chun casually concocted an excuse. "Su and I are merely ordinary friends. There is nothing particularly special between us." After all, the truth about his gaming fantasy becoming reality was something he would never disclose at AS for claiming that he and Su Ningshuang were in a romantic relationship. That was even less conceivable. At present, he and Su were far from being a couple. What the future held, however, was uncertain. Why, Yi-chun, you're not being honest, you are evading the truth. Exactly, ordinary friends who would believe that. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. That it was evident that Yi-chun's response did not inspire confidence. After all, for the distinguished campus belle to take the initiative to deliver water could not merely be the result of an ordinary friendship. Such a feat would be challenging for any female friend to accomplish, especially under the scorching sun. Let alone someone as reserved as Su Ningshuang, the school beauty. Clearly, Yi-chun was dismissing their inquiries, unwilling to reveal the true nature of his relationship with Su. Since Yi-chun chose not to elaborate, the crowd refrained from pressing further. Nonetheless, everyone was convinced that Yi-chun and Su Ningshuang shared an extraordinary bond, one that was undoubtedly special. Time is still on our side, it matters not, for they will inevitably learn of it that on the first day of military training, the illustrious Su, a campus beauty, took the initiative to deliver water to a freshman. This incident will soon reverberate throughout the entire school. Undoubtedly, it will ignite a seismic upheaval among the admirers of Su Ningshuang. The goddess, whom they revered from afar, has taken the step of personally offering water to a newcomer. Even if the connection between Yi-chun and Su is not particularly intricate, this simple act of delivering water will undoubtedly evoke envy and jealousy among her suitors. Yi-chun's life is unlikely to remain tranquil thereafter. Coincidentally, feeling parched, Yi-chun unscrewed the bottle of water that Su Ningshuang had provided and took a sip. Witnessing this scene, the eyes of all the boys turned a shade of crimson. Yi-chun truly opened the water gifted by the campus beauty and drank from it. Gulp, gulp. The taste is rather mediocre. Just ordinary water, Yi-chun mused. The casual demeanor of Yi-chun left the onlookers in stunned silence. After all, this was water delivered personally by the campus beauty. If it were them, they would have never dared to consume it. One wonders how the water from such an aloof beauty could possibly taste ordinary. Surely, it must be sweeter, more fragrant. Had they known that Yi-chun found the water merely mediocre, they might have harbored murderous thoughts toward him. Is this a display of humble brag? How could water from the campus beauty possibly taste ordinary? It must be exceedingly sweet. Though they had never tasted it, they were certain of its exquisite flavor. With the water delivery concluded, military training resumed. Yet, the thoughts of the crowd were already far removed from the exercises. Both boys and girls secretly observed Yi-chun with keen interest, especially the boys, who were envious of Yi-chun to an extreme degree. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was lunchtime, marking the end of the morning's training. As the military training concluded, everyone rushed toward the university cafeteria. Feasting was of utmost importance, particularly the enticing chilled watermelon juice that beckoned them. However, As the masses hurried toward the cafeteria, one individual diverged from the throng. That why Ningshuang excused himself, claiming he needed to return to the dormitory for something, parting ways with a few classmates. He had matters of greater significance than mere dining. He intended to delve deeply into the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I'm the world's richest. Moreover, he planned to spend a mere 3 dimes to acquire the Ferrari and standalone villa from the in-game store. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated Ningshuang became. Previously, he was an ordinary university student, but soon he would transform into a millionaire with a supercar and a villa. Ferrari, standalone villa. Here I come. Chapter 4. Ferrari, the detached villa acquired. Ningshuang returned to his dormitory alone, eagerly retrieving his phone to launch the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the wealthiest in the world. Upon entering the game, he made a beeline for the marketplace, where he discovered the remaining 2 products available. Ferrari 90. Priced at 0.2 yuan, luxurious detached villa, priced at 0.3 yuan, a Ferrari and a villa, collectively worth tens of millions, could be procured here for merely 5 dimes. This was an astonishing discount of over 100 million times. How exhilarating. Truly, the trillion yuan subsidy is remarkable. Without a moment's hesitation, Ningshuang clicked to purchase the Ferrari 90. Game notification. Your level is insufficient. You may purchase only 1 product per day. Time until your next purchase, 11 hours and 51 minutes. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared. Insufficient level? Only 1 purchase per day? Disheartened, Ningshuang mumbled to himself as he scrutinized the notification. Curious, he checked his game level. 100. Seeing this, Ningshuang felt a sense of relief. It made sense. Being a novice at the game, it was entirely normal to be at level 1. Fortunately, the limitation was only for a day, rather than a week or a month. A day was a wait he could endure. Though slightly disappointed that he could not immediately acquire the Ferrari and the villa, Ningshuang's heart brimmed with excitement. After all, this was no mere fantasy, it was a tangible reality. Becoming a tycoon was no longer a dream. Calming his racing thoughts, Ningshuang began to meticulously explore the intricacies of the game. His primary concern was, naturally, the issue of game levels, as it directly affected his eligibility to purchase items. Currently, at level 1, he required just 100 experience points to ascend to level 2. Once he reached level 2, he would be able to purchase 2 items daily, and at level 3, 3 items, and so forth. The higher the level, the greater the number of items he could acquire in a single day. Additionally, the marketplace itself also possessed levels. After comprehending the player levels, Ningshuang delved into the marketplace. He discovered that the marketplace too had levels. At present, Ningshuang was confined to the most basic 1-star marketplace, which offered only 3 items, all rather mundane. A Ferrari and a detached villa deemed so ordinary. Even Ningshuang couldn't help but scoff at this revelation. It turned out that items worth several million or tens of millions were classified as low tier, the most commonplace offerings within the game. How astonishing. Though he remarked sarcastically, Ningshuang was inwardly ecstatic. If even items valued in the tens of millions were considered ordinary, then the truly exquisite and expensive items must surely be worth hundreds of millions, or even billions, if not more. With a heart brimming with excitement, Ningshuang delved deeper into his studies. Upon upgrading the marketplace to 2 stars, the number of items available would increase to 5. The value of goods in the 2-star marketplace would surge tenfold. In a 3-star marketplace, the offerings would expand to 8 items, and their worth would once again escalate by another 10 times based on the original 2-star valuation. This pattern would continue, seemingly designed to heighten players' eagerness for advancement. The game tantalizingly presented an image of the ultimate 9-star marketplace. Staring at this image, Ningshuang was utterly mesmerized. A 51 stake in the Penguin Group could be acquired for a mere 666 yuan. Furthermore, a 70 stake in the world's leading luxury conglomerate, Louis Vuitton, along with the title of president, was attainable for just 999 yuan. Ningshuang gazed at the image, his expression one of sheer incredulity. The prospect was staggering. It was no wonder that the 9-star marketplace was hailed as the pinnacle. With shares in such globally esteemed corporations as Penguin Group and Louis Vuitton available for just a few hundred yuan. Beyond these illustrious giants, Ningshuang also discovered the identity of a stakeholder in the world's largest independent alternative asset management firm, as well as access to the foremost biological research institutes, items that were exceedingly formidable. The priciest among them was merely 1,666 yuan. Acquiring just 2 of these would undoubtedly secure 1's place as the world's richest individual. At that moment, Yichen finally grasped why this game was dubbed with a monthly salary of 3,000. You become the world's richest. It was indeed true. With just 3,000 yuan, one could procure items worth hundreds of billions or even trillions in reality. Was this not the very definition of becoming the wealthiest person in the world? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Yichen became. This game was truly remarkable. He could hardly contain his eagerness to level up and witness the authentic treasures within the 9-star marketplace. After all, he was merely gazing at a photograph. The sensation of personally acquiring something valued in the hundreds of billions or even trillions was undoubtedly incomparable to viewing it in an image. As for the elevation of the marketplace level, it required points. Advancing from a 1-star to a 2-star marketplace necessitated just 50 points. Such a minimal requirement was fantastic. Yichen felt an increasing anticipation. The 9-star marketplace seemed to be drawing ever nearer. Having thoroughly examined all aspects of the game, Yichen gained a comprehensive understanding. The game would issue challenges or tasks reflective of real-world circumstances. By completing these tasks and challenges, players would earn varying amounts of experience and points. These points and experience could then be utilized to enhance both player and marketplace levels. Upon fulfilling game tasks, players would receive not only experience and points, but also various rewards of considerable value in reality. This was indeed impressive. After grasping all of this, Yichen resolved to log off from the game and head out for a meal. Now, Yichen merely needs to await the game's release of tasks or challenges, as well as the arrival of the next day. On the following day, he would once again be able to acquire an item from the marketplace. Each time he procured an item from the store, new offerings would emerge the next day in an endless cycle. Wait a moment. Since this is a game, might there be a beginner's gift pack? Contemplating this, Yichen hurriedly navigated to the backpack option. As soon as he clicked on it, a large gift pack appeared in the game. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Open. Congratulations. You have received a 1,000-fold cashback card, limit of 5 million. Expiration time, for days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Congratulations. You have received a level 2 one-day experience card. Expiration time, 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Congratulations, you have received a points card worth 10 points. Upon opening the beginner's gift pack, 3 distinct cards materialized before Yichen. With just a glance, he comprehended their significance. The first card, the 1,000-fold cashback card, was quite straightforward. For instance, spending $1 would yield $1,000 in return. The card's limit was 5 million, meaning he only needed to spend 5,000 to obtain that sum. How exhilarating. As for the second card, the level 2 experience card was even simpler. It allowed him to temporarily experience level 2 capabilities. In essence, within a day, he could purchase 2 items from the marketplace. The third card was self-explanatory, providing a reward equivalent to 10 points. The first 1,000-fold cashback card had an expiration time of over 4 days, so there was no rush. However, the second level 2 experience card was urgent, as it was set to expire in just a few hours. Thus, Yichen decisively opted to use it. In an instant, his original level 1 transformed into level 2. Time was of the essence. Yichen immediately accessed the marketplace. Ferrari 90, priced at $2. A luxurious standalone villa, priced at $3. Now that he had just become level 2 and possessed the ability to purchase 2 items, Yichen promptly bought both of these items in one go. The Ferrari and the villa cost him only 50 cents. Congratulations. The Ferrari 90 has been successfully purchased and is now parked in the school parking lot. Please check for it. Congratulations. The purchase of the 8th villa in the Lingyun Tiangong Villa area has been successful. Within 24 hours, staff will contact you to sign the contract. So please keep your phone accessible. All items purchased in the game will be delivered to you in a legal and reasonable manner. Rest assured in their use. The Ferrari and the standalone villa were now in his possession. Originally, Yichen had intended to purchase these 2 items, but his level had posed a limitation. Unexpectedly, after much contemplation, he found that these 2 items were still within his grasp. Remarkable. Yichen was aware that the Ferrari 90 generally had a market price around 5 million. Regarding the Lingyun Tian Palace Villa District, Yichen found it vaguely familiar, though he could not recall the specifics at that moment. Overcome with curiosity, he conducted a brief inquiry into the Villa District. Upon reviewing the results, he was taken aback. What was this situation? Chapter 5. It is said that a Ferrari is parked outside. The Lingyun Tian Palace Villa District, nestled around the renowned Lingyun Lake, boasts breathtaking scenery and an exquisite environment. It is a favored locale among the affluent of Jiangzhou. Due to its prime geographical location, the prices here are equally staggering. Lingyun Tian Palace stands as one of the most prestigious villa districts in Jiangzhou, with each villa typically priced between 30 to 40 million. As the saying goes, rarity increases value, and given that Lingyun Lake is not particularly vast, the number of villas within the district is limited to just 26. Among these, villas number 1, 6, 8, 11, and 18 are the largest and most expensive, each valued at 50 million. It is noteworthy that Jiangzhou is merely an ordinary second or third-tier city. Thus, a villa priced at 50 million is nothing short of astonishing. The villa Yichen purchased from the game is villa number 8, which ranks among the most expensive in Lingyun Tian Palace. After perusing the introduction to the Lingyun Tian Palace Villa District, Yichen was left dumbfounded. This was beyond anything he had anticipated. He had initially believed that the villa he acquired from the game would cost around 20 to 30 million, which would already be considered quite luxurious in Jiangzhou. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that the reality far exceeded his expectations. With merely 3 dimes spent, he had acquired a property valued at 55 million. This was something Yichen could scarcely fathom. Villa number 8 in Lingyun Tian Palace, he murmured to himself, now awaiting the staff from Lingyun Tian Palace to finalize the contract. The game monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest, is truly remarkable. With just 50 cents, he had secured something worth 55 million, a fact that was difficult to comprehend. With these two assets, Yichen's net worth skyrocketed from over 1,000 to more than 50 million, an astonishing increase of over 50,000 times. It seems he is not far from realizing his aspiration of becoming a billionaire. The prospect of achieving this modest goal appears to be within reach. As for the villa, he would wait for the staff to contact him. However, the Ferrari 90 had already parked on the playground. And how could Yichen resist the urge to take a closer look? Moreover, he now possessed the key to that Ferrari 90, his very first car. Who could imagine that a typical university student would own a 5 million Ferrari as their inaugural vehicle? Most young men harbor dreams of supercars in their hearts. Regrettably, this is merely a dream, something to ponder. After all, in reality, few can afford the millions required for a supercar. Yet now, that once elusive dream has transformed into reality. Yichen possesses his very first supercar. The sensation is utterly exhilarating. Fortunately, during the previous summer, Yichen obtained his driver's license. Otherwise, even with a supercar, he would be unable to drive it. With this thought in mind, Yichen hastened to the playground. After a brief journey of several minutes, he arrived at the playground. At first glance, he spotted his Ferrari 90 among a sea of ordinary vehicles. Indeed, amidst a fleet of mundane cars, a supercar is exceptionally eye-catching. Its exquisite lines and sense of power make it hard not to admire. Gazing at it, Yichen retrieved the car key, unlocked the door, and settled into the driver's seat. Experiencing the interior of a supercar for the first time is undeniably different from that of a conventional vehicle. From this moment onward, he is a man who possesses a supercar. After reveling in the experience for a while, Yichen's initial excitement began to subside. This is his inaugural supercar, but certainly not his last. With the game with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest, Yichen has many more magnificent supercars awaiting his selection, such as the multi-million-dollar Koenigsegg and Bugatti Veyron. After all, he is currently only in the lowest tier, the 1-star marketplace. Upon reaching the 2-star marketplace, the pinnacle of supercars should soon be within reach. After a brief sojourn, Yichen closed the car door and departed. Had he even eaten yet? He made his way to the dining hall, enjoyed his lunch, and returned to his dormitory. As Yichen entered, he noticed 3 of his roommates huddled together in fervent discussion. Moments earlier, he had overheard old Lu mentioning that he had spotted a striking supercar in the parking lot. What? A supercar in the parking lot? Previously, he had only seen wealthy second-generation individuals driving supercars in movies and television dramas. He never imagined this would one day become his reality. The 3 roommates, brimming with envy, gathered closely, their words infused with admiration. After all, supercars are the dreams of most young men. At that moment, a familiar sound of footsteps drew near. An unexpected visitor had arrived, Zhou Haoran, who had boasted about his girlfriend on the playground earlier. What are you discussing? Zhou Haoran inquired, having overheard their animated conversation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's roommates turned to see him and Zhou Haoran entering. Nothing much. We just heard that a supercar is parked in the school lot. One of Yi Chen's roommates explained. Huh. Zhou Haoran's eyes lit up at this revelation. I've yet to see a supercar up close. I'm quite curious to take a look. I spotted one on the road before, but never had the chance to examine it closely. Shall we go see it together? Yi Chen's roommate spoke with an air of excitement. There's no need to rush. It's too hot right now. Let's wait until evening when we can take a break. After a morning of military training, they had all had their fill of the sun. Let me ask, did Lao Lu take any pictures of the supercar? One of the roommates inquired, promptly messaging Lao Lu. Lao Lu was his high school classmate, and although they both gained admission to the same university, they were not in the same major. I wonder to whom this supercar belongs. I am utterly envious. Being able to drive a supercar in college is simply remarkable. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. While we are still struggling, others have already achieved my life goals, several of Yi Chen's roommates lamented. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen remained silent, while Zhou Haoran, seated beside him, wore a mysterious smile that gradually morphed into a look of smugness. Whoever can drive a supercar in college must be extraordinary. I wish I could meet this person, Yi Chen's roommates speculated, all eager to know such a distinguished individual, even if the supercar did not belong to them. Merely knowing someone who drove one would be enough to boast about. Ahem, Zhou Haoran cleared his throat, stepping forward into the center of attention. To be frank, that supercar is mine. I had intended to keep it low-key, he said with a tinge of regret. However, despite his words of modesty, his face radiated pride and arrogance. What? At this revelation, Yi Chen's roommates were left speechless. They could hardly believe that the person they had been admiring from afar was none other than their classmate. Zhou Haoran. He already has a supercar just after starting college. Incredible. The three were astounded, gazing at Zhou Haoran with envy, relishing their astonished and envious gazes. Zhou Haoran felt an immense sense of triumph. How exhilarating it was to show off. Earlier that day, he had boasted about his girlfriend bringing him water, only to be playfully rebuked by Yi Chen, which had fueled his desire to reclaim his pride. As for the matter of girlfriends, even if he were to find one more beautiful, it could never compare to Sue, the campus goddess. Zhou Haoran then began to contemplate other avenues to assert his status. During military training, he had racked his brain and finally recalled, I bought a car. Moreover, it was a supercar. Although his family was not among the wealthiest elite, they had some savings. On the very day he obtained his driver's license, his family took him to purchase a vehicle. Initially, they intended to buy him a Mercedes or a BMW, but through persistent persuasion, Zhou Haoran convinced his family to agree to a Porsche. Though it was the most economical model, the basic Porsche 718, it was still a supercar nonetheless. The Porsche 718 typically retails around several hundred thousand, but Zhou Haoran acquired his for nearly 800,000. Although it cannot be compared to supercars like Ferrari or Lamborghini, it is still a sports car. Mentioning that one drives a sports car certainly adds to one's prestige, serving as a tool for ostentation. Indeed, he has succeeded in that regard. With a decision made, during a break in military training, Zhou Haoran called his family to have his Porsche 718 brought to the school. He skipped lunch, heading straight outside to receive the car from his family before driving it onto campus. Only after completing these tasks did he attend to his meal. While dining, he contemplated how to best showcase his vehicle. He originally intended to flaunt it before the entire class, but an unforeseen event interrupted his plans. In a bid to impress, Zhou Haoran readily confessed. As his friend Yi Chen's roommates had not yet seen the supercar, their curiosity led them to gather around Zhou Haoran, eagerly inquiring, "Old Zhou, what kind of supercar do you have? Do tell." Relishing the envious glances from his peers, Zhou Haoran felt quite satisfied. "I own a Porsche 718, purchased for nearly $1 million. Though it is the most basic model of a supercar, its performance is still impressive." Zhou Haoran continued, embellishing the price to $1 million for the sake of appearance. "If you're interested, I can take you to see it sometime, let you experience it firsthand." "Really? That would be fantastic," exclaimed two of Yi Chen's roommates, astonished that they might have the chance to experience a supercar. Suddenly, Yi Chen's other roommate, a friend of old Lu, interrupted, having just received a message from Lu. "Old Zhou, is your sports car a Porsche 718? He inquired, bewildered. "Yes, it is indeed a Porsche 718, Zhou Haoran affirmed. "That's strange," the roommate replied. Old Lu mentioned he saw a Ferrari 90 worth over $5 million. Chapter 6. It turns out my cousin is Su Ningshuang's close friend, and she wants to matchmake Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang. unfamiliar with the model of the supercar. Old Lu had been searching on his phone for quite some time before discovering its specifications. One of Yichen's roommates corrected him. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the dormitory shifted drastically, becoming exceedingly awkward. Zhou Haoran's face visibly flushed with embarrassment. He had made a significant blunder. The supercar they had been discussing was not his Porsche 718, but rather a Ferrari 90. Despite both being sports cars, the disparity between them was immense. Just looking at the price makes it evident. The Porsche 718 is priced at $800,000, while the Ferrari 90 is over $5 million. A Ferrari 90, sufficient to purchase 6 or 7 Porsche 718s. Ahem, your friend must be mistaken. Are you certain it is a Ferrari 90? Zhou Haoran, somewhat reluctant to accept this, inquired once more. Indeed, he sent a photograph. Take a look. Although they were not well versed in the models of supercars, they could certainly differentiate between the emblems of Ferrari and Porsche. Curiously, they huddled closer to the image and confirmed that it was indeed a Ferrari, not a Porsche. Zhou Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. A Ferrari. Now that is the epitome of a supercar. Over $5 million for a Ferrari 90. How enviable. As they gazed at the Ferrari in the photograph, Yichen's roommates sighed in admiration. In that instant, Zhou Haoran's Porsche 718 seemed far less appealing. The Porsche 718 simply could not be compared to the Ferrari 90. The two were in entirely different realms. Those who could afford a Ferrari 90 were undoubtedly not ordinary individuals, perhaps even a teacher or professor from their school. In a bid to regain his composure, Zhou Haoran stubbornly asserted, ordinary students could never afford such a supercar. At that moment, hearing their discussion, especially regarding the Ferrari 90, Yichun felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering if it was indeed his own. Regrettably, he would not have the chance to experience what it was like to ride in a Ferrari. Indeed, such a pity, lamented one of Yichen's roommates. Just then, an unexpected voice broke the silence. That Ferrari, it belongs to me. Instantly, the dormitory was enveloped in a profound stillness. All eyes were suddenly fixated on Yichun. Did they just hear what he said? Did Yichun claim that the Ferrari 90 was his? Yichun, are you saying that this Ferrari 90 is yours? Zhou Haoran asked incredulously. Yes, what of it? As he spoke, Yichun casually tossed the car keys from his pocket onto the bed. To be honest, it felt somewhat uncomfortable to have car keys in his pocket for the first time. In that moment, everyone's attention shifted entirely to Yichun's car keys. Upon seeing the Ferrari emblem on the key, they were thoroughly convinced. The Ferrari 90 was undoubtedly Yichen's. Their classmate, their roommate, owned a Ferrari 90 worth over $5 million. It was unfathomable. Old Yi, you are incredible. Amazing, Old Yi. With trembling hands, they reached for Yichen's Ferrari keys, gathering around him with admiration. Zhou Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Yichun's Ferrari keys. It was utterly humiliating. Once again, he had been ruthlessly overshadowed by Yichun. Just moments ago, he had boasted that such an extraordinary supercar as the Ferrari 90 could never belong to a student. And the next moment, Yichun stepped forward. Zhou Haoran felt a burning sensation on his face. Earlier that morning, he had been ruthlessly crushed by Yichun over a trivial matter concerning his girlfriend bringing water. To reclaim his dignity at noon, he had brought his sports car. Yet as soon as he attempted to show off, he found himself effortlessly outmatched by Yichun once again. Was there any justice in this? Yichun was nothing short of a demon. At that moment, Zhou Haoran felt the sting of humiliation wash over him, especially when he recalled his earlier arrogance and attempts at flaunting himself. Overwhelmed by shame, he discreetly slipped away while no one was paying attention. As several of his roommates had never experienced a supercar, they fervently urged Yichun to take them to the parking lot. Wow, this is incredibly cool. Old Yi, you are amazing. Upon witnessing Yichun's Ferrari 90 in person, the trio was profoundly astonished. The experience of seeing it on a phone screen paled in comparison to the reality before them. Meanwhile, as Yichun's roommates marveled at the Ferrari 90, news of the aloof campus beauty, Ningshuang, delivering water to Yichun had spread. This incident had become a hot topic across the school's forums, social media, and chat groups. Oh my goddess, how could she possibly bring water to a boy? They lamented. Our cold campus beauty, how have you changed? The outpouring of envy and indignation was palpable, as many expressed a desire to meet this newcomer, Yichun, who had captivated Ningshuang's attention. The comments section was filled with envy, jealousy, and disdain towards Yichun, who had suddenly become a target of animosity. Several of Su Ningshuang's devoted admirers could hardly contain their eagerness to confront Yichun. On the way back to the dormitory with his roommates after witnessing the supercar, Yichun received a call from his cousin, Zhao Shuxian. Zhao Shuxian, the daughter of Yichun's aunt and a sophomore at the same university, had a close relationship with him, akin to that of siblings. Yichun had chosen this institution partly due to his aunt's recommendation, as it was quite commendable. Yichun, how does it feel to have the cold campus beauty bring you water? Zhao Shuxuan's curious voice rang through as soon as he answered the call. For some reason, Yichun discerned a different undertone in Zhao Shuxuan's words. It's all right, he replied casually. What do you mean it's all right? Do you realize that I went to great lengths to ensure Ningshuang delivered water to you? Zhao Shuxian expressed her dissatisfaction upon hearing Yichun's response. Confused, Yichun inquired. What do you mean? Zhao Shuxian explained, and after listening, Yichun began to piece things together. It turned out that Zhao Shuxian and Su Ningshuang were classmates and close friends. Given Su Ningshuang's prolonged single status, Zhao Shuxian had taken it upon herself to play matchmaker. She believed that Yichun and Su Ningshuang were a perfect match. Although Ningshuang was exceptionally beautiful, her younger brother was quite handsome as well. After all, one should not let good fortune flow to outsiders. Despite Su Ningshuang currently being her close friend, Zhao Shuxian harbored hopes that one day, Su Ningshuang would refer to her as cousin. That would undoubtedly be delightful, she thought with a chuckle. In an effort to bring Yichun and Su Ningshuang together, Zhao Shuxian devised a playful game. The loser would have to embark on a daring adventure. Ultimately, Zhao Shuxian triumphed effortlessly, and her challenge for Su Ningshuang was to deliver water to Yichun. Upon hearing Zhao Shuxuan's explanation, Yichun began to grasp the situation. The service he had acquired through the game, which involved the campus bell delivering water, did not materialize out of thin air. It could influence reality, allowing such a service to present itself in a reasonable and lawful manner. After all, having Su Ningshuang deliver water to him out of nowhere seemed rather unusual. However, if it were part of a daring adventure, it made sense. Zhao Shuxuan's easy victory in the game, leading Su Ningshuang to fetch water for him, likely related to his own game that proclaimed, with a monthly salary of 3,000, you are the wealthiest in the world. Contemplating this, a smile spread across Yichun's face. This was indeed better. The game's offerings could manifest in a reasonable and lawful manner, preventing any awkward repercussions. Although the campus bell's water delivery service was something he had paid for, Yichun could sense Zhao Shuxuan's good intentions on his behalf, so he decided to go along with it. Thank you, sister, he expressed gratefully. One cannot deny that his cousin treated him quite well, knowing he was single and wanting to facilitate a connection between him and Su Ningshuang. That was more like it. Upon hearing Yichun's gratitude, Zhao Shuxian felt pleased. She was eager to advance her grand plan of uniting Yichun and Su Ningshuang, genuinely believing they were well suited for each other. We shall meet shortly, Zhao Shuxian added before concluding the call. Not long after, another unfamiliar call came through. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Yichun? I am a staff member from the Lingyun Tiangong Villa area. We noticed that you have purchased Villa number 8 and have already made the payment. The voice on the line belonged to a middle-aged man. When would you be available for us to come over and present the contract to you? Upon hearing this, Yichun pondered for a moment. So soon? My villa is arriving. Splendid, he thought. I am available now. Please come over directly. Yichun responded. Very well. We shall deliver it to you shortly, the middle-aged man replied respectfully. Following this, the staff member asked Yichun for his specific address before ending the call. After hanging up, Yichun made his way to the location he had agreed upon with Zhao Shuxian. Upon his arrival, Zhao Shuxian was already there, and to his surprise, she had brought Su Ningshuang along with her. May I ask who is Yichun, Mr. Yi? Upon seeing Yichun's arrival, Zhao Shuxian promptly greeted him. Although they had met before, she felt it necessary to introduce them. As Yichun approached, Zhao Shuxian began. This is Su Ningshuang, my classmate and dear friend. Ningshuang is the belle of our school, a paragon of beauty, captivating enough to make fish sink and birds fall, as well as making the moon hide and the flowers blush. Zhao Shuxuan's effusive praise even left Su Ningshuang feeling a tad bashful. And this is my cousin, Yichun, who possesses many admirable qualities and is quite handsome. In a bid to leave a positive impression on Su Ningshuang, Zhao Shuxian, despite frequently teasing Yichun, made a concerted effort to extol his virtues. Yichun and Su Ningshuang were formally introduced. Interestingly, just like Yichun, Su Ningshuang had been persuaded by Zhao Shuxian to join them. Zhao Shuxian mentioned that they had overindulged at lunch and decided to take a leisurely stroll. Due to her somewhat aloof personality, Ningshuang had few friends at school, so she did not refuse the invitation. Little did she expect to encounter Yichun. Reflecting on the incident earlier that morning when she delivered water, a faint blush crept onto Ningshuang's cheeks. Since Yichun just enrolled, we thought we'd show him around the school, Zhao Shuxian declared. Under her guidance, the trio began to walk forward. Given it was lunchtime, the streets were bustling with people. Although this outing included not only Yichun and Ningshuang, but also Zhao Shuxian. The sight of the esteemed school beauty walking alongside a boy drew considerable attention. As they walked, a tall, slender young man with fair skin approached from the opposite direction. Upon inadvertently catching sight of Ningshuang and Yichun together, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. A surge of indignation welled up within him. This young man was Ningshuang, a devoted admirer of Ningshuang. Previously, he had seen a post on the forum about her offering water to a new student, which he had found hard to believe, assuming it to be a mere fabrication. However, witnessing the scene before him, Ningshuang's doubts were dispelled. Though he was unaware of the nature of Yichun and Ningshuang's relationship, Ningshuang regarded Yichun with palpable hostility. Instinctively, he felt compelled to confront Yichun, yet reason cautioned him against acting impulsively in Ningshuang's presence. His mind raced as he contemplated his next move. By chance, he devised a plan and approached them with a smile. "Miss Su," Ningshuang greeted with an air of gentlemanly charm. "Zhao Beauty, it's been a while." Ningshuang and Zhao Shuxian turned to see none other than Ningshuang. "It has indeed been some time. And who might this be?" he inquired, gesturing toward Yichun. "This is my cousin, Yichun," Zhao Shuxian explained. Hearing this, Ningshuang felt a slight sense of relief. Yet hostility towards Yichun lingered, for this morning Su Xiaohua had personally delivered water to him. Ningshuang casually nodded at Yichun before disregarding him entirely, turning his attention to Ningshuang with flattery. "Did you just return from outside?" Zhao Shuxian inquired curiously, glancing in Ningshuang's direction. "Indeed, I just came back," Ningshuang confirmed with a nod. "Living in the dormitory is rather uncomfortable, so I purchased an apartment." He feigned nonchalance, preparing to boast. "You bought an apartment?" Zhao Shuxian was momentarily taken aback by his statement. For a university student, let alone a struggling white-collar worker, acquiring property is undoubtedly a significant milestone. Ningshuang had actually purchased a home. "What kind of apartment?" Zhao Shuxian inquired with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing extravagant, merely a duplex of over 200 square meters." "Quite average," Ningshuang feigned humility. "A duplex of over 200 square meters?" Even Ningshuang appeared slightly astonished at this revelation. The local property prices are not inexpensive, at least over 20,000 per square meter. A duplex of such size would cost at least 6 million, if not more. How could Ningshuang, merely a sophomore, afford such extravagance? Witnessing Ningshuang's surprise filled Ningshuang with immense pride. His act of boasting had succeeded. "How much did you pay for such a large apartment?" Zhao Shuxian asked, intrigued. "Not much, just over 7 million, fully renovated," Ningshuang continued to flaunt. "I just bought it, and once I furnish it, you're all welcome to visit. The space is quite ample." Upon hearing this, Ningshuang and Zhao Shuxian politely declined. Although they were astonished that Ningshuang had acquired an apartment of over 200 square meters, they would not accept such an invitation. "Please don't refuse. I'll invite more people when the time comes," Ningshuang hastily explained upon hearing Ningshuang's refusal. "By the way, this little brother can join us too." He intentionally mentioned Yichun. "I believe the apartment is quite suitable for a marital home. Little brother, you could also purchase a place nearby. It's not expensive. Just over 7 million. Ningshuang began to belittle Yichun to elevate himself and flaunt. "Even if you can't afford to pay in full like I did, you could always opt for a mortgage, spreading payments over several decades. It's not a big deal." Having finally bought a luxurious duplex of over 200 square meters, how could he not take pride in it? He was a university student who had already purchased property outright, which demonstrated considerable capability. Yet this young man, one could surmise that not only would he struggle to afford the down payment during his university years, but even after graduation and a few years of work, he might still be unable to manage it. This exemplified the stark contrast between them. In this comparison, it is evident who possesses greater excellence and capability. Su Xiaohua can discern it with a mere glance, requiring no further elaboration. After flaunting his arrogance, Ningshuang became even more brazen, feeling a swell of pride within. Kid, this is the reality. Without wealth, you are nothing. You wish to compete with me for the school beauty? Huh, do you think you are worthy? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached unexpectedly. Upon reaching the group, the suited gentleman politely inquired, "May I ask who is Yi Chun, Mr. Yi?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Yi Chun. "I am," Yi Chun replied. "Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am a representative from the Lingyun Tiangong Villa district with whom you were previously in contact." The suited man introduced himself. "Please sign these 2 contracts." "All right," Yi Chun nodded. The mention of the Lingyun Tiangong Villa district left those nearby in a state of bewilderment. They had heard of this district, recognized as one of the premier villa areas in Jiangzhou. Why would a representative from such an esteemed location seek out Yi Chun? For a fleeting moment, they were perplexed. Could it be that Yi Chun purchased a villa in Lingyun Tiangong? Such a notion seemed implausible. As one of the most prestigious villa districts, a property there would easily cost upwards of 30 million yuan. How could a freshman afford such a purchase? It was absurd. After signing the contracts, Yi Chun retained 1 copy, while the suited man took the other back to the company. "It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Mr. Yi. Here are the keys. Please keep them safe." The suited man respectfully handed the villa keys and other items to Yi Chun. "Thank you," Yi Chun replied, accepting them. After exchanging a few words, the suited man departed. At this juncture, Zhao Shuxian approached first, her curiosity piqued. "Yi Chun, what is going on?" While putting the keys away, Yi Chun casually responded, "Nothing much, just purchased a villa." Although Yi Chun acquired the villa through the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. "I am the world's richest, spending merely 30 cents, it was still a purchase, and thus, his statement held merit. The others stood in stunned silence at Yi Chun's revelation. What had they just heard? Chapter 8. The first challenge of the game, Ningshuang and Zhao Shuxian were taken aback, but Ningshuang was the most astonished. As a local of Jiangzhou, with a family of considerable means, Ningshuang was well aware of the Lingyun Tiangong Villa district. The price of even a single villa there exceeded 30 million. Such figures deterred many affluent individuals. Not to mention, there were even more expensive villas within the Lingyun Tiangong complex. The fact that Yi Chun had purchased a villa there was beyond comprehension. My heavens! Ningshuang was utterly flabbergasted. "What?" Zhao Shuxian covered her mouth in disbelief. "Is what you said true, Yi Chun?" "Of course," he replied, not wishing to withhold anything from her. He promptly handed her the recently signed contract. Upon receiving it, Zhao Shuxian opened the document, and indeed, it was the purchase agreement for a villa in Lingyun Tiangong. Ningshuang, unable to fathom the reality, leaned in for a closer look. In an instant, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He was utterly taken aback. Is it really true? Yi Chun has actually purchased a villa in Lingyun Tiangong? How could this be possible? Ningshuang was left dumbfounded. This was one of the most prestigious residences in Jiangzhou, valued at tens of millions. How could a freshman so casually make such a purchase? He had thought himself impressive for acquiring a 200-square-meter duplex, yet now, witnessing Yi Chun's acquisition of a villa in Lingyun Tiangong, he felt utterly diminished. When comparing a 7 million property to one worth several tens of millions, the former paled drastically. At that moment, Ningshuang's sense of superiority, his pride, vanished without a trace. Words failed him. Just moments ago, he had mocked Yi Chun, suggesting he would need decades of loans to afford a home akin to his own. Yet now, Yi Chun demonstrated through action that not only could he purchase a 200-square-meter duplex, but he could effortlessly acquire a villa in Lingyun Tiangong worth tens of millions. Was this the chasm of disparity? Had he been the jester all along? How absurd, truly absurd. In a flash, a wave of defeat washed over Ningshuang. The casual purchase of a villa worth tens of millions perhaps epitomized what it meant to be a true mogul, someone who spent money with abandon. In comparison to Yi Chun, he was nothing but a trivial player in a larger game. His earlier display of bravado must have appeared to others as a mere amateur performance. Sighing deeply, Ningshuang felt profoundly disheartened. He could no longer bear to remain there and left in a daze, having had only a mediocre impression of Ningshuang. Ningshuang and Zhao Shuxian did not attempt to stop him as he departed. Given the current atmosphere was not conducive to a leisurely stroll, Ningshuang also chose to leave. However, before departing, she and Yi Chun exchanged WeChat and contact information at Zhao Shuxian's enthusiastic suggestion. Once Ningshuang had left, Zhao Shuxian immediately questioned Yi Chun about the situation. After all, as Yi Chun's cousin, she was quite familiar with his family's circumstances. How could he possibly afford such an expensive property? It's nothing, sister. Do you know about virtual currency? I acquired a batch some time ago and had forgotten about it until recently, Yichen explained. The prospect of sharing his newfound wealth with his family was inevitable, and Leifchen reasoned that revealing it to Zhao Shuxian now would not be inappropriate. This was the conclusion he had pondered throughout the morning. A rationale slightly more plausible than simply winning the lottery. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuxian managed to relax, albeit reluctantly, as she feared that Leifchen might engage in some nefarious activities. After conversing with him for a while longer, she took her leave, still in a state of bewilderment, struggling to believe the fantastical events that had just unfolded. Her younger brother had become a millionaire? The entire scenario felt like a surreal dream. After parting ways with Zhao Shuxian, Leifchen returned to his dormitory and carefully stored the contract away. Although he was eager to see what his luxurious villa in Lingyun Tiangong looked like, time was of the essence, and he had to postpone that visit. Subsequently, Leifchen called his parents to inform them of his newfound wealth stemming from virtual currency, mentioning the purchase of a villa and a luxury car as a precautionary measure. In the afternoon, following military training, he received another message from his cousin, Zhao Shuxian. This morning, Ningshuang brought you water. Why not invite her to dinner tonight as a gesture of gratitude? His cousin was still intent on playing matchmaker between him and Ningshuang. Leifchen paused in surprise at this suggestion. Just as he was contemplating, his phone vibrated with a notification from the game, with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. He quickly opened the game and was met with a new task. Game task: agree to Zhao Shuxian's suggestion and invite Ningshuang to dinner. Task reward: 100 ownership of the top-tier restaurant Shangranju, becoming its owner, 5 experience points, 2 points. Decline the task, gain 3 experience points, 1 point. Upon reading the task, Leifchen was resolute in his decision. There was no question about it. Naturally, he would acquiesce to his cousin's request. The rewards were simply too enticing to refuse, and the notion of declining the task, which would incur a deduction of points and experience, was utterly absurd. While he could spare the points, currently, he had 10, his experience points were at 0. A further deduction could plunge him into negative territory, jeopardizing his ability to even maintain his current level, let alone purchase items in the marketplace. He had heard much about Shangranju, a renowned top-tier restaurant in Jiangzhou, bustling with patrons and boasting an average expenditure of 400 to 500 per person. Its overall value likely reached several tens of millions. The allure of this task reward was irresistible. With that thought, Leifchen agreed to his cousin's proposal. That's more like it. Leave the rest to me regarding Ningshuang. Zhao Shuxian felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing Leifchen's agreement, realizing that her efforts had not been in vain. Touched by his cousin's enthusiasm, Leifchen resolved to gift her a small token of appreciation. Among the items in his novice package was a rebate of 1,000 times. Once he spent money, he would receive a 500,000 return. With 5 million in hand, what gift could be simpler to choose? As for the evening military training, Yichun had previously inquired with his sister, and it was merely a gathering for singing and interaction. He had no intention of attending, opting instead to have a roommate mark him present. Was dining with the campus beauty truly more significant than military training? Yichun merely wished to express his gratitude to Sue, the campus beauty, for bringing him water on that sweltering day. It was certainly not motivated by the allure of a high-end restaurant or the accumulation of experience points. That was simply the matter at hand. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhao Shuxian slowly approached Ningshuang. Chapter 9. Would you like to ride in my car, campus beauty? What kind of fine vehicle could Yichun possibly drive? Zhao Shuxian settled beside Ningshuang and spoke. Ningshuang, Yichun is quite exhausted from military training. I had initially planned to take him out for a lavish dinner tonight. However, something has come up unexpectedly. Would you be able to step in for me and dine with Yichun first? I will resolve my matters promptly and join you afterward. Ningshuang was taken aback by Zhao Shuxian's request, hesitating slightly. Would it just be the two of them dining alone? At that moment, another girl from the dormitory, Zhang Wan, casually approached. Ningshuang, Shuxian, are you both going out for dinner tonight? Zhang Wan inquired curiously. I have made plans with a few classmates to go out as well. Why don't we all go together? Ningshuang contemplated rejecting the offer, but ultimately yielded to Zhang Wan's enthusiastic invitation. Zhao Shuxian had no objections either. Indeed, it felt a bit premature for Ningshuang to dine alone with Yichun at this stage. Subsequently, Zhao Shuxian contacted Yichun to gauge his opinion. He had no qualms. As long as he could dine with Ningshuang, the presence of additional companions would not pose a problem. After all, the primary objective was to secure a table at the prestigious restaurant, Shangranju. Opportunities to dine privately with Ningshuang would certainly arise in the future. Once the meeting point was confirmed, Yichen ended the call. He requested his roommate to mark him present for the evening and returned to his dormitory to take a shower, changing out of his military training uniform. Glancing at the time, he grabbed the keys to his Ferrari and headed straight for the rendezvous Zhao Shuxian had mentioned. Upon his arrival, he found that Ningshuang had also just arrived. Shortly after their meeting, Zhang Wan and several classmates joined them. With Zhang Wan included, there were 2 men and 2 women, 4 individuals approaching. Among them was a fair-skinned young man who, upon seeing Yichen and Ningshuang together, exhibited a glimmer of hostility in his eyes. This young man, Fang Buqiao, was a classmate and a well-known heir. Originally, Fang Buqiao had no plans to join Zhang Wan for dinner. However, having overheard about the gathering this afternoon, especially upon learning that Ningshuang would be present, he promptly invited himself and even pledged to cover the dinner expenses. With someone volunteering to pay, Zhang Wan naturally did not decline. Fang Buqiao harbors affection for Ningshuang, having seen yesterday's post that revealed her delivering water to Yichen. He has long felt a pang of envy towards Yichen, and now, with the news of them dining together, his frustration intensifies. Determined to undermine Yichen in front of the enchanting Ningshuang, he and his companions approach her. Upon spotting Fang Buqiao among the group, Ningshuang's expression shifts subtly, clearly indicating her unfavorable impression of him. Had she not made a prior commitment, she might have chosen to leave. After exchanging introductions, Fang Buqiao proposes. I know of an exquisite top-tier restaurant where I hold a gold membership. Let us dine there. With the group now assembled, he takes on the role of the organizer. Declaring, shall we depart? The others readily agree. All right, let us go. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch my car to pick you up, he adds. Suddenly, he pauses, a look of regret crossing his face. Oh, how careless of me. With Yichen joining us, we are 6 in total, and my vehicle only accommodates 5. Fang Buqiao seizes the opportunity to sideline Yichen. Why not have you take a taxi instead? I will cover the fare. The others show no objection to this arrangement. But Ningshuang furrows her brows, sensing it to be rather inconsiderate. Today, she had come primarily to look after Yichen on behalf of Shuxian. It would be improper to let him travel alone. Just as she prepares to suggest they share a taxi, Yichen interjects, it's all right, I have a car. So there is no need for such trouble. His declaration catches Zhang Wan and the others off guard. While it is expected for a wealthy second generation like Fang Buqiao to own a car, they did not anticipate that Yichen, a freshman, would possess one as well. A first-year student with a car? Impressive. Regardless of the make or model, even the most modest vehicle would surpass what most possess. After all, it is rare for even 3rd or 4th-year students to have their own cars. Yichen has already surpassed them in this regard as a freshman. Fang Buqiao is momentarily taken aback, not having expected Yichen to own a car. He had intended to exclude him from the group, but now finds himself thwarted. Even better. You can drive, too, he responds, a smile returning to his face. With Yichen also possessing a vehicle, Fang Buqiao envisions the sight of his luxury BMW 7 Series beside Yichen's car, eager for the inevitable comparison. Yichen would undoubtedly feel a deep sense of embarrassment. Would this not only serve to accentuate his own formidable prowess? At that moment, it would be clear to Sue, the school beauty, whose vehicle she would choose. Excellent, splendid. With that, Fang Buqiao departed, eager to take his own car. Yichen likewise made his exit. The school boasted multiple parking lots, and as Yichen and Fang Buqiao's vehicles were stationed in different areas, they walked in opposite directions. Fang Buqiao's parking spot was quite nearby, and shortly thereafter, he arrived in his BMW 7 Series. He parked beside the group and slowly lowered his window. Wow, a BMW 7 Series. Fang, you're impressive, exclaimed the astonished boys as they beheld Fang Buqiao's car. Previously, he had driven an Audi worth over 300,000, and no one had anticipated such a change. How much did you pay for this BMW 7 Series, Fang? One boy inquired with curiosity. Not much, just a little over 1,200,000. It's not expensive. Fang Buqiao replied nonchalantly. 1,200,000. Zhang Wan and her companions were taken aback by his words. To be in their 2nd year of college and already driving a luxury car worth over $1 million was astounding. They were all thoroughly impressed by Fang Buqiao's formidable financial resources. In the midst of it all, Only Su Ningshuang maintained her composure, her expression unchanged. Get in the car, Fong Buqiao urged. All right, thank you, Fong, the others replied enthusiastically, nodding eagerly as they opened the door and hurriedly took their seats. Naturally, they were considerate enough to leave the front passenger seat vacant. Soon, only Su Ningshuang remained outside. Su, you should join us, Fong Buqiao invited, noticing her standing still. No, thank you. I will ride with Yichen shortly, Su Ningshuang responded, shaking her head without hesitation. Fong Buqiao's expression shifted at her outright refusal, yet he was unwilling to concede. Su, there's really no reason to ride with Yichen. He cannot possibly have a good car. It certainly cannot compare to the comfort of my BMW 7 Series, Fong Buqiao suggested. Ningshuang, Fong is right. Yichen's car surely pales in comparison to Fong's. Chimed in a girl from the vehicle, immediately siding with Fong Buqiao upon witnessing the luxury car. Indeed, Su, come on. Fong has even left the front seat for you. Another boy added. However, much to their dismay, Su Ningshuang continued to shake her head. Su, Yichen probably drives a car worth at most 1 or 200,000. How could such a vehicle be worthy of you? Fong Buqiao persisted in his attempts to persuade her. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a Ferrari approached slowly from a distance. Wow, a Ferrari. Supercars. How astonishing it was to encounter one at school. Upon sighting the Ferrari in Fong Buqiao's vehicle, several individuals erupted with excitement, utterly captivated. Even Fong Buqiao himself was entranced by the allure of the Ferrari. How striking, how breathtaking. This epitomizes the essence of a supercar. The irresistible charm of a Ferrari. In that moment, Fong Buqiao was consumed by envy. If he felt this way, one could only imagine the reaction of the others in the car, their eyes wide with awe. How wonderful it would be to experience a ride in a Ferrari. Who could possibly be the esteemed owner of such a magnificent vehicle? They murmured in wonder. Under their watchful gaze, the Ferrari came to a halt before Fong Buqiao's BMW 7 Series. In the next instant, the car door swung open, and a dashing figure emerged. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 10. Worth over 100 million, what did they behold? Stepping out of the Ferrari was none other than Yichen. My heavens, the shock was palpable. They could hardly fathom that Yichen's car was a Ferrari worth several million. How utterly astounding. In the quiet of the BMW 7 Series, the sound of someone swallowing could be heard as they processed the revelation. They were profoundly shaken. Zhang Wan and her companion stared at Yichen's Ferrari, their emotions a whirlwind of complexity. Particularly the two individuals who had just defended Fong Buqiao felt an overwhelming sense of shame. How humiliating. As for Fong Buqiao, he was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to trust his own eyes. A freshman driving a Ferrari? Surely this must be a jest. Gazing at Yichen's magnificent car, the words he had just spoken to Su Ningshuang echoed painfully in his mind. Su School Belle, what is so great about riding in Yichen's car? He could never own a fine vehicle. It surely cannot compare to my BMW 7 Series in comfort. Su School Belle, that Yichen probably drives a car worth only 1 or 200,000. How could such a car be worthy of you? The embarrassment washed over him like a tide. He had just ridiculed Yichen, asserting that he could not possibly possess a fine car, and now Yichen had indeed arrived in a Ferrari. The value of Yichen's car could purchase several BMW 7 Series. In this moment, he had unwittingly become the subject of ridicule. As Su Ningshuang entered Yichen's car, the envy in Fong Buqiao's vehicle was palpable, with Zhang Wan and the others yearning to experience the thrill of riding in a Ferrari. Fong Buqiao, consumed with rage and jealousy towards Yichen, resolved that this could not stand. Without a word, he started his car and sped away. After more than 20 minutes, a few individuals came to a halt in front of an exquisitely decorated top-tier restaurant. Upon reaching their destination, Fong Buqiao and Zhang Wan, along with others, exited the vehicle. Yichen and Su Ningshuang also stepped out of the car. Allow me to introduce to you the most renowned restaurant in Jiangzhou, Shangranju, Fong Buqiao proudly declared as he gestured towards the upscale establishment. He was indeed a golden member here, with annual expenditures exceeding 6 figures. Ah, this is Shangranju, Yichen remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that the esteemed restaurant Fong Buqiao had brought them to was, in fact, Shangranju. Now that he was dining with Su Ningshuang, could this be considered the completion of a game task? Contemplating this, Yichen took out his phone and opened the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Game task completed. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 ownership of Shangranju, becoming its new proprietor. Congratulations. Experience points earned, 5. Congratulations. Points earned, 2. As soon as he entered, a flurry of notifications appeared. He had successfully completed his first game task. From this moment onward, he was the owner of Shangranju, one of Jiangzhou's premier dining establishments, valued at no less than several million. With ownership of Shangranju, along with his previous villa, Yichen's net worth had suddenly surpassed 100 million. Henceforth, he was a billionaire. In just 2 days, he had achieved a small goal. This game was exhilarating. Within a mere 48 hours, he had transformed from a penniless freshman into a bona fide billionaire. The pace of this transformation was astounding. A faint smile graced Yichen's face. The sensation was simply delightful. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest is truly a divine experience. Not only had he acquired Shangranju, but Yichen's experience and points had also increased. He eagerly anticipated the day he would ascend to a higher player level and marketplace status. He surmised that it could not be far off. Shangranju was typically bustling with patrons, including Jiangzhou's wealthy elite who favored dining here. With top chefs from across the nation, the culinary offerings were unparalleled. I am a golden member here, enjoying various privileges, Fang Buochao boasted as he stood at the forefront. While he spoke, he led the group towards Shangranju. However, before Fang Buochao could step inside, a waiter halted him. Good day, sir. I regret to inform you that our restaurant is fully booked today. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. If you wish, you may wait in line, the waiter said courteously. Fang Buochao was immediately taken aback. After boasting for so long about being a golden member with privileges, he found himself unable to enter Shangranju. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Zhang Wan and her companions changed their expressions, having traveled such a distance with great effort. Initially, they believed they would indulge in the pleasures of the affluent, only to find themselves unable to even enter the establishment. How much longer must we wait? Zhang Wan could not help but inquire. Approximately 1 to 1.5 hours, the attendant replied. So long. We have to wait over an hour? The group felt utterly disheartened. Leave it to me, Fang Buochao, now composed, declared confidently to Zhang Wan and the others. I am a gold member of Shangranju and can bypass the queue. He proudly presented his gold membership card to the attendant. Sir, I regret to inform you that you will still need to wait in line, the attendant responded without even taking the card. Why? Fang Buochao was incensed. He was a gold member, entitled to privileges that exempted him from waiting. I apologize, but the individuals ahead of you are also gold members, the attendant explained. Fang Buochao was left dumbfounded. All right, very well. His face burned with embarrassment. I know your manager Qian. Tell him Fang Buochao is here and ask him to come out. He asserted confidently. He had connections, and he was determined to gain entry without delay. After all, it was he who had brought his companions to Shangranju. And being denied entry would be a tremendous humiliation. Very well, please hold on for a moment. An attendant entered Shangranju to summon manager Qian. Seeing this, Fang Buochao felt a sense of satisfaction. Rest assured, I am acquainted with manager Qian here. Once I speak, he will undoubtedly comply. He assured Zhang Wan and her companions with unwavering confidence. He then cast a triumphant glance at Yichen, eager to showcase his formidable connections. What significance did driving a sports car hold? In this era, connections were paramount. Without them, nothing could be accomplished. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a sense of superiority welled up within him. Soon, the earlier attendant hurried back. As Fang Buochao prepared to lead his companions inside, he was once again obstructed. Mr. Fang, I sincerely apologize, but our manager has indicated that we are at full capacity today and cannot allow you direct entry. Please be patient, the attendant stated. Upon hearing this, Fang Buochao was left in stunned silence. Rejected again, the manager had not even come out to meet him, dismissing him so casually. Reflecting on his earlier confidence, he wished he could vanish into a hole. This was truly a mortifying defeat. Hearing the attendant's words, the others felt equally helpless. There was nothing more to be done. Even with Fang Buochao leveraging his connections, he was unable to gain entry and was left with no choice but to wait or seek dining elsewhere. Just as the group was about to depart for another location, Yichen slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 11. Hotel Front Desk. I apologize, but we only have one room available. Inform your manager that Yichen has arrived and request him to find a suitable place, Yichen instructed the attendant. Recently appointed as the new owner of Shangranju, Yichen was in high spirits. Furthermore, He was feeling quite hungry and had no desire to switch to another restaurant, prompting him to step forward. Very well, please hold on for a moment. The attendant hesitated briefly but eventually nodded in agreement before turning to re-enter the restaurant to seek out the manager. Humph! Witnessing this scene, Fang Buochao let out a cold chuckle, mocking Yi Chen's audacity. It was evident that Yi Chen was a newcomer to Shangranju. Even as a privileged gold member acquainted with the manager, Fang Buochao himself could not gain access. Did Yi Chen truly believe a mere utterance would grant him immediate entry for dining? What a farcical notion. Not only Fang Buochao, but even Zhang Wan and others held little faith in Yi Chen's prospects. Meanwhile, Fang Buochao crossed his arms, reveling in the spectacle. He was eager to see Yi Chen's expression when he too would inevitably be denied entry. It would surely be a sight to behold, especially since Yi Chen had boldly stepped forward after his own failure. A subsequent refusal would undoubtedly be even more humiliating, particularly in the presence of the beautiful Su. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Fang Buochao's previously vexed demeanor transformed into one of delight. On the other side, within the manager's office of Shangranju, Qian Yongwen abruptly received a call from his superior. What? Upon answering, he was taken aback by the information relayed. His boss informed him that Shangranju had been sold, and from that moment onward, he was no longer its owner. Understood. After hanging up, Qian Yongwen found himself momentarily unable to process the news. The business at Shangranju was thriving. How could the owner possibly choose to sell it? Clearly, the buyer must have presented an offer too enticing to refuse. Ding dong. Qian Yongwen's phone vibrated, signaling a message from his former boss. It contained details regarding the new owner of Shangranju. Staring at the photograph of the new proprietor, Qian Yongwen was astonished. This new owner appeared remarkably youthful, likely no more than 20 years of age. To possess the means to effortlessly acquire Shangranju at such a young age spoke volumes of his formidable financial prowess. Yi Chen, Mr. Yi. Qian Yongwen murmured as he perused the new owner's information. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted his contemplation. Come in. Creak. As the office door swung open, the same attendant from earlier entered. Manager, among the individuals accompanying Fang Buochao, there is a gentleman named Yi Chen, the attendant reported with utmost respect. Upon hearing the name Fang Buochao, Manager Qian immediately exhibited signs of impatience. He was acquainted with Fang Buochao's father. Had it been in the past, he might have consented out of respect for Fang's father. However, given the Fang family's decline, he felt no obligation to extend any courtesy to Fang Buochao now. Everything must adhere to the regulations. Did I not inform you? There are no privileges. Let Fang Buochao wait in line. Manager Qian waved his hand dismissively. Understood, manager. The attendant nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Catching a glimpse of the new owner's name on the document, Manager Qian suddenly recalled the attendant's earlier words and hastily called him back. What did you just say? A gentleman named Yi Chen? Manager Qian inquired with keen attention, having missed the details previously. Indeed, the attendant affirmed with a nod. What? Upon hearing the confirmation, Manager Qian sprang to his feet, scarcely believing his ears. Come over here and take a look. Is this the gentleman Yi Chen? He gestured for the attendant to view a photo of Yi Chen on his phone. Yes, that is indeed him, the attendant replied after a quick glance, with unwavering certainty. With this confirmation, Manager Qian's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, please invite Mr. Yi inside. He urged with urgency. Manager, the guests are already at capacity. Where shall I seat them? The attendant asked. Isn't there an empty private room? Of course, Mr. Yi and his party should be accommodated there, Manager Qian replied. Changren Residence has 3 private rooms, typically reserved for diamond members or distinguished guests. Very well. While uncertain of Yi Chen's exact status, the fact that the manager instructed him to invite Yi Chen to the private room indicated that this gentleman was no ordinary individual. Without a moment's hesitation, Manager Qian promptly exited to personally welcome Yi Chen. Outside, after a brief wait, there was no sign of movement. Fang Buochao, in a mocking tone, expressed his disdain. Yi Chen, are you capable or not? If not, let South find another place to dine and not waste our time. You're not even a standard silver member, yet you wish to cut in line? Dream on. However, before Fang Buochao could finish, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Soon, a portly middle-aged man emerged. It was Manager Qian. Boss, you've arrived. Please come in. Manager Qian bowed respectfully, gesturing for him to enter. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded. What was happening? The esteemed manager of Changran residence had personally come to greet someone? Yi Chun possessed such considerable influence? Zhang Wan and the others were utterly astonished. Feng Buochao was utterly bewildered. How could the situation have resulted in such an outcome? He found it hard to believe that. Despite being a distinguished gold member of Shangranju and having a connection with Manager Qian, he was so casually dismissed by him. Yet, upon Yi Chen's arrival, Manager Qian personally came out to greet him. Why? The crowd was initially taken aback by Manager Qian's actions, but gradually began to realize something was amiss. It seemed the significant detail was not merely that the manager had come out in person, but rather the title with which he addressed Yi Chun. Boss. Manager Qian referred to Yi Chun as the boss. Could it be that Yi Chun was the proprietor of Shangranju? How was that possible? Yi Chun was just an ordinary university student. How could he suddenly transform into the owner of a top-tier restaurant? It was simply absurd. Yi Chun, are you the owner of Shangranju? Zhang Wan asked, her voice trembling. Yes, I just acquired Shangranju, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. His statement echoed in the ears of those present like thunder. He had just acquired a premier restaurant worth tens of millions. Yet it rolled off his tongue as easily as if he were discussing the purchase of a cabbage. Was this what it meant to be a true magnate? The magnitude of it was terrifying. Upon hearing Yi Chen's affirmative response, Feng Buochao's complexion turned ashen. In that moment, he finally grasped why Manager Qian had come out to greet Yi Chun. It turned out that Yi Chun was the owner of Shangranju. How could he? As a mere gold member, even compared to the owner, he had just boasted about being a member in front of Yi Chun, akin to performing grandiose displays before a seasoned warrior. Feng Buochao's mindset crumbled entirely. He had initially thought that this outing would place him in the spotlight, leaving a good impression on the campus belle, Su Xiaohua. Instead, he had become the fool. Eventually, under Manager Qian's guidance, they arrived at a lavishly decorated private room. A few minutes later, his cousin, Zhao Shuxian, arrived. At the dining table, Feng Buochao silently nodded and ate, afraid to speak, his body even trembling slightly. Zhang Wan and the others, however, had entirely shifted their demeanor, fervently fawning over Yi Chun. Only Ningshuang remained somewhat composed. Yet, to be honest, upon discovering that Yi Chun was indeed the owner of Shangranju, she was equally astonished. After this incident, along with the previous one, Ningshuang developed a profound curiosity about Yi Chun. As time passed and her acquaintance with him deepened, her curiosity only intensified. Who exactly was Yi Chun? She was eager to find out. Gradually, the meal came to an end, and Zhang Wan, along with Feng Buochao, returned home. Yi Chun, Su Ning Frost, and Zhao Shuxian were strolling nearby, oblivious to the passage of time. By the moment they became aware, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. If they hurried back to the school, it would likely be 10:30. At that hour, the dormitory doors would have already closed, rendering them unable to enter. What should they do? Zhao Shuxian fell into contemplation. Returning tonight seemed impossible. Perhaps they should stay at a hotel instead. Given the circumstances, returning home would be futile since they couldn't access the dormitory, leaving the hotel as their only option. Yi Chun had no objections. He could simply make a phone call to request leave and return to school early the next day. Su Ning Frost, upon hearing Zhao Shuxian's suggestion, paused momentarily. Initially resistant, she reconsidered. After all, with Shuxian accompanying her, no trouble was likely to arise, and she consented. Ultimately, Yi Chun found a respectable hotel not far from their location. In just a few minutes, the three entered the establishment. However, before they proceeded to check in, Zhao Shuxian suddenly interjected. You two go ahead and book a room. I feel like having some fruit. I'll catch up with you shortly. With that, she handed her identification to Su Ning Frost and headed off in another direction. Yi Chun and Su Ning Frost continued to the hotel reception. Hello. Are there any rooms available? Yi Chun inquired. Certainly, the receptionist, who had been engrossed in his phone, replied casually upon hearing a voice. Then, please book us 2 rooms. Not a problem. As he spoke, the receptionist began to check for available rooms on the computer. However, when he looked up and noticed that Yi Chun and Su Ning Frost were a man and a woman, he hesitated for a moment and quickly changed his response. I apologize, but we only have 1 room left. As he spoke, the receptionist discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Chun, as if to say, Don't worry, brother, I understand your intentions and won't disappoint you. Chapter 12. Late at night, cousin and Ning Frost in one room? For some inexplicable reason, Yi Chun instantly grasped the meaning behind the receptionist's gaze. He found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. What was this receptionist thinking? He had only just met Sushueja. The atmosphere grew awkward with the receptionist's comment. At this hour, most hotels will certainly be booked to capacity. The receptionist continued his subtle encouragement. We still have one room available, which is quite fortunate. It may not last much longer. You young couple can share a room. It's perfectly fine. Upon hearing the receptionist's words, Su Ning Frost's cheeks flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Yichen was uncertain whether to feel pleased or resigned. Under different circumstances, encountering such an understanding receptionist would be a stroke of luck. But in this moment, he quickly interjected, Su Shuejia and I are not a couple, and besides, there are 3 of us tonight. Seeing Su Ning Frost blush and appear exceedingly shy, nearly ready to flee, Yichen hastily clarified, Upon hearing Yichen's words, the receptionist was momentarily taken aback, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. I see. The receptionist glanced once more at the computer screen. Oh dear, I misread the information earlier, my apologies. There are indeed other rooms available. The receptionist's acting skills came into play. No worries, let's reserve 2. No, 3 rooms, Yichen interjected. Initially, he had intended to book just 2 rooms for his cousin and senior sister Su to share. However, he ultimately opted for 3, as it would be more convenient for their stay. Very well. After receiving the identification, the rooms were booked, and Yichen along with Su Ningshuang waited in the hotel lobby for a short while. A few minutes later, Zhao Shuxian returned with some fruit. Earlier, she had considered leaving, but just as she was about to depart, she hesitated and returned. After all, Ningshuang and Yichen had only just met. It would be inappropriate to leave them alone in a hotel. What if she left, and Ningshuang decided to leave as well? Given that Ningshuang's home was in Jiangzhou, it was quite possible she would return home. It would be better to find a suitable time later to create an opportunity for the 2 of them to spend time together. As for why she hadn't left during dinner, well, the dishes were simply too delectable, and she had lost track of time while enjoying them. Once Zhao Shuxian returned, the 3 of them headed upstairs, each to their own room. Upon entering his room, Yichen first made a call to request a leave of absence, as he would not be staying in the dormitory tonight. Subsequently, he began to peruse his phone. After dining that evening, the group had meandered for a while, and Yichen soon felt a pang of thirst. Just as he was about to indulge in the bottled water provided by the hotel, he paused. The memory of senior sister Su delivering water to him under the scorching sun earlier that day came to mind. Now that he was weary and parched, it occurred to him that she might also be thirsty. Perhaps he should reciprocate her kindness by bringing her some water as a gesture of gratitude. Of course, he could not simply deliver water again. With that thought in mind, he opened his phone and ordered some milk tea for delivery. It is well known that women generally have an affinity for milk tea. In about 20 minutes, the milk tea arrived. Yichen ordered 3 cups, 1 for himself, and 1 for senior sister Su and his cousin each. He picked up a cup of milk tea and proceeded to deliver it to senior sister Su. Standing before her door, he knocked gently. Who is it? Inside, Su Ningshuang was preparing to take a shower and, startled by the knock, inquired nervously. Senior sister Su. It's me, Yichen, came his voice from the other side of the door. Is it Junior Yi? Upon hearing Yichen's voice, Su Ningshuang was momentarily stunned. It was already around 11 o'clock at night. Why was Junior Yi knocking on her door at this late hour? What could he possibly want? Realizing this, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Senior sister, I bought some milk tea and brought you a cup. Yichen quickly explained, hoping to alleviate any misunderstandings, especially since the hour was rather late. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Su Ningshuang felt a hint of embarrassment. It turned out she had overthought the situation. Her junior had come to deliver her milk tea. With this realization, Su Ningshuang hurriedly opened the door, inviting Yichen inside. As he entered the room, Yichen handed the milk tea to Su Ningshuang. Thank you, she expressed gratefully, as she indeed felt quite parched. She had anticipated that her junior would bring her milk tea, and it was remarkably timely. You are truly kind, Su Ningshuang thanked him sincerely. It's nothing, Yichen replied, waving his hand dismissively as he took a seat. Just as Su Ningshuang was about to speak after taking a few sips of her drink, another knock echoed through the room. Who is it? Su Ningshuang queried in surprise, wondering who could be knocking at her door again. It's me, Zhao Shuxian, came the response. Oh, it's Shuxian, Su Ningshuang realized, setting down her milk tea to open the door. I almost forgot. I brought you some fruit, Zhao Shuxian said as she held out several pieces of fruit. However, Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon Yi Chun in the room. Clatter. In the next moment, the fruit slipped from Zhao Shuxian's hands. Her mouth fell open in disbelief. What had she just seen? Her cousin was in Ningshuang's room? Late at night, her cousin and Ningshuang were alone together. My heavens! Zhao Shuxian was taken aback. The development between her cousin and Ningshuang was far too rapid. They had only met that morning, and now they were together in the evening. Zhao Shuxian was utterly bewildered. Was her cousin truly that impressive, to have won Ningshuang's heart so swiftly? Noticing Zhao Shuxian's shock, Su Ningshuang hurriedly clarified. Ah, Shuxian, you've misunderstood. Her face flushed crimson. Yi Chun just arrived. He came to deliver milk tea. Is that so? Zhao Shuxian questioned skeptically. In the middle of the night, two individuals in a room, claiming it was merely to deliver milk tea. Who would believe that? I genuinely came to bring Senior Su milk tea. Look, it's right here. Yi Chun interjected, stepping forward to explain. Following Yi Chun's gesture, Zhao Shuxian noticed the cup of milk tea on the table. Perhaps she had misjudged the situation. Yet, she remained somewhat unconvinced. By the way, sis, I have milk tea prepared for you in my room. I intended to bring it to you shortly, Yi Chun mentioned. Since you're here now, I can take you to get it. With that, Yi Chun stood up and bid farewell to Su Ningshuang. Senior Su, I'll take my leave now. After saying this, he departed with Zhao Shuxian. Phew. Once they exited and closed the door, Su Ningshuang's face remained flushed. The earlier encounter had been exceedingly awkward. When she arrived at Yi Chun's room and saw the milk tea, Zhao Shuxian finally believed him. After exchanging a few words with Yi Chun, Zhao Shuxian took her leave as well. Yi Chun sighed, reflecting on how a misunderstanding had almost arisen moments ago. After all, he considered himself a person of integrity. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already past 11, with midnight just around the corner. The marketplace was about to refresh, and he was curious about what splendid items might emerge this time. His anticipation grew. As the hour struck, Yi Chun entered the marketplace. And indeed, it had transformed, unveiling new offerings. A Bentley Continental, priced at 02 yuan. A Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 in rose gold with a black dial. Priced at 03 yuan. Top-tier driving skills that could instantly elevate you to an experienced driver. Priced at 09 yuan. The sight of these three new products illuminated Yi Chun's eyes. This time, the marketplace seemed remarkably different. The Bentley and Patek Philippe required no further elaboration. They were unequivocal symbols of luxury. However, the third item was a skill. The marketplace intriguingly offered skills for purchase. What a delightful surprise. Previously, the Lingyun Tiangong Villa had been available for merely 03 yuan. Now, this skill commanded a price of 09 yuan, a staggering threefold increase. Yet, even at this elevated price, it amounted to just 90 cents, which was quite reasonable, signifying the skill's exceptional value. Afterward, Yi Chun delved into the details of the other two items. The Bentley Continental had a market price approaching 5 million, perhaps even higher. He had previously mused about the absence of a spacious luxury vehicle. Now, the game had provided him with exactly that. The Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 in rose gold with a black dial was priced near 6 million. These were all items worth millions. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun ultimately resolved to acquire the most expensive item, the top-tier driving skill. After all, this was the first time such a skill had appeared. As for the Bentley and Patek Philippe, he certainly would not forgo them. However, they could wait a while. In just 24 hours, he would have the opportunity to purchase again. Soon enough, both the Patek Philippe and the Bentley would be his. With this thought, Yi Chun proceeded to purchase the top-tier driving skill, thereby transforming into an experienced driver. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired the top-tier driving skill, and you are now a qualified driver. With the successful transaction, a torrent of profound memories surged into Yi Chun's mind. Accompanying these memories was a muscle memory that subtly altered his physique, truly making him an experienced driver. In that moment, Yi Chun's understanding of vehicles surpassed that of the average person by countless degrees. His driving skills were likely far superior to those of even professional racers. Yi Chun felt immensely satisfied and eagerly anticipated the emergence of additional skills within the marketplace. Casting a glance at the remaining two items, he exited the game. He realized that he need not be overly selective. He would simply acquire them all. Children make choices, but adults embrace everything. The following day, as military training awaited him, Yi Chun sent a message to Su Ningshuang and Zhao Shuxian before departing early. The day swiftly passed. That evening, Yichen initially intended to return to his dormitory, but a sudden thought of his newly purchased villa struck him. His curiosity piqued. He resolved to explore the villa and experience what it felt like to reside in such a luxurious abode. He hopped into his car, activated the navigation system, and made his way to the Lingyun Tiangong Villa District. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. Chapter 13. What they beheld. After verifying his identity, Yichen smoothly entered the Lingyun Tiangong Villa area. The environment here was undeniably exquisite, rivaling some splendid tourist attractions. Regrettably, it was nighttime, and visibility was not ideal. After a brief search, Yichen located his villa, number 8. The 8th villa was one of the largest in Lingyun Tiangong, situated beside the renowned Lingyun Lake, offering breathtaking views right from home. He parked his car and made his way directly to the villa's entrance. As one of the most prestigious villa districts in Jiangzhou, even the entrance to the villa was meticulously designed. It featured a grand double door, exuding an air of magnificence. Crafted by a world-class manufacturer of armored doors, it was equipped with a top-tier security system. In addition to numeric, fingerprint, and palm print access, it could even be unlocked using a retinal scan. Furthermore, it could withstand 3 tons of impact and boasted features such as bomb and bullet resistance, providing an unparalleled sense of security. Upon entering the villa, one was greeted by an opulent foyer with a 7-meter-high ceiling. The sofas were custom-made by Fendi, exuding luxury and high cost. Additionally, the villa was outfitted with a private swimming pool, a wine cellar, a gym, a private cinema, and a myriad of other amenities. Behind the villa lay a vast garden, meticulously designed by a master, showcasing exquisite detail. After circling the villa, Yichen felt thoroughly pleased. Was this truly a villa? It appeared quite splendid. After admiring his surroundings, Yichen reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, a faint calling sound reached his ears, seemingly emanating from outside the villa. Intrigued, he opened the villa door just as a stunning woman, adorned with glasses, approached him. Her long black hair was elegantly styled, and her flawless features rendered her a vision of perfection. She appeared akin to a work of art, devoid of any imperfection, whether in beauty or form. Originally poised to knock on Yichen's door, she was momentarily taken aback when he opened it. "Hello, I reside next door. My cat accidentally ran out and seems to have wandered into your yard. May I come in to look for it?" After regaining her composure, the enchanting woman explained. She felt a tinge of helplessness. Her newly adopted kitten was remarkably lively. This marked its 3rd escapade from home. Previously, it had merely ventured into their own yard, which was somewhat manageable. Now, having traversed into a neighbor's yard, the situation became rather awkward. Understanding the essence of the exquisite lady's predicament, Yichen nodded, realizing she was a neighbor. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude to him and promptly began her search. Being neighbors, Yichen decided to assist her in the endeavor as well. After a thorough search, he finally discovered the small white kitten nestled in a corner of the backyard. Gently cradling it, he returned it to the exquisite lady. "Thank you so much." She sighed in relief upon seeing her kitten, her worries about its disappearance alleviated. Fearing that the kitten might escape again, she repeatedly thanked Yichen before heading back with her furry companion. "By the way, I am Mo Mingfei, residing in the adjacent Villa number 9. You are welcome to visit any time," she graciously offered as she departed. "Yichen," he replied in kind. With the matter settled, Yichen returned to his villa and began browsing on his phone. He prepared to wait until midnight to purchase the Patek Philippe chronograph 5074 in rose gold with a black dial. As time passed, the clock finally struck 12. At that moment, Yichen swiftly opened the game with a salary of 3,000. "I am the wealthiest in the world." He spent 0.3 yuan and successfully acquired the nearly 6 million yuan Patek Philippe chronograph 5074 in rose gold with a black dial. After all, this Patek Philippe was slightly pricier than a Bentley Continental, which he could procure the following day. "Congratulations. You have successfully purchased the Patek Philippe chronograph 5074 in rose gold with a black dial. It has now been placed on your desk," announced the game. Yichen immediately rose and made his way to the study, where he indeed found a new item on his desk. A Patek Philippe watch box accompanied by an authentication certificate and a collection certificate awaited him. Without perusing the certificates, he eagerly opened the box. Instantly, a striking Patek Philippe timepiece captured his gaze. Crafted from 18-karat rose gold and adorned with an alligator leather strap and a black dial, it exuded an air of opulence. This Patek Philippe chronograph 5074 featured a 27 automatic mechanical movement and comprised 467 components. It boasted functions such as date display, day of the week display, month display, annual calendar, perpetual calendar, moon phase, and minute repeater. Yichen was thoroughly satisfied and enamored with this exquisite Patek Philippe timepiece. As the saying goes, the wealthy indulge in watches, while the poor play with cars. It seemed to hold some truth. However, Yichen cherished both luxury automobiles and prestigious watches alike. Certainly, he had a penchant for collecting luxury cars and exquisite timepieces. Previously, this was merely a dream. However, with the advent of a game that could turn dreams into reality, it was no longer just an illusion. After making his purchases, Yichen continued to scroll through his phone for a while before retiring for the night. Upon waking to a new day, he found it still early. After refreshing himself, he stepped out of the villa. The previous night, the darkness had obscured his view of the surroundings and the beauty of Ningshuang Lake. Now, stepping outside, he was greeted by its splendor. Not far away, a lithe figure was jogging towards him. It was none other than the enchanting neighbor he had encountered the night before, Mo Mingfei. Today, she donned athletic attire, exuding an air of competence. What a coincidence! Shall we run a lap together? Mo Mingfei inquired. She enjoyed jogging around Ningshuang Lake in the mornings, relishing the exercise, the scenery, and the fresh air. Sure, Yichen nodded, eager to take in the views of Ningshuang Lake. Together, they ran a lap around the lake. Upon returning to the villa, the time was nearly right, and Yichen grabbed his car keys, preparing to head back to school. After spending a night in the villa, he felt that it was rather underwhelming. Such a grand residence occupied by a single individual felt somewhat vacant. Overall, it was merely passable. If others were to hear Yichen's assessment, they might very well be inclined to strangle him. Are you being sarcastic? This is one of the finest mansions in Jiangzhou. After starting his Ferrari, Yichen sped off towards the school. Half an hour later, he arrived at the campus. At the entrance, he encountered Ningshuang, who had just returned. As she was heading back to her dormitory, there happened to be a parking lot nearby, so Yichen offered her a ride. She accepted without hesitation and got into his car. After 7 or 8 minutes, Yichen parked in the lot. Given it was morning, there was a significant influx of people. Moreover, with Yichen's Ferrari attracting even more attention, many passers-by paused to see who was the owner of such an exquisite vehicle. Some even took out their phones to snap pictures. As the Ferrari's door slowly opened, a young couple emerged. Upon recognizing who had alighted from the car, the onlookers were left astonished. My goodness, what were they witnessing? The illustrious Ningshuang was stepping out of a car with a boy. And in the morning? Could it be that they had spent the night together? Chapter 14. Becoming the target of the entire school? With such thoughts, the crowd was no longer merely shocked. They were utterly astounded. This was undoubtedly explosive news and would surely create a stir throughout the campus. After all, Ningshuang was a high-profile campus belle with countless admirers, having rejected innumerable suitors during her university years. Even though the suitor was exceptionally talented, Ningshuang never acquiesced. Throughout her time at school, the elegant flower of the campus had never been associated with even the slightest hint of scandal involving any male. However, today, to everyone's astonishment, she emerged from a young man's vehicle, specifically a Ferrari. This was perplexing, to say the least. My goodness, what have I just witnessed? It's utterly insane. Numerous bystanders gazed at the scene in a daze, particularly the young men present, whose hearts were shattered. Their aloof campus goddess, the one who had always been indifferent to all suitors, was now seemingly taken. What a pity. Some lamented, while others discreetly captured the moment in photographs. On the other side, as Ningshuang stepped out of the car and noticed the crowd surrounding her, she paused momentarily before swiftly regaining her composure. She felt no need to offer explanations to anyone. Thank you. Your military training should be commencing soon. I shall take my leave, she said to Yichen before parting ways. Yichen then returned to his dormitory, changed into his military training uniform, and hurried to the playground. Fortunately, when he arrived, the training was yet to begin for a few more minutes. Old Yi, where did you go last night? One of his roommates inquired, curiosity evident in their eyes. Yeah, why didn't you come back? Another chimed in. They had barely managed to evade scrutiny during the dorm inspection the previous night. I went home, Yichen explained. Now, the villa at Ningshuang Tiangong number 8 belonged to him, and it could be considered his home as well. He planned to arrange for a day student status, which would free him from the worry of dorm inspections. Just as his roommates were about to ask more questions, the instructor arrived, and military training resumed. Meanwhile, as Yi Chun engaged in training, images of Ningshuang disembarking from his Ferrari circulated widely across various forums, discussion boards, and confession walls. "Ah, my goddess, Ningshuang, how could you possibly have a boyfriend? Who is this man? Please tell me. I must engage in a friendly discussion with him." Countless young men were filled with envy and admiration as they beheld Ningshuang stepping out of Yi Chun's vehicle. Some even formed groups to seek out Yi Chun for amicable interaction. If Yi Chun were aware of this, he would likely be even more resolute in his decision to pursue day student status. Following this incident, it seemed improbable that he could remain at the school. As time passed, and the morning military training progressed to its midpoint, a break was called. Yi Chun and his classmates retreated to a shaded area to rest. While resting, one boy inadvertently noticed the exquisite Patek Philippe watch adorning Yi Chun's wrist, his eyes lighting up with admiration. "Yi Chun, your watch is stunning," he exclaimed, filled with envy. Upon hearing this, those nearby turned their curious gazes toward him. Indeed, they had not noticed before, but Yi Chun's watch was truly remarkable. "Old Yi, how much is your watch?" a curious individual inquired. "A little over 500, Yi Chun replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Just over 500? That's not too expensive, they can afford it." At that moment, a slender boy from the neighboring class happened to pass by and overheard the conversation, glancing their way. Initially, he assumed Yi Chun's watch was quite costly, which is why he refrained from speaking. However, upon learning that Yi Chun's watch was merely priced at 500, he burst into laughter. He had thought it was a prestigious timepiece, but discovered it was just an ordinary watch. "What's so impressive about that? Is it better than my Rolex Yachtmaster 268622? Clearing his throat, the slender boy stepped forward, exuding arrogance as he spoke, while simultaneously flaunting his Rolex. "I bought this Rolex for over 80,000. It's worth more than 100 times that junk watch of Yi Chun's." "Rolex?" Upon hearing that the slender boy was wearing the legendary Rolex, the others turned to look. For them, a Rolex was a symbol of luxury, something they had only seen in movies and television, never in real life. "Is this really a Rolex? It certainly looks impressive." The group stared at the slender boy's watch for a moment, expressing their admiration. Even if some considered it average, its brand and price alone commanded respect. "Brother, how much did your Rolex cost? It must be at least 20,000, right?" No. I've seen a Rolex that costs over 10,000. And it's definitely not as beautiful as his. I think it should be at least 30,000, someone speculated. 30,000. At this, the slender boy scoffed disdainfully. "What a joke. This watch is over 80,000, nearly 90. He proclaimed with exceptional arrogance. "What?" The onlookers were left utterly astonished. "Over 80,000, nearly 90? My goodness, that's far more than their living expenses for 4 years. Is this the life of a rich second generation?" As the slender boy basked in the envious gazes of the crowd, he felt a sense of superiority. "Why do I think this Rolex is less attractive than Yi Chun's watch?" Someone murmured quietly. "I think so too," another person chimed in. Hearing this, the slender boy's expression soured. How could his magnificent Rolex, worth over 80,000, be outshined by a mere $500 watch? Were these people's tastes flawed? "Yi Chun, is your watch a Patek Philippe?" At that moment, a girl, curious, asked. Her father was an avid collector of luxury watches, and under his influence, she had gained some understanding of fine timepieces. Having overheard the discussion about luxury watches earlier, she had wandered over out of intrigue. Upon her first glance, she was immediately convinced that Yi Chun's watch was no ordinary timepiece. The craftsmanship was unparalleled, far exceeding that of a typical watch. Even a Rolex paled in comparison. Unable to quell her curiosity, the young woman approached him with a question. She was unsure whether Yi Chun's watch was a Patek Philippe or a Vacheron Constantin, but she opted to inquire about the former. "Yes," Yi Chun affirmed, revealing no secrets. "Huh." The girl was taken aback by his nod. This was beyond her wildest expectations. Yi Chun's watch was indeed a top-tier Patek Philippe. Even more astonishing was the fact that Yi Chun had actually confirmed it. "Patek Philippe? Yi Chun's watch is a Patek Philippe." The bystanders, particularly a lanky young man, were left speechless, struggling to grasp the reality of what they had heard. How could this be? The watch that Yi Chun claimed was worth over 500,000 was a Patek Philippe? Wasn't Patek Philippe a premier luxury brand? How could it possibly be worth just over 500? Wait, something seemed amiss. Yi Chun had merely mentioned over 500, without specifying the unit. They had subconsciously assumed it to be in yuan. Realizing this, the group covered their mouths, unable to believe their own deductions. Did Yi Chen mean over 500 in thousands? Was Yi Chen's watch truly valued at over 5 million? They were astonished by their own speculations, their bodies trembling slightly with disbelief. How could a watch be so exorbitantly priced? However, if Yi Chen's watch was indeed a Patek Philippe, it might very well be plausible. For 500 yuan would never suffice to purchase a Patek Philippe, even a counterfeit. A valuation of over 5 million seemed more fitting for such a prestigious brand. Yi Chen, is your watch really worth over 5 million? Finally, someone could no longer contain their astonishment and asked, trembling with anticipation. Yes, what's the matter? Yi Chen inquired. Perplexed. Really? The incredulous response followed. The notion that his watch was worth over 5 million was staggering, enough to purchase 2 apartments in the heart of Jiangzhou. What he wore was not merely a watch. It was akin to 2 homes. The group stared, overwhelmed with a mix of emotions as they gazed at Yi Chen's Patek Philippe. Among them, the lanky young man who had boasted about his Rolex felt the most mortified. Here he was, flaunting an 80,000 yuan watch before someone with a 5 million yuan Patek Philippe. If he wasn't a fool, what could he possibly be? It was utterly humiliating. His face flushed crimson as he stood in stunned silence, struggling to regain his composure. This is incorrect, entirely so. From beginning to end. It appears that all of this has been stated by Yi Chen. He claims his watch is a Patek Philippe worth over 5 million. Yet he has not produced any evidence to substantiate his assertion. Is it conceivable for an ordinary freshman to don a watch worth millions? Yi Chen could easily be boasting without the need for any proof. Upon this realization, the slender man felt a sense of relief. He was certain that Yi Chen was merely exaggerating to salvage his pride. How can one possibly prove a value of over 5 million? With a derisive sneer, the slender man confidently inquired, I am certain that Yi Chen's watch cannot possibly be worth over 5 million. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, someone nearby exclaimed in astonishment. Quick, check the forum and the confession wall. Something significant has occurred. The curiosity sparked within the crowd as they opened the confession wall or the forum. In the next moment, upon viewing the images displayed, they were left utterly speechless. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to a photograph of Yi Chen and Ningshuang disembarking from a Ferrari. It was unmistakably Yi Chen emerging from the driver's seat. This meant that Yi Chen owned a Ferrari. With this revelation, several individuals were thoroughly convinced. Yi Chen's Patek Philippe must indeed be authentic. After all, how could someone who drives a Ferrari to school possibly be impoverished? Gazing at the photograph of Yi Chen stepping out of the Ferrari, the slender man felt utterly ashamed. He had misjudged the situation. Yi Chen actually drove a Ferrari? At this moment, despair enveloped him completely. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was engrossed in the confession wall, the slender man discreetly slipped away. As they scrolled further, they even stumbled upon a video. Although in the photograph, Yi Chen was seen only in profile, anyone who had met him could affirm that it was undoubtedly Yi Chen, especially considering that just yesterday, during military training, Sue, the campus belle, had personally brought him water. Yi Chen had claimed that he and Sue were not involved in any game, yet here he was today, emerging from a Ferrari alongside Sue. It seemed to have occurred this very morning. To assert that they had no connection would be an utter disbelief. The relationship between Yi Chen and Sue was undoubtedly complex, and it was even possible that Yi Chen had already won her over. After all, why would Sue have voluntarily brought him water otherwise? With this thought, Yi Chen's classmates gazed at him with envy. They could hardly fathom that such a wealthy individual was in their midst. Among them, some envied the relationship between Yi Chen and Sue, while others were simply in awe that Yi Chen drove a Ferrari. Old Yi, tell us honestly, were you with Sue last night? You don't even tell your brothers the truth, Old Yi. Yesterday, he claimed his relationship with the school beauty, Sue, was merely casual. Yet today, they emerged together from a vehicle. Ah, the nature of men. Yi Chen's roommates gathered around, eager to uncover the true nature of his connection with Sue. Yi Chen, however, chose silence, his gaze fixed upon the comments below in the forum. He felt a sense of helplessness upon noticing that some individuals were forming groups to engage with him. He wished to assert that his relationship with Sue was entirely innocent, at least for now. The future remained uncertain. Their bond was devoid of romantic entanglements, which only reinforced his decision to pursue off-campus living. Despite the absence of any serious involvement with Sue, he had already become the target of animosity among the male student body. Should any complications arise with Sue in the future, he feared he might have to leave the school altogether. Before he could respond to his friends' inquiries, military training resumed. After training concluded at noon, Yichen opted not to join his companions in the cafeteria. Instead, he drove off to dine elsewhere. Given the recent events, he felt it was best to avoid the cafeteria, deeming it unsafe. He decided to eat out for the next few days. Coincidentally, he had a new player gift package that included a card offering 1,000-fold cashback, which was set to expire in 3 days. It was the perfect opportunity to utilize it. By spending 5,000, he could reap a return of 5 million. If not for the card's limit, he could have easily become the world's richest man that very afternoon. Unfortunately, the game did not allow him to exploit loopholes. At noon, Yichen spent over 1,000 from his current funds, as he was temporarily short of even 5,000. He earned a cashback of over 1 million. Subsequently, he spent more than 3,000, securing a return of over 3 million. He successfully depleted the 1,000-fold cashback card, and at that moment, his bank account transformed from a mere 4 digits to a 7-figure sum. Yichen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The afternoon military training continued, and once it concluded, Yichen approached his counselor to complete the necessary paperwork for off-campus living. After all, nothing could compare to the comfort of his own villa, especially as he was now perceived as a pariah among his peers. That evening, he returned to his villa. At the stroke of midnight, he spent $200 to acquire a Bentley Continental worth 4 to 5 million. The Bentley Continental, a luxurious 2-door coupe with 4 seats, exuded elegance. Congratulations! Your purchase of the Bentley Continental was successful, and it is now parked in your garage. Please check it. With no inclination to sleep, Yichen headed straight to the garage. There, amidst the spacious confines, alongside his Ferrari, stood the imposing black luxury car, the Bentley Continental he had just acquired. Yichen was thoroughly pleased with his new purchase. While the Ferrari was remarkable, it could only accommodate 2 passengers. As the population increases, it becomes rather inconvenient. However, with the acquisition of this Bentley Continental, many matters have become significantly more manageable. The following day, eager to embrace his new vehicle, Yichen set off for school. En route, he unexpectedly received a phone call. Chapter 15. A reward worth over 100 million and shopping with Ningshuang. The call was from his cousin, Zhao Shuxian. Yichen was somewhat taken aback that she was reaching out at this hour. What's the matter, sister? Yichen inquired, curiosity piqued, instinctively fearing something was amiss. Yichen, I'm going shopping with Ningshuang tonight. You should join us, came Zhao Shuxian's voice over the line. She had not forgotten her intention to foster a connection between Yichen and Ningshuang. This outing was planned solely between the two of them, and by inviting Yichen, they would form a trio. During their shopping excursion, she intended to excuse herself, thereby granting the pair some private time together. Given enough time, this would surely yield results. Oh, being an older sister is quite challenging. I worry endlessly for my little brother's happiness, Zhao Shuxian mused internally. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to join you? Yichen asked softly. Not at all. The weather will soon turn cool, and as a newcomer to university, you likely haven't brought many clothes. Think of this as an opportunity to pick up some autumn attire, Zhao Shuxian countered. Let us just agree on this. I'll see you tonight. With that, she terminated the call, leaving no room for Yichen to refuse. Seeing the call end, Yichen found it difficult to voice any objections. After all, it was merely shopping. To be honest, he hadn't packed enough autumn clothing, and as the temperatures began to drop, he would find himself lacking. He could consider this an occasion to acquire some garments for himself. His cousin had been quite supportive, even taking a keen interest in his romantic prospects, perhaps more than he himself did. Now, Yichen's circumstances had changed. His worth had soared to over 100 million. He could also take the opportunity to buy her a small gift during their outing. He planned to visit home again when the weekend arrived. Ding dong. At that moment, Yichen's phone vibrated. A notification from the game with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest, had arrived. As he was waiting for a red light, he seized the moment to open the game. Selective challenge. Option 1. Agree to go shopping with my cousin and Ningshuang tonight. Task reward. A new shopping mall in Xintai. Option 2. Decline the invitation to go shopping with my cousin and Ningshuang and stay at the villa tonight. Task reward. 5 million in cash. Gazing at the selective challenge presented by the game, Yichen did not hesitate for a moment. The reward for option 1 was a new shopping mall in Xintai, one of the largest shopping centers in Jiangzhou. The Xintai shopping center spans over 100 acres, boasting a total construction area exceeding 100,000 square meters. It has already welcomed world-renowned brands such as Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Prada, Cartier, Armani, and Tiffany, with a total value surpassing 100 million. In stark contrast, The second option offers a mere 5 million, which pales in comparison. Moreover, Yichun has already made a promise to his cousin, and he is determined to keep his word. It seems that the Xintai shopping center is destined to be his. To think that within just a few days, yet another modest goal is on the verge of realization. Yichun's net worth is poised to reach nearly 200 million. Ah, what a nuisance. Achieving a small goal in just a day or two seems almost too effortless. As the green light illuminated, Yichun set aside his phone and drove towards the school. Meanwhile, the incident of Yichun and Su Ningshuang exiting a vehicle together has reached a temporary conclusion. This is not because the crowd has come to accept that the campus beauty is taken, but rather due to a few photographs surfacing beneath the posts. These images were captured yesterday morning at the school gate, showing Su Ningshuang getting into Yichun's car. It turns out that she boarded Yichun's vehicle right at the entrance of the school. Thus, it indicates that the night before, Su Ningshuang was not with Yichun. Upon realizing this, countless young men breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps, yesterday morning, Su Ningshuang was simply weary from walking and decided to hitch a ride. As the parking lot is not far from the female dormitory, given Su Ningshuang's aloof demeanor, she would naturally refrain from clarifying such rumors. Whether it's delivering water or sharing a ride, neither can substantiate that Yichun and Su Ningshuang are in a romantic relationship. They might just be ordinary friends or distant relatives. After all, many young men console themselves with such thoughts. The goddess in their hearts remains the same cool and distant campus beauty. With this in mind, they felt much more at ease, no longer clamoring to engage Yichun in friendly discussions. Thus, the matter has reached a temporary resolution. The fact that Su Ningshuang got into Yichun's car at the school gate is now known among Yichun's classmates. What Yichun had previously claimed turns out to be true. He shares no special relationship with Su Ningshuang. With this realization, the boys in the class all exhaled in relief, feeling less envy toward Yichun. Not only that, but they also harbored a slight sense of schadenfreude. Conversely, the girls in the class, especially those who considered themselves somewhat attractive, found joy in the news. Yichun is still single. They still have a chance. After all, Yichun's Ferrari is indeed real, and his looks are strikingly handsome. Undoubtedly, he is the quintessential wealthy and handsome type who wouldn't be captivated. Since last night, they have eagerly begun to add Yichun on WeChat. Not only the girls from his class, but even some from other classes, including beautiful junior and senior students, have taken the initiative to connect with Yichun. After all, with Su Ningshuang's presence, they believed they could not compete with her. However, the situation had changed. As Yichun arrived at the playground, numerous beautiful girls eagerly surrounded him, vying to offer him water, milk tea, and various refreshments. Witnessing this scene, the previously smug boys found themselves envious once more. Indeed, what did it matter if he had no connection with the campus belle? He was still a top-tier wealthy and handsome young man, driving a Ferrari and adorned with a Patek Philippe. Reflecting on this, their hearts sank again. Surrounded by so many girls, Yichun felt utterly bewildered. After much effort, he finally managed to extricate himself from the floral throng and made his way to his roommates. Old Yi, though the campus flower is no longer here, being so warmly courted by so many girls is still quite delightful, they encouraged. Indeed, Old Yi, you must remain strong. Even without Su Ningshuang, there are still so many beautiful senior sisters and lovely girls around. Their words left Yichun momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, the instructor arrived, signaling the resumption of military training. As time passed, the afternoon training came to an end. Yichun drove back to his villa, took a shower, and changed clothes. Only then did he get into his Bentley and head to the school to pick up Su Ningshuang and Zhao Shuxian. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuxian and Su Ningshuang descended from their dormitory and walked toward the school gate, where they had arranged to meet Yichun. Zhao Shuxian had already informed Su Ningshuang of Yichun's arrival. Since neither of them could drive, Yichun's presence was a welcome opportunity for a free ride. Rather than declining, Su Ningshuang felt a flicker of anticipation for Yichun's arrival. Chapter 16. So soon, had Yichun already embraced the campus belle? Su Ningshuang was at a loss to describe this feeling. Perhaps it was due to her curiosity about Yichun from their previous encounters. Upon their arrival at the school gate, they waited briefly until Yichun's car appeared. Seeing Yichun's Bentley Continental, Zhao Shuxian was momentarily taken aback. This time, the three of them were together, and Zhao Shuxian had specifically advised Yichun not to drive the Ferrari, as it was too ostentatious and would not accommodate all three of them. Yichun had assured them he had acquired a more understated vehicle, one that could comfortably seat them all. Little did they expect that this so-called understated car would turn out to be a Bentley. How was this in any way low-key? Zhao Shuxian internally scoffed. However, in comparison to the Ferrari, the Bentley was somewhat more discreet. Interestingly, Ningshuang remained quite composed upon seeing Yi Chen's Bentley. A keen observer would note that she had exhibited similar calmness when she first encountered his Ferrari. Only when she learned that Yi Chen was the owner of Changran residence did she display a hint of surprise, though it was merely a slight astonishment, not a profound shock. It appeared that Ningshuang's family background was far from ordinary. As the two individuals boarded the vehicle, Yi Chen made a beeline for the Xintai shopping center. After all, the shopping center was soon to belong to him, and this visit served as an opportunity to inspect the enterprise and tend to his own business. After a half-hour's drive, Yi Chen gradually brought the car to a halt. The trio disembarked and entered the vast expanse of the Xintai shopping center. Yi Chen held a rather indifferent attitude towards shopping, while Zhao Shuxian was brimming with excitement, and Ningshuang maintained her usual aloof demeanor, bearing a resemblance to Yi Chen in her coolness. Under Zhao Shuxian's guidance, the three began to explore the shopping center. After a while, Yi Chen's phone vibrated. He found a secluded corner, took out his phone, and indeed, it was a notification from the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Upon entering the game, several reminders popped up. Agree to go shopping tonight with your cousin and Ningshuang. Challenge completed. Congratulations on acquiring ownership of the Xintai shopping center, becoming its new proprietor. Congratulations on gaining 8 experience points, and congratulations on earning 3 points. Yi Chen glanced at his player level, which now stood at 113, 100, with a mall level of 1 star, 1550. The progression was commendable, and it wouldn't be long before he ascended to the esteemed status of a level 2 user, consequently elevating the mall to a 2-star rating. Quite impressive indeed. Simultaneously, the management personnel of the Xintai shopping center received the news that the previous owner had informed them of the acquisition by another party. They had a new boss. After wandering for another 30 to 40 minutes, Zhao Shuxian excused herself to use the restroom. Before departing, she discreetly signaled to Yi Chen. With Zhao Shuxian temporarily absent, both Yi Chen and Ningshuang began to feel a tad fatigued. They conferred and decided to find a spot to rest. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, 3 girls were observing them with keen interest. Isn't that Sue, the campus beauty? She's actually out shopping with a guy? Upon spotting Yi Chen and Ningshuang, the 3 girls were taken aback. They were fellow students at the same school, visiting the shopping center that day. Yet, they had inadvertently stumbled upon Ningshuang. The renowned, aloof campus beauty was now seen shopping with a male companion. This was simply astonishing. Who was that guy with her? A slightly plump girl inquired with curiosity. I think he's that freshman, Yi Chen, right? Yes, it's him. I've seen photos of Sue delivering water to him and getting out of his car. Another girl asserted with unwavering conviction. Initially, she had presumed there was no connection between Ningshuang and Yi Chen, but witnessing them together now made the situation quite peculiar. Come on, let us go take a closer look. The trio, driven by curiosity, hastened towards Yi Chen and Ningshuang. As Yi Chen and Ningshuang rounded a corner, Ningshuang accidentally twisted her ankle and began to topple sideways. Fortunately, Yi Chen reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch her in his arms, thus preventing her from falling. At that moment, 3 girls happened to approach. Due to the turn, they had not witnessed Ningshuang's misstep. Upon their arrival, they were greeted with the sight of Yi Chen holding Ningshuang close. The 3 girls were taken aback, their eyes wide in disbelief. What had they just witnessed? The illustrious Su Schoolflower was being embraced by someone, and astonishingly, she had not resisted. This was indeed a monumental event. Previously, moments such as delivering water or exiting a vehicle together could be dismissed, but now, Yi Chen was holding the Su Schoolflower in his arms, and she had not objected? This spoke volumes. It was utterly incredible. A freshman, having barely begun his academic journey, had succeeded in winning over the aloof Schoolflower. How remarkable! One of the girls, quick on the draw, captured the moment with her phone, not wanting to be noticed by Yi Chen and Ningshuang. The trio hurriedly turned and departed in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuxian emerged from the restroom. Initially intending to leave, she suddenly reconsidered. After all, Yi Chen and Ningshuang had only recently met. Without her presence, even if they found themselves alone together, it was unlikely that they would linger for long. After much contemplation, Zhao Shuxian decided to return. She planned to make several trips to the restroom to create more opportunities for the two to be alone. This way, They would be compelled to engage in conversation and grow familiar with one another. As she walked towards them, Zhao Shuxian paused in shock when she was close enough to Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Chun was indeed holding Ningshuang? How swiftly things had progressed. Even she, who had been eager to bring the two together, found it hard to accept the rapid development of their relationship. Had they truly reached this stage already? Yi Chun's charm was evidently formidable. Perhaps her concerns were unfounded. It seemed Yi Chun could effortlessly win over Ningshuang even in her absence. At that moment, she knew she could not act as a third wheel and disrupt their interaction. With that thought in mind, Zhao Shuxian quickly slipped into a nearby store, hoping to remain unnoticed. On the other side, Yi Chun knelt down to examine Su Ningshuang's ankle, which had already begun to show signs of swelling. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms and made his way outside. He prepared to take Su Ningshuang to the hospital for a checkup, just to be cautious against any unforeseen circumstances like fractures. Meanwhile, enveloped in Yi Chun's commanding embrace, Su Ningshuang's face flushed crimson. Her heart raced uncontrollably. This was her first experience being held by a boy, and she felt quite out of her element. Yet, she understood that Yi Chun had her best interests at heart, insisting on a medical examination. Unable to walk on her own, she had no choice but to acquiesce to Yi Chun's support. Thus, she succumbed to her shyness, allowing him to carry her as they made their way outside. Chapter 17. Su Ningshuang's heart stirred being held by a boy for the first time. Su Ningshuang dared not meet the gazes of passers-by, instinctively shutting her eyes. With her head bowed, her heartbeat quickened, her cheeks blazing, even coloring her ears. For the first time in her life, being held in such a manner left her feeling utterly unaccustomed. She could only silently wish for them to reach the car swiftly. Yet, it seemed fate conspired against her. A journey that typically took mere minutes stretched interminably today, as if an entire century had passed. Despite her typically cool demeanor, often referred to as the aloof campus beauty, she felt like a bashful schoolgirl in that moment. In her embarrassment, Su Ningshuang momentarily overlooked the pain radiating from her ankle. On the other side, witnessing Yi Chun carry Su Ningshuang away, Zhao Shuxian stood in stunned disbelief. What on earth was happening? She could hardly believe her eyes. Was what she had just witnessed real, or merely a figment of her imagination? Previously, Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang's relationship had been rather lukewarm, yet today, in such a short span, they had progressed to a level that could only be described as a genuine couple. Was Yi Chun's earlier indifference merely an act, a facade? Had he been pursuing Su Ningshuang all along, and had he finally won her heart? A torrent of audacious conjectures flooded Zhao Shuxian's mind. She never anticipated that her cousin would possess such prowess in courting women, effortlessly winning over an ice-cold beauty like Su Ningshuang. How remarkable! Regardless of Yi Chun's true progress, she felt an undeniable sense of pride in her role in their union. It was imperative that she treated Yi Chun to a lavish feast as a reward. She had long craved a seafood banquet, particularly royal crabs and lobsters. After all, had she not played a significant part in helping him win over the esteemed campus beauty? It was only reasonable for him to indulge her with a grand meal. Zhao Shuxian remained rooted in place, refraining from pursuing them. Meanwhile, as Yi Chun carried Su Ningshuang outside, numerous onlookers paused in admiration. Whether male or female, even couples couldn't help but steal glances, with the boys envying Yi Chun for having such a stunning girlfriend. The girls gazed enviously at Su Ningshuang, mistakenly believing she was simply fatigued from shopping. With her boyfriend offering a comforting embrace, they longed for a handsome and considerate partner, a quintessential warm-hearted gentleman. Meanwhile, couples witnessing this scene, especially the females, were equally envious of Su Ningshuang, urging their boyfriends to emulate the affectionate gesture. At that moment, Yi Chun, who had just been admiring, found himself in a rather dismal predicament, particularly a slender young man who, upon hearing his plump girlfriend, nearly 200 pounds, requesting to be carried, nearly fainted from the overwhelming reality. After a prolonged wait, Yi Chun finally managed to lift Su Ningshuang into the car. With a sigh of relief, she exhaled deeply, feeling a slight relaxation. At that moment, her face burned hotter than if she had a fever. Yi Chun closed the door and, taking his place in the driver's seat, started the engine, heading swiftly towards the nearest hospital. With meticulous precision, he navigated the Bentley Continental, utilizing his seasoned driving skills to accelerate down the road. As Su Ningshuang observed Yi Chun's earnest profile, her previously quiet heart fluttered unexpectedly. In that moment, He appeared extraordinarily handsome. Was this the sensation of having a caring boyfriend? The warmth enveloped her, alleviating the pain in her ankle. She pondered the possibility of Yichun being her boyfriend one day. Lost in thought, she realized she was bewildered by her own musings. What had she just contemplated? The extraordinary feeling she experienced. Was it the fabled sensation of infatuation? Uncertain. She had never been in love or harbored feelings for any boy. Thus she lacked clarity on what it meant to feel one's heart race. Yet, she acknowledged the emergence of an unfamiliar feeling within her, something delightful and indescribable. In that moment, with Yichun by her side, everything seemed surmountable. Ningshuang had never contemplated what it would be like to have a boyfriend. However, the thought of having a partner who would care for her when she was unwell, listen to her sorrows, and provide comfort during difficult times seemed rather appealing. At that instant, subtle changes began to stir within her. Changes so minor that she herself was oblivious to them. Thanks to Yichun's adept driving, the journey to the hospital, which typically took 20 minutes, was accomplished in just 12 or 13. Had they been in a Ferrari instead of a Bentley, perhaps they would have arrived even sooner. Upon reaching the hospital, Yichun lifted Ningshuang once more and carried her inside. This time, though she felt shy, she was less resistant to the embrace. After navigating through a series of procedures, they stood before the doctor, who inquired about the situation before commencing the examination. After the examination, the doctor turned to Ningshuang and remarked, "Young lady, your boyfriend is quite commendable. Had he not brought you to the hospital in a timely manner, the situation could have been dire." The term boyfriend caused Ningshuang's cheeks to flush once again, despite her earlier calm demeanor. "We are not in a romantic relationship," she replied softly. "Ah, then you should express your gratitude to him. A young man who is so caring and responsible is indeed a rarity these days." The doctor casually commented before proceeding to discuss the condition of Ningshuang's ankle. Thankfully, due to their prompt arrival, the issue was not severe. The doctor prescribed some medication and advised a few days of rest. "Thank you, doctor." Both of them expressed their gratitude as Yichun carried Ningshuang outside. He gently placed her on a nearby bench and went to settle the payment and collect the medication. Due to the need for rest, returning to school was not convenient for Ningshuang, so she decided to call her mother to pick her up and allow her to recuperate at home for a few days. Feeling overly bashful after the earlier events, Ningshuang was reluctant to have Yichun escort her home. Moreover, having Yichun accompany her would surely lead her father to ask numerous questions, which would be quite troublesome. With a plan in mind, Ningshuang dialed her mother. 20 minutes later, her mother arrived in a hurried manner. When she reached the hospital, Yichun was still in line waiting to collect the medication. Although it was evening, the hospital was still bustling with people. "Ningshuang, how are you?" her mother inquired anxiously upon seeing her, concern evident in her tone. "Mom, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle," Ningshuang explained, recounting the entire sequence of events to her mother. "I see. Where's that boy?" Ningshuang's mother asked, glancing around and noticing that her daughter was alone, with no sign of the young man. "He went to get the medication," Ningshuang clarified. "Let us wait for him." "Yes, we should wait a moment. We must properly thank him," her mother agreed. If it weren't for this young man, her daughter might have faced a grave situation today. A few minutes later, Yichun returned with the medication. From a distance, he noticed a gentle-looking middle-aged woman beside Ningshuang. It was clear she was her mother. At that moment, Ningshuang's mother scrutinized him closely. Under her gaze, Yichun felt an unexpected wave of nervousness. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Ningshuang's mother was regarding him in a manner akin to a mother-in-law assessing her daughter's suitor. Chapter 18. Visiting Ningshuang's home? Upon seeing Yichun approach, Ningshuang turned to her mother and announced, "Mom, Yichun is here." Having heard Ningshuang's earlier description, her mother had formed a general impression of him. As a mother, she possesses an intimate understanding of her daughter's character. Ningshuang's mother, having discerned the peculiar tone in her daughter's voice moments ago, suspects that there exists an unusual connection between her daughter and this Yichun. Moreover, her daughter deliberately refrained from mentioning how she had exited the shopping center after twisting her ankle and how she arrived at the hospital. It is evident that her daughter could not have walked out of the shopping center on her own after such an injury. Therefore, the only conclusion is that she must have been supported or carried by Yichun, regardless of which scenario it may be. The fact that her daughter did not object implies a certain normalcy, albeit an unsettling one. Ningshuang's mother knows her daughter well. If her daughter had inadvertently twisted her ankle, She would have categorically refused assistance from any male, given her personality, unless she harbored some degree of fondness for him. Now that her daughter has matured, Su Ningshuang's mother chose not to confront this reality directly. Thus, when she heard her daughter mention Yi Chen's return, she noticed a distinct shift in her gaze towards him, reminiscent of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. Yi Chen was indeed correct in his perception. While her daughter may wish to engage in a romantic relationship, she bears no opposition to it. However, she is adamant about scrutinizing any potential suitor meticulously. Should there be any hint of inadequacy, he must not entertain hopes of being with her daughter. Under the watchful gaze of Su Ningshuang's mother, Yi Chen felt an indescribable sensation. He approached her, greeting her politely, "Hello, Annie." Su Ningshuang's mother nodded in acknowledgement, her initial impression of Yi Chen being quite favorable. The young man displayed commendable manners and had a pleasant appearance. "Su Shuejia, here are the medications." Yi Chen presented the medicine to Su Ningshuang, elaborating on the various methods of administration for each. Observing from the side, Su Ningshuang's mother found herself increasingly impressed with Yi Chen. He showed genuine concern for her daughter and demonstrated a commendable sense of responsibility. Nodding in approval, Su Ningshuang's mother deemed Yi Chen tentatively acceptable. However, should he aspire to become her future son-in-law, further scrutiny was essential. "I've noted it down," Su Ningshuang stated, having committed the instructions to memory after Yi Chen repeated them once. In school, Su Ningshuang is not only renowned as the aloof campus beauty, but also as an exceptional scholar. Her academic achievements being nothing short of remarkable, so much so that she has amassed numerous accolades. Moreover, Yi Chen had previously heard that despite being a top student, Su Ningshuang was not merely a bookish individual. She is multifaceted, excelling in singing, piano, and classical dance, among other talents. Having collected the medication, there was no need to linger in the hospital any longer. Thus, Su Ningshuang's mother and Yi Chen assisted her in exiting, each supporting her on either side. Although Yi Chen would not have minded carrying Su Ningshuang in the same manner as before, he intended no ulterior motives. He merely thought it more convenient and time-efficient to facilitate her exit in this manner. Yes, precisely, he concluded. Yi Chen is a person of integrity. Although he harbored no objections, it was evident that Su Ningshuang's mother would likely disapprove. Thus, Yi Chen found himself delicately assisting Su Ningshuang out of the hospital, flanked by her mother. After several minutes, they managed to escort Su Ningshuang outside. Her mother's vehicle, a luxurious black Mercedes-Benz with a price tag exceeding $1 million, awaited them. From a distance, Yi Chen noted the impressive license plate adorned with the number 888. Upon reaching the car, Yi Chen helped Su Ningshuang into the vehicle. "Xiao Chen, you've worked hard today. Why not come over to our house for a visit?" Su Ningshuang's mother warmly invited him after her daughter was settled in. "Perhaps another time. It's getting a bit late," Yi Chen replied, shaking his head, unable to withstand the scrutinizing gaze her mother cast upon her prospective son-in-law. "Next time, I shall certainly make time to visit you, Auntie," he assured, trying to deflect the invitation. "Very well, it's settled then. Let Ningshuang discuss further with you later." Su Ningshuang's mother responded earnestly, taking his words to heart. "All right then," Yi Chen acquiesced. "Goodbye, Xiao Chen." Su Ningshuang's mother bid farewell as she entered the car. Su Ningshuang also exchanged her goodbyes with Yi Chen. As he watched the Mercedes glide away, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to glance back. "Isn't 88888 the auspicious number of the Su family?" Yi Chen thought in astonishment. Observing the departing vehicle's license plate, he experienced a moment of clarity. Initially, he had dismissed the plate as devoid of significance. However, recalling Su Ningshuang's surname, he had an epiphany. This particular plate was indeed extraordinary. While a plate bearing 3/8 was impressive, it lacked exceptional significance. Yet now, Yi Chen recognized that the plate indicated Su Jia 888, elevating its importance substantially. It seemed that Su Ningshuang's familial background was far more remarkable than he had anticipated. Initially, Yi Chen had presumed Su Ningshuang to be a typical affluent young woman from a privileged family. However, upon seeing the license plate, he surmised that her background was significantly more illustrious than he had imagined. Such a plate would be exceedingly difficult to procure. It is worth noting that while the sequence 88888 is indeed eye-catching and carries prestige, many wealthy individuals and prominent figures tend to avoid such ostentation. Those with substantial identities and backgrounds often prefer to maintain a low profile. Therefore, License plates with special meanings and accompanied by a few auspicious numbers have become the preferred choice among the elite. For instance, the license plate belonging to Su Ningshuang's family, Sujia 888, likely required connections of considerable influence to acquire. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yichun departed and found his Bentley driving away. Upon returning home, he sent a message to his cousin, Zhao Shuxian, informing her of the events that had transpired. After hearing his account, Zhao Shuxian felt a twinge of regret. Yet it made sense upon reflection. After all, how could Yichun possibly catch up to Ningshuang in such a short span of time? Nonetheless, this turn of events was not without merit. It would undoubtedly deepen the bond between Yichun and Ningshuang, which left Zhao Shuxian somewhat satisfied. The only thing that pained her was the seafood feast she had anticipated, which was now lost. She vowed to herself that one day, she would relish that seafood banquet. After concluding her conversation with Zhao Shuxian, Yichun settled onto the sofa, perusing his phone as he awaited the midnight refresh of the gaming store. At that moment, he received an unexpected WeChat message. It was from Su Ningshuang, reaching out to him first. Chapter 19, Store Update, Arrival of Premium Goods. Thank you. Su Ningshuang expressed her gratitude to Yichun for his assistance that evening. Had it not been for him, the situation would have been quite troublesome. You're too kind, Yichun replied. Good night, heart. Su Ningshuang returned his sentiment with a good night, hesitatingly adding a heart emoji. Immediately after sending the message, she shut her phone, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. This was the first time she had wished a boy good night and sent a heart emoji, marking a significant breakthrough for her. Creak. The door gently swung open as Su Ningshuang's mother entered the room. Ningshuang, if you're not feeling well, you should rest early, her mother advised, urging her not to stay up late on her phone. All right, good night, Mom, Su Ningshuang replied. Just as her mother turned to leave, Su Ningshuang suddenly inquired, by the way, Mom, has Dad returned yet? Not yet. He has a business engagement tonight, meeting with several important clients, so he will be home quite late, her mother explained. Su Ningshuang had grown accustomed to her father's late nights due to his work commitments over the years. By the way, Mom, could you please refrain from mentioning anything about Yichun to Dad for now? Su Ningshuang hesitated before softly asking. Her father was a strict and meticulous man. If he learned of Yichun, he would undoubtedly interrogate her and might even send someone to investigate his background, which would be quite bothersome. All right then. Her mother agreed after a moment of contemplation, fully aware of her husband's temperament. It would be unfortunate if her daughter's budding feelings for a boy were to be crushed by her father. Thank you, Mom. Su Ningshuang sighed in relief upon receiving her mother's consent. On the other side, within Yichun's villa, after wishing Su Ningshuang a good night, he exited WeChat. Choosing not to continue the conversation, Su Ningshuang was feeling unwell today and surely needed to rest early. Yichun then resumed his own pursuits. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and at last, Yichun awaited the stroke of midnight. He opened the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Upon entering, he promptly navigated to the shop. As anticipated, the shop had undergone its regular update. Master-level piano performance, priced at 0.8 yuan. Tenfold rebate card, limit 30 million, priced at 15 yuan. Centurion black card, priced at 25 yuan. This time, there were 3 brand new offerings. The first, the master-level piano performance, speaks for itself. It bestows upon the holder a piano-playing proficiency rivaling that of top-tier maestros, a commendable skill indeed. Currently, Yichun held a keen interest in acquiring skills. Previously, he had been quite satisfied with the elite driving skills he had obtained, which had proven invaluable on numerous occasions. Take, for instance, the recent incident of driving Su Ningshuang to the hospital. Without those elite driving skills, Yichun, having just acquired his driver's license, would have taken perhaps half an hour for a 20-minute journey. However, with his mastery of driving, even in a Bentley, he arrived in merely 13 or 14 minutes. If he had been in a sports car, he might have reached his destination in 10 minutes. This clearly underscores the significance of such skills. The master-level piano performance also holds great potential, capable of proving indispensable in various situations. The second item, the tenfold rebate card. While appearing less impressive than the 1,000-fold rebate card Yichun had previously received from the novice gift package, merits deeper consideration. After all, one offers a mere 10-fold return while the other boasts a 1,000-fold. Yet, one must note that the 10-fold rebate card has a limit of 30 million. This means that by investing 3 million, Yichun stands to gain 30 million. Thus calculated, he could profit a staggering 27 million. In contrast, the previous 1,000-fold rebate card had a limit of only 5 million, yielding him a mere 490,000 in profit. The disparity between the two is a staggering 20 million, an astronomical figure that an ordinary person could scarcely dare to dream of in a lifetime. For the average individual, not only would working a lifetime be insufficient, but even 10 lifetimes might not accumulate 2 million. This 10-fold rebate card is exceptionally advantageous. Once Yichun secures it, the few millions in his bank account will swiftly transform into tens of millions. As for the third offering, the Centurion Black Card, it stands as the most prestigious item in this shop. When the term Black Card is mentioned, many recognize its significance, yet few comprehend its true nature. The most renowned Black Card internationally is the Centurion Black Card. Officially known as the American Express Centurion Black Card, it is universally acknowledged as the king of cards. To possess such a card, one must have a net worth of at least 9 figures, with an initiation fee soaring into the tens of thousands, accompanied by an annual fee ranging from 10 to 20,000. The American Express Centurion card is meticulously crafted for an elite clientele, including dignitaries, billionaires, and renowned social figures, all of whom are esteemed cardholders. This prestigious card bestows upon its holders an array of unparalleled services, such as access to prominent global events and exclusive privileges at premier private clubs in major cities worldwide. Additionally, holders enjoy extraordinary benefits in travel, entertainment, and various activities across the globe. The card also grants privileges like racing experiences, expedited airport services, 24-hour private banking, and complimentary stays at top-tier 5-star hotels such as Hilton, Banyan Tree, and Intercontinental. In essence, it symbolizes identity, status, and a vast network of connections. Furthermore, a crucial aspect of the Centurion card is the stringent eligibility criteria for obtaining it. Unlike other types of credit cards, the Centurion card cannot be applied for individually. One can only acquire it through an invitation from existing cardholders or the bank itself. This requirement is exceedingly rigorous, leaving many billionaires and dignitaries denied access. It is quite conceivable that out of numerous billionaires, one might not find a single individual in possession of a Centurion card. To obtain this coveted card, one must possess an exceptionally formidable network. Currently, this illustrious Centurion card, long coveted by countless billionaires and dignitaries, has astonishingly appeared in the one-star mall of a game, priced at merely $2.50. Should this news reach those affluent individuals, they would undoubtedly envy Yichun, who can acquire what they have tirelessly sought through various channels for a mere $2.50. Such is the disparity. After a moment of contemplation, Yichun resolved that his first purchase would undoubtedly be the Centurion card, the most significant item available in the one-star mall. Tomorrow, he would also acquire the 10-fold rebate card, culminating in master-level piano skills. With his decision made, Yichun unhesitatingly spent 25 yuan to procure the Centurion card. Congratulations! Your purchase of the Centurion card was successful and is now placed on your desk. Please check it. The game notified Yichun of his successful acquisition. Turning around, he found a sleek black card resting on his desk, accompanied by the necessary documentation for his new card. The game had meticulously catered to his needs. Yichun examined his first black card for a moment, nodded in satisfaction, and then tucked it into his wallet. Content, he prepared to rest, as he had military training the following day. Meanwhile, various forums, message boards, and social groups at the school buzzed with excitement. They have been engaged in fervent discussion for several hours, from around 8 or 9 in the evening until the stroke of midnight. Despite the passage of time, their debate remains as heated as ever, showing no signs of abating. Chapter 20. What lies within Yichun's wallet? The reason for their fervor is quite simple: a photograph. A snapshot taken clandestinely by several young women in a shopping mall, capturing Yichun embracing Su Ningshuang from behind. This image has sent shockwaves throughout the community. Previously, whether it was delivering water or Yichun and Su Ningshuang disembarking from a vehicle, such occurrences were relatively inconsequential. However, the revelation that Yichun has actually held Su Ningshuang in his arms complicates matters significantly. The implications are profound. Yichun has indeed embraced the esteemed school beauty. And remarkably, she did not resist or struggle. This raises unsettling questions. Could the rumors of their romantic involvement be true? How could this be? One is a mere freshman, new to the university, while the other is the renowned and aloof campus goddess. In just a few days, has Yichun truly captured her heart? This is utterly incredulous. Gazing upon this photograph, everyone is left in a state of astonishment. Previously, most had believed that there was no relationship between Yi Chun and the school beauty. After all, there were rumors debunking the notion that Su Ningshuang had entered Yi Chun's Ferrari at the school gate, suggesting they had not spent the night together. At that time, Su Chuqing's admirers breathed a sigh of relief, even reveling in Yi Chun's misfortune, convinced that he could never measure up to their icy goddess. Yet now, witnessing the image of Yi Chun with Su Ningshuang in his embrace, those who once delighted in Yi Chun's plight are on the verge of tears. What is the meaning of this? Are Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang truly together? All the young men are filled with envy for Yi Chun. Moreover, many others hold him in high regard, marveling at how he has managed to win the affection of the campus beauty so swiftly after his arrival at the university, a true idol. Nevertheless, skepticism persists. After all, this is merely a photograph of their silhouettes, with neither Yi Chun's nor Su Ningshuang's faces fully visible. Detractors question the authenticity of the image, speculating that the couple depicted is simply a pair resembling Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang, or perhaps it is a deliberate fabrication aimed at tarnishing Su Ningshuang's reputation. The argument has escalated to such an extent that even the young women who took the photograph are hesitant to come forward and affirm its legitimacy. They now find themselves gripped by fear and regret for having shared the image. Yet, it is too late. The authenticity of the photograph has sparked a fervent debate among countless individuals, regardless of whether they believe the photograph to be genuine or suspect it to be staged. All are envious of Yi Chun. To be embroiled in rumors with Su Ningshuang is undoubtedly a stroke of extraordinary fortune. If it were them, they would likely wake from dreams, laughing in disbelief at their own luck. They are utterly envious of Yi Chun. At last, several groups of people are set to pay a friendly visit to Yi Chun's dormitory tomorrow evening. The following morning, Yi Chun rose from his slumber and once again encountered the exquisite neighbor, Imo Mengfei, who was jogging. Together, they circled Lingyun Lake for a lap, engaging in pleasant conversation before Yi Chun returned to his villa. After tidying up, he climbed into his Bentley Continental and made his way to school. Upon his arrival at the playground, all eyes instantly turned towards him. This time, Yi Chun's entrance attracted more attention than ever before. Previously, delivering water and such seemed trivial, but cradling the aloof campus Belle in his arms was truly remarkable. Regardless of its veracity, it was impressive, even if it were fabricated. The envy it incited surely brought immense satisfaction. As Yi Chun approached his class, the girls who had encircled him the day prior remained silent, still contemplating the nature of his relationship with Su Ningshuang. In contrast, the boys gazed at Yi Chun with profound admiration. Just yesterday, they had reveled in his misfortune, but today they genuinely respected him. This was the mark of a true powerhouse. While they grappled with their own romantic pursuits, he had already captured the heart of the campus beauty. "Old Yi, we were mistaken yesterday. Is there anyone more beautiful than Su Ningshuang?" they exclaimed. "Your actions are truly unexpected. You are remarkable. To hold Su Ningshuang in your embrace is something to envy." 3 roommates surrounded Yi Chun. Yi Chun inquired, eager to uncover the matter at hand. He casually opened a forum and, indeed, the most popular post featured the photo of him unexpectedly embracing Su Ningshuang. Upon seeing this, Yi Chun felt a wave of frustration. He had hoped that his status as the school's pariah would fade, yet he found himself even more in the spotlight today. All he desired was to play games in peace and become the world's richest man. Why had he become the rumored boyfriend of the aloof campus beauty? Sigh. It was quite bothersome. As time passed, in the afternoon, Yi Chun received a message from his chubby friend. The chubby one, whose real name was Zhao Guan, was Yi Chun's high school classmate and good friend, who had also been accepted into a university in Jiangzhou, not far from Yi Chun's location. Zhao Guan invited Yi Chun to go out that evening. Having not seen him for a while, Yi Chun accepted the invitation. After military training concluded, Yi Chun returned to his villa. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, he grabbed his wallet filled with a black card and drove his Ferrari directly to the bar where he had arranged to meet Zhao Guan. Upon arrival, Yi Chun found Zhao Guan already waiting there. In the venue, aside from Zhao Guan, there were several of his classmates, both male and female. Upon noticing Yi Chun's arrival, Zhao Guan hurried over and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. As Yi Chun stood there, the boys wore expressions devoid of emotion, while several girls were visibly captivated by his high attractiveness. The stout fellow pulled Yi Chun over, and they exchanged brief introductions. Being young, they adhered to no strict protocols, settling down to engage in games together. After a round of play, both Ningshuang and another boy clad in Gucci attire suffered defeat. The victor was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Naturally, in the spirit of the game, a punishment was to be imposed, as had been previously agreed upon. The punishment allowed the winner to designate a task for the losers. With a glance at Ningshuang and the boy in Gucci, the stunning girl contemplated the penalty. How about this? Take out your wallets and let us see what treasures lie within. Given their recent acquaintance, the girl casually suggested a punishment that was not overly arduous. No problem, the boy in Gucci replied nonchalantly. In the next moment, he produced a wallet emblazoned with a recognizable logo and placed it on the table, appearing entirely unconcerned about others inspecting its contents. Ningshuang remained silent, likewise retrieving his wallet. This particular wallet had been purchased during his high school years for a modest sum of 1 to 200 yuan, and he had continued to use it ever since. Side by side, the contrast between the two wallets was stark. Upon viewing the wallets, the majority of onlookers quickly dismissed Ningshuang's, directing their attention entirely towards the other boys. Chapter 21. What is this? The boy dressed in Gucci was named Zheng Anning, rumored to hail from a family of considerable wealth. The wallet he produced instantly captivated everyone's interest, if their eyes did not deceive them. It appeared to be a limited edition piece, seemingly worth several tens of thousands of yuan. A single wallet valued at such a price equated to several years' worth of living expenses for most of the group, leaving them envious. In stark contrast, Ningshuang's wallet was evidently an ordinary one available in shops, lacking any allure. Among the crowd, the only individual intrigued by Ningshuang's wallet was the beautiful girl who had won the game. Her striking beauty surpassed that of the other girls present by several degrees. The reason she had asked the losers to reveal their wallets stemmed largely from her curiosity about the contents of Ningshuang's. The items within a wallet can sometimes reflect various aspects of a person's life. While inspecting a phone could yield even more secrets, it was their first meeting, making it inappropriate to check phones. After a moment's thought, the beautiful girl opted to examine the wallets instead. As for the stout fellow, he was well acquainted with Ningshuang and had seen his wallet numerous times, thus lacking interest. Zheng Anning was the first to act, opening his wallet and instantly capturing the attention of several onlookers. The first item he extracted was a stack of cash, seemingly amounting to several thousand yuan. This was anticipated by all, and no one was surprised. However, what Zheng Anning subsequently produced left the few present in a state of astonishment. From his wallet, Zheng Anning extracted a considerable number of cards, which included both high-end bank cards and several prestigious membership cards. These cards immediately captured the attention of those around him. Wow, how many cards are there? Truly remarkable, as expected of young Master Zheng, they exclaimed, roughly estimating the collection. Among the cards Zheng Anning displayed, there were 4 or 5 bank cards and 5 or 6 membership cards. The platinum card of Marriott International, the gold card of Beijing Golf Club. Each person began to scrutinize these cards, starting with the membership ones. These were all cards from upscale venues, each holding a significant status. Acquiring such a card necessitated substantial annual expenditures, with some potentially requiring 6 figures each year. Incredible. The gold card from Beijing Golf Club, they marveled, recognizing that among these membership cards, the most prestigious was indeed the gold card from Beijing Golf Club. This establishment is the pinnacle of golf clubs in Jiangzhou, frequented by billionaires and dignitaries. The criteria for membership are exceedingly stringent, making Zheng Anning's possession of a gold card there truly impressive. After examining the membership cards, their gaze shifted to the bank cards. These too were not ordinary. Most were gold or platinum cards. What type of bank card is this one from Construction Bank? I've never seen it before, a young man remarked, pointing to an unfamiliar card with curiosity. Following his gaze, the others furrowed their brows in confusion. What card is this? They wondered, equally unfamiliar with it. This card is the diamond card from Construction Bank, Zheng Anning casually replied after a glance. A diamond card from Construction Bank? I was only aware of gold and platinum cards. I had no idea a diamond card existed. The group appeared astonished, as this information was new to them. Young Master Zheng, what are the requirements to obtain such a diamond card? The young man inquired again. Requirements? Zheng Anning pondered briefly before responding calmly. I believe it is not particularly difficult. One simply needs personal assets exceeding 10 million, with an annual expenditure of no less than 300,000. Personal assets exceeding 10 million. At his declaration, the atmosphere shifted and the group became unsettled. My goodness, to possess such a diamond card from Construction Bank, one must have assets exceeding 10 million. They were utterly taken aback. If Zheng Anning held such a diamond card, did that not imply his personal assets surpassed 10 million? Upon contemplating this, several individuals were left in a state of astonishment, particularly when recalling Zheng Anning's earlier remark that obtaining such a diamond card was not exceedingly difficult. The implication was clear: possessing 10 million in assets was not an insurmountable feat. Is this what is referred to as ostentation? Gulp, gulp. One could only admire the prowess of Zheng Xiao, who possessed such an impressive construction bank diamond card. After a brief moment of bewilderment, both the young men and women began to fawn over Zheng Anning, relishing the flattery from his peers. Zheng Anning felt himself float on air. To speak candidly, this diamond card did not belong to him. It was his father's. Moreover, the card's balance was hardly substantial. In a bid to impress, Zheng Anning had surreptitiously appropriated the card from his father. He had utilized this construction bank diamond card to dazzle several times before, each instance proving remarkably successful. Apart from some cash and these bank cards, Zheng Anning's wallet contained little else. Meanwhile, Yichen had been nearly overlooked by the group. What good is good looks if they cannot be transformed into sustenance? By the way, Yi, wouldn't you care to showcase your wallet? In the midst of the group's adulation towards Zheng Anning, the most beautiful girl suddenly directed her words towards Yichen. She was the only one. After inspecting Zheng Anning's wallet, still intrigued by Yichen's, upon hearing the beautiful girl's invitation, the others reluctantly turned their attention towards him. Very well. Yichen nodded and opened his wallet. The contents of Yichen's wallet were even more sparse. Apart from his identification card, it contained merely 2 bank cards. One was the most ordinary type, while the other was a sleek black card. The others noticed this black card, piquing their curiosity, as they had never encountered one before. However, given its presence alongside the ordinary card, they did not inquire further, speculating that it was simply a newly issued card. After inspecting Yichen's wallet, the group resumed their praise of Zheng Anning. Just then, a young man, adorned in the attire of a wealthy scion, sauntered past. Upon seeing him, Zheng Anning's eyes lit up. Huang Xiao. Zheng Anning quickly rose and respectfully called out. The young man turned, surprised by the call. Xiao Zheng, is that you? Upon recognizing Zheng Anning, he nodded slightly, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiao Zheng. Huang Xiao? Listening to the mutual addresses exchanged between Zheng Anning and this young man left everyone bewildered. The highly esteemed Zheng Anning, known as Zheng Xiao, was reduced to Xiao Zheng in the presence of this Huang Xiao. What, then, was the status of Huang Xiao? The group could scarcely fathom. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Huang Hai, Huang Xiao, Zheng Anning proclaimed to the assembly. Greetings, Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao. Several individuals hurriedly greeted Huang Xiao, eager to establish a familiar rapport with him. Huang Hai responded with a nonchalant turning to leave without uttering another word. They were unworthy of his attention. However, just as Huang Hai was about to depart, he suddenly caught sight of the black card in front of Yichen, and his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 22. Young Master of Jiangzhou. You may call me Xiao Huang, Chengge. Huang Hai gazed intently at the black card before Yichen, his eyes widening in disbelief. The peculiar expression on Huang Xiao's face left the others bewildered. What was happening? What was wrong with Huang Xiao? Huang Xiao, what is this? After a brief hesitation, Zheng Anning stepped beside Huang Hai, inquiring with utmost respect. It seemed Huang Hai did not hear Zheng Anning's question. Instead, he took a step forward, trembling as he reached for the black card before Yichen, scrutinizing it closely. This action only deepened the confusion among the onlookers. Why was Huang Xiao so fixated on Yichen's bank card? After examining it thoroughly, Huang Hai swallowed hard, filled with envy, and then politely inquired of Yichen. May I ask if this Centurion black card belongs to you? Centurion black card? The mere mention of this illustrious card sent shockwaves through everyone present. Although they had never seen it, they had certainly heard of the Centurion black card's esteemed reputation. It was said to be the epitome of bank cards, owned solely by billionaires. Could it be that Yichen possessed the legendary Centurion black card? How could that be possible? The crowd was stunned, unable to believe their own speculations. After all, in their minds, Yichen was just an ordinary university student, with perhaps a slightly higher level of attractiveness than themselves. Yet, he bore no resemblance to a wealthy individual. In their eyes, a true tycoon resembled someone like Zheng Anning, adorned in luxury brands, even carrying a wallet that exuded opulence. While they had been astonished by the color of Yichen's bank card earlier, None had ventured to associate it with a black card. But now, they were all taken aback. "It is mine," Yi Chen affirmed with a nod. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's confirmation, everyone was utterly convinced. Was Yi Chen truly the holder of the fabled Centurion black card? The realization that Yi Chen was a black card owner was simply astounding. Huang Hai reverently returned the Centurion black card to Yi Chen. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire your name?" Huang Xiao asked excitedly, curiosity evident in his voice. "Yi Chen, greetings." "Chen Gu, I am Huang Hai. You may call me Xiao Huang," Huang Xiao replied with utmost courtesy. "Xiao Huang." The group stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom what they had just heard. In the eyes of others, the illustrious Huang Xiao was now being addressed as Little Huang by Yi Chen. Did this not imply that Yi Chen was far more formidable than him? "Brother Chen, may I sit for a moment?" Huang Hai inquired tentatively. Yi Chen nodded. Observing this, Huang Hai promptly took a seat beside Yi Chen, showering him with flattery. Meanwhile, Zheng Anning and the others stood frozen, resembling wooden carvings. Among them, Zheng Anning was the most astonished. He was well aware of Huang Xiao's prowess. Huang Xiao hailed from a prominent family and was a true young master, revered throughout Jiangzhou. In comparison, he felt utterly insignificant. Yet now, this distinguished young master was behaving like a junior, constantly seeking to please Yi Chen. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. It turned out that this seemingly unassuming Yi Chen was indeed a concealed magnate. "Brother Chen, I raise my glass to you." "No, I raise it to you, esteemed sir," Zheng Anning responded with remarkable alacrity, lifting a glass of wine in utmost reverence towards Yi Chen. "I drove here, so I won't be drinking," Yi Chen gestured dismissively. "I see." Zheng Anning pondered momentarily before promptly exchanging the wine for juice, raising it once more in tribute to Yi Chen. Soon, Zheng Anning joined the ranks of those eager to curry favor with Yi Chen. The previously indifferent individuals began to expend great effort in flattering him. A beautiful girl gazed at Yi Chen, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Her intuition had indeed been correct. This young man was extraordinary, and the present moment validated her perception. After a while, Yi Chen found the atmosphere rather dull and decided to take his leave. "By the way, Brother Chen, where do you reside? I would love to visit you sometime," Huang Hai exclaimed as he noticed Yi Chen preparing to depart. "I recently moved into Villa number 8 at Lingyun Tiangong." Yi Chen casually responded. "Moved into Villa number 8 at Lingyun Tiangong? Goodness." This revelation left everyone once again in astonishment, Huang Hai included. Lingyun Tiangong was one of the most prestigious villa districts in Jiangzhou, and the fact that Yi Chen resided there was nothing short of remarkable. Such a person of immense wealth and status remained so understated. Zheng Anning was equally taken aback, resolving to learn from Brother Chen and adopt a more modest lifestyle. Eschewing extravagant displays of wealth, Huang Hai, possessing greater knowledge than the others, found it difficult to remain composed. He recognized that Villa No. 8 in the Lingyun Tiangong was among the largest in the area, undoubtedly one of Jiangzhou's premier luxury residences. He never anticipated that Brother Chen would reside there. The security in such a top-tier villa district was exceedingly stringent. Even if he wished to visit Brother Chen, entry would be impossible. "Brother Chen, why not add each other on WeChat?" Huang Hai, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to connect with Yi Chen, implored once more. Ultimately, swayed by Huang Hai's earnest entreaty, Yi Chen acquiesced. Nearby, a striking young woman approached and added Yi Chen on WeChat as well. As for the others, recalling their prior neglect of Yi Chen, they naturally refrained from making the same overture. The portly fellow also wished to depart, prompting Yi Chen to offer him a ride back to school. Upon exiting the bar, the group was envious to discover that Yi Chen's vehicle was a Ferrari worth over 5 million. Huang Hai personally opened the car door for Yi Chen, bidding farewell as he and the portly fellow drove away. Once Yi Chen had vanished from sight, Huang Hai resumed his earlier demeanor of aloof arrogance before taking his leave. Only Zheng Anning and her companions remained, lost in their thoughts. Inside the car, the portly fellow struggled to comprehend the turn of events. He was still grappling with the fact that his former classmate, once a familiar friend, had transformed into a scion of wealth. How had he morphed into a rich heir, or perhaps even a wealthy magnate? Driving a Ferrari, residing in a villa, and wielding the fabled black card. Was this merely a figment of his imagination? He touched the Ferrari, finally convinced of its authenticity. "Old Yi, you've struck it rich," he exclaimed. "Old Yi, how could such a significant change occur in such a short time?" The portly fellow could not contain his curiosity. "Did you win the lottery?" No, that can't be right. Even winning the lottery wouldn't yield this much money. Enough with the charade, my friend. I'll come clean. I've caught the eye of a wealthy woman, Yichen jested earnestly. Caught the eye of a wealthy woman? With you, that might actually be plausible, the portly fellow responded. Chapter 23. My dear? A reward worth 300 million upon hearing Yichen's revelation. The portly fellow blurted out, You truly have caught the eye of a wealthy woman? However, as he gazed upon Yichen's handsome visage, he suddenly found the notion to be less improbable. Is it truly so? He ventured, still harboring doubt. Not a wealthy woman, but my dear, Yichen corrected him playfully. Lost in contemplation, the portly fellow pondered the implications, yet as he noticed the faint smile gracing Yichen's lips, the truth dawned upon him. You scoundrel! If you weren't going to say anything, you should have kept it to yourself, he retorted, choosing not to press further. Yichen dropped the portly fellow off near his school before returning to his own villa. As time passed, a few days later, the military training concluded successfully. That evening, to welcome the new students, the school organized a freshman welcome gala. Ningshuang, having returned to school the previous day with her health nearly restored, attended the event alongside some classmates. The gala featured numerous performances, but undoubtedly, the highlight for the newcomers was the captivating dances performed by the beautiful senior girls. As the evening progressed smoothly, behind the scenes, the head of the publicity department, Supercar, was engaged in discussions with several members regarding an important segment of the evening's program. In an effort to enhance interaction and enliven the entire freshman gala, they, with the approval of their leaders, introduced a unique segment. This involved randomly selecting a fortunate audience member to perform a spontaneous act, whether it be singing, dancing, magic, or even a comedic routine. Soon, the chosen one would be revealed. Supercar pulled out his phone and displayed a photograph to a few companions, saying, Is the lucky audience member predetermined? Intrigued, they glanced at the screen. There, on Supercar's phone, was a picture of Yichen and Ningshuang, capturing the moment when Ningshuang delivered water to Yichen on the first day of military training, an incident that had been secretly photographed. At that moment, Supercar had indeed singled out Yichen. After just a glance at the photograph, the group comprehended Supercar's intentions. His actions were certainly not motivated by goodwill towards Yichen. Having spent considerable time in the publicity department, they were well aware that Minister Supercar was an admirer of Ningshuang. He had even confessed his feelings to her, only to be met with an unequivocal rejection. Now, by orchestrating the selection of Yichen as the lucky audience member, Supercar clearly aimed to humiliate him. What's the matter? Is there an issue? Supercar inquired. Understanding the situation, he immediately set out to locate Yichen. Naturally, the others had no objections. Just wait. Yichen, Supercar smirked coldly. Initially, the selection of a lucky audience member was intended to foster engagement and elevate the atmosphere. However, upon seeing the photograph of Yichen embracing Ningshuang, Supercar's temper flared. How could his goddess be embraced by another man? This was utterly intolerable. Thus, he devised this scheme. As long as he and a few accomplices remained silent, who would suspect that the selection of the lucky audience member had been rigged? Once Yichen was chosen, the real drama would unfold. Previously, he had discreetly inquired and discovered that Yichen seemingly possessed no remarkable talents. Therefore, it was highly probable that Yichen would refuse when selected. To turn down such an opportunity in front of a large audience would undoubtedly be a blow to his dignity. Moreover, Supercar had noticed that Ningshuang was also present. Consequently, Yichen would be humiliated before her eyes, which would be utterly delightful to witness. Of course, aside from rejection, there existed the possibility that Yichen might acquiesce. After all, with so many eyes upon him, especially Ningshuang's, he might feel compelled to face the music and agree. This would be even better. Lacking any discernible talent, Yichen would surely make a fool of himself on stage, resulting in a spectacle of equal intrigue. Regardless of the path he chose, the outcome would be unfavorable. This was precisely the outcome Supercar anticipated. He paid no mind to the authenticity of the photograph depicting Yichen and Ningshuang, even if it is fabricated. Daring to spread rumors with the illustrious Su Schoolflower, this Yichen must face the consequences. This marks the first instance of gossip surrounding the Su Schoolflower. As the performance concluded, the selection of a fortunate audience member commenced. Among the crowd, some were filled with excitement, yearning to be chosen, eager to showcase their talents before their peers. Conversely, Others silently prayed to avoid selection, fearing embarrassment for their lack of skills. Before long, the lights dimmed, leaving only a solitary white beam that began to swirl around the venue. Ultimately, this beam unmistakably illuminated Yichun. The machinations of Sutai Ran were officially set in motion. All right, the lucky audience member has been selected, and it is this student, the host announced with enthusiasm. Instantly, all eyes in the audience turned to Yichun, particularly those who were familiar with him or had heard of his name, all utterly astonished that he was the final choice. Yichun himself was taken aback by the serendipity of it all. Suddenly, his phone chimed. He had been checking it moments before. Upon glancing at the new message, he discovered it was from the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. He quickly opened it. Challenge issued. No longer in the shadows. Take the stage to showcase your talents, allowing everyone to recognize your prowess. Challenge reward. Become the president of Yilan Talent Agency, acquiring 30 ownership of Yilan Talent Agency, valued at 300 million. Yichun was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a generous reward for this challenge. Not only would he become the president of the Yilan Talent Agency, but he would also gain 30 ownership. Worth 300 million? This challenge was a must complete. It was the most significant reward Yichun had ever encountered. He pocketed his phone, already having made a decision. Soon, a staff member approached and escorted Yichun to the stage, while another handed him a microphone. What shall we call this student? The host inquired politely. Yichun. He replied. Do you possess any talents, Yichun? The host continued. If so, would you kindly share them with us? If not, it's perfectly fine to decline. I can play the piano, Yichun responded after a moment's contemplation. He had recently purchased a master-level piano performance skill from the game store. Little did he know that mere days later, he would have the opportunity to utilize it. The host was taken aback by Yichun's response. This contradicted what Sutai Ran had informed him earlier. Was Yichun not supposed to be devoid of any talents? How could he play the piano? Behind the scenes, Sutai Ran wore a similarly perplexed expression. This was not consistent with his findings. When had Yichun learned to play the piano? Observing Ye's relaxed demeanor, one could easily surmise that he possesses considerable prowess on the piano. The host, seasoned in his craft and having emceed numerous grand events, quickly caught on to the situation. Just average, Yichun casually replied, believing that his current piano skills were indeed quite modest, falling short of those of the world's top maestros. Just average? Upon hearing this, the host nodded, finding it manageable. Behind the scenes, Sutai Ran exhaled a sigh of relief, a smirk creeping onto his face. If Ye's playing was merely average, then that was splendid news. Chapter 24. How did the welcome party transform into a display of affection? Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Sutai Ran's mind. Yichun, you can play the piano, right? Very well, indeed. He hurriedly communicated this to the host via his earpiece. After listening, the host nodded in understanding. Yi, we've already heard a standard piano performance, the host began. Earlier, there was a segment featuring a piano piece. I wonder if you might be capable of performing a duet. A duet, in simple terms, involves two individuals seated together at one piano, a feat of considerable difficulty. Upon hearing this phrase, the audience, previously disinterested, suddenly perked up. They had only witnessed such impressive performances on television and were eager to witness one in person today. That could work, Yichun nodded. That would be splendid. The host responded. Let me find an audience member to join you for a duet. With that, the host stepped forward and addressed the audience. Is there anyone here who can play the piano? Please volunteer. However, the previously enthusiastic audience fell silent. The number of individuals who could play the piano was already scarce, let alone those capable of performing a duet. The atmosphere grew still, with not a single hand raised. Meanwhile, Sutai Ran quietly emerged from backstage and made his way to the audience. This plan had come to him suddenly. Unfortunately for Yichun, Sutai Ran had been playing the piano since childhood and was quite skilled. In fact, he had even devoted a year to learning the complexities of duets to impress the ladies. Thus, when Yichun mentioned his piano abilities, Sutai Ran seized the opportunity. He believed he was the only one in the venue who could both play the piano and perform a duet. He was eager to take the stage. Today, with Su, the campus beauty, in attendance, he decided to raise his hand and join Yichun in performance. In that moment, juxtaposing his superior skills against Yichun's average proficiency would highlight his own excellence perfectly. Su, the campus beauty, intuitively grasped his intentions. As Sutai Ran stepped into the audience, he did not hastily raise his hand. Instead, he surveyed the area. Not a single person in the crowd had raised their hand. Oh, it was exactly as he had envisioned. The opportunity to flaunt his superiority, to overshadow Yi Chun, and to win the affections of the esteemed Su Xiaohua was imminently upon him. As he pondered this, a victorious smile spread across Su Tairan's face. I am willing to perform alongside Yi Chun. However, just as Su Tairan reveled in his triumph, an unexpected voice emerged from behind. Suddenly, everyone turned to look. As the audience beheld the individual who had stepped forward, they were left in a state of shock, unable to believe their eyes. How could this be? This voice jolted Su Tairan from his reverie. He turned to see who had risen, equally dumbfounded. Su Xiaohua. How could she have stood up? Indeed, the very person who had taken the initiative to perform with Yi Chun was none other than Su Ningshuang. Staring at Su Ningshuang, Su Tairan was utterly flabbergasted. The turn of events had far exceeded his expectations. He had never anticipated that Su Xiaohua would step forward. At that moment, Su Tairan's mind was in a haze. With determination, Su Ningshuang stepped forward. To speak candidly, she was indeed proficient at playing the piano and did so quite well. However, she had little experience with forehand performances. Her character typically would not have led her to take such a stand. Yet, upon observing that no one else was willing to accompany Yi Chun in playing, and seeing Yi Chun's evident discomfort, she decided to step forward, motivated by gratitude for his previous assistance when she had injured her ankle. On stage, the host was equally astonished to see Su Ningshuang emerge. How had the situation taken such a turn? Wasn't it supposed to be Su Tairan who stepped up? While the host was momentarily taken aback, Su Ningshuang had already ascended the stage. By the time the host regained composure, it was too late. There was no way to assist Su Tairan now. Reluctantly, the host announced that Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang would perform together. Several staff members brought a piano onto the stage. Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang conferred briefly before taking their seats at the piano. The sight stirred envy among all the boys present. They too wished to be seated so closely with Su Xiaohua. Now, please welcome Yi Chun and Su Xiaohua for a performance of the renowned piano piece The Butterfly Lovers. Let us give them a warm round of applause. The host proclaimed loudly. The Butterfly Lovers was an exceedingly famous forehand piano piece. I wonder how you will manage not to hinder Su Xiaohua, Yi Chun. Su Tairan muttered with a glare directed at him. At that moment, he was consumed by jealousy, envious of Yi Chun's opportunity to play alongside Su Xiaohua. He regretted not having raised his hand first. Had he done so, Yi Chun would not have had the chance to perform with her. The events have transpired, and it is now too late. At this moment, Su Tairan can only envy Yi Chun while secretly wishing for him to falter, dragging the school beauty, Su Ningshuang, down with him. Just moments ago, Yi Chun had claimed that his performance was merely mediocre. Soon, Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang began to play together. The enchanting music filled the air, and in an instant, all the audience members were captivated by the sound of the piano. At that moment, everyone experienced a peculiar illusion. As if Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang, seated on the stage, had transformed into a pair of star-crossed lovers akin to Liang Shanbua and Zhu Tai. The couple truly complemented each other. Their talents harmonized so perfectly that it would not be an exaggeration to describe their connection as a meeting of minds. After some time of admiration, the audience began to sense something awry. Wasn't this the freshman welcome party? Why did it suddenly feel like a scene brimming with romantic gestures? Especially for the single attendees, it felt quite unfriendly. They had come merely to enjoy the show, not to be inundated with displays of affection. It felt as though they had received 1,000 blows to the heart. As for Su Tairan, he was utterly bewildered. He could hardly believe his ears. Was this truly what Yi Chun referred to as merely average? This was far beyond that, comparable to the prowess of renowned pianists in the country. He mentally berated himself, realizing how significantly Yi Chun surpassed him. In that moment, regret washed over Su Tairan. He had originally intended for Yi Chun to humiliate himself. How had it transformed into a showcase of Yi Chun's talents and a means for him to woo the school beauty? If Su Tairan were aware that it was his suggestion of a duet that prompted Su Ningshuang to step forward, he would likely be infuriated. He had wished for Yi Chun to embarrass himself in front of everyone, including Su Ningshuang, yet the outcome had instead fostered their budding romance. Su Tairan was utterly dismayed. Meanwhile, as the music gradually faded, Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang concluded their performance. Instantly, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Chapter 25. The transformation of Su Ningshuang. Although all the spectators felt as though they had been force-fed a hefty dose of romantic fare, leaving them somewhat displeased. The truth remains that their performance was exceptional, particularly Yi Chen's. The audience applauded wholeheartedly. In this moment, even Ningshuang's admirers could not help but applaud Yi Chen. Despite considering him a rival, as they believed, they had to admit that Yi Chen's playing was indeed remarkable. Observing Yi Chen and Ningshuang together, everyone felt they were a perfect match. The only person who did not join in the applause was Su Tai Ran, who sat there, filled with astonishment and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that it was Yi Chen who had played just moments ago. Was this truly the level of mastery he had achieved? Was this what Yi Chen referred to as merely average? Su Tai Ran felt as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it upon his own foot. In selecting Yi Chen as the fortunate audience member, he intended to play a trick on him. Unexpectedly, he ended up facilitating a deeper understanding between Yi Chen and Ningshuang. The more he pondered, the angrier Su Tai Ran became. With a sharp slap, he could no longer restrain himself. The onlookers beside him, witnessing this inexplicable act of self-inflicted punishment, were taken aback. After a moment of stunned silence, they distanced themselves, astonished that such eccentricity existed within the university. As Yi Chen and Ningshuang concluded their performance, they gradually rose. Their playing was exquisite, prompting the audience to applaud fervently for Yi Chen and the enchanting Su Schoolflower. The host took to the stage, expressing heartfelt sentiments. Another round of enthusiastic applause ensued. Once Yi Chen and Ningshuang descended from the stage, they parted ways. As Ningshuang watched Yi Chen stride towards his class, her curiosity about him deepened. Her decision to perform with him was intended to alleviate his embarrassment. The joint performance demanded considerable skill. Initially, she assumed Yi Chen's piano proficiency would be on par with her own. However, during their duet, she was genuinely astonished by his remarkable talent, which could only be described as masterful. There were moments when she nearly faltered, yet Yi Chen adeptly supported her. Yi Chen turned out to be a hidden gem. In Ningshuang's mind, her perception of Yi Chen began to transform subtly, so subtly, in fact, that she herself scarcely noticed the change. Old Yi, I had no idea you were so multifaceted, she thought. Well done, Old Yi. Your performance was astonishing. To play the piano alongside the Su Schoolflower. You truly are fortunate. Upon returning to his classroom, familiar classmates hurriedly gathered around Yi Chen, expressing their admiration. It was just average, Yi Chen replied modestly. He then sought a quiet corner to sit down. Once assured that no one was paying him any mind, he eagerly retrieved his phone. The reward from this challenge was what Yi Chen valued most. It was worth 300 million. How could one not be thrilled? Upon securing this reward, his worth would skyrocket to 500 million. Excitedly, Yi Chen opened the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Challenge completed. Congratulations. You have acquired 30 ownership of Yilan Entertainment Company, becoming the president of Yilan Entertainment. The acquisition contract has been placed on your office desk in your villa. Please check it. Experience points gained, 7. Points earned, 3. As soon as he opened his phone, a notification popped up. The challenge had been successfully completed. And not only had Yi Chen gained ownership of the 300 million valued Yilan Entertainment Company and become its president, but he had also earned 7 experience points and 3 additional points. This can be considered a delightful surprise. Yi Chen casually checked his level. Player level, 1, 20100. Mall level, 1-star mall, 1850. At this moment, Yi Chen had already acquired 20 experience points and 18 credits. The prospect of leveling up was drawing nearer. Yi Chen felt quite satisfied. Would you like to view the specific information of Yilan Entertainment Company? Suddenly, another prompt appeared. The game was considerate enough to prepare the information of Yilan Entertainment Company for Yi Chen. View. Yi Chen was not well acquainted with Yilan Entertainment Company, and now that the information was available, how could he resist? After all, he was now the president of Yilan Entertainment Company. A part of the company was indeed his. Soon, the information about Yilan Entertainment Company appeared in the game. Yi Chen skimmed through it and gained a clear understanding. Yilan Entertainment Company was founded 3 years ago by several entrepreneurs. Its primary business is the cultivation of internet celebrities and streamers, mainly focusing on platforms like Douyin and Sharkliff. To date, Yilan Entertainment Company has reached a staggering valuation of 1 billion. The company has successfully nurtured several internet celebrities with millions of followers on Douyin and has also developed numerous promising streamers on Sharkliff. With the explosive growth of the short video and live streaming industries, Yilan Entertainment Company is undoubtedly thriving. This also indicates that although Yichen currently holds a 30 stake valued at 300 million, it is highly likely to exceed 300 million in a year. More importantly, Yilan Entertainment Company is located in Jiangzhou. After reading, Yichen felt immensely pleased. He planned to take a tour. After all, as the newly appointed president, it was essential to conduct an inspection. With the 30 ownership of Yilan Entertainment Company, Yichen's net worth had smoothly surpassed 500 million. Yichen felt a surge of emotion. This game truly lives up to its title. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest man. Having invested only a modest amount, his wealth had skyrocketed countless times, transforming him into a billionaire. Who could have imagined that not long ago? Yichen was merely an ordinary student stepping into university. Now, he had become the owner of a top-tier restaurant, a shopping center, and a large economic company. The game, with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest man, is indeed legendary. With military training concluded, tomorrow coincidentally was Saturday, a day of rest. Yichen checked the address of Yilan Entertainment Company and decided to pay a visit the next day. At the same time, Yichen became the owner of Yilan Entertainment Company. A gathering of high-ranking officials of the company was convened in the conference room. The president of Yilan Entertainment Company announced to everyone that a mysterious billionaire had acquired the full ownership of the company. From now on, the presidency of the company would change hands. Upon hearing the news, a wave of astonishment swept through the senior executives of the company. This was rather abrupt. Yet such occurrences are commonplace within this industry. I possess limited knowledge of our future superior, save for his name, Yichen. The former president spoke a few words before departing, leaving the remaining executives engaged in fervent discussion. What manner of person could this Mr. Yi be? As the adage goes, a new ruler brings new ministers. With a change in leadership, we must commit ourselves to our work with even greater diligence. Each individual harbored their own thoughts and strategies on how to curry favor with the new boss, Yichen. Excuse me, everyone, may I have your attention? At that moment, a man in his 30s or 40s stepped forward. He was Yang Xueming, the general manager of Yilan Agency, second in command only to the president. Now that the presidency has transferred to Mr. Yi, I believe we should reach out to him without delay, Yang Xueming suggested. The former president had already provided Yichen's contact information. I concur, others nodded in agreement. With a hint of nervousness, Yang Xueming picked up his phone and dialed Yichen's number. Shortly, the call was connected. Is this Mr. Yi? This is Yang Xueming, the general manager of Yilan Agency. Yes, Manager Yang, came Yichen's voice from the other end. We have just learned of your acquisition of the company. Do you have any instructions for us? I plan to visit the company tomorrow morning. Beyond that, there is nothing else, Yichen replied. Understood. I will ensure everything is prepared for your arrival, Yang Xueming responded. Eager to make a good impression, after hanging up, he relayed the news of Yichen's visit to the others present. Instantly, a wave of tension enveloped the room. The prospect of meeting the new boss was nerve-wracking. Everyone must be on their toes tomorrow. We must leave a favorable impression on Mr. Yi, Yang Xueming reiterated, emphasizing the significance of first impressions. As time passed, a new day dawned. After enduring military training, Yichen indulged in a well-deserved lie-in. In the morning, he drove his Ferrari directly to Yilan Agency. Chapter 26. You will be immediately dismissed at Yilan Agency. All the senior executives awaited anxiously. Following the navigation, 30 minutes later, Yichen arrived at the agency's premises. After parking his car, he alighted slowly, curiously surveying his surroundings. Yilan Agency occupied a modest office building, with one portion serving as the workspace for various departments, while another section had been transformed into independent live-streaming studios for the company's hosts. The environment surrounding Yilan Agency was quite pleasant. As Yichen was about to approach the entrance of Yilan Entertainment Agency, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. A rare pink Lamborghini glided into view, ultimately coming to a halt in front of the agency. Shortly thereafter, a tall woman donned in sunglasses gracefully descended from the vehicle. This woman possessed striking beauty, unmistakably embodying the archetype of an internet celebrity. Upon exiting the car, she arrogantly surveyed her surroundings, her gaze eventually landing on Yichen. Are you also affiliated with Yilan Entertainment? She inquired, her tone lofty. Sort of. I just joined the company yesterday, Yichen replied thoughtfully, nodding. Upon receiving his affirmation, the woman tossed the Lamborghini's keys at Yichen. Park the car somewhere, she commanded, treating him as if he were merely a valet. Yichen stared at her in bewilderment. What was happening? Wasn't he here to inspect the company? How had he suddenly become a parking attendant? Do it yourself, he retorted, flinging the keys back to her. Despite her beauty and the allure of her numerous admirers, Yichen was not inclined to indulge her. Even disregarding his current status, he would not cater to her whims. Excuse me? The woman, momentarily taken aback by Yichen's refusal, was clearly unaccustomed to such treatment. Typically, wherever she went, there were countless men eager to offer their assistance, reveling in the honor of parking her car. Yet now, she found herself rejected by a mere newcomer at Yilan Entertainment. Are you truly going to refuse me, a newcomer? She countered incredulously. Do you know who I am? I am Ningshuang. Yichen shook his head, genuinely unfamiliar with the name. The woman's frustration escalated. She was one of the pillars of Yilan Entertainment, a major influencer with millions of followers on Douyin. Believe me, with a single word, I can have you dismissed from the company, she threatened. Really? Yichen chuckled, finding her assertion amusing. In fact, within the entire Yilan Entertainment agency, he suspected that no one else could wield such power over his fate. Is that so? Ningshuang seethed at his skepticism. Just wait. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone, preparing to make a call. Sierra, please don't be upset, Yichen interjected. Suddenly, a tall girl clad in a white shirt approached, swiftly intervening to persuade Ningshuang. The once relatively attractive Ningshuang now appeared rather ordinary in comparison to this statuesque figure. The girl, an epitome of beauty, belonged to the realm of campus goddesses. She was merely a newcomer to the company, freshly graduated and naive to the ways of the world. The tall girl instinctively perceived Yichen as a recent graduate, just stepping into the workforce. Moments ago, Bai Hanyin had exited the company and fortuitously overheard the altercation between Yichen and Ningshuang. For reasons unknown, gazing at Yichen, she was reminded of her own struggles upon graduation last year, when her ignorance had led to considerable turmoil. Had someone intervened on her behalf back then, perhaps she would not have faced dismissal from her previous job. Now, witnessing Yichen's predicament, Bai Hanyin felt compelled to step forward and advocate for him. Huh? Just graduated and knows nothing? Ningshuang scoffed. Sierra, Bai Hanyin began again. Silence. Ningshuang's patience had worn thin. Bai Hanyin felt a pang of injustice. Yet she remained resolute. Having decided to assist this young man, she was determined not to falter. As Bai Hanyin prepared to further explain on Yichen's behalf, he preemptively halted her, saying, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need to placate Ningshuang for my sake. You just graduated. This could lead to significant disadvantages. Bai Hanyin explained, recalling her own experience where her naivety resulted in termination, leaving her without a single cent of salary for months. Just wait. Ningshuang confidently dialed a number. Uncle Lu, I was insulted by a new employee at the company entrance. Once connected, she distorted the truth. Uncle Lu, a supervisor at Yilan Entertainment and a high-ranking official, had a close relationship with her father and served as Ningshuang's pillar of support. Her audacity within Yilan Entertainment stemmed not only from her own popularity, but also from her connection to Uncle Lu. All right, I'll come and see, Supervisor Lu replied. Hanging up the phone. Old Lu, what happened? Yang Xueming inquired, surprised at the change in Lu's demeanor. At that moment, Yang Xueming and several other executives awaited Ye's arrival in the conference room. Nothing much, just a minor incident involving Ningshuang outside the company, Supervisor Lu clarified. Upon hearing this, Yang Xueming's expression shifted. He was well aware of Ningshuang's domineering nature, yet due to her status as a cornerstone of Yilan Entertainment and Lu's influence, he chose to turn a blind eye. Now, General Yi is about to arrive, and Ningshuang is causing a ruckus at the company entrance. What if General Yi sees this and becomes displeased? Can Ningshuang bear such responsibility? Let us go and have a look, so that Ningshuang can calm down a bit. Checking the time, General Yi is nearly here, and we can just as well go and greet him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Xueming made his decision. The others in the conference room could no longer sit still, and thus unanimously agreed to accompany him to the company entrance to welcome General Yi. Soon, under Yang Xueming's lead, a throng of senior executives made their way toward the entrance of the company. Just wait. Soon it will be your turn to weep. Ningshuang smugly told Yichen. Sister Sierra, Bai Hanyin was well aware of Ningshuang's influence within the company. Once Ningshuang took action, it was highly likely that the young man would be dismissed. Finding a job these days is exceedingly difficult, and comparatively, the remuneration at Yilan Entertainment is quite favorable. For a recent graduate, entering such a company is a formidable challenge. At that moment, Hurried footsteps echoed as the group of executives emerged, spotting Supervisor Liu among the crowd. Ningshuang felt emboldened. Chapter 27. What is your name? Upon stepping outside, the executives of Yilan Entertainment immediately noticed Ningshuang, Yichun, and Bai Hanyan. Unfortunately, they only recognized Ningshuang and Bai Hanyan as they were unfamiliar with Yichun. The former president had only provided their contact information, lacking a photograph of Yichun. The executives stood at the company entrance, poised to welcome General Yi upon his arrival. Manager Yang, I will handle this, Supervisor Liu said, casting a glance at Ningshuang before addressing Yang Xuemin. Go ahead, and by the way, ensure that Ningshuang behaves appropriately in the future, Yang Xuemin nodded, adding a specific remark. Understood, Supervisor Liu acknowledged, making his way toward Ningshuang, Yichun, and Bai Hanyan. As Liu approached, Ningshuang grew even more self-satisfied, ready to witness the impending dismissal from the company. Arms crossed defiantly, she stood tall. What is the matter? Supervisor Liu approached, his tone tinged with impatience. General Yi is arriving shortly, and you are causing a disturbance at the company entrance. Is this not a source of trouble for the company? Supervisor Liu. They are insulting me. Ningshuang preemptively cast blame, pointing at Yichun and Bai Hanyan. I worked diligently for the company. She feigned innocence. Now even my own colleagues are ostracizing me. Supervisor Liu, you must stand up for me. After listening to Ningshuang's words, Supervisor Liu nodded. He grasped the general situation, understanding that while Ningshuang's account was presented in a certain light, he was well aware of her true nature. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to the actual events that had transpired. At this moment, the most pressing matter is to resolve the situation and ensure that Ningshuang ceases her antics, allowing her to properly welcome President Yi. The reason Ningshuang came to the company today was specifically instructed by Supervisor Liu, who summoned her to make an appearance before President Yi, hoping to leave a favorable impression and become a familiar face in his presence. However, upon hearing Ningshuang's words, Bai Hanyan hastily interjected to defend Yichun, clarifying that it was Ningshuang who initially made things difficult for him. Yet, before Bai Hanyan could finish her explanation, Supervisor Liu interjected, stating, "You need not elaborate. I am well aware of what transpired." His reprimand was sharp, and it irked Bai Hanyan to see Supervisor Liu not only fail to reprimand Ningshuang for her arrogance, but instead chastise her. Ningshuang beamed with delight as she witnessed Supervisor Liu admonishing Bai Hanyan. Such individuals should not remain in the company. Let us dismiss them both, she suggested once more. Supervisor Liu replied, I shall deliberate on this matter. If things transpired as you described, they shall not continue their tenure at Yilan Entertainment. From Supervisor Liu's words, even the most obtuse observer could discern his alignment with Ningshuang, signaling his intention to expel both Yichun and Bai Hanyan. Thank you, Supervisor Liu. Ningshuang exclaimed eagerly. You are the most caring and just leader in the company. As she flattered Liu, she cast a derisive glance at Yichun and Bai Hanyan. In that moment, Ningshuang's expression radiated an unmistakable air of arrogance and triumph. Witnessing Supervisor Liu's complicity with Ningshuang, Bai Hanyan felt her body tremble with indignation. The hypocrisy of someone who blatantly protects the guilty while feigning impartiality is truly loathsome. With a leader like you, Yilan Entertainment is bound to face troubles, she thought disheartenedly. Although she had previously been willing to advocate for Yichun, she had her principles, and in the face of such circumstances, she would not capitulate. Resolute, she prepared to leave, but before she could turn, Yichun intercepted her. This matter will be managed by me today, he declared. With a leader like you, I feel embarrassed for Yilan Entertainment. Confronting Supervisor Liu coldly, Yichun expressed his discontent with the current state of affairs within the company. Now that he had assumed the role of president, he was determined to see this matter through to its conclusion. As Yichun suddenly stood up, several individuals were taken aback once again. What is your position within Yilan Agency? Yichun inquired. I am the head of the Human Resources Department, Director Liu coldly responded. Initially, I intended to investigate the matter thoroughly before taking action. However, upon witnessing your blatant disrespect towards a superior, I see no need for further discussion. Pack your belongings and leave. You are hereby terminated. Director Liu, visibly furious, dismissed both Yichun and Bai Hanyan without hesitation. It seems the one who should be leaving Yilan is you, Yichun remarked calmly, his words shocking those around him. What? Did they just hear correctly? This young man claimed that the one who should be dismissed was Director Liu? Surely, they were not hallucinating. Bai Hanyan was momentarily stunned. unable to believe Yi Chun would be so audacious. Even Ningshuang's face was etched with astonishment, unable to fathom Yi Chun's boldness. Director Liu, now completely enraged, shouted, "Very well. Excellent." In the distance, Yang Xuanmin and others, who were awaiting Yi Chun's arrival, were startled by Director Liu's loud reprimand. What was happening over there? Yang Xuanmin's expression darkened. Why was Director Liu taking so long to resolve the situation, making it escalate further? With that thought, Yang Xuanmin moved toward Director Liu. Observing his movement, other senior company officials quickly followed suit. "White Hanyan, and you too," Director Liu bellowed, pointing at Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan. However, just as he finished calling by Hanyan's name, he prepared to address Yi Chun, only to realize he did not know Yi Chun's name. "Kid, what is your name?" Director Liu demanded. "Yi Chun," came the reply. "Yi Chun, very well. From this moment on, you and Bai Hanyan." Upon hearing Yi Chun's answer, Director Liu continued. But suddenly he froze mid-sentence. "What? This kid is named Yi Chun? Why does that name sound so familiar?" Director Liu, unable to believe his ears, trembled as he asked. Why you said your name is what?" Chapter 28. I am the Yi Chun, the new president of Yilan Agency. Yi Chun, Yi as in leaf, Chun as in time. "Did you hear that?" Yi Chun replied calmly. Yi Chun. The name resonated like thunder in Director Liu's ears. His mouth agape, he appeared utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Yang Xuanmin and the other senior officials approached, coincidentally catching Yi Chun's declaration. In that instant, Yang Xuanmin and the senior executives stood frozen, dumbfounded. What? The young man is named Yi Chun. As they gazed upon Yi Chun, Yang Xuanmin and the company executives were utterly bewildered. Observing the astonished expression on Supervisor Liu's face, Ningshuang and Bai Hanyan were equally perplexed. They were unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Bai Hanyan, being an ordinary employee, naturally did not know the name of their new boss. As for Ningshuang, Supervisor Liu had merely informed her that the company had a new owner, referred to as Mr. Yi, without disclosing his full name. Thus, Ningshuang remained oblivious to Mr. Ye's identity. Noticing Supervisor Liu's pallid complexion and trembling form, Ningshuang was filled with confusion. What was the matter with Uncle Liu? Hadn't he seemed fine just moments ago? Upon deeper reflection, she speculated that Liu's reaction might have been triggered by the revelation that this young man, who had once defied her, was indeed Yi Chun. But what of it? Wasn't it merely a common name, devoid of any particular significance? Ningshuang was baffled and couldn't help but inquire, "Uncle Liu, what does it matter that his name is Yi Chun?" However, it seemed that Supervisor Liu had not heard her, as he remained silent. Seeing him unresponsive, Ningshuang stepped closer and gently shook his arm. This action seemed to rouse him from his stupor. "Uncle Liu, what does it matter that his name is Yi Chun?" she repeated. With great difficulty, Supervisor Liu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied. "Our new president at Yilan Entertainment is also named Yi Chun." What? Upon hearing Liu's revelation, Ningshuang was struck with disbelief, struggling to accept the astonishing news. The new president, Mr. Yi, shares the same name, Yi Chun? She abruptly turned to face Yi Chun, her eyes wide with shock. Beside her, Bai Hanyan was equally stunned. What? She had heard about the company acquiring a new president just yesterday, but she was unaware of his name. Could it be that this young man, whom she had instinctively assumed was a recent graduate, was actually the new president of the company? This seemed far too coincidental. "May I ask who you are?" Supervisor Liu, now ashen-faced, cautiously inquired of Yi Chun. "Indeed, I am the Yi Chun, the new president of Yilan Entertainment." Yi Chun replied calmly. Upon receiving Yi Chun's affirmative response, Supervisor Liu nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. Could it be true? Was he genuinely the newly appointed president? Was he the very Mr. Yi whom he had been preparing to welcome? Supervisor Liu was rendered utterly speechless. As for Ningshuang, her vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint from the shock. This young man was, astonishingly, her new boss, the company's new president, Mr. Yi? Ningshuang was overwhelmed by disbelief. Initially, she had mistaken her boss for a mere parking attendant, and even had the audacity to speak so boldly before him. The more she pondered, the greater her fear grew, as her legs trembled uncontrollably. It is truly a disaster. She is doomed. After the commotion she just caused, even the most forgiving person would not easily let her off the hook. Nearby, Yang Xuanmin and a group of company executives, having confirmed Yi Chun's identity, hurried over. "Hello, General Manager Yi." "Welcome, General Manager Yi." They greeted him with great urgency. At this moment, Their feelings mirrored those of Supervisor Liu. Their hearts raced with anxiety. After waiting for so long, the general manager they had anticipated had indeed arrived. They had just witnessed the spectacle unfold with their own president. Although they were unclear about the specifics of what had transpired, it was not difficult to imagine that Supervisor Liu, being a senior to Ningshuang, had undoubtedly clashed with the general manager due to her actions. The thought sent shivers down their spines. In their efforts to please the general manager, they had prepared so much, only to see it wasted. They had intended to leave a positive first impression, yet it now seemed they had only succeeded in making a fool of themselves. Observing Ningshuang, Ningshuang and the other executives found it hard to settle their nerves. They were still grappling with the reality that this young man was their new president. How could the general manager be so young? They had known he was youthful, speculating he might be in his mid-20s. Yet now, upon seeing him in person, they were utterly astonished. He appeared to be no more than 18 or 19. At most 20 years old. At just 20, he had ascended to the presidency of the company, becoming their superior? It was simply inconceivable. General Manager Yi. I am Ningshuang, the general manager of the company. We have been in contact before. Taking a deep breath, Ningshuang stepped forward. As the general manager, he could not evade this situation. We will discuss your matters shortly. First, I must address them. Yichen replied to Ningshuang, then turned his gaze to Supervisor Liu and Ningshuang. I was wrong. I was wrong. Supervisor Liu repeatedly apologized to Yichen, filled with immense dread. Slap. Slap. Eventually, Supervisor Liu even struck himself in the face. Yichen, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I was blind, he pleaded, hoping for forgiveness. This matter was too significant. General Manager, I was wrong too. Please, do not hold it against me. Meanwhile, Ningshuang also took action, clutching Yichen's arm and begging for mercy. I do not wish to say much. You have 5 minutes to gather your things and leave Yilan. Yichen stated unequivocally. I will return your previous words to you. Yilan does not require employees such as you. Now, regardless of how much Supervisor Liu and Ningshuang pleaded, it was futile. General Manager, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Director Liu and Ningshuang pleaded repeatedly, reluctant to leave. Where is the security, Manager Yang? Yichen turned and inquired. Understood. Ningshuang nodded hastily and immediately sent someone to find the security personnel. Soon, several guards arrived, forcibly escorting Director Liu and Ningshuang away. Chapter 29. What does it feel like after Director Liu and Ningshuang departed? The atmosphere grew significantly quieter. Yichen bid farewell to Bai Hanyan. Subsequently, Yichen, along with Ningshuang and other senior executives, proceeded towards the Yilan brokerage company, leaving behind a bewildered Bai Hanyan. Watching Yichen walk away, she felt somewhat dazed. Yichen, the new president of the company? Bai Hanyan's heart was in turmoil. She had just mistaken the new president for a recently graduated newcomer. How embarrassing. Moreover, she had even interceded on behalf of the president to Ningshuang. Reflecting on it now, had she not intervened, Yichen would have navigated the situation with ease, and many subsequent events might not have unfolded. How could she have been so foolish? Meanwhile, in the conference room of Yilan Brokerage Company, Yichen sat at the front, his expression cold as he surveyed the gathered individuals. The senior executives kept their heads lowered, the atmosphere palpably tense. The executives were on edge, their hearts racing as they realized that Yichen's arrival had deviated starkly from their plans. They had not anticipated their introduction to the president would occur in such an awkward manner. Ahem. Yichen cleared his throat, prompting the anxious executives to raise their heads. I do not wish for the events that transpired today to recur within Yilan Company, Yichen stated coldly. As the president, he could no longer present himself as a mere student. His dissatisfaction from earlier was evident on his face. At this moment, he had acclimated to his role as president. President Yi, I assure you, such incidents will never happen again, Ningshuang quickly responded, offering his guarantee. I may have overlooked matters before, but now that I have taken charge of the company, I do not wish to see leaders like Director Liu. Yichen scanned the room, continuing. If any of you exhibit similar behavior, I expect you to either restrain yourselves or resign. Should I discover otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. At Yichen's words, the senior executives nodded in agreement. We will conduct a thorough investigation and dismiss anyone with significant ties to Director Liu, Yichen added. I will issue instructions immediately to ensure a meticulous review. Ningshuang took the lead in responding. After discussing several more points, Yichen exited the conference room. Subsequently, under the guidance of Ningshuang, Yichen arrived at the president's office of the Yilin Entertainment Company. Naturally, this office is the largest, most strategically located, and lavishly decorated space within the entire company. Seated in the office, Yichen listened attentively as Yang Shuamin reported on various matters. Once the report was concluded, Yang Shuamin departed to address the tasks Yi Chun had assigned in the meeting room. In the expansive office, Yi Chun found himself alone. He gradually rose from his seat and strolled around the office, ultimately positioning himself before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the bustling cityscape beyond. At that moment, an inexplicable sensation welled up within him. Perhaps this was the intoxicating allure of power. Once experienced, it becomes unforgettable, almost like an obsession. Presently, he stood atop a billion-dollar entertainment company, and he aspired for it to evolve into a $100 billion or even trillion-dollar enterprise in the years to come. Currently, Yichen's net worth was a mere $500 million. However, he firmly believed that with the game with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest, coupled with his relentless efforts, surpassing the billion and 100 billion mark to become the wealthiest in Jiangzhou, the nation. And even the world was far from impossible. If one day he were to ascend to the status of the world's richest, occupying the president's office of the leading global conglomerate, what would that feeling be like? Would invincibility be a solitary experience? Yichen found it challenging to envision. Since he could not imagine it, he resolved to experience it for himself. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was noon. Yichen summoned by Han Yin, and they headed straight to Changran Restaurant, where Yichun intended to treat her to a meal as a token of gratitude. Changran Restaurant was his own establishment, making it the obvious choice for dining, and indeed, the cuisine was quite delightful. After approximately 20 minutes, Yichun and Bai Hanyin arrived at Changran Restaurant. Yichun, merely seeking a casual meal, did not approach the manager but instead chose a window-side table beside Bai Hanyin. The waitress, recognizing Yichun as the proprietor, understood his preference for minimal disturbance and treated him as an ordinary guest. After placing their orders, Yichun and Bai Hanyin engaged in conversation while they awaited their meal. During their chat, Yichun inadvertently learned of Bai Hanyin's aspirations to become a singer. Just as he was about to respond, his phone suddenly buzzed. There was a notification from the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Intrigued, Yichun opened the game, and immediately, a pop-up appeared. Long-term challenge initiated. Training challenge. Cultivate Bai Hanyin into a top-tier singer. Challenge duration, 1 year. Task reward, 51 shares in Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the country. Note, the market value of Shanghai Entertainment Group is nearly 30 billion. Task reward, 1,500 experience points. Task reward, 800 points. Challenge failure. Penalty of 3,000. As Yichun gazed upon this challenge, he found himself utterly bewildered. The magnitude of this challenge was simply outrageous. The reward was terrifyingly substantial. A 51 stake in Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the country. Once he possessed this 51 stake, Yichun would wield absolute control over Shanghai Entertainment Group. From that moment on, he would be the master of the company. Most importantly, Shanghai Entertainment Group boasted a staggering market value of 30 billion. A 51 stake would be roughly valued at 3 billion. Such a reward of over 15 billion was indeed astonishing. With such wealth, Yichun would ascend to the ranks of the billionaires, firmly establishing himself among the elite. Beyond the financial windfall, this challenge also offered a considerable amount of experience points and rewards. A remarkable 1,500 experience points. 800 points. With these, Yichun's player level and market standing would likely surge by 2 or 3 levels in an instant. At that point, he could purchase several items in the marketplace simultaneously. Moreover, the value of goods in the marketplace would likely multiply several times over from what it is now. The mere thought was exhilarating. For a moment, Yichun was lost in contemplation. Long-term challenge task. Do you accept? Accept. Decline. At this juncture, another pop-up appeared in the game. There was no need for deliberation. Yichun was certain to accept. Should he succeed in the challenge, the rewards would be astonishing. Even in the event of failure, the penalty was merely 3,000, which was negligible compared to Yichun's current net worth of 500 million. It was practically inconsequential. Yichun's mind was already racing. With the foundation of Yilin Entertainment Company, nurturing Bai Hanyin into a pop star was certainly within the realm of possibility. Of course, sending Bai Hanyin directly into the entertainment industry was not a practical approach. The entertainment scene was notoriously treacherous. For a newcomer, becoming a pop star was exceedingly challenging. Within the vast entertainment industry, the $1 billion valuation of Yilan Entertainment Company was hardly significant, a mere drop in the ocean. Consequently, Yichen resolved to adopt a different strategy. Previously, there had been numerous female streamers or internet celebrities with substantial fan bases who ventured into the entertainment industry. While the results seemed rather mediocre, it was certainly preferable to diving headfirst into the industry unprepared. Now, with Yilan Entertainment Company as a solid foundation, Bai Hanyin could initially embark on her journey as a singing streamer, gradually building her presence. After accumulating a vast fan base, she could then transition into the entertainment sector. This approach would undoubtedly be more advantageous than recklessly charging into the industry. Having just dismissed Ningshuang, the resources that once belonged to her within the company were now fortuitously available. With but a single word from Yichen, the Yilan Entertainment Agency could bestow these resources upon Bai Hanyin. Armed with such resources and the unwavering support of Yilan, her ascension to the status of a prominent broadcaster would be a mere formality. Yichen had already formulated a grand plan in his mind. Do you genuinely enjoy singing and aspire to become a star? He inquired earnestly of Bai Hanyin. Yes, she replied. Although she was aware that expressing her preference for another vocation in front of her employer could be somewhat inappropriate, Bai Hanyin was resolute in her honesty and unwilling to utter falsehoods. Very well, I am prepared to offer you an opportunity, allowing the company to cultivate your talents fully. You will begin as a singing broadcaster, and once you have established a fan base, we can transition you into the entertainment industry. Are you willing to accept this? Yichen sought her thoughts on the matter. Taken aback by Yichen's unexpected proposition, Bai Hanyin was momentarily flustered. After a brief internal struggle, she nodded in agreement. Eager to strive for her dreams, opportunities in life are scarce, and missing one may lead to lifelong regret. Now that a chance to realize her aspirations had finally presented itself, Bai Hanyin was determined not to let it slip away. Excellent. Upon receiving Bai Hanyin's affirmation, Yichen promptly selected the accept option in the game. Long-term training challenge initiated. Cultivate Bai Hanyin into a top-tier singer. Challenge duration, 1 year. Thus, Yichen successfully commenced the challenge. Continue with your regular work, and in your spare moments, practice singing. I will confer with the company to devise a detailed plan. Yichen advised her. Despite the challenge being limited to 1 year, haste was unwarranted. A well-laid plan was essential before embarking on the journey. Thank you. Bai Hanyin expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yichen. This was an opportunity he had granted her, and she felt an immense sense of appreciation. Soon, their meals arrived, and the two began to dine. Halfway through their meal, a stranger passed by and suddenly halted. Bai Hanyin, the unfamiliar man called out, a hint of surprise in his voice. Hearing her name, Bai Hanyin looked up. She found the man somewhat familiar, yet could not immediately recall his name. The stranger, sensing her discomfort, felt a twinge of helplessness. It's me, Wei Ruiyuan, your university classmate. He introduced himself. A year had elapsed, and the once familiar classmate was now a distant memory for Bai Hanyin, who had scarcely interacted with Wei Ruiyuan during their time at university. Though they were in the same class, they had exchanged few words, while Bai Hanyin, renowned for her beauty, had remained etched in the memories of others. Oh, it's you, Wei, she exclaimed, finally recollecting his identity upon hearing his introduction. After introducing himself, Wei Ruiyuan, with an air of familiarity, pulled a chair from the side and seated himself between Yichen and Bai Hanyin. Is this your boyfriend? Wei Ruiyuan inquired curiously, gazing at Yichen. Not a boyfriend, but rather. Bai Hanyin began to introduce Yichen, yet he preempted her with a succinct response. Just a friend. Yichen replied briefly, his mind occupied with thoughts on how to swiftly cultivate Bai Hanyin into a star. Merely friends. Upon discerning the nature of their relationship, Wei Ruiyuan felt a slight sense of relief. At least he wasn't her boyfriend. Chapter 31. I am acquainted with the owner of the Xintai shopping center. Securing a storefront is a trivial matter, Wei Ruiyuan mused, harboring ulterior motives. During his university days, he had been rather unremarkable. However, a little over half a year ago, his circumstances transformed dramatically. His family's several old properties had been demolished, resulting in a substantial financial windfall. He had thus become part of the demolition's second generation. Now, encountering the campus beauty from his university days, Wei Ruiyuan found himself harboring different thoughts. With newfound wealth came a surge of confidence. Upon realizing Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan's statuses, Wei Ruiyuan promptly dismissed Yi Chun and initiated conversation with Bai Hanyan. "Classmate Bai, what do you do for a living now?" "I work at a talent agency," Bai Hanyan replied politely, her tone unmistakably tinged with a sense of distance. Though Wei Ruiyuan recognized this, he feigned ignorance and continued to engage her. "Working at a talent agency, that's quite commendable," Wei Ruiyuan nodded. "And you?" Bai Hanyan inquired out of courtesy. "Oh, I own a shop. Business is quite good, managing to rake in about 200,000 to 300,000 a month," he responded, feigning nonchalance. Upon hearing Bai Hanyan's question, Wei Ruiyuan brightened, having crafted this line of inquiry to elicit her curiosity. This presented him with the opportunity to boast and showcase his financial prowess. 200,000 to 300,000, is that so? Bai Hanyan expressed surprise. This amount surpassed her annual salary. Was it truly possible to earn this much from a shop? Not much. Just a little. Sometimes it can reach up to 500,000, Wei Ruiyuan exaggerated, reveling in the act of boasting. While he had indeed utilized his family's funds to open a shop, his actual monthly profit was a mere 10,000. However, to impress Bai Hanyan and exhibit his supposed prowess, he chose to embellish his claims. After all, the specifics of his earnings were not likely to be scrutinized by others. "My shop is located in the city center. It's quite decent." As he observed Bai Hanyan's astonished expression, Wei Ruiyuan felt a swell of pride and continued his grandiose storytelling. Due to the limited availability of storefronts in the city center, I've recently set my sights on the Xintai Shopping Center," he spoke confidently. As one of the busiest shopping centers in Jiangzhou, the Xintai Shopping Center presented excellent prospects for development. I plan to lease 8 or 9 storefronts there, dabbling in various businesses to test the waters. Having found his previous shop's performance mediocre, Wei Ruiyuan was indeed keen on the Xintai Shopping Center. However, it is not as he claims. Preparing to lease 8 or 9 storefronts is a grand undertaking, and securing even one is already quite an achievement. The new Tai Shopping Center attracts significant foot traffic, and consequently, the rental prices are exorbitantly high. For a single shop, one might need to part with tens of thousands each month. 8 or 9 shops would amount to hundreds of thousands, culminating in millions over the span of a year. Wei Ruiyuan lacks the financial capability for such an endeavor. Although his family has benefited from a relocation, they possess only a few tens of millions at best. Such steep rental costs are beyond his means. Upon hearing about the new Tai Shopping Center, Yi Chun, who had been pondering, suddenly became invigorated. This was his shopping center, obtained through a prior mission, and he had only visited it once. "You intend to rent 8 or 9 storefronts in the new Tai Shopping Center?" Bai Hanyan exclaimed in astonishment. Naturally, she was familiar with the new Tai Shopping Center, as she frequently visited it with her friends for shopping. The rental prices there are notoriously high and difficult to secure. Without connections, even those with ample wealth may struggle to acquire a lease, as many eyes are fixated on those storefronts. Bai Hanyan lamented. "A close friend of mine comes from a well-off family and had hoped to rent a shop in the new Tai Shopping Center to sell clothing, with funds already prepared. Yet, to this day, she has not succeeded in securing a lease." She spoke with palpable regret. If renting a single storefront is such a formidable challenge, the prospect of Wei Ruiyuan attempting to lease 8 or 9 seems almost insurmountable. After Bai Hanyan spoke, Wei Ruiyuan continued to boast. "It's not a problem. While it may be difficult for others, it's quite simple for me." He felt emboldened in his fabrications, believing that no one could unmask his deception. "To be honest, I know the owner of the new Tai Shopping Center. We are friends. Renting a shop is merely a matter of a phone call, effortless." "Is that so?" Bai Hanyan was taken aback. "Of course," Wei Ruiyuan replied confidently, patting his chest. He could not deny the exhilarating rush that came from such bravado. "Wait, he claims to be friends with the owner of the new Tai Shopping Center?" Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, perplexed. When had he acquired such an acquaintance? Why was he unaware of it? "Could you perhaps speak to your friend, the owner of the new Tai Shopping Center, about renting a shop for my friend as well? We could offer a higher rental price," Bai Hanyan inquired of Wei Ruiyuan. Her friend had been troubled by this for 2 months, even becoming somewhat worn down by it. Bai Hanyan felt a deep sense of compassion for her friend. Now, with an opportunity at hand, she wished to assist. Wei Ruiyuan was taken aback by Bai Hanyan's request. He had merely been boasting. While he did possess the owner's contact number, it was solely intended for his own future dealings regarding the rental of a shop in the new Tai Shopping Center. He has yet to make contact with the owner of the Xintai Shopping Center. The 2 individuals he mentioned are merely acquaintances. It is nothing more than bravado intended to impress Bai Hanyan, Who is she? The esteemed owner of the Xintai shopping center, a wealthy magnate, a figure of significance. He, on the other hand, is merely a second-generation demolisher. How could he possibly have any connection, let alone friendship, with her? Is it too troublesome? If so, perhaps it is best to let it go, Bai Hanyan lamented. Please don't. Wei Ruyan grit his teeth. If he were to decline, all his previous efforts and bluster would be rendered futile. He still wished to leave a favorable impression on Bai Hanyan as he contemplated pursuing her. Thus, in a moment of determination, he declared, though success is not guaranteed, I shall endeavor to call the owner of the Xintai shopping center and inquire. Upon hearing this, Bai Hanyan responded with excitement, Really? I appreciate it on behalf of my friend. It's nothing, merely a trifle. Wei Ruyan continued to feign nonchalance. As he spoke, he nervously retrieved his phone and located the number of the Xintai shopping center's owner. With a long exhale, he steeled himself. For the sake of pretense and his pursuit of Bai Hanyan, he was committed to this endeavor. It was just a phone call, after all. He could not fathom that. Should he double the price, the owner would refuse him, who would turn down an opportunity for profit. To win Bai Hanyan's affection, he was prepared to take the risk. Finally, with resolve, Wei Ruyan dialed the number of the Xintai shopping center's owner. At the same moment, Yichen's phone on the table began to ring. Chapter 32. The conspiracy. Upon hearing Yichen's phone ring, Wei Ruyan immediately turned his attention to him. Can't you see I'm making a call to someone important? Either hang up or step aside to take your call, Wei Ruyan snapped at Yichen. At that moment, Wei Ruyan felt anxious, his heart racing. This was his first time calling the owner of the Xintai shopping center, and he hoped nothing would go awry. He prayed silently. Yichen, however, ignored Wei Ruyan and simply answered the call. Witnessing this, Wei Ruyan's irritation surged, and he was about to reprimand Yichen. Hello? Yichen spoke up. Hello? Suddenly, a voice echoed from Wei Ruyan's phone as well. Confounded, Wei Ruyan wondered, what is happening? Why is a voice coming from my phone? Could it be that he was too close to Yichen and misheard? That greeting henti originated from his device. Wei Ruyan speculated. The call to the owner of the Xintai shopping center had connected. But he had no intention of engaging in a dispute with someone as inconsequential as Yichen. If the proprietor of the Xintai shopping center, a prominent figure, were to become incensed, it would indeed spell trouble. He intended to engage in discussions with this influential individual. Wei Ruyan, seizing the moment, rose and made his way towards a distant, tranquil area. Suddenly, a voice emanated from his phone, and this time, he was certain it originated from the device. The voice seemed oddly familiar. Could it be? A daring hypothesis emerged in Wei Ruyan's mind. Could it be that Yichen was the very distinguished person he had mentioned? The owner of the Xintai shopping center? How could this be? Shock and disbelief washed over his face as he turned, anxiously glancing at Yichen, who was not far away. There, he witnessed Yichen ending the call at that very moment. Simultaneously, Wei Ruyan found himself abruptly disconnected from the owner of the Xintai shopping center. Was it truly so? Was his speculation correct? Wei Ruyan struggled to accept this revelation. Nevertheless, regardless of his disbelief, the reality stood before him. Trembling, he returned to his previous seat and, with palpable tension, inquired, Yichen, are you the owner of the Xintai shopping center? He was unwilling to concede until Yichen confirmed it himself, reluctant to embrace such a harsh truth. Yes, Yichen affirmed with a nod. At this revelation, Wei Ruyan could no longer remain seated. Was it genuinely true? The owner of the Xintai shopping center was this remarkably youthful gentleman before him? It was utterly inconceivable. Wei Ruyan's complexion paled, particularly as he recalled his earlier boasting about being friends with the owner of the Xintai shopping center. Yet, here was the owner, sitting right beside him, and he had failed to recognize him. Was he not merely raising his hand to slap his own face? Wei Ruyan felt utterly humiliated, on the brink of despair. Beside him, Bai Hanyan was equally astonished. She had never anticipated that Yichen was, in fact, the rumored owner of the Xintai shopping center. After a brief moment of shock, she came to terms with it. After all, Yichen was the president of her own company. Being the head of a billion-dollar corporation and owning a large shopping center was perfectly reasonable. Suddenly, she recalled Wei Ruyan's earlier claims and understood. It had become clear that Wei Ruyan was merely boasting. He was not friends with the owner of the Xintai shopping center, nor did they even know each other. If they were truly friends, how could Wei Ruyan have failed to recognize Yichen initially? Do you wish to rent 8 or 9 shops in the Xintai shopping center? Yichen inquired. No, I don't want to rent anymore, Wei Ruan fervently shook his head, resembling a rattling toy, repeatedly declining. How could he possibly dare to rent a shop at the Xintai shopping center now? Moreover, renting 8 or 9 spaces at once would require several million for a year, a sum far beyond his means. Most of the compensation from the demolition is in his parents' hands. Observing Wei Ruan shake his head repeatedly, Yichen chose not to press further and turned his attention to Bai Hanyan. Is your friend looking to rent a shop? Yes, Bai Hanyan affirmed with unwavering certainty. That's simple. I'll contact you shortly. Your friend can go directly to the Xintai shopping center to sign the contract with the staff. There won't be any extra charges. Just the standard rent, Yichen remarked. I truly appreciate it. Bai Hanyan expressed her gratitude profusely, overwhelmed by the unexpected assistance not only for herself, but also for her friend. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for how to convey her appreciation. It's nothing, Yichen waved his hand dismissively. Having nearly finished their meal, Yichen and Bai Hanyan rose to depart. Goodbye, Wei Ruan, still in a state of shock, suddenly stood up, muttering a dazed farewell before hastily leaving. Subsequently, Yichen escorted Bai Hanyan back to her company. After brief instructions to Yang Xuemin, he made his exit. After all, Yichen could not remain there indefinitely. Most matters would be handled by Yang Xuemin. Should any issues arise, Yang Xuemin could reach out to him. Additionally, Yichen informed Yang Xuemin of his intent to cultivate Bai Hanyan, transferring the resources previously allocated to Ningshuang to her. Yang Xuemin promptly assured him that he would take care of it immediately. He would convene a meeting shortly to devise a specific plan for Bai Hanyan's development and present it to Yichen. He aimed to complete all preparations within a day. Yichen was quite satisfied. A day seemed reasonable. He had already added Bai Hanyan's contact information and WeChat, planning to reach out once the plan was ready. Later, Yichen returned to his villa. The following evening, in a private room of an upscale restaurant, Ningshuang and Supervisor Lu awaited anxiously. After a brief interval, a plump woman adorned with a pearl necklace entered. Manager Yan, good to see you. Upon seeing the woman, Ningshuang and Supervisor Lu quickly stood, greeting her with utmost courtesy. You two are too kind. Please, have a seat, Manager Yan replied with a nod, taking her place at the head of the table. My secretary has already briefed you on the particulars, hasn't she? Without delay, Manager Yan got straight to the point. Manager Yan, Yan Baimei, is the owner of the Yuan Yin Entertainment Company. Yuan Yin Entertainment is also based in Jiangzhou and specializes in nurturing internet celebrities and streamers. They are fierce rivals of Yilin Entertainment. The competition between the two companies is exceptionally intense. Unfortunately, Yilin Entertainment has consistently outperformed Yuan Yin, much to Yan Baimei's discontent, as she has long sought an opportunity to retaliate and bring Yilin down. Last night, she learned that the new owner of Yilin Entertainment had dismissed both Ningshuang and Supervisor Lu. She realized that this was a golden opportunity, a chance to turn the fortunes of Yuan Yin Agency around and trample Yilin beneath her feet. Chapter 33. Misunderstanding having made her decision. Yan Baimei immediately contacted her secretary along with Ningshuang and Supervisor Lu to express her intention to collaborate. Secretary Li had already conveyed the essence of General Manager Yan's thoughts to us. He articulated it quite clearly. Yan Baimei nodded in satisfaction and added, as long as you are willing to join Yuan Yan, I am prepared to offer you 13 times the price. Ningshuang, once a prominent influencer on Douyin with millions of followers, had signed a contract worth 10 million with Yilin Agency. Now, with Yan Baimei offering 13 times the price, she was set to receive an additional 3 million. The same generous offer applied to Supervisor Lu. What do you think? Yan Baimei inquired, determined to dismantle Yilin Agency with her substantial investment. That sounds excellent, Supervisor Lu replied enthusiastically, nodding repeatedly. I am also willing, thank you, General Manager Yan. Ningshuang was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. Initially, she had anticipated that the offer from Yan Baimei would be similar to Yilin Agencies, but to her surprise, Yan Baimei had added 3 million to her previous contract. Who would refuse such a lucrative offer? General Manager Yan, when can we sign the contract? Ningshuang asked eagerly. There is no rush to sign the contract. First, you must agree to a few conditions, Yan Baimei replied, her tone laden with significance. Firstly, Ningshuang, you will need to help us produce several videos as a former employee of Yilin Agency, exposing the various misdeeds of their new president, including coercing you into drinking, and so forth. Do you understand? Huh. Ningshuang and Supervisor Lu were taken aback. Coercing Ningshuang to drink? They were unaware of this situation. General Manager. I am not aware of this, Ningshuang asked, puzzled. It doesn't matter that you are unaware. All you need to do is appear on camera. And we will handle the rest, Yin Baimei continued, her words dripping with implication. At this point, Ningshuang and Supervisor Liu suddenly comprehended Yin Baimei's true intentions. Was it not merely to besmirch Yilan Agency and its new president, Yi Chun, fabricating accusations? Given Ningshuang's previous fanbase, her voice would undoubtedly wield considerable influence. General Manager, but won't this lead to complications? Ningshuang expressed her concerns. After all, this amounted to defamation, and what if something went awry? Moreover, the impact was uncertain. Not to worry, Yin Baimei replied dismissively. I have recently made the acquaintance of a tycoon from Jiangzhou, worth billions. When the time comes, I will enlist his assistance to leverage his connections and amplify the impact of this situation in Jiangzhou. Yin Baimei elucidated. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, expelling Yilan from Jiangzhou poses no significant challenge. Although Yin Baimei aspires to dismantle the Yilan Entertainment Company in one fell swoop, such an ambition is unrealistic. After all, Yilan currently boasts total assets amounting to a staggering 1 billion. If one truly wishes to obliterate Yilan Entertainment Company entirely, Yan's agency would also incur severe repercussions. Furthermore, it would necessitate formidable connections. Given Yin Baimei's status, such an undertaking is undoubtedly beyond her reach. Even the wealthy tycoon she is acquainted with, worth several billion, may not guarantee success. Only a magnate valued in the hundreds of billions could effectively bring Yilan Entertainment to its knees. Regrettably, she lacks the privilege of knowing such influential billionaires. Although the primary objective of this operation is to dismantle Yilan Entertainment, even succeeding in driving them out of Jiangzhou would constitute a considerable victory. Subsequently, Yin Baimei outlined several conditions, all directed at Yilan Entertainment and the new president, Yi Chun. Ningshuang and Supervisor Liu acquiesced. Ultimately, the three reached a collaborative agreement. By the way, Ningshuang, since you can no longer use your Douyin account, why not venture into shark lift for now? Yin Baimei commanded. Previously, Ningshuang's account belonged to Yilan Entertainment, and now that she has been dismissed, she naturally cannot continue using it. Tomorrow, you shall begin your live stream. The competition on Douyin is exceedingly fierce, making it challenging to cultivate a new account. Try your hand at Shark Live first. If it doesn't pan out, you can always return to Douyin, Yin Baimei elucidated. Understood, General Yin, Ningshuang replied, knowing better than to express any dissent towards her new employer's orders. Meanwhile, while Ningshuang and Yin Baimei conspired against Yi Chun, he found himself in his villa, deliberating on what to have for dinner. The question of what to eat is an unavoidable decision for everyone. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door of Yi Chun's villa. Curiosity piqued. He opened the door to reveal his exquisite and alluring neighbor, Mo Mengfei. Mo Mengfei extended an invitation for Yi Chun to dine at her home. It turns out that following the incident with the kitten, Mo Mengfei had been eager to express her gratitude to Yi Chun, but her busy schedule had prevented her from doing so until now. Finally, after managing to wrap up most of her tasks this afternoon, she found a moment of respite. Mo Mengfei had not forgotten her intent to thank Yi Chun and, after some contemplation, decided that inviting him over for dinner would be more sincere than dining out. That sounds delightful, Yi Chun replied, nodding. Coincidentally, he had been pondering his dinner options, and with a neighbor extending an invitation, he felt it would be impolite to decline. He returned to the villa to grab his phone and accompanied Mo Mengfei to her residence. Prior to inviting Yi Chun, Mo Mengfei had already prepared the ingredients. All that remained was the cooking. Instructed Yi Chun to rest in the living room for a while she proceeded to the kitchen. Feeling somewhat bored in the living room, Yi Chun entertained himself by playing with the little cat belonging to, which, having met him previously, was now familiar and playful with him. After half an hour, emerged from the kitchen, her hair styled and an apron tied around her waist, carrying a selection of dishes. Given that only the two of them were dining, she prepared a modest spread of 4 dishes and a soup. Yi Chun assisted by bringing the dishes to the table, while opened a bottle of red wine to welcome her guest. Having jogged together around the picturesque Lingyun Lake on several occasions, they had grown quite comfortable in each other's company. As they dined and engaged in conversation, served Yi Chun some soup. In a moment of distraction, she accidentally spilled some on herself. Fortunately, the soup was not hot, and Yi Chun merely ended up with a damp shirt. I'm so sorry, exclaimed, hurriedly grabbing a napkin to help dry his clothes. At that moment, the door of S villa unexpectedly swung open, and her parents stepped inside. To their surprise, they caught sight of attending to Yi Chun's shirt, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Mom, Dad, what are you doing here?" asked, her astonishment evident. "Who is he?" her mother inquired, curiosity piqued as she regarded Yi Chun. "This is Yi Chun, my neighbor," quickly clarified. "We were having dinner, and I accidentally spilled soup on him. So I was just helping him clean up." Hearing her explanation, parents remained skeptical, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the simplicity of the situation. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Yi Chun greeted politely. "Hello," mother nodded, refraining from further inquiries. "Hello, Yi's father responded with a bit more warmth compared to his wife. "Mengfei, come upstairs. I need to talk to you." With that, mother ascended the stairs, having important matters to discuss with her daughter. "Okay," replied, following her mother upstairs. In the living room, only Yi Chun and father remained. "Please, Yi Chun, make yourself comfortable," he warmly invited. Although the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward, Yi Chun felt obliged to accept the invitation. "Do you smoke?" father asked, producing a pack of cigarettes. "No, thank you," Yi Chun politely declined. Mengfei's father lit a cigarette and began conversing with Yi Chun. "What is it that you do, young man?" he inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. "I am still a university student," Yi Chun replied. "Oh," Mengfei's father nodded, having anticipated as much, given Yi Chun's youthful appearance. "Do you truly reside here?" "I live in Villa number 8 next door," Yi Chun answered. "Villa number 8? Mengfei's father was taken aback by this revelation. The adjacent Villa No. 8 was one of the most opulent estates in the Lingyun Tiangong Villa area, commanding a staggering price. Moreover, it attracted considerable attention. Acquiring it would likely require formidable connections. He never expected that Yi Chun resided in such a prestigious villa. Mengfei's father continued, "Please do not take your mother's attitude to heart. She is a strong-willed woman, managing a company, and can sometimes be a bit domineering. The affairs of the family are primarily overseen by her. However, rest assured, Mengfei is not like that," he added thoughtfully. As their conversation progressed, Yi Chun shared that he had already embarked on his entrepreneurial journey while still in university, serving as the president of a billion-dollar company. Mengfei's father felt a surge of admiration for the young man. "This lad is impressive indeed. Young and accomplished," he remarked. He then expressed, "Should you require assistance in the future, young Yi, do not hesitate to reach out to me. While I cannot claim to know everyone, I am acquainted with several billionaires in Jiangzhou." Given that Yi Chun was just starting his entrepreneurial journey, he might encounter various challenges. Although Mengfei's father did not directly manage affairs at home, he was confident that he could easily assist Yi Chun with the matters of a billion-dollar company. He believed Yi Chun's claims. He was indeed his daughter's neighbor. "Uncle Mo, you are too kind," Yi Chun replied. After a brief exchange, he took his leave. Upon returning to his villa, around 10 o'clock that night, Yi Chun received a message from Yang Xuemin, the deputy general manager of Yilan Entertainment. The plan for cultivating by Han Yin was ready. Yi Chun opened the document and was impressed by the meticulous design. As expected from a company specializing in nurturing internet celebrities and streamers. "All right, let us have by Han Yin conduct a live stream on the Shark platform tomorrow. We will assess the situation," he decided, nodding in satisfaction. Recently, Yilan Entertainment had focused on Shark Live due to the fierce competition on Douyin. Streaming on the Shark platform would allow by Han Yin to better leverage the company's resources. "Very well, I will arrange for by Han Yin to stream on Shark tomorrow," Yang Xuemin confirmed. Time flew by, and the next day, under Yin Baime's directive, Ningshuang recorded several videos, all aimed at disparaging Yi Chun and tarnishing his reputation. In Ningshuang's discourse, Yi Chun is portrayed as a tyrannical boss who coerces female employees into accompanying him for drinks, deducts their wages, and indulges in unchecked behavior within the company. Despite knowing the falsehood of these claims, Ningshuang feels no remorse. The more she speaks, the more exhilarated and arrogant she becomes. "Yi Chun, just you wait. You dismissed me, didn't you? Humph. Once I produce these videos, coupled with the connections of General Yin Baimei, you and your Yilan Entertainment Company shall find it impossible to remain in Jiangzhou. Prepare to leave, Yi Chun." In that moment, Ningshuang reveled in her desire for revenge against Yi Chun, relishing in her slanderous campaign against him. That evening, Ningshuang commenced a live broadcast on the Shark platform. Thanks to her previous fan base and Yin Baimei's promotional efforts, her stream quickly became lively. User base Sky sent an airplane in Ningshuang's live stream. User sorry. It's me sent a super rocket in Ningshuang's live stream. User I am not the future activated a Duke in Ningshuang's live stream. A flurry of gifts flooded the screen. Within mere minutes, Ningshuang's viewer count surged past 500,000. With the additional resources from Yilan Entertainment and several promotional placements, her popularity skyrocketed beyond 1 million. Besides her loyal followers, numerous new fans flocked to her stream, creating an incredibly vibrant atmosphere. Meanwhile, Bai Hanyan also began her live broadcast on the Shark platform. As a newcomer, her initial viewer count was modest, hovering around 1 to 2,000. To alleviate any undue stress on Bai Hanyan during her debut, Yilan Entertainment had not allocated extensive resources, providing only a few minor recommendations. Ultimately, her viewer count stabilized at around 10 to 20,000. Bai Hanyan began to find her footing, earnestly singing. Under the guidance of the Yilan Entertainment supervisor, Ningshuang began her performance. In a series of 3 or 4 rounds, she effortlessly dominated her opponent, leaving her fans filled with pride. After concluding the 4th round, Ningshuang selected the random option once more, initiating a 5th round. On the other hand, Bai Hanyan, eager to explore various possibilities during her first live stream, also opted for a random selection. After a brief moment of anticipation, the random match commenced. However, as the broadcast began, Bai Hanyan found herself in shock as she recognized her opponent. By sheer coincidence, it was none other than Ningshuang. Chapter 35. God of Wealth. Please accept my knees. Not only was Bai Hanyan taken aback, but Ningshuang mirrored her astonishment. How could this be? What a coincidence. Bai Hanyan. A chance encounter in a random match with this wretched person? In Ningshuang's heart, she had long since harbored resentment towards both Bai Hanyan and Yichun. Last time, if it weren't for Bai Hanyan, she wouldn't have been so arrogant. Ningshuang attributed all her arrogance to Bai Hanyan, completely absolving herself of any responsibility. Family, that female streamer over there is no good. Attack her. Before Bai Hanyan could react, Ningshuang had already begun inciting the audience. Although she longed to unleash a torrent of curses upon Bai Hanyan, this being her first time streaming on Shark platform, revealing her arrogant nature would shatter her carefully crafted persona. Thus, Ningshuang could only resort to subtle jabs at Bai Hanyan. What? That female streamer is not a good person? Since Sierra has said so, there must be a reason. Brothers, let's boost the score. User, I just like the Maserati Trident, sending an airplane in Ningshuang's livestream. User, my tomorrow has vanished. Sending a rocket in Ningshuang's livestream. User, la 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 la, sending a super rocket in Ningshuang's livestream. In an instant, gifts began pouring in for Ningshuang. The airplane was valued at 100, the rocket at 500, and the super rocket at 2,000. The score between Ningshuang and Bai Hanyan widened drastically to 26,000, a tenfold difference in gift value. Ningshuang had amassed 2,600 in gifts, translating to 26,000 points, while Bai Hanyan was left with nothing. Ningshuang continued to play the victim, vehemently criticizing Bai Hanyan. Fans in Ningshuang's livestream immediately felt sympathy for her and began showering her with gifts. Before long, the score surged to 1,028,660, and Ningshuang's popularity soared to 1.5 million, while Bai Hanyan languished with only 20,000. Moreover, due to Ningshuang's lamentations, her audience had already branded Bai Hanyan as a manipulative seductress. Some even ventured into Bai Hanyan's livestream to stir the pot with scornful remarks. TSK, TSK, TSK. These manipulative seductresses are utterly repugnant. How can someone like you still have the face to stream on Shark platform? Get off Shark Live. Initially nervous about her first live stream, Bai Hanyan felt even more wronged as she was unjustly accused and targeted. After a while of playing the victim and witnessing her rising score, a hint of smugness graced Ningshuang's face. What a farce, she thought, observing that her score was nearing 200,000 while Bai Hanyan remained at 0. What is Bai Hanyan worth? Seeing her own popularity steadily increasing, Ningshuang felt elated. It appeared that her debut on Shark platform was a resounding success. Excluding the earlier moments, in just 2 or 3 minutes against Bai Hanyan, she had received gifts worth over 20,000. Today, she intended to step on Bai Hanyan, firmly establishing herself as one of the prominent streamers on Shark platform. On the other side, in Bai Hanyan's live streaming room, her few loyal fans initially tried to defend her. However, due to the overwhelming number of viewers supporting Ningshuang, they found themselves unable to contend with the crowd on that side. The atmosphere in Bai Hanyan's livestream quickly descended into chaos. 0 points. What are you even? You are nothing. daring to disrespect our Sierra. Not a single viewer has sent a gift here. Oh dear, 257639. 0 points. Haha. You might as well leave the sharp platform. Observing the score difference, Ningshuang's fans grew increasingly emboldened, mercilessly mocking Bai Hanyan. At that moment, Bai Hanyan's score underwent a dramatic transformation. User, I have no interest in money. Sends a super rocket in Bai Hanyan's livestream. User, I have no interest in money. Sends a super rocket in Bai Hanyan's livestream too. User, I have no interest in money. Sends a super rocket in Bai Hanyan's livestream 3. Ultimately, the data reflected the sending of 100 super rockets, a total gift value of 200,000. The score also experienced a monumental shift, soaring to 2,678,992. 000, a staggering figure exceeding 200,000. Witnessing this sudden change in scores, everyone was left in disbelief, particularly Ningshuang and her fans, who were rendered speechless. Previously, Ningshuang's supporters had been mocking Bai Hanyan's livestream for lacking gifts and possessing a score of 0. Now, in the blink of an eye, the score had dramatically reversed. With 2 million points on the opposing side, they were effortlessly overshadowed. Ningshuang was equally astonished, unsure of what had transpired. 2 million points equated to 200,000. How could Bai Hanyan suddenly receive gifts worth such a fortune? The sense of superiority Ningshuang once felt dissipated instantly. As the super rockets were sent, they broadcasted across the entire Shark platform, attracting many viewers from Shark Live. Wow, the young lady is so beautiful. Is this the beauty one should possess in this world? She must be a celestial being descended to Earth. Such stunning beauty captivated many viewers, leading them to follow her. As these new viewers entered Bai Hanyan's livestream, they were struck by her breathtaking appearance, showering her with compliments in the chat. Additionally, a significant number arrived to pay homage to the affluent benefactor. A wealthy patron has emerged again on Shark Live. I have no interest in money. Such a remarkable name. Esteemed benefactor, please accept my admiration. Upon entering, these viewers began to fervently praise the enigmatic benefactor, whose identity was none other than Ningshuang. Upon witnessing the encounter between Bai Hanyan and Ningshuang, a new challenge arose in the game titled, with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. The objective was clear: help Bai Hanyan triumph in this contest and defeat Ningshuang's arrogant demeanor. Challenge reward: a world-class hypercar, Koenigsegg. Upon encountering this challenge, Ningshuang unhesitatingly accepted it. After all, Koenigsegg represents the pinnacle of hypercars, valued at over 26 million. Typically, even if one possesses substantial wealth, acquiring a Koenigsegg directly from stock is a rarity. Such extraordinary vehicles often necessitate advance reservations, which may take several months or even longer. Moreover, even in the absence of this challenge, Ningshuang would remain keenly interested, particularly given that Bai Hanyan is his employee. He vividly recalled the long-term challenge task released with the game. Nurturing Bai Hanyan into a star could yield a reward exceeding 15 billion. Additionally, Ningshuang possessed a formidable asset. Previously, he had redeemed a tenfold rebate card from the game store, which had a cap of 30 million. This meant that with an expenditure of merely 3 million, Ningshuang could secure a reward of 30 million. The card was nearing its expiration, making this the perfect moment to utilize it. As Bai Hanyan's live stream garnered significant attention due to 100 super rockets, her popularity skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 1 million and continuing to rise. After a brief interval, noticing that Bai Hanyan's score had stagnated, Ningshuang and her audience collectively sighed in relief. A gift valued at 200,000 was within reach, should they exert their efforts. Family, let us rally. We must prevail. Ningshuang feigned vulnerability, pleading for gifts. However, before her words could fully materialize, the score experienced a dramatic shift: 27,869, 010, 000, 000. Over 200,000 compared to 10 million. Chapter 36. What it means to dominate. Witnessing the sudden alteration in the score left Ningshuang, and all in her live stream, in utter bewilderment. A score of 10 million? That equated to gifts worth 1 million. Just moments ago, the opposing side had a score of 2 million. How could it have transformed to 10 million so abruptly? This indicated an immediate influx of gifts worth 800,000. While Ningshuang and her audience were taken aback, Bai Hanyan's live stream erupted with excitement. User, I genuinely have no interest in money. Sent 100 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live stream. User, I genuinely have no interest in money. Sent 200 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live stream. Ultimately, it culminated in a total of 400 super rockets. Impressive. I genuinely have no interest in money. What a remarkable individual. A true tycoon. I have finally encountered a genuine high roller. The audience in Baihanyan's live stream was left in awe by the grandeur of I genuinely have no interest in money. Typically, gifts valued at 2,000 are sent one by one, but today, they witnessed something extraordinary. I am genuinely uninterested in money, my friend. Whether it's 100 or 100 more, it matters not. It is truly astounding. The influx of 400 super rockets has drawn countless viewers from the Shark platform into Baihanyan's live stream. They have come to pay homage to the wealthy deity. Within Shark Live, the influence of top-tier affluent individuals rivals that of major streamers. The host across the way is merely a pretender, with a mere 200,000 points. They dare to mock our streamer. Yet, behold, we have already surpassed 10 million points. I am familiar with that Ningshuang across the way. Is she not the very internet celebrity from Douyin who was once embroiled in scandal? The audience flooding into Baihanyan's live stream swiftly rallied to her side, initiating a counterattack. The tide began to turn. The previously arrogant fans of Ningshuang found themselves at a loss for words. Some viewers even recognized Ningshuang, recalling her questionable character during her time with Yilan Entertainment, though the agency had previously suppressed the news. Nonetheless, many were aware, and now some have identified her. Supervisor, I am encountering difficulties. May I request the company to allocate some funds to bolster the scene? On the other side, overwhelmed by Baihanyan's relentless dominance, Ningshuang could no longer endure. Thus, she sought assistance from her superior, a manager at Yuan Yin Entertainment. All right, I will arrange for someone immediately. The manager of Yuan Yin Entertainment accessed Ningshuang's live stream, grasped the situation, and promptly reached out. This manager intended to use company funds to send gifts to Ningshuang, a common tactic for nurturing streamers. Before long, Ningshuang's live stream was inundated with a flurry of gifts. User Yuan Yin Tianxia Wu Di sent 100 super rockets in Ningshuang's live stream. User Yuan Yin Tianxia Wu Di sent 200 super rockets in Ningshuang's live stream. User Yuan Yin Tianxia Wu Di sent 300 super rockets in Ningshuang's live stream. Soon, Yuan Yin Entertainment's official account began showering Ningshuang with gifts. The company possesses several high-level accounts dedicated to gifting their streamers, generating momentum and enhancing the atmosphere. In no time, Ningshuang received gifts worth 1 million from the company. Ningshuang's score soared to over 10 million points, surpassing Baihanyan. Oh. Yuan Yin Tianxia Wu Di is incredible. Brothers, we have risen again. Ningshuang is the best. Witnessing the resurgence in scores, the audience in Ningshuang's live stream erupted in excitement. A smile returned to Ningshuang's face, preserving her dignity. As a result of the 1 million worth of gifts, an influx of viewers streamed into Ningshuang's live room, pushing her popularity beyond 4 million. Baihanyan's side mirrored this surge. As Ningshuang surpassed Baihanyan, the audience on Baihanyan's side appeared somewhat disheartened. After overtaking Baihanyan, Ningshuang did not relent. Instead, she pressed onward, ultimately amassing an additional 500,000 in gifts. Ningshuang's score soared to over 15 million. It was only after they had spent 150,000 that the personnel from Yuan Yin Entertainment decided to halt their contributions, convinced that this amount sufficed. Their operational capital was already limited, and to procure such a substantial sum in such a short span was commendable. Although they were not a minor company, their liquidity was constrained. Moreover, Yuan Yin Entertainment represented several prominent streamers who also required financial backing. It was impractical to allocate all available funds to Ningshuang. 150,000 was, more or less, their threshold. Upon receiving another 500,000 from the company, Ningshuang's arrogance reached its zenith. What were the opposing streamers and their audience? Were the viewers all impoverished? Ningshuang reveled in her derision. With this 150,000 in gifts, her confidence soared. Though the audience on Baihanyan's side felt indignant at Ningshuang's taunts, they were powerless to retaliate. They simply had to endure Ningshuang's mockery in silence. Just as Ningshuang was poised to continue her scorn, the score shifted once more. 152987662000000. Ningshuang was again overshadowed. Baihanyan's livestream received a super rocket worth 100 from the user I really have no interest in money. Baihanyan's livestream received a super rocket worth 300 from the user I really have no interest in money. Baihanyan's livestream received a super rocket worth 500 from the user I really have no interest in money. Bai Hanyan's stream had once again received a gift valued at 1 million from Yichun. Bai Hanyan's side, with 2 million in gifts, completely eclipsed Ningshuang's 150,000. I really have no interest in money. The Great One is incredible. I really have no interest in money. The Great One is invincible. The Great One is formidable. Countless viewers fervently praised Yichun, believing they had encountered a true wealth magnate. As the score was reversed yet again, Ningshuang was left utterly bewildered. With only 2 or 3 minutes remaining until the conclusion, was she truly to be trampled by that wretched Bai Hanyan? No, she must win. She had to win. Ningshuang contacted her superior once more. Supervisor Zhao, believe me, 2 million is undoubtedly the limit for the opposition. If we can provide an additional 50,000, we will surely triumph in this contest. This battle is not just between me and that wretched Bai Hanyan. It also concerns the reputation of Yuan Yin Entertainment in contrast to Yilin Entertainment. If we emerge victorious, a little publicity will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Ningshuang laid out her analysis to her superior. The Yilin brokerage company found themselves in a situation quite similar to that of their counterparts. With 2 million being the absolute bottom line, they could not possibly exceed this amount. Upon hearing Ningshuang's words, Supervisor Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was not solely about Ningshuang and Bai Hanyan. It also pertained to their own Yin brokerage company and Yilin brokerage company. This concerned the company's reputation, and victory was imperative. Ultimately, Supervisor Zhao made various inquiries and secretly managed to gather 500,000 for Ningshuang. This was already in violation of company policy. If they won this round, everything would be negotiable, but should they lose, both he and Ningshuang would face repercussions. Are you certain the other party's bottom line is 2 million? Zhao inquired, unease creeping into his voice. I am certain, Ningshuang replied, her mind clouded by jealousy and resentment. All she cared about was defeating Bai Hanyan. Anything else was inconsequential. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she responded to Supervisor Zhao. Very well. Gritting his teeth, Supervisor Zhao transferred the final 500,000 to Ningshuang. 20029998. 20 million. Ningshuang surged ahead once more. Chapter 37. A delightful encounter with the world's top supercar. The smile returned to Ningshuang's face, and the audience in her live stream sat up straighter. However, before they could bask in their joy, the score changed once again. 20029998. 3000000. User, I really have no interest in money. I will activate the Noble Super Emperor in Bai Hanyan's live stream. User, I really have no interest in money. I will renew the Super Emperor for 1 month in Bai Hanyan's live stream. User, I really have no interest in money. I will renew the Super Emperor for 2 months in Bai Hanyan's live stream. The Super Emperor represents the highest nobility tier on the Shark platform, requiring 180,000 to activate. Subsequently, renewing for a month costs 120,000. Yichun found giving gifts cumbersome and thus directly activated the Super Emperor tier. After a few months of renewal, Yichun sent a few other gifts, ultimately exhausting the limit of the 10-fold cashback card. On Bai Hanyan's side, the score also soared to 30 million. 20029998. 30 million as the score shifted once more. Ningshuang was utterly bewildered. How could this be? How did Bai Hanyan manage to gift another million? She felt completely overwhelmed. Despair washed over her as she resigned herself to defeat. The end. Congratulations to the host Bai Hanyan for this victory. At this moment, it was all over. Bai Hanyan triumphed with a staggering advantage of 10 million, defeating Ningshuang. Not only Ningshuang, but her audience also felt profound disappointment. It was utterly humiliating. As a result, many viewers abruptly left Ningshuang's live stream. The once vibrant audience of several million dwindled to a mere 50 or 60,000. Ningshuang. Upon gazing at the results on his mobile device, Supervisor Zhao erupted in fury. Undeterred by the risks, he transferred an additional 500,000 to Ningshuang, only to witness yet another crushing defeat. Hadn't Ningshuang claimed that 2 million was the upper limit for their opponent? How could they have managed to transfer another million? This was a monumental embarrassment. Not only had Ningshuang lost, but their agency, Yuan Yin, had suffered a significant blow to its reputation as well. Such a loss would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions from the company for him. Ningshuang was not faring much better. Following her defeat, she received a call from Supervisor Zhao, who unleashed a torrent of scathing criticism upon her. The reprimand jolted Ningshuang out of her stupor, and she felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. It was over. The deception she had employed to extract another 500,000 from Supervisor Zhao would surely result in punishment. Predictably, it wasn't long before she received a call from the upper echelons of the company. Swiftly, Ningshuang shut down her live stream, marking her first public announcement of failure on the Shark platform. It was a humiliating moment, one that tarnished not only her image but also that of Yuan Yan. Observing Ningshuang's abrupt cessation of the stream, the audience in Bai Hanyan's corner erupted into a frenzy, their excitement palpable. Money Emperor is incredible. 3 million in one session, simply astounding. They exclaimed. The title of Money Emperor was a sign of their respect for Yichun, who had just unlocked the prestigious status of a super emperor. From that moment on, Yichun would be known as the Money Emperor, drawing countless admirers from the audience. At this juncture, Bai Hanyan's livestream audience surged to an impressive 10 million, making it the most popular segment on Shark Live at that time. Seizing the momentum, Bai Hanyan began to sing, captivating many viewers and prompting them to follow her. Within mere minutes, her follower count skyrocketed from 0 to several 100,000, bolstered not only by her charm, but also by the influence of the illustrious Money Emperor. While Bai Hanyan sang, Yichun checked his gains. Your bank account has received 30 million. Current balance, 33,870,000. He had just received a bank notification confirming the deposit of 30 million. After deducting the 3 million he had spent today, Yichun's earnings amounted to 27 million. He then launched the game titled, with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Challenge completed. Congratulations, you have obtained a top-tier hypercar, Koenigsegg, now parked in your villa garage. Please check. The challenge had been successfully fulfilled. Yichun checked the details. The domestic price of the Koenigsegg was 26,500,000, exclusive of various optional features and add-ons. Indeed, the desire to purchase such a vehicle is palpable. When all expenses are considered, acquiring a Koenigsegg would likely require an investment exceeding 30 million. A supercar of this caliber, coupled with 27 million in funds, presents an enticing prospect. Yichun conservatively estimates a profit of 60 million this time. Remarkably, Yichun only expended 3 million, yet reaped a staggering 60 million in return. The prospect of 20-fold profits is exhilarating, and Yichun would not mind experiencing such fortune repeatedly. Ideally, if such occurrences were to transpire daily for a few months, he would ascend to the status of a billionaire. The game indicates that his very own Koenigsegg is now stationed in the garage, prompting Yichun to pay a visit. This marks Yichun's inaugural foray into the realm of top-tier supercars. The Koenigsegg, universally acknowledged as a premier supercar, stands in contrast to brands like Ferrari and Lamborghini, which, though rare, can still be glimpsed in the most bustling locales. However, vehicles of the caliber of Koenigsegg and Bugatti are seldom seen. Many individuals may traverse their entire lives without witnessing one, let alone possessing such an exquisite machine. Now, as a first-year university student, Yichun finds himself the proud owner of a Koenigsegg. Such supercars, often valued in the tens of millions, are beyond the reach of many affluent individuals. While some may invest millions with relative ease, the notion of spending tens of millions on a single vehicle is a daunting prospect. After all, supercars are primarily regarded as luxuries for leisure rather than necessities. Ordinary wealthy individuals refrain from frivolously investing millions unless they possess extraordinary financial fortitude. Soon, Yichun arrived at his garage. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his brand-new Koenigsegg, adorned in a sleek black hue. The car exudes an aura of power and elegance. In its presence, his former Ferrari appears rather unremarkable. It is no wonder that this vehicle is celebrated as one of the world's elite supercars. Items valued at 20 to 30 million are inherently extraordinary. Yichun is exceedingly pleased with his Koenigsegg. After admiring his vehicle, Yichun returned to the villa, where Bai Hanyan's live stream had quieted down. It was not due to the audience's departure, but rather their rapt attention as they listened to Bai Hanyan sing. One cannot overlook her impressive vocal prowess. She undoubtedly possesses the talent to become a successful singer. Her live stream maintained a stable viewership of 3 to 4 million, which is commendable, especially without an influx of extravagant gifts. Despite being her inaugural stream, Bai Hanyan's capabilities shone through, successfully establishing her as one of the prominent hosts on the Shark platform. The success of her first live stream exceeded expectations, even for the higher-ups at Yilan Entertainment. It is often the case that, irrespective of the resources invested, achieving such success remains elusive. The influence of a benefactor like Yi Chun is undeniably powerful. Without him, such a successful outcome would have been improbable. Originally, the intention of the Yilan Entertainment Company was to allow Bai Hanyin to acclimate to her newfound popularity, which boasted thousands of followers and tens of thousands of admirers. They planned to give her a few days to adjust before bestowing upon her various resources. However, the situation unexpectedly transformed into something unforeseen. After a brief discussion, the executives at Yilan unanimously resolved to provide Bai Hanyin with a plethora of promotional resources the very next day, embarking on an earnest endeavor to cultivate her talent. They aspired to elevate her into one of the premier streamers on Shark Live. Late into the night, the Yilan team convened to deliberate on the matter. Yi Chun observed Bai Hanyin's live stream with great satisfaction. The results surpassed his expectations. Should everything continue to progress smoothly, it was likely that within a year, Bai Hanyin would ascend to the status of a leading singer. Yi Chun could almost envision the staggering sum of 15 billion beckoning to him. Excellent, excellent. After listening to a few songs, Yi Chun exited Bai Hanyin's livestream. At that moment, he received an unexpected phone call. Chapter 38. I heard that you know a prominent figure named Brother Chen? Is this Brother Chen? Yi Chun answered the call, and a young man's voice resonated on the other end. I am Yi Chun. Brother Chun, this is Xiao Huang, Huang Hai, the one you met at the bar. The young man introduced himself. Yi Chun recalled Huang Hai, who had been astounded by Yi Chun's black card during their previous encounter at the bar, where Fatty had invited him out to socialize. What can I do for you? Well, Brother Chun, there is a gathering tomorrow night, and I would like to invite you to join us. Huang Hai clearly articulated his intentions. Tomorrow night? Yi Chun pondered for a moment, realizing he had no prior engagements. Please, Brother Chun, do not decline. I have mentioned your affairs to a few friends, and they are eager to witness your charisma. Huang Hai earnestly implored Yi Chun. Very well. Yi Chun acquiesced. After all, he had no other plans for the evening and could indulge in some leisure. Thank you, Brother Chun. Huang Hai breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude repeatedly, fearful of rejection. After confirming the time and place with Yi Chun, Huang Hai continued. I won't keep you any longer. We shall meet tomorrow night. Once the call was terminated, Yi Chun proceeded to freshen up and prepare for rest. The following evening, Yi Chun drove his Koenigsegg directly to the location agreed upon with Huang Hai. Meanwhile, at a private estate on the outskirts of Jiangzhou, a multitude of young elites and wealthy heiresses had gathered. Within the estate, Huang Hai was engaged in conversation with several friends. Old Huang, do you think that Brother Chun will definitely come tonight? After hearing you speak of him, I find myself quite curious about this Brother Chun. Certainly. I have already contacted Brother Chun, and he has set off. Huang Hai replied confidently. Are you certain that this Brother Chun is impressive? I have been in Jiangzhou for quite some time and have never heard of him, a curious friend of Huang Hai inquired. Of course, Brother Chun resides in Villa No. 8 of Lingyun Tiangong. Would you say that is not remarkable? Huang Hai spoke with pride. Knowing a figure like Brother Chun, he could boast for an extended period. What? This Brother Chun lives in Villa number 8 of Lingyun Tiangong? My goodness. Upon hearing Huang Hai's words, his friends were astonished. As the young elite of Jiangzhou, they were naturally well aware of the top-notch mansions in the area. Villa number 8 in the Lingyun Tiangong estate is indeed one of them. Villas number 1, 6, 11, and 18 in Lingyun Tiangong are all renowned in Jiangzhou. They were familiar with the owners of villas number 6 and 18, who are prominent figures in Jiangzhou. Now, the Brother Chin mentioned by Old Huang resides in Villa number 8 of Lingyun Tiangong, which undoubtedly indicates he is a person of significant stature. Huang, could you introduce me to Brother Chun when we meet? Yes, Huang, let us also have an opportunity to meet a big shot. Huang Hai's friends implored. Certainly. It's a small matter. Brother Chun is very kind. Huang Hai nodded. Just as they were chatting in the estate, the distinctive roar of a supercar filled the air. Subsequently, under everyone's gaze, a white supercar sped towards them. Eventually, the white supercar came to a gentle halt before Huang Hai and his friends. My goodness, a Lamborghini? This is the legendary Big Bull. Observing the white supercar, the young elites expressed their astonishment. The vehicle that stopped before them was no ordinary supercar. It was a Lamborghini, colloquially known as the Big Bull. Lamborghinis are exceedingly expensive, typically priced between 7 to 9 million. It is a dream for many young men. And these young elites were no exception, gazing enviously at the Lamborghini. At this moment, their curiosity piqued. They were eager to discover the identity of the car's owner. As the eyes of the young elites were filled with admiration, The door of the Lamborghini slowly opened, and a slender young man stepped out. Zheng Yuanliang? Young Master Zheng? The group of young elites exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. They identified the young man as Zheng Yuanliang, another prominent young master of Jiangzhou, whose family boasts a fortune of billions. However, Zheng Yuanliang and Huang Hai are notoriously at odds with each other. To put it bluntly, they are almost sworn enemies. Among them, Huang Hai was the most shocked to see Zheng Yuanliang emerge from the Lamborghini. When did this fellow acquire a Lamborghini? Huang Hai was utterly perplexed. Previously, his vehicle was comparable to Zheng Yuanliang's, a supercar worth around 4 to 5 million. To his astonishment, Zheng Yuanliang had purchased a Lamborghini worth several million more. In that moment, Huang Hai felt overshadowed. What do you think of my new bull? Zheng Yuanliang said with a beaming smile, leaning against his Lamborghini after stepping out. Impressive, exclaimed the gathered young elites. Brother Liang, you're amazing. Truly deserving of the legendary bull, it's utterly stunning. Hearing these accolades, Zheng Yuanliang's smile grew even brighter. This purchase was undoubtedly justified. The allure of supercars, beyond mere passion, is often about the desire to impress and evoke envy. Now, with his Lamborghini causing quite a stir, the price tag felt justified. Brother Liang, how much did this bull cost you? One of the onlookers inquired. Not much, just over 9 million, Zheng Yuanliang replied nonchalantly. Over 9 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Brother Liang, you're formidable. Please do take your little brothers out sometime. Some of the young men began to flatter Zheng Yuanliang fervently. Meanwhile, a few wealthy young ladies among the onlookers gazed at him with admiration. Wealth was indeed a significant asset. Old Huang, what do you think of my car? Zheng Yuanliang asked with a smug grin, admiring his Lamborghini. It's all right. Huang Hai replied, mustering his courage. Oh, just all right. If I recall correctly, your car is merely a $4 million model, yes? Zheng Yuanliang pointedly remarked. At this, Huang Hai's face flushed with embarrassment, and his friends lowered their heads. By the way, I remember you boasting recently about knowing some big shot named Qinggu, right? Zheng Yuanliang suddenly interjected. Why not have your Qingji drive an even more impressive supercar? What is wrong with that? Huang Hai retorted. If memory serves, the car your Qinggu drives is merely a $5 million Ferrari, isn't it? Zheng Yuanliang's tone dripped with sarcasm. For someone who drives a $5 million Ferrari, you dare to call him brother? So, what should I call myself, driving a Lamborghini worth over 9 million? Should it be father or grandfather? Zheng Yuanliang smiled mockingly. You. Huang Hai was infuriated. Zheng, mind your words, he warned sternly. Zheng Yuanliang dismissed it, claiming he had nothing to say in return. After all, his vehicle pales in comparison to Zheng Yuanliang's. Yet, Qinggu remains his idol, and naturally, he cannot allow Zheng Yuanliang to look down upon Qinggu. However, Zheng Yuanliang merely scoffed at this notion, dismissing it with a cold sneer. To regard someone driving a $5 million Ferrari as a significant figure, how naive or foolish could one be? Zheng Yuanliang held both Huang Hai and the so-called Qinggu in utter contempt. A person who drives a Ferrari worth over 500,000 is hardly noteworthy. He is inferior even to Zheng Yuanliang himself. How could such a person ever be deemed a prominent figure? Qinggu is nothing more than a farce. Huang Hai was so enraged that he trembled all over. His companions lowered their heads, feeling the ire, yet unable to counter Zheng Yuanliang's words. They were not yet acquainted with this Qinggu. Zheng's assertion rang true. A person driving a $5 million Ferrari was no more than their equal, far beneath even a fraction of Zheng Yuanliang's worth. What a name to carry. Qinggu. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to him as Little Chun. Several onlookers, eager to curry favor with Zheng Yuanliang, chimed in eagerly. After all, that Qinggu was not present. What harm was there in mocking him? As long as they could please Zheng Yuanliang, they would readily insult their own ancestors. Huang Hai, your taste is truly lacking, Zheng Yuanliang remarked once more, critiquing him. Allow me to introduce you to what a true significant figure looks like. With an air of mystery, Zheng Yuanliang continued, having recently befriended an influential individual, Feng Xiao. In the presence of Feng Xiao, Huang Hai's Qinggu would be nothing but an insignificant insect. At that moment, the crowd was left bewildered by Zheng Yuanliang's words. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed in the distance. A yellow supercar was approaching the estate. My goodness, what is that? Exclaimed one young gentleman, who immediately recognized the vehicle and marveled at its presence. The crowd followed his gaze, captivated by the striking yellow supercar. What kind of car is that? It looks incredibly flashy. Indeed, it appears quite magnificent. I too wish to own one, someone commented. Imagine driving it on the road. It would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. Buy one. What are you thinking? Do you even know what this car is? Can you afford it? The initial gentleman scoffed. What car is it? The onlookers inquired, puzzled. That, my friends, is a McLaren one, priced at 13 million, and upon delivery, it likely reaches 15 million. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively swallowed hard. Although many had never heard of a McLaren one, the staggering price of 15 million was enough to astonish them. A 15 million supercar? Good heavens. Today, they finally beheld the legendary multi-million supercar. Under the gaze of the crowd, the McLaren one, valued at over 10 million, gracefully came to a halt beside a Lamborghini. Upon witnessing the McLaren one's arrival, Zheng Yuanliang hurriedly dashed over. As the car door opened, a defiant young man emerged slowly. Young Master Fong, you have arrived. Zheng Yuanliang said with obsequiousness upon seeing the young man step out. Allow me to introduce, this is Fong Hongxiu, the heir of the Fong Group. With great pride, Zheng Yuanliang revealed the identity of the audacious young man to everyone present. The heir of the Fong Group. Upon realizing the significance of the young man, the crowd became visibly agitated. The Fong Group is one of the major enterprises in Jiangzhou, valued at over 10 billion. It was astonishing that this audacious young man was none other than the son of the chairman of the Fong Group, the future successor. This is the prominent figure I wanted to introduce to you, Zheng Yuanliang declared, beaming with pride. The crowd expressed their admiration. This was indeed a true figure of stature. Huang Hai and his companions were left in stunned silence. They never anticipated that the prominent figure Zheng Yuanliang referred to was the heir of the Fong Group. This was undoubtedly someone they needed to look up to. Hello, young Master Fong. You are truly handsome. The onlookers, young lords and wealthy heiresses, flocked around, showering compliments upon Fong Hongxiu. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuanliang approached Huang Hai with an air of arrogance. Old Huang, do you see? This is what a true influential person looks like. He said with a mocking tone. Young Master Fong drives a McLaren one worth over 10 million, far surpassing your so-called brother Chen. With young Master Fong's presence bolstering his confidence, Zheng Yuanliang unabashedly ridiculed Huang Hai. Although Huang Hai's friends were infuriated by Zheng Yuanliang's taunts, they dared not retaliate. Especially with the heir of the Fong Group in attendance. Zheng Yuanliang, do not be too arrogant. Brother Chen is formidable as well, Huang Hai retorted, taking a deep breath. Oh, really? Is this brother Chen truly strong? Zheng Yuanliang dismissed Huang Hai's words with a scoff. Very well. Let us put it this way. If your brother Chen is indeed that impressive, let him drive a car even more remarkable than young Master Fong's McLaren one. With unwavering confidence, Zheng Yuanliang countered. If your brother Chen can arrive in a car superior to young Master Fong's McLaren one, I shall kneel and call him brother. I will even gift him my newly purchased Lamborghini worth over 9 million. Knowing full well that Huang Hai's brother Chen could not meet such a challenge, Zheng Yuanliang stood firm. Provoked by Zheng Yuanliang's taunts, Huang Hai trembled with rage. Although he wished to speak on behalf of Chen Gu, he found himself powerless. Despite Chen Ji's formidable strength, he remained remarkably low-key, driving only a several million yuan Ferrari, which paled in comparison to Fong Xiao's McLaren, valued over 10 million. What's wrong? Lost your tongue? Zheng Yuanliang laughed boisterously. As Zheng Yuanliang indulged in his raucous laughter, an exceptionally striking black supercar glided into the estate. Chapter 40. The astonished crowd goodness. Am I hallucinating? A young gentleman was the first to notice the black supercar and gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the others turned with curiosity. After a brief glance, everyone was rendered speechless. Is this the legendary Koenigsegg? Someone trembled to inquire. Yes, indeed. This is the fabled Koenigsegg. And it appears to be a model worth over 20 million, nearing 30 million, a well-informed young man confirmed. Koenigsegg? Over 20 million, nearly 30 million. At this moment, the crowd was not merely shocked, but utterly astounded. Initially, they thought that a supercar costing over 10 million was impressive. Little did they anticipate the arrival of a vehicle valued at 20 to 30 million. Such an amount could purchase a splendid villa in Jiangzhou. Everyone was profoundly intimidated by the price of this Koenigsegg. Staring at the suddenly arrived Koenigsegg, both Zheng Yuanliang and Huang Hai were momentarily struck dumb. It must be said, this Koenigsegg was breathtakingly beautiful. Even Fong Xiao's previously stunning McLaren paled in comparison to this masterpiece. Not to mention, just the price alone illustrated the disparity. One Koenigsegg could nearly buy 2 McLarens. Gulping, Zheng Yuanliang gazed at the Koenigsegg with wide eyes, filled with envy. This supercar was remarkably striking, akin to a black phantom, exuding an unrivaled allure. It was not just Zheng Yuanliang. Even Fang Hongxiu, who typically regarded everyone with disdain, revealed an unmistakable envy in his eyes while looking at the Koenigsegg. Whose esteemed vehicle is this Koenigsegg? No one knew, but it undoubtedly belonged to a significant figure. Otherwise, how could one possess the legendary Koenigsegg? Everyone present was intensely curious about the identity of the owner of this Koenigsegg. Ultimately, the black Koenigsegg came to a smooth stop beside the McLaren. The car door slowly ascended as all eyes were riveted upon it. A remarkably handsome young man emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing the owner of the Koenigsegg, the gathered young gentlemen and wealthy heiresses wore expressions of bewilderment. None of them recognized the illustrious figure who drove the Koenigsegg. Upon witnessing the striking figure emerging, Huang Hai covered his mouth in disbelief. Could it be? Is this not Brother Chen? To his astonishment, Brother Chen had arrived in a Koenigsegg. My heavens! After a moment of dazed surprise, Huang Hai hurriedly trotted over. Brother Chen, you have arrived, he said with utmost respect. Upon hearing Huang Hai address the owner of the Koenigsegg as such, everyone present was taken aback. Brother Chen, the owner of this magnificent Koenigsegg is the very figure Huang Hai had often mentioned. Most attendees had heard Huang Hai speak of Brother Chen, yet few believed in the significance of this so-called individual. However, they now realized the gravity of their misjudgment. How could a person driving a multi-million Koenigsegg not be a person of stature? Their faith in Huang Hai's words was finally restored. As for Huang Hai's friends, who had been keeping their heads down earlier, their faces now radiated joy. It turned out that the Brother Chen spoken of by Huang was indeed a formidable figure. They felt an immense sense of pride alongside Huang Hai. Just moments ago, they had endured ridicule from Zheng Yuanliang. Yet now, with Brother Chen arriving in a Koenigsegg, they too could hold their heads high. Among all, Zheng Yuanliang was the most astounded. He could hardly fathom that the Brother Chen Huang Hai had mentioned would arrive in a Koenigsegg worth tens of millions. His complexion fluctuated between green and white, clearly shaken. The thought of his earlier bravado made him even more apprehensive. Just moments ago, he had declared, if your Brother Chen drives a car more impressive than a McLaren one, I will kneel and call him brother. I would even offer him my newly acquired Lamborghini worth over 9 million. The mere idea of parting with his Lamborghini filled him with dread. The more Zheng Yuanliang pondered, the more anxious he became. He began to retreat, wishing to escape the scene. However, just as he took a few steps back, Huang Hai spotted him. Come here, old Zheng. What were you saying earlier? You mentioned that if Brother Chen arrived in a car more impressive than a McLaren one, you would do what? Huang Hai inquired. Brother Huang, I was wrong. I was wrong. Zheng Yuanliang repeatedly apologized, unwilling to part with his Lamborghini. Observing Zheng Yuanliang's humble demeanor, Huang Hai let out a cold laugh. This was the price to pay. How brazen he had been just moments ago. Now, the retribution had arrived. Let us not mention the Lamborghini anymore. You must fulfill your other promise, right? Giving that 9 million car to Brother Chen is certainly unrealistic. Even if Zheng Yuanliang agreed, his family would undoubtedly object. In the event of any ensuing trouble, the consequences would be dire. Yet another promise that Zheng Yuanliang was determined to fulfill. Ah, Brother Huang, may I? Zheng Yuanliang attempted to negotiate further, but Huang Hai's expression darkened. Reluctantly, Zheng Yuanliang acquiesced. Embarrassment was a small price to pay compared to losing the vehicle altogether. Ultimately, with great trepidation, Zheng Yuanliang approached Yi Chen's side. With a thud, Zheng Yuanliang knelt before Yi Chen, greeting him. Hello, Brother Chen. The onlookers were taken aback by his bold gesture. Yi Chen, momentarily stunned, remarked, You come to pay your respects, but I haven't brought any red envelopes. He shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. No worries, Brother Chen, I have one. Huang Hai interjected, stepping forward and producing a bill from seemingly nowhere, which he promptly handed to Zheng Yuanliang. This is for you, little Liang. No need for change, he stated generously. Zheng Yuanliang accepted the money with a sense of resignation. Hello, Brother Chen. Your Koenigsegg is simply stunning, he complimented. The crowd, who had previously surrounded Fang Hongxiu, now abandoned him to lavish their attention on Yi Chen. In an unexpected turn of events, Fang Hongxiu, the heir of the Fang group, strode directly toward Yi Chen. Standing a mere 2 to 3 meters away, he faced Yi Chen defiantly, the atmosphere thick with tension. I challenge you. Fang Hongxiu declared, startling those around them. What did it mean to challenge Yi Chun? I admit, your Koenigsegg surpasses my McLaren. But that does not imply that my driving skills are inferior to yours, Fang Hongxiu continued calmly. Let us select 2 cars and compete. If you defeat me, I shall acknowledge your superiority. You will be my elder brother, and I will attend to any request you make. Fang Hongxiu spoke with a hint of reluctance, aware that his vehicle could not compare to Yi Chen's. However, he held a steadfast confidence in his driving prowess. Were it not for familial obligations, he might have pursued a career as a professional racer. Upon hearing Fang Hongxiu's challenge, the crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to witness a race between Yi Chun and Fang Hongxiu, curious to see whose skills would prevail. While it was clear that Yi Chen's car was superior, the outcome of the race remained uncertain. Rumors had circulated about the Fang heir's passion for racing and exceptional abilities behind the wheel. Zheng Yuanliang, who had just risen, was momentarily stunned before becoming animated. Fang Hongxiu was indeed a significant figure he had invited. If Fang could triumph over Brother Chun, it would restore some dignity. Yi Chun, you must agree. Zheng Yuanliang silently prayed within himself. Beside Yi Chun, Huang Hai felt a surge of tension upon hearing Fang Hongxiu's challenge. Brother Chun, he whispered. Fang Hongxiu's prowess is formidable. Among the elite in Jiangzhou, his driving skills are certainly among the very best. Initially, Yi Chun held little interest in competing with Fang Hongxiu in a driving contest. However, Huang Hai's words piqued his curiosity. Previously, Yi Chun had acquired top-tier driving skills through gaming, yet he had never truly tested his abilities to their fullest extent. Now, with the opportunity to compare himself against Fang Hongxiu, who ranked highly in Jiangzhou's automotive prowess, he found it to be an excellent occasion for a trial. Yi Chun nodded in agreement. As he accepted the challenge, the atmosphere around them erupted into excitement. Brother Chun is magnificent. Let the race begin. The crowd cheered, and a smile appeared on Zheng Yuanliang's face. He was well aware of Fang Hongxiu's driving abilities, having previously witnessed him dominate a professional racer. Now, with Fang Hongxiu competing in his area of expertise against Yi Chun, could he possibly lose? This was a chance for Zheng Yuanliang to reclaim some dignity. If Fang Hongxiu emerged victorious, he would no longer need to fear encounters with Huang Hai. Otherwise, he might find it difficult to hold his head high in Huang Hai's presence again. As scions of Jiangzhou, racing was a frequent pastime for them, with designated venues for their exploits. The scene was filled with young masters and wealthy heiresses, many arriving in their extravagant supercars. Yi Chun selected a Ferrari, while Fang Hongxiu chose a Lamborghini. The 2 vehicles, comparable in both price and specifications, promised a fair competition. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a secluded, rugged road, a favored racing spot for these young elites. To ensure they captured every moment of the event, they had prepared numerous drones to record from above, guaranteeing that every detail of the race would be documented. With Yi Chun behind the wheel of the Ferrari and Fang Hongxiu in the Lamborghini, they arrived at the starting line. The race commenced swiftly. The Ferrari and Lamborghini shot forward like arrows, racing into the distance. Who do you think will win this time? The spectators, composed of young masters and wealthy heiresses, began to speculate. I believe Fang Hongxiu will prevail. I think Yi Chun will take it. Yi Chun is incredibly skilled and owns a Koenigsegg, but we are unsure of his driving abilities. I suspect Fang Hongxiu may have the upper hand. The majority present believed Fang Hongxiu would triumph, as his driving skills were widely acknowledged. They were unfamiliar with Yi Chun, with only a select few, including Huang Hai, holding faith in his potential to emerge victorious. Old Huang, what do you think? Zheng Yuanliang inquired with a smile as he approached Huang Hai. Brother Chun will surely triumph. Huang Hai asserted with unwavering conviction. I beg to differ, Zheng Yuanliang replied, shaking his head. What? Do you doubt Brother Chin's prowess? Huang Hai retorted. Zheng Yuanliang hastily shook his head, clarifying, No. Brother Chin's strength is evident to all. While he may wish to regain face before Huang Hai, he dares not show any disrespect towards Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chun drives a Koenigsegg, a testament to his formidable status and background, far beyond what he could contend with. Brother Chin's financial resources are indeed impressive, but his driving skills remain uncertain, as Fang Xiao is a renowned expert, Zheng Yuanliang remarked, hinting at his doubts. Brother Chin will undoubtedly prevail, Huang Hai replied, his expression resolute. Let us wait and see, Zheng Yuanliang responded, equally confident in Fang Xiao's driving skills. At that moment, the drone footage captured the race between Yi Chun and Fang Hongxiu. On the initially smooth stretch of road, the gap between them was marginal. However, as they approached a turn, the difference became apparent. Fang Hongxiu's prowess was undeniable. His drifting was nearly flawless, eliciting envy from the onlookers. Yet, when compared to Yi Chen's technique, Fang Hongxiu's drifting seemed rather ordinary. If Fang Hongxiu's performance was nearly perfect, Yi Chen's was nothing short of sublime. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. With that turn, Yi Chen placed Fang Hongxiu firmly behind him. How could this be? Zheng Yuanliang gasped in disbelief, his face a portrait of astonishment. Those who had anticipated Fang Hongxiu's victory were equally taken aback. Meanwhile, the small contingent that had believed in Yi Chen's triumph exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with smiles. Brother Chun is incredible. Following that turn, Yi Chen had distanced himself from Fang Hongxiu. Naturally, Fang Hongxiu was unwilling to concede, making several attempts to catch up, all in vain. As they approached the next turn, the gap widened even further, with Fang Hongxiu lagging considerably behind. The race was not long, and when Yi Chen reached the finish line, Fang Hongxiu arrived a good 30 seconds later. As both competitors crossed the finish, several onlookers who had initially waited at the finish line rushed forward. Upon seeing Yi Chen disembark, they eagerly exclaimed, "Brother Chun is formidable. Brother Chun is truly exceptional." Meanwhile, Fang Hongxiu also stepped out of his vehicle. Initially, the spectators expected him to be immensely disappointed or perhaps furious. However, Fang Hongxiu's demeanor exceeded their expectations. He emerged not with disappointment or anger, but rather with a radiant expression of joy and excitement. What has come over Fang Xiao? Was he perhaps stimulated, causing a lapse in his mental faculties? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the situation. Chapter 42. Entering Su Ningshuang's boudoir. As the crowd remained in confusion, Fang Hongxiu, brimming with excitement, approached Yi Chen. "Brother Chen, you are my idol." That drift was simply flawless, Fang Hongxiu exclaimed, grabbing Yi Chen's arm with the enthusiasm of an ardent fan. Indeed, initially, when he was overtaken by Yi Chen, Fang Hongxiu felt a surge of anger and frustration. Throughout the course, he made numerous attempts to catch up to Yi Chen, even striving to surpass him. However, in the end, Fang Hongxiu completely surrendered. He came to the realization that his driving skills paled in comparison to Yi Chen's. He was utterly in awe, especially when recalling Yi Chen's near-perfect drift, which elevated Yi Chen to the status of an idol in Fang Hongxiu's eyes. Thus, this scene unfolded. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Young Master Fang's mental state was intact, which was a relief. They had previously discussed the potential consequences had young Master Fang lost and become enraged. A competition is merely for entertainment, after all. Yet, if tempers flared and conflict ensued, it would be quite unfortunate. Their greatest fear was young Master Fang losing and erupting in fury. Thus, the current outcome was undoubtedly the most favorable scenario. "Brother Chun, from this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me," Fang Hongxiu declared, his admiration for Yi Chen evident. "Whenever you have the time, I would greatly appreciate your guidance on my driving skills." After the racing concluded, everyone returned to the manor for dinner. Since they had all driven themselves, no alcohol was consumed. At the dining table, Fang Hongxiu, substituting tea for wine, endeavored to curry favor with Yi Chen. In the end, Fang Hongxiu successfully acquired Yi Chen's contact information. After dining and lingering for a while at the manor, Yi Chen took his leave, with Fang Hongxiu leading him out. On the dawn of a new day, Yi Chen drove towards the school, as he had only one class scheduled for midday. He planned to return to the villa after his 10 o'clock class. Just then, he received a WeChat call from his cousin, Zhao Shuxian. "Yi Chen, are you at school?" Zhao Shuxian inquired anxiously. "I am. What is the matter?" Yi Chen responded. "Well, it's about Ningshuang. Her disc is missing," Zhao Shuxian explained. "It contains an article she wrote, which is due for submission to the school in an hour for a competition. Unfortunately, we searched the dormitory thoroughly, but it's nowhere to be found. Ningshuang suspects she may have left it at home after her last visit and wishes to return to retrieve it. If you have time, could you please take her home to look for it?" Zhao Shuxian relayed the details to Yi Chen. Originally, Su Ningshuang intended to take a taxi home, but was intercepted by Zhao Shuxian. Yi Chen has a car. Why complicate matters by hailing a taxi? Moreover, given the urgency of the situation, taking a taxi would undoubtedly waste precious time. Yi Chen's vehicle, a Ferrari, boasted impressive speed, capable of saving a significant amount of time. Additionally, It would serve to deepen the relationship between Yi Chun and Ningshuang. With this thought in mind, Zhao Shuxian promptly called Yi Chun. Sure. I'll drive the car to the girls' dormitory right away, Yi Chun replied, understanding the urgency of the situation. Departing from the classroom, he took his Koenigsegg and swiftly drove to the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Su Ningshuang was already waiting outside, when a sleek, unfamiliar sports car pulled up beside her. She instinctively stepped back, assuming someone was attempting to flirt with her. Su Xuejia, get in the car, Yichen called out as he lowered the window. Yichen. Su Ningshuang was taken aback to see him behind the wheel. Had he changed cars again? Just how many vehicles did he possess? Though curiosity piqued her interest, she refrained from asking further questions and entered Yichen's car. Thank you, Yi Xuedi. Su Ningshuang expressed her gratitude, feeling slightly embarrassed for once again relying on Yichen. She added, we are friends. No need for formalities, he replied casually, and they headed straight for the school gate, with Su Ningshuang guiding him. Yichen didn't need to rely on navigation. Under her direction, they arrived at the renowned Shijishanhua Villa area in Jiangzhou, where the properties rivaled those in Yichun's south-owned Lingyun Tiangong estate. He parked in front of Villa number 3. It seemed Su Ningshuang's mother wasn't home today, as she opened the villa door and led Yichen inside. Yi Xuedi, please make yourself comfortable while I search for something in my room, Su Ningshuang said, hastening towards her bedroom. It was already 10:50, with a submission deadline at 11. Su Ningshuang had merely 10 minutes to locate her disk and send the document to the school authorities. Time was of the essence, and she was determined to act swiftly. Any delay would render her efforts over the past few months futile. Seated on the sofa, Yichen gazed around the room when a voice called out to him. Yi Xuedi, please come in here. Su Ningshuang beckoned him into her bedroom. Huh. He hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate. While he had no qualms about entering, it was indeed her personal space, and it felt somewhat awkward for a boy to intrude. Yi Xuedi, please help me look for it. Time is pressing. Su Ningshuang urged again. She rummaged through her room, but was unable to find what she was looking for. Now, only 4 or 5 minutes remained until 11 o'clock. If she cannot find it within this brief span, it would be quite troublesome. Recognizing the limitations of her own strength, she invited Yichen to assist her in the search. After the events that had transpired earlier, Su Ningshuang deemed Yichen to be a trustworthy individual, which prompted her request. Had it been another young man in the living room instead of Yichen, she would never have invited him to join her search, even if she were unable to locate it. However, given that it was Yichen outside, Su Ningshuang placed her faith in him. With Su Ningshuang's invitation, Yichen had no choice but to comply. He hurried upstairs and entered Su Ningshuang's room. How pink. Upon entering, Yichen's initial impression was of the overwhelming pinkness that adorned the curtains, bed sheets, and other decor, a true embodiment of youthful exuberance. A person's bedroom often reflects their innermost self, and it seemed that despite Su Ningshuang's seemingly aloof demeanor, she still possessed the heart of a girl. After a brief moment of surprise, Yichen began to assist Su Ningshuang in her search. After inspecting the desk without success, he opened her wardrobe, all the while muttering about the impropriety of such an action as he meticulously searched. Ultimately, Yichen discovered the disc nestled within one of Su Ningshuang's garments. Is this it? He inquired, holding up the disc. Yes, that's it. Su Ningshuang nodded eagerly. Thank you so much. Overcome with excitement, she instinctively embraced Yichen. Taken aback by the sudden embrace, Yichen was momentarily stunned. Su Ningshuang quickly realized her blunder, her face flushing crimson. In her moment of joy, she had forgotten that it was Yichen, not her close friend, who had entered her room. Previously, only her female friends had crossed that threshold. Yichen was the first male to do so. In her elation, she had momentarily overlooked this fact. Realizing the impropriety, Su Ningshuang hastily released Yichen, her cheeks burning, her head feeling light. Chapter 43. Oh no, Yi Xuedi, my mother is back. Su Xuejia, time is running out. Yichen glanced at the clock, which was nearing 10:59. What? Su Ningshuang also registered the urgency and swiftly inserted the disk into her computer. Fortunately, she had turned on the computer as soon as she entered the room. Racing against time, Su Ningshuang managed to send the document to the school authorities just seconds before 10:59. Phew. Su Ningshuang exhaled in relief. If she had missed that deadline, all her efforts over the past few months would have been in vain. Thankfully, Yichen had been there to help. Without his assistance, she would have likely run out of time even if she had found it. Let us sit down and take a moment to rest, Su Ningshuang said. wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. In her frantic rush, she had worked up a sweat. Yichun took a seat on the nearby chair. Today, I am truly grateful to you, Yishueti, Ningshuang expressed sincerely, momentarily at a loss as to how she might repay Yichun. You are too polite, Senior Su. Yichun replied modestly, feeling he had done little more than assist in locating something, which was hardly significant. Suddenly, Ningshuang's attention was drawn to the open wardrobe. Her complexion flushed anew as she realized all her clothes were within. How embarrassing. She hastily rose to discreetly close the wardrobe, just as Ningshuang was about to speak. The sound of the villa door opening echoed through the air. Startled, she quietly stepped outside to take a glance. To her surprise, it was her mother returning home. Instantly, Ningshuang rushed back to her room, anxious as she informed Yichun, "This is bad. Yishueti, my mother is back." She quickly instructed him, "Please stay in my room for a moment and do not venture outside. I will check on her." "All right," Yichun nodded. Ningshuang's heart raced with anxiety. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself before opening the door. Upon stepping out, she swiftly closed the door behind her. Seeing the door shut, Yichun suddenly realized that something was amiss. This was all very wrong. He had merely come to help find something, and his relationship with Su Shuejia was entirely innocent. They had done nothing inappropriate. Why, then, did it feel as though he were hiding in a clandestine manner within her chamber, as if they had committed some wrongdoing? There had been nothing untoward about his visit, yet this act of concealment made it seem suspicious, as if he and Su Shuejia were guilty of something. Had he stepped out earlier to greet Ningshuang's mother, this predicament could have been avoided. Now, concealed as he was, if Ningshuang's mother were to discover him in her daughter's room, it would lead to a significant problem, one that would be difficult to explain. Yichun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Meanwhile, Ningshuang too realized the implications of her actions. Had she not inadvertently made herself seem guilty? Inviting a boy into her room for the first time had made her overly nervous and shy, leaving her momentarily flustered. She should have invited Yichun to join her in greeting her mother. Alas, it was too late now. With a heavy heart, Ningshuang steeled herself to face her mother. "Mother," she called as she descended the stairs to greet her. "Ningshuang, you're back. What's wrong?" her mother inquired, noticing the beads of sweat on Ningshuang's forehead. "It's nothing, nothing at all." She quickly wiped her brow and attempted to reassure her mother. "Oh," her mother replied, somewhat doubtful, and chose not to press further. "By the way, mother, I noticed that one of the koi in the backyard seems to be unwell. Perhaps you should take a look," Ningshuang suggested. She wished to send her mother away, urging Yichun to swiftly exit the bedroom and depart. If Yichun did not leave immediately, the opportunity would be lost until her mother ventured out again the following day. The thought of Yichun remaining in her bedroom for an entire night was simply inappropriate. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Ningshuang's mother became instantly anxious. In the backyard garden, she tended to a small group of koi fish, which she cherished dearly. Now, upon hearing her daughter, Ningshuang's mother promptly stood up and made her way to the backyard. Ningshuang hurried back to the bedroom to call Yichun out. "Yishueti, my mother has gone to the backyard. You should come out quickly and head back. You've worked hard today," Ningshuang said, visibly anxious. She felt it was essential to express her gratitude to Yichun for his assistance, but today was not the right moment. Therefore, she wished for Yichun to leave first, planning to find a way to thank him later. "Understood," Yichun replied, grasping Ningshuang's intention and wishing to avoid any misunderstanding from her mother. They moved cautiously down the stairs, as if they were thieves. Making their way to the front door of the villa, Yichun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of their situation. The more they tried to hide, the more complicated it seemed. Soon, Ningshuang led Yichun downstairs, carefully approaching the villa's entrance. Just as Yichun was about to step outside, Ningshuang sighed in relief. Creak. At that moment, the door leading to the backyard swung open. Yichun reacted instantly, turning around to face away from the villa's door. "Ningshuang, I checked on the koi, and everything seems fine," her mother said as she walked in from the backyard. Upon seeing her mother, Ningshuang's heart raced, feeling guilty as if caught in a deceitful act. As Ningshuang's mother entered the villa, she spotted Yichun with great surprise. "Isn't this Xiaochun? What are you doing here?" Hearing her mother's question, Ningshuang's anxiety heightened. This was a disaster. Despite her carefulness, her mother had discovered them. Just as Ningshuang prepared to explain, Yichun spoke up. "Auntie, I needed to discuss something with Senior Su. I knocked on the door, and she kindly let me in." Yichen stood with his back to the villa door, appearing as if he had just arrived. I see. Su Ningshuang's mother seemed to harbor no suspicion and quickly invited Yichen to sit down. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Auntie, Yichen replied. Su Ningshuang let out a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Yichen. At that moment, she felt immense admiration for his quick thinking. Her own response time paled in comparison to his. If it had not been for Yichen's quick reaction just now, the situation would have been exposed. Su Ningshuang cast a grateful glance at Yichen, who sat down beside her. Su Ningshuang's mother offered fruit to Yichen. Thank you, Auntie, Yichen said as he accepted a banana and ate it leisurely. You may discuss your matters first, Su Ningshuang's mother said, choosing not to intrude. She took fish food and went to the backyard to feed the koi. In the living room, only Yichen and Su Ningshuang remained. Chapter 44. Did Su Ningshuang's mother discover the truth? Once her mother had left, Su Ningshuang collapsed onto the sofa. If it weren't for your quick thinking, Yishueti, it would have been troublesome, she remarked with deep emotion. It's nothing, Yichen replied, lingering for a moment longer. After finishing the banana, he stood to bid farewell. Su Ningshuang did not insist on keeping him. Today was indeed not the right occasion. Perhaps next time, I can invite you over to my home, she suggested. As Yichen rose to leave, Su Ningshuang's mother returned. Oh, is classmate Xiaochen leaving? She asked in surprise. Why not stay a little longer? It's almost noon. Please join us for a meal. Su Ningshuang's mother warmly invited Yichen to stay. No, perhaps next time, Yichen shook his head. Next time, I will make a special visit to Auntie. Seeing Yichen decline, Su Ningshuang's mother did not press further. Ningshuang, why don't you see off classmate Xiaochen? All right, Su Ningshuang responded, escorting Yichen out of the villa. After watching her daughter and Yichen leave, Su Ningshuang's mother cast a meaningful glance at her daughter's room. These two little ones, a smile crept onto her face. Does she truly think she can be easily deceived? In truth, Su Ningshuang's mother had perceived something from the very beginning. Upon first seeing her daughter, she noted that her behavior was quite unusual. As a mother, she naturally recognized it. However, this was not yet proof. The real reason Su Ningshuang's mother became sure was the luxury sports car parked at the entrance of the villa. It was evident that there was a guest. When her daughter urged her to go to the backyard, Su Ningshuang's mother began to harbor suspicions. Thus, she deliberately played along with her daughter, heading to the backyard. When she felt it was about time, she returned from the backyard and happened to encounter Yichen. At this moment, as someone who had been through similar experiences, Su Ningshuang's mother understood everything. However, she chose not to expose her daughter's deception. Such matters are delicate and not easily addressed, especially since her daughter had grown up. Yet, she wondered if their relationship was progressing too rapidly. The youth of today, Su Ningshuang's mother thought, feeling somewhat troubled. Perhaps it was time for a serious conversation with her daughter. Even if her daughter was with Yichen, at the very least, Yichen should personally visit her and her husband as a boyfriend. Su Ningshuang's mother was lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Yichen bid farewell to Su Ningshuang and drove home. On his way back to the villa, several videos began to circulate. Despite their varied content, they all shared a common theme. Ningshuang's accusations against Yilin Entertainment Company and its new president, Yichen. With the intention of tarnishing Yilin Entertainment's reputation and ousting it from Jiangzhou, Yuanyin Entertainment Company deliberately disseminated these videos within the Jiangzhou community. The release of these videos sent shockwaves through the Jiangzhou circle, as Yilin Entertainment was regarded as one of the largest agencies in the area. It was rumored that the new president had only recently been appointed. Now, allegations were surfacing that Yichen was not a man of good character, forcing female employees to entertain guests. Consequently, the reputation of both Yilin Entertainment and Yichen began to deteriorate. Although some members of Yilin Entertainment stepped forward to support Yichen and defend the company, Yuan Yan's covert machinations and orchestrated narrative led these individuals to be dismissed as mere company pawns. Trust in Yilin's representatives waned. Furthermore, due to Yuan Yan's president, Yin Baimei, seeking assistance from a wealthy Jiangzhou magnate she was acquainted with, various rumors about Yilin Entertainment proliferated rapidly. Yilin Entertainment became a target of public disdain. Faced with this onslaught of rumors, the upper management of Yilin Entertainment felt akin to ants on a hot pan, urgently seeking solutions to the crisis. Some executives suggested that Deputy General Manager Yang Xueming inform President Yi of the situation for his intervention, but Yang Xueming initially rejected this idea. They could not burden President Yi with every issue, as it would reflect their incompetence. They continued brainstorming, hoping to resolve the matter on their own, and only if absolutely necessary would they seek Yichen's assistance. The following day, Yichen received a call from Ningshuang, who informed him of an upcoming banquet attended by many presidents and wealthy individuals from Jiangzhou. As the president of Yilan Entertainment, Yichen was also invited, with the invitation sent directly to the company due to their lack of familiarity with him. Yichen accepted the invitation. That evening, he arrived at Yilan Entertainment to collect the invitation. Since Ningshuang was also invited, the two proceeded to the banquet together. En route, Ningshuang disclosed the rumors propagated by Ningshuang regarding Yilan Entertainment and Yichen. Despite their various attempts to manage the situation, Ningshuang and the senior executives had found themselves at a dead end. Reluctantly, he turned to Yichen for assistance. Lost in thought, Yichen pondered the unfolding events. Ningshuang has signed a contract with the Yuanyan Entertainment Company, and it is highly likely that this is the handiwork of the agency itself. Ningshuang asserted to Yichen with unwavering certainty. Yuanyan Entertainment Company, Yichen murmured, noting the matter for future action after the banquet concluded. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yichen and Ningshuang arrived at the villa hosting the soiree. Their presence immediately attracted attention, as the rumors surrounding Yichen and the Yilan Entertainment Company had stirred considerable commotion in the Jiangzhou circles. Consequently, upon their arrival, few extended a warm welcome. The atmosphere was decidedly frosty. This indifference was not born out of a belief in the veracity of the rumors, for the truth mattered little to them. Even if the rumors were entirely accurate, it was of no consequence. What they valued most was profit, and they were acutely aware that this situation was, in essence, a power struggle between Yilan and Yuanyan Entertainment companies. Whichever side held the upper hand would find their allegiance. Yuanyan Entertainment appeared to have formidable backing, firmly securing its advantageous position, while Yilan struggled to cope. Given a little more time, it was conceivable that Yilan would find it untenable to remain in Jiangzhou. Naturally, they would keep their distance from a company on the brink of collapse. In the midst of this, only one middle-aged gentleman approached Yichen and Ningshuang, greeting them warmly. "You must be Mr. Yi, a promising young talent," he said, extending his hand. "Mr. Li here has been a long-time collaborator with our Yilan Entertainment Company." Ningshuang introduced the gentleman. Their extended partnership had fostered a strong relationship, and should Yilan encounter difficulties, Mr. Li's interests would also be jeopardized. Thus, at this critical juncture, he chose to side with Yilan. "Hello," Yichen replied as he shook hands with Mr. Li. Just then, two unexpected figures entered the banquet hall. Upon their arrival, the once indifferent guests suddenly rushed over with enthusiasm. These two individuals were none other than Yan Baimei, the owner of Yuanyan Entertainment, and Ningshuang. "Hello, Ms. Yan. It's been a while. You look even more radiant," one guest exclaimed. "Wishing you prosperity, Ms. Yan." The others chimed in, their tones laced with flattery. They had all heard of Yan Baimei's association with a significant figure and felt compelled to express their alignment. In an instant, the lively atmosphere surrounding Yan Baimei starkly contrasted with the chilly reception at Yichen's side. Originally, Yan Baimei had intended to attend the event alone, but she had unexpectedly received some intriguing news. It is said that tonight, a prominent figure's son from Jiangzhou will also be in attendance. Eager to forge a connection with this young gentleman, Yan Baimei immediately thought of Ningshuang. Upon discussing the matter with Ningshuang, she readily agreed, keen to meet some influential individuals. After mingling with the numerous guests, Yan Baimei happened to spot Yichen and Ningshuang in the distance, a smirk of disdain flickering across her face. Rumors about Yilan Talent Agency and its new president, Yichen, were rampant, and Yan Baimei felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. She took the initiative to lead Ningshuang towards Yichen, while the other guests merely observed from a distance, anticipating a dramatic encounter. "Oh, isn't that Vice President Yang?" Yan Baimei approached with a beaming smile. "President Yan," Ningshuang replied courteously, despite his aversion to her. "And who might this be?" Yan Baimei feigned ignorance of Yichen. "This is our new president, Mr. Yi," Ningshuang introduced. "Ah, so this is Mr. Yi." Yan Baimei continued her charade, feigning surprise. "Mr. Yi, I must sincerely thank you for assigning such an exceptional employee as Sierra to me. Without you, our Yin Talent Agency would not have achieved its current standing," she expressed with heartfelt gratitude. This sentiment was genuine. Had it not been for Yi Chen's decision to dismiss Ningshuang, she would not have encountered this perfect opportunity to undermine Yilan Talent Agency. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi." "Ha ha. Come, Sierra. Don't you want to express your gratitude to Mr. Yi?" Yin Baimei then remarked with a sarcastic tone. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Ningshuang responded, equally pleased. At that moment, she felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking to herself, you regret dismissing me now, don't you? Your downfall, along with Yilan Talent Agency, is inevitable. With a hearty laugh, Yin Baimei departed with Ningshuang to engage with other guests. Meanwhile, Mr. Li contemplated a solution he wished to present to Yi Chun. Given the cordial atmosphere, Yi Chun could hardly decline. Thus, he and Mr. Li found a place to sit. Suddenly, a notable figure from Jiangzhou made an appearance, causing quite a stir. Upon seeing this individual, Yin Baimei and Ningshuang hurried over to greet him with excessive flattery. This prominent figure was Ma Jiangwen, the billionaire whom Yin Baimei had previously encountered. Thanks to Ma Jiangwen's assistance, Yin Talent Agency was able to easily suppress Yilan Talent Agency. Yin Baimei and Ningshuang expressed their gratitude to Ma Jiangwen. This matter is of little consequence. How have you prepared for the issue we discussed? Ma Jiangwen inquired. In his mind, Yilan Entertainment Agency was merely a small enterprise, and its president, Yi Chun, was a trifling figure not worthy of his attention. Rest assured, I've summoned Xier to foster a rapport with that young gentleman, Yin Baimei elucidated. Indeed, Ma Jiangwen scrutinized Ningshuang with a discerning gaze, nodding in satisfaction. The young gentleman arriving tonight holds a significant status. We must devise a strategy to cultivate his favor. May I inquire, who exactly is this young gentleman? Yin Baimei asked curiously. Just as Ma Jiangwen was about to respond, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted him. A defiant young man strode into the room. Upon seeing this youth, Ma Jiangwen discreetly signaled to Yin Baimei. He approached the young man first, with Yin Baimei and Ningshuang closely trailing behind. Young Master Fong. Ma Jiangwen greeted him with utmost courtesy. Oh, it is you, Ma Zong, young Master Fong replied. Allow me to introduce, this is young Master Fong. Ma Jiangwen said to Yin Baimei and Ningshuang. Young Master Fong, greetings, Yin Baimei and Ningshuang said, their voices tinged with trepidation. After exchanging a few pleasantries with young Master Fong, Ma Jiangwen and Yin Baimei excused themselves to the side, leaving space for young Master Fong and Ningshuang. Being of similar age, they were bound to share numerous common interests, especially given Ningshuang's striking beauty. Ma Zong, could this young Master Fong be the son of Fong Hongya? Yin Baimei suddenly asked, her voice laced with anxiety. Indeed, Ma Jiangwen confirmed with a nod. What? Yin Baimei exclaimed in astonishment, realizing her guess was accurate. This young Master Fong was indeed the son of Fong Hongya, the chairman of Fong Group, whose wealth exceeded 100 billion, approaching 200 billion. Now, Yin Baimei comprehended why Ma Jiangwen placed such importance on the arrival of this young gentleman. I hope Xier can leave a favorable impression on young Master Fong, she silently prayed. Though standing at a distance, both Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen remained vigilant, observing young Master Fong and Ningshuang closely. Young Master Fong, what are your interests? Ningshuang endeavored to please him. Racing. Young Master Fong replied with an air of indifference, seemingly disengaged. Ah, that's splendid. I too have a fondness for racing. Perhaps, in the future, you could take me along? Ningshuang inquired. However, after a prolonged silence, young Master Fong offered no response, leaving Ningshuang disheartened. The aloofness of this young Master Fong rendered her attempts at finding common ground futile. As Ningshuang was lost in thought, Fong Xiao's expression suddenly brightened, revealing an unmistakable joy. Ningshuang, taken aback by this sudden change, wondered what had come over him. What could possibly be happening? In the next moment, Fong Xiao disregarded the meticulously adorned Ningshuang and briskly strode forward. Where was he headed? Fong Xiao, wait for me. Ningshuang hastily pursued him. Not far behind, Ma Jiangwen and Yin Baimei also hurried to follow, perplexed by Fong Xiao's behavior. Soon, Fong Xiao came to a halt in front of Yi Chun. What could Fong Xiao want with Yi Chun? Ningshuang trailed behind him, filled with curiosity. Could it be that Fong Xiao had seen the news about Yi Chun and, harboring disdain for him, intended to confront him? Ningshuang speculated. However, the next moment, Fong Xiao spoke with surprising fervor. Brother Chun, I didn't expect to see you here. Chapter 46. The call from a significant figure approaching Yi Chun. Fong Xiao greeted him with an enthusiasm that resembled that of a devoted subordinate. Witnessing this scene, Ningshuang, along with the approaching Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen, stood in stunned silence. What had they just heard? Brother Chun, I didn't expect to see you here. Had they misheard? Ningshuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments ago, She had speculated that Fang Xiao might have come to reprimand Yi Chun due to the videos in which she had accused the Yilan agency and Yi Chun himself. But now, the situation had taken a complete turn. Instead of confronting Yi Chun, Fang Xiao was approaching him with an almost sycophantic eagerness. Good heavens! Was the world truly this insane? Who was Fang Xiao? He was a young master of immense significance, someone even the billionaire Ma valued highly. He was undoubtedly a figure to be revered by Ningshuang and countless others. Yet, here he was, behaving like an underling, ingratiating himself with Yi Chun. In that moment, Ningshuang felt her worldview begin to shatter. It was utterly inconceivable. Not only was Ningshuang, an ordinary internet celebrity, astounded, but even seasoned executives like Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen were left speechless. While Ningshuang was unaware of Fang Xiao's true identity, they were not. Fang Xiao was a prominent figure in Jiangzhou, the son of Fang Hongye, the heir of the Fang Group, a person of exceptional status. Even Ma Jiangwen treated him with deference. Yet now, Fang Xiao was addressing Yi Chun as Brother Chun. How could this be? Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, standing beside Yi Chun, Fang Xiao was positively exhilarated. To his astonishment, he encountered Chun Gu once more, a most fortuitous coincidence. This young master Fang, of course, idolized Yi Chun for his remarkable driving prowess. Although he had yearned to reach out to Yi Chun since their parting that night, hoping to invite him for a joyride to showcase the prowess of a true driving god to his friends, he restrained himself. After all, it was still early days in their acquaintance, and he did not wish to intrude upon Chun Ji's time. Today, however, he resolved to seize the opportunity to become more familiar in Chun Ji's presence. Ah, it's young Master Fang. What a coincidence. Yi Chun, initially engaged in discussions with General Manager Li, turned instinctively at the sound of someone calling him, and there stood Fang Hongxiu. You may simply call me Xiao Xiu. Fang Hongxiu replied, his voice tinged with trepidation, not daring to let Yi Chun refer to him as young Master Fang. Just Xiao Xiu? The words reached the ears of Ningshuang, Yin Baimei, and the others, striking them like a bolt from the blue, sending shivers through them. Their astonishment quickly morphed into fear. Though they could not fathom why Fang Hongxiu addressed Yi Chun as Brother Chun, the reverence shown by the son of a prominent figure in Jiangzhou suggested that Yi Chun was far from ordinary. Even if Yi Chun were merely the owner of a modest talent agency, his connection with Fang Hongxiu and their apparent camaraderie spoke volumes. Fang Hongxiu himself was inconsequential. Yet his father, Fang Hongye, was a formidable figure whom even Ma Jiangwen dared not provoke. The breadth of Yi Chun's network was staggering. As this realization dawned upon Yin Baimei, she gasped, a chill running down her spine. Regret washed over her. She should never have attempted to capitalize on Yi Chun's decision to dismiss Ningshuang, nor should she have sought to undermine him and his agency. Had she taken the time to investigate Yi Chun's influence, she would not have dared to act so recklessly. It was over. Truly over. Panic enveloped Yin Baimei, making her feel as though she were an ant on a hot pan. Nearby, Ma Jiangwen found himself in a similarly precarious situation. Once viewing Yi Chun as nothing more than the owner of a small company, a mere insect beneath his notice, he now recognized the grave error of his previous dismissiveness. Having learned of Yi Chun's intricate ties with the heir of the Fang Group, in light of this revelation, his inclination to leverage connections to assist Yin Baimei in undermining Yi Chun's agency was a colossal misjudgment. What to do? What to do? Ma Jiangwen's mind raced, desperately seeking a strategy. Meanwhile, Ningshuang observed as even Ma Jiangwen, once aloof, now sought to appease the young Master Fang, while simultaneously flattering the very Yi Chun she had previously derided. As Ningshuang's vision darkened, she nearly succumbed to faintness. Particularly upon recalling her previous actions, the videos she had recorded at Yin Baimei's behest, which falsely implicated Yi Chun and the Yilan agency. The thought terrified her to the core. Previously, under the protection of Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen, Ningshuang had felt little concern. However, she now realized that both Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen were likely engulfed in their own crises, unable to safeguard her. It was evident that she would inevitably be abandoned. The more she pondered, the paler her complexion became, and she trembled uncontrollably. Yin Baimei, at a loss for a solution, cast a pleading glance towards Ma Jiangwen. In contrast, Ma Jiangwen, a tycoon worth billions, had already devised a plan. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure. He pulled Yin Baimei aside and began to strategize, immediately dispatch someone to delete those videos. Then, swiftly arranged for the cessation of pressure on the Yilan agency. Ma Jiangwen instructed Yin Baimei to halt the ongoing attacks, while he, too, would command his subordinates to cease targeting the Yilan agency. Find an opportune moment to apologize to Yi Chun. That should suffice. Ma Jiangwen reasoned that Yi Chun was merely acquainted with Fang Hongxiu, and their relationship was likely superficial. Even if Yi Chun sought Fang Hongxiu's assistance, the latter was merely a privileged young man without the means to retaliate. Should Fang Hongxiu approach his father, Fang Hongya, it was improbable that the latter would intervene personally over a trivial matter, given his stature. At most, he would send a reminder. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to minimize the situation, transforming a major issue into a minor one. Yin Baimei could extend a small concession as an apology to Yi Chun. As for himself, even though he was somewhat familiar with young Master Fang, Yi Chun was merely the owner of a small company and not deserving of his personal apology. Ma Jiangwen conveyed his analysis to Yin Baimei. Understood, she sighed with relief. After Ma Jiangwen's assessment, her fear had diminished significantly. She had initially believed she had offended a significant figure and feared repercussions for her defamatory actions. Now, reassured by Ma Jiangwen's words, she felt that a simple apology would suffice. Just as Ma Jiangwen prepared to issue further instructions to Yin Baimei, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Ma Jiangwen's countenance shifted dramatically. The call was from a billionaire magnate. He could not afford to be negligent and promptly answered the phone. Mid-conversation, Ma Jiangwen's expression changed profoundly, and he looked at Yi Chun, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 47. The mysterious man upon noticing the unusual demeanor of Ma Jiangwen. Yin Baimei was bewildered. What has happened to Mr. Ma? After terminating the call, Ma Jiangwen took several deep breaths to steady his frayed nerves. Mr. Ma, what is the matter? Yin Baimei inquired, her surprise evident. I received a call from Mr. Zhang, Ma Jiangwen replied, his voice trembling. He berated me over the matter concerning Yilan Entertainment and insisted that I personally apologize to Yi Chun. Huh. Yin Baimei, who had just begun to relax, immediately tensed up. Mr. Zhang? He is a renowned billionaire in Jiangzhou. Why would he personally call Mr. Ma to question the situation regarding Yilan Entertainment? She found herself puzzled. In contrast to Yin Baimei's confusion, Ma Jiangwen was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He had underestimated the severity of his miscalculation. Yi Chun's true identity seemed to be extraordinarily formidable, far beyond merely being acquainted with Fang Hongxiu. Mr. Zhang and Ma Jiangwen shared a close relationship. One might even say he was Ma Jiangwen's pillar of support. Throughout their years of acquaintance, Ma Jiangwen had never witnessed Mr. Zhang become so enraged. It dawned on him that he had truly landed himself in a predicament. No sooner had he hung up from Mr. Zhang than his phone rang again. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression stiffened. It was Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, another billionaire in Jiangzhou, was merely an acquaintance with whom he had exchanged contact information. They had never reached out to one another. What could Mr. Wang want today? Feeling a sense of urgency, Ma Jiangwen promptly answered the call. Mr. Wang, how may I assist you? He asked politely. In the next moment, Ma Jiangwen was once again left dumbfounded by Mr. Wang's words. Mr. Wang, too, was reaching out regarding the matter of Yi Chun. Although Mr. Wang did not unleash a tirade like Mr. Zhang, his tone carried an unmistakable undercurrent of threat and warning. After ending the call, Ma Jiangwen's complexion turned ashen. He was indeed frightened. Unlike Mr. Zhang, who, despite his reprimand, still considered Ma Jiangwen's interests and urged him to apologize, Mr. Wang's threats were very real. Should Ma Jiangwen fail to provide a satisfactory response, he would face dire consequences. What precisely is Yi Chun's identity that has provoked two billionaires to personally question him? Just as Ma Jiangwen grappled with his astonishment, his phone rang once more. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. Could it possibly be another inquiry regarding Yi Chun? It seemed too coincidental. Muttering to himself, Ma Jiangwen answered the call. Hello. May I ask who this is? He asked courteously. It's Xiao Ma, isn't it? This is Tang Yu, came an elderly voice from the other end. Tang Yu? Upon hearing that name, Ma Jiangwen nearly dropped his phone to the ground. My goodness, is it Master Tang? It was indeed a call from Master Tang himself. Ma Jiangwen was utterly stunned. Master Tang held an exceptionally unique position, perhaps surpassing even the combined influence of General Manager Zhang and General Manager Wang. Hello, Master Tang. Ma Jiangwen replied, his voice trembling. Master Tang spoke only a few brief words before abruptly ending the call. Yet, those mere sentences left Ma Jiangwen drenched in cold sweat. his clothing thoroughly soaked. Master Tang had come to question him regarding Yi Chen's affair. Just how monumental a hornet's nest had he stirred? Not only General Manager Zhang and General Manager Wang, but now even Master Tang had called to demand answers. It was worth noting that previously, he had not even been deemed worthy of Master Tang's contact information. Yi Chen was indeed an extraordinary figure. Because of him, even Master Tang had intervened. "What is the matter, Ma?" Yan Baimei inquired, observing Ma Jiangwen, who had just received 2 phone calls and was now drenched in perspiration. Ma Jiangwen briefly recounted the contents of the 2 calls to Yan Baimei. Although she was shocked to learn of General Manager Wang's call, it was the last call from Master Tang that truly rendered her weak in the knees. Fortunately, she was supported by Ma Jiangwen. Otherwise, she might have collapsed in fright. "What should we do?" Yan Baimei asked, her voice trembling. "What else can we do? We must plead for General Yi's forgiveness," Ma Jiangwen exclaimed angrily. At that moment, he harbored intense resentment towards Yan Baimei. If it weren't for her, he would not have targeted the Yilan agency or Yi Chen. Suddenly, the guests around them were drawn to Ma Jiangwen's outburst. Their curiosity piqued. What was going on? Confusion swept over everyone present. Despite being the center of attention, Ma Jiangwen felt no room for complacency. He promptly brought Yan Baimei before Yi Chen. With a thud, Yan Baimei fell to her knees before Yi Chen, and Ma Jiangwen quickly bowed in his presence. "General Yi, we were wrong." The 2 of them offered their apologies in unison. This scene left all the guests in attendance utterly bewildered. Why were Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei behaving in such a manner? One was bowing, and the other was kneeling in apology. What had transpired? Yang Xuemin and General Manager Li were equally taken aback by the sudden display of contrition from Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei. While Yan Baimei's actions could be overlooked, Ma Jiangwen was regarded as a significant figure among them. To see such a prominent individual humbling himself before General Yi was astonishing. "General Yi, I failed to recognize your greatness and have wronged you intentionally. Please forgive me," Yan Baimei urgently implored Yi Chen. After speaking, Yan Baimei struck her own face fiercely. In a short while, her cheeks became swollen and red. Observing this scene, Ningshuang, feeling compelled, knelt down as well, mirroring Yan Baimei's actions, apologizing profusely while also delivering sharp slaps to herself. "Is an apology truly effective?" Yi Chen retorted. "I will have my people sue you under the pretense of defamation. Prepare to receive a court summons." Yi Chen would not let individuals like Yan Baimei and Ningshuang escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, both women were momentarily stunned. Yan Baimei sank to the ground, as if her spirit had been shattered. To be summoned to court for defaming others could carry severe penalties, including imprisonment. Her situation was undeniably grave. It was too late, truly too late. Ningshuang, overwhelmed by fear, fainted. With a sharp breath, Ma Jiangwen, standing nearby, clenched his teeth and slapped himself several times as a gesture of contrition. "Mr. Yi, I understand that such matters cannot be resolved with mere apologies. Rest assured, I will personally visit to express my regrets and provide you with a satisfactory response," Ma Jiangwen stated humbly, filled with trepidation. "My lawyer will be in touch with you," Yi Chen stated, disinterested in further entanglement with these individuals. He rose and departed from the banquet hall. Once outside, Yi Chen took out his phone. Why were Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen so humbly apologizing to him? Surely, a mysterious benefactor had intervened, a powerful figure whom they feared had come to his aid. Otherwise, such deference would not be expected. As for the identity of this enigmatic benefactor, Yi Chen had already formed a conclusion. Chapter 48. Su Ningshuang, Junior Yi. You left your coat in my bedroom yesterday. After finishing the call, Yi Chen drove away. Meanwhile, within the banquet hall, a shift occurred. Initially, when Yi Chen and Yang Xueming arrived, aside from Mr. Li, all the guests kept their distance from them, displaying considerable aversion. However, following the earlier incident, their attitudes underwent a dramatic transformation. With Yi Chen gone, they had no choice but to surround Yang Xueming, lavishing him with flattery. They hoped Yang Xueming could convey their goodwill to Yi Chen. Originally, they believed that the confrontation between Yilan Agency and Yuanyan Agency would end in defeat for Yilan, due to Ma Jiangwen's involvement. Yet, unexpectedly, both Yan Baimei and even Ma Jiangwen had humbly apologized to Yi Chen. Consequently, they hastily abandoned Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen. In the face of these fickle individuals, Yang Xueming scoffed internally, disregarding their words and merely responding with a few casual remarks. Meanwhile, upon returning to the villa, Yi Chen immediately called Yang Xueming. He pondered during the drive, believing this to be a significant opportunity. Currently, the Yuan-Yen agency has encountered some issues, and they are seizing this opportunity to encroach upon the market that originally belonged to Yuan-Yen. Consequently, the Yilin agency is poised for further growth and expansion, potentially becoming the largest agency in Jiangzhou in the future. I understand, Mr. Yi, Yang Shuwen nodded, as he had also contemplated this matter. Originally, Yin Baimei intended to take advantage of the situation to undermine Yilin, but in the end, she ended up shooting herself in the foot, inadvertently benefiting Yilin instead. It is thanks to Mr. Ye's remarkable prowess that Yilin stands strong. Yang Shuwen felt a deep sense of gratitude. Without Mr. Yi, Yilin would likely have faced dire straits. As midnight approached, Yichen diligently focused on the game. At the stroke of 12, he opened the marketplace. Among the 3 items available, 2 were rather ordinary. However, one new product captured Yichen's attention. Skill Blind Box, priced at 0.9 yuan. Note, the blind box contains 99 different skills. One box can yield 1 to 2 skills, depending on luck. The Skill Blind Box piqued Yichen's interest. A single box could yield up to 2 different skills? This was splendid. Without hesitation, Yichen made the purchase. Congratulations. You have successfully purchased the Advanced Skill Blind Box for 0.9 yuan. Shortly after, a notification appeared in the game confirming the purchase. Would you like to open the blind box? Yes. No. Yichen promptly clicked yes. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired advanced archery skills. Hitting your target with every shot is no longer a dream. Congratulations, you have gained advanced fishing ability. The blind box revealed 2 skills, advanced archery and advanced fishing ability. Overall, it was quite satisfactory, especially since he had obtained 2 skills from a single box. Yichen felt a sense of contentment. Skills, after all, cannot be bought with money. As a new day dawned, Yichen drove his Koenigsegg straight to school. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found that most of his classmates were already present. Given that it was the beginning of freshman year, few dared to be late or skip class. With some time before the lesson commenced, Yichen engaged in conversation with a few classmates. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Everyone looked up to see a stunningly beautiful face. The newcomer was none other than the aloof campus beauty, Su Ningshuang. The students were taken aback by Su Ningshuang's unexpected arrival. Hello, Senior Su. Campus beauty Su. Some classmates took the initiative to greet her, while others whispered amongst themselves. Su Ningshuang nodded in acknowledgement to those who greeted her, then scanned the room before finally locating Yichen. Yi Shueti, could you step outside for a moment? Su Ningshuang addressed Yichen, who was seated not far away. Having spoken, Su Ningshuang stepped outside the classroom, awaiting Yichen's emergence. Instantly, the crowd turned their gazes towards him. As anticipated, the illustrious school beauty had indeed come seeking Yichen. In that moment, every male student in the class was enveloped with envy for Yichen. Such was the disparity, while they remained without partners. He had already attracted the attention of a seemingly aloof beauty. The fact that Yichen also possessed a Ferrari further deepened their despair. The distinctions between individuals were stark. Old Yi, why are you still dawdling? The school beauty is calling for you. Hurry up, urged Yichen's friends, pressing him to approach. Rising to his feet, Yichen made his way outside. As he stepped beyond the classroom threshold, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if one could hear a pin drop. All held their breath, straining their ears to discern what Su Ningshuang wished to say to Yichen in private. Yi Jr., you left your jacket in my bedroom yesterday. I came specifically to return it to you, Su Ningshuang stated outside the classroom. The previous day, in search of something, Yichen had removed his jacket and carelessly placed it in her room. However, the sudden return of Su Ningshuang's mother had disrupted their moment. Although nothing untoward had transpired, the unexpected situation had left Su Ningshuang flustered, complicating matters. Consequently, Yichen had forgotten his jacket. After attending a gathering last night, he had not recalled the incident. Had it not been for Su Ningshuang's timely return, he might have truly overlooked it. Yi Jr., you left your jacket in my bedroom yesterday. I came specifically to return it to you, echoed Su Ningshuang's words, which resonated clearly throughout the classroom. In an instant, the entire room erupted with commotion. My heavens! Yichen entered the school beauty's bedroom yesterday and left his jacket there, exclaimed one student. Oh my goddess, so quickly besieged. Woe is me. The rapid progression of their relationship was the topic of fervent discussion. As for why Yichen had entered Su Ningshuang's private quarters and removed his jacket, was there even a need to ask? Initially, They believed Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang merely shared a cordial friendship. However, upon seeing the photograph of Yi Chun embracing the school beauty, suspicions of a romantic liaison arose. Now, with Su Ningshuang's own words confirming the affair, their beliefs were solidified. Not only were they indeed in a relationship, but they were also deeply infatuated with one another. In that moment, every male student in the class felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy towards Yi Chun, to the extent that some even entertained thoughts of physically confronting him. You may indulge in your romance, but must you flaunt your affection so brazenly? We cannot bear it. In the gathering, it was not only those without girlfriends who felt envy. Even a few of the boys with partners looked upon Yi Chun with great admiration. After all, Yi Chun's girlfriend was none other than the campus belle, and moreover, she was a senior. This made the situation even more thrilling. Chapter 49. Has Ningshuang truly developed feelings for Yi Chun? Even some of Yi Chun's friends entertained thoughts of confronting him. How dare you flaunt your affection for the campus beauty, Su, before this assembly of single men? You must face the consequences. Due to the commotion in the classroom, no one heard the subsequent exchange between Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang. Thank you, senior. Yi Chun expressed his gratitude as he accepted the garment from Su Ningshuang's hands. By the way, Yi Jr., do you have time tomorrow? Su Ningshuang suddenly inquired after a moment of hesitation. Tomorrow was Saturday, a day free from classes. At that moment, although Su Ningshuang appeared calm, her heart raced with nervous anticipation. I have time. What is on your mind, Senior Su? Yi Chun pondered briefly, realizing he had no plans for the next day. That's wonderful. Su Ningshuang breathed a sigh of relief upon learning of Yi Chun's availability. Let us visit the Baiyun Resort together. She mustered her courage to invite him. Baiyun Resort is one of the most renowned vacation spots in Jiangzhou. Though it had only been established for 2 or 3 years, it had already garnered significant popularity, attracting not only locals but also visitors from neighboring cities. Su Ningshuang wished to express her gratitude to Yi Chun for helping her find her lost item yesterday and for accompanying her to the hospital when she had injured her ankle. Initially, she considered inviting him to dinner, but upon reflection, she deemed that too ordinary, lacking in sincerity, especially given how much he had assisted her. After much contemplation, she decided that a day out together would be more fitting. By the way, I've spoken to Xu Xian, and she is also willing to join us. Su Ningshuang added, extending the invitation to Yi Chun's cousin, Zhao Xu Xian. Would you like to come? With that, Su Ningshuang gazed intently at Yi Chun, her heart fluttering with anxiety. This was her first time inviting a boy to go out, and she feared he might decline. Absolutely, Yi Chun nodded, confirming he had no other commitments. That is splendid. With Yi Chun's acceptance, Su Ningshuang felt a wave of relief wash over her, her excitement palpable. Goodbye, Yi Jr. See you tomorrow. As class time approached, Su Ningshuang refrained from lingering and bid farewell to Yi Chun before departing. After parting ways with Su Ningshuang, Yi Chun entered the classroom with the jacket in hand. The moment he stepped inside, every gaze turned towards him, or more precisely, towards the jacket he was holding. As all eyes were fixed on the coat in Yi Chun's hands, everyone was convinced they had not misheard. When Yi Chun had initially left, he had not taken a coat with him. This garment must have been delivered by the charming Su. Under the intense scrutiny, particularly from the unfriendly gazes of the boys in the class, Yi Chun felt a sudden jolt. What was their issue? Was it merely that Senior Su had come to deliver a coat? What was the big deal? It was not as if she was professing her feelings for him. Did they really have to be so envious? Yi Chun found their reactions baffling and returned to his seat. Once seated, even his friends, with whom he had previously enjoyed a good rapport, regarded him with peculiar looks. Shrugging in resignation, Yi Chun remained perplexed by their behavior. Bored, he took out his phone. As soon as he did, he noticed a new notification from the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Intrigued, he clicked on it and immediately saw a game alert. Game challenge issued. Visit the Baiyun Resort with Su Ningshuang. Challenge reward. 100 ownership of Roman International Hotel. Roman International Hotel? Yi Chun was not particularly surprised by the game challenge. Rather, he was more intrigued by this Roman International Hotel. Out of curiosity, he conducted a quick search. Roman International Hotel is one of the premier 5-star establishments in Jiangzhou, reportedly. The cheapest room costs over 1,000 per night, while the opulent presidential suite can reach as high as 888. Most notably, the hotel's total value stands at an astonishing 270 million. Upon discovering the hotel's staggering worth, Yi Chun was filled with immense delight. He had not anticipated that this challenge would yield a reward exceeding 200 million, approaching 300 million. Excellent. It seemed his worth was destined for a meteoric rise. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest truly is a marvel. Shortly thereafter, the teacher arrived and class commenced. That evening, a skill-blind box appeared in the game store, which Yichen promptly purchased. This time, he unwrapped a top-tier culinary skill. Although he only acquired a single skill, its practicality was undeniable. The next morning, after a brief wash-up, Yichen began to gather his belongings in preparation for a day of fun. Once ready, he refrained from taking his Ferrari or Koenigsegg. Today, there would be 3 of them. While supercars are splendid, they only accommodate 2 passengers, which was quite inconvenient. Thus, Yichen opted for the more understated Bentley Continental to pick up Ningshuang and his cousin Zhao Shuxian from school. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Ningshuang was rummaging through her belongings. "Ningshuang, what are you searching for? You've been at it for quite some time," one of her roommates inquired curiously. "I'm selecting an outfit," Ningshuang replied, continuing her search. After finalizing her clothing choice, she sat down to carefully apply a light touch of makeup. As they observed the scene before them, Ningshuang's 2 roommates exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment and curiosity. Why did this moment seem so familiar to them? It was reminiscent of their own first date with their boyfriends, a mirror to Ningshuang's current state. Was there something significant happening with her? Upon this realization, the 2 roommates, previously drowsy, instantly awakened. They promptly rose from their beds and approached Ningshuang. "Ningshuang, have you found a boyfriend?" One roommate could not help but inquire. "Not yet," Ningshuang replied, shaking her head. "Are you going out today?" The other roommate questioned. "Indeed, I am. I'm going to Baiyun Resort with Shuxian," Ningshuang explained. "Shuxian just stepped out to buy breakfast, so she isn't in the dormitory. Just you and Shuxian? That doesn't seem right. Is there a boy involved?" The other roommate continued to probe. If she were merely going out with Shuxian, there would be no reason for Ningshuang to meticulously select her outfit and apply light makeup. "Well, there is one, but he is Shuxian's cousin, Yichen," Ningshuang clarified. "Yichen." Both roommates gasped in surprise. They had previously heard whispers about Ningshuang and Shuxian's cousin, Yichen, but having shared a room for over a year, they understood Ningshuang's character well enough to dismiss any notions of her quickly entering a relationship. Thus, they had unconsciously regarded it as mere gossip. Yet, witnessing Ningshuang's demeanor now, they no longer perceived it as trivial. There seemed to be something more between her and Yichen. Could it be that Ningshuang had genuinely developed feelings for him? Chapter 50. Su Ling, sister, is this your brother-in-law? Ningshuang's roommates exchanged another glance, both harboring the same question in their minds. Even if Ningshuang did not necessarily like Yichen at this moment, there was undoubtedly a flicker of affection within her heart. Otherwise, she would not be spending time with him. Acknowledging this, the 2 roommates wisely refrained from further inquiries. The current situation was delicate, and Ningshuang might not yet have realized its implications. Such matters were best left for her to discover on her own. Before long, Zhao Shuxian returned, carrying the breakfast she had purchased. "Shuxian, did you prepare breakfast for your cousin and sister-in-law? What about us?" Upon her return, the 2 roommates teased. "Sister-in-law?" Zhao Shuxian paused at the term, momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly grasped the implication, realizing they were referring to Ningshuang. Of course. A radiant smile spread across Zhao Shuxian's face. She relished the idea. Just imagine, if her close friend became her sister-in-law. What an exhilarating thought. With that, she shared a portion of the breakfast with her roommates. Subsequently, Zhao Shuxian deliberately set aside a portion of breakfast for one person before she and Ningshuang began to partake in their meal. After more than 20 minutes, the 2 emerged, carrying their luggage. The Baiyun Resort is vast, making it impossible to explore entirely in a single day. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they are likely to spend the night at the hotel within the resort. The pair arrived at the school gate and waited for a few minutes until Yichen's Bentley Continental came to a gentle halt before them. Zhao Shuxian handed the prepared breakfast to Yichen, and after placing their luggage securely, they prepared to get into the car. Before Ningshuang could react, Zhao Shuxian had already opened the front passenger door for her, gesturing for Ningshuang to take the seat. "I shall claim the back seat for myself, Ningshuang. You can endure a bit of discomfort and sit up front with Yichen," Zhao Shuxian asserted with a touch of authority. Surprised, Ningshuang did not decline the offer. Following this, Zhao Shuxian settled into the back seat. After Yichen finished his breakfast, the trio set off. Over an hour later, they finally arrived at the renowned Baiyun Resort. After parking the car, they began to queue for tickets. While they stood in line, a cacophony of voices drew their attention. A group of young men and women, around 17 or 18 years old, approached. Upon hearing the commotion, those in line, including Ningshuang and Ningshuang, turned to look. "Oh, Linga!" Ningshuang exclaimed in surprise as she spotted the most beautiful girl among the group. Linga? On the other side, hearing her name called, the stunning girl looked forward with astonishment. She soon recognized Ningshuang. "Cousin, what a surprise to see you here." The beautiful girl, Linga, excitedly ran over to greet Ningshuang. "I came here to have some fun over the weekend," Ningshuang explained. "So did I. We finally have a break this weekend. And I decided to come out to play with a few classmates," Linga replied. This year, Linga is in her second year of high school, and her time has become increasingly constrained, with few opportunities for weekend leisure. Seizing this rare chance, she arranged to come here with several classmates. "Cousin, it's been too long since we last met. Let us enjoy together." Having not seen her cousin in quite a while, Linga eagerly extended an invitation to join her festivities. After consulting with Zhao Shuxian and Yi Chun, who both expressed no objections, Ningshuang agreed. "Linga, allow me to introduce my roommate, Zhao Shuxian." Ningshuang began the introductions. "Hello, Shuxianjia," Linga greeted politely. Having introduced Zhao Shuxian, Ningshuang was about to introduce Yi Chun when Linga interjected. "Cousin, this must be your husband, right?" As the cousin of Ningshuang, she was naturally well acquainted with her elder sister's aloof demeanor. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed her sister engaging in leisure activities with a male companion. This time, however, her sister unexpectedly arrived at the Baiyun Resort accompanied by a young man. The identity of this gentleman was unmistakable. He was undoubtedly the future brother-in-law. Linga scrutinized Yichen closely, finding him rather handsome. "Hello, brother-in-law, I am Ling. You must look out for me in the future," she greeted him cheerfully. Upon hearing Linga's words, Ningshuang's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "Linga, do not speak so recklessly. This is my friend, Yi Chun," she corrected, her cheeks still aflame. "It's fine, he is a friend now, but who knows, he might be my brother-in-law later," Linga replied nonchalantly, confident that her sister's relationship with Yi Chun was far from ordinary. Otherwise, Ningshuang would never have chosen to spend time with him, even in a group of three. "Hello," Yi Chun responded, slightly taken aback by Linga's exuberance, yet he greeted her politely. Meanwhile, a few of Linga's classmates approached, 2 boys and 2 girls, all possessing commendable looks. However, when compared to the sisters, they paled in comparison. "Let me introduce you," Linga said. "This is my cousin, Ningshuang." Her classmates were momentarily taken aback by this revelation. The genetic prowess of the Ling family was indeed remarkable. Linga was already a striking beauty, the center of attention at their school. To discover that her cousin was equally stunning, perhaps even deserving the title of peerless beauty, was astonishing. "This is my sister. No, this is my future brother-in-law." Linga began to introduce Yi Chun, but midway through, she caught Ningshuang's disapproving glance and quickly amended her statement to future brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Linga's male classmates regarded Yi Chun with envy, thinking, "This guy is incredible. He has managed to win over Linga's breathtaking cousin." The more they contemplated, the more they begrudged Yi Chun's fortune. After exchanging introductions, the group became acquainted, while everyone else seemed relaxed. One particularly tall male classmate of Linga remained wary during his handshake with Yi Chun. Subsequently, they purchased tickets and entered the Baiyun Resort without incident. The resort offered a plethora of activities, including horseback riding, golf, bungee jumping, and archery. The group, however, showed little interest in golf and headed straight for the equestrian area. After enjoying horseback riding for over an hour, they prepared to venture to their next activity. "What shall we do next?" Linga inquired, her spirits buoyed after the exhilarating ride. "Everything is fine. I have no qualms about any activity, except for bungee jumping. I mean, aside from bungee jumping. Most people are indifferent and willing to engage in whatever. How about we go for archery?" At that moment, Linga's tall classmate took the initiative to suggest this. His name is Sun Siyuan, and he has long harbored feelings for Linga. Archery is his forte. In the presence of these girls, particularly Linga and her friends, Sun Siyuan naturally wished to showcase his abilities in pursuit of her admiration. Chapter 51. The brother-in-law is impressive archery? Upon hearing Sun Siyuan's suggestion, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Yet no one opposed it. As long as it wasn't bungee jumping, any activity was acceptable. Yichen was also indifferent, noticing the lack of dissent. Sun Siyuan eagerly led the group to the archery range within the estate. Among the crowd, only one or two had prior experience. The rest were novices. Upon arriving at the archery range, a dedicated instructor taught everyone the basics of archery. After the lesson, the instructor stepped aside, allowing Yichen, Ningshuang, and the others to practice on their own. "I'll go first," Su Linger exclaimed, brimming with excitement. She drew the bowstring and released. Whoosh. Ultimately, her arrow fell far from the target. "Let me try?" A female classmate of Su Linger eagerly stepped forward and attempted her shot. After bending the bow and knocking the arrow, her result was similar to Su Linger's. One by one, the others took their turns. Among them, the best performance came from Su Linger's classmate, but he barely hit the target, failing to achieve a higher score. Zhao Shuxian also regretted missing her shot. In the end, only Yichen, Ningshuang, and Sun Siyuan remained to shoot. "Allow me," Sun Siyuan declared, sensing it was time to demonstrate his prowess. He knocked the arrow with the grace of someone trained professionally. Whoosh. The arrow soared forward, ultimately landing in the sixth ring. "Wow, sixth ring. Siyuan is incredible," exclaimed Su Linger's classmates, astonished by his performance. While they had all struggled, Sun Siyuan effortlessly scored a sixth ring. Such a feat was truly remarkable. Everyone cast envious and admiring gazes towards him. What is so impressive about that? It's just a sixth ring, Sun Siyuan thought to himself, though he concealed his delight, feigning a modest demeanor regarding his achievement. "Let me try again." Subsequently, Sun Siyuan attempted 4 or 5 more shots, most of which landed in the 6 or 7 rings. His best arrow nearly reached the 8 ring. Impressive. Siyuan is extraordinary. He is outclassing us all. Su Linger and her classmates were once again astonished by Sun Siyuan's formidable archery skills. "I must have misheard the staff's instructions, which is why I missed the target," Su Linger muttered, displaying a hint of competitiveness. "Let me call the staff over to teach us again." With that, she turned to summon the staff, but was intercepted by Sun Siyuan. "There's no need for that. I can teach you all, no problem at all," he replied with an air of confidence. Considering Sun Siyuan's earlier performance, no one disagreed. They had faith in his abilities. He was undoubtedly the most proficient archer among them. Sun Siyuan meticulously guided a few of them, and indeed, during the second attempt, their skills improved slightly. "Brother-in-law, you should give it a try too," Su Linger suggested. Having noticed Yichen, it appeared she had yet to see him shoot. "Me? I think I'll pass. I've never done this before," Yichen replied, wishing to remain low-key, despite it being his first time as well. However, unlike the others, he had acquired advanced archery skills previously. "Come on, brother-in-law," Su Linger insisted, pulling him over. "It's fine. Even if you missed the target on your first try, it won't matter." At that moment, Sun Siyuan, buoyed by the praise he had received, chimed in. "I will teach you shortly. I guarantee you will hit the target." He patted his chest confidently, assuming the role of Yichen's instructor. With this encouragement, Yichen decided not to decline, eager to test the strength of his advanced archery skills. As Yichen prepared to shoot, Su Ningshuang looked on with curiosity, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow whoosh. In the next moment, Yichen's arrow struck the target with precision. 9 rings. Everyone stared blankly at the target, utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? The crowd was in shock. Didn't Yichen say it was his first attempt? How did he hit the 9 rings so effortlessly? Was it sheer luck? Everyone was bewildered. "Brother-in-law is incredible," Su Linger exclaimed, momentarily stunned before bursting into joyful cheers. She was even more elated than when she had hit the target herself. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing." Su Ningshuang and Zhao Shuxian wore proud smiles, while Sun Siyuan looked utterly astounded, his mouth agape as if an apple could fit inside. How is this possible? He thought incredulously. Hitting the 9 rings on a first attempt. Was this a joke? His own best shot had barely grazed the 8 rings, ultimately counting as only 7. Yet here was Yichen, claiming it was his first time and hitting the 9 rings with a single arrow. Had he effortlessly triumphed over himself? Was this merely a jest? No, surely not. It could not be that his prowess paled in comparison to Yichen's. It must be that Yichen's fortune was merely favorable. After all, archery, too, relies on a measure of luck. Yes, it was indeed luck. Sun Siyuan consoled himself internally. "Yichen, why not give it another try?" Sun Siyuan extended an invitation for Yichen to attempt once more, convinced that, on a second occasion, Yichen could not possibly replicate such fortunate results. Yichen nodded. Indeed, that had been his inaugural attempt at archery, and due to his inexperience, he had not fully showcased his true capabilities. This time, with the knowledge gained from his first experience, he felt far more adept. Whoosh! The second arrow was released. It struck true at the bullseye, a perfect 10. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's second arrow's result, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, at the arrow embedded in the target, their faces awash with astonishment. It was utterly undeniable. Yi Chen's second arrow had struck the bullseye at 10. Surely, he was not hallucinating. "Oh, my brother-in-law is incredible," Su Linger exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Her brother-in-law was remarkable. The first arrow scored a 9, and the second a 10. His prowess was escalating. Su Linger's two female classmates gazed at Yi Chen with admiration, pondering how such an impressive figure was linked to Linger. Sun Siyuan remained in a state of disbelief, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. A 10? A 10? Yi Chen's second arrow scored a 10? Impossible. This could not be true. He simply could not accept that Yi Chen possessed such formidable skills, easily eclipsing his own. It had to be luck. It was surely luck again. Sun Siyuan attributed Yi Chen's prowess once more to mere chance. Why not try a few more times? Sun Siyuan suggested. Yi Chen remained silent, picking up another arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen released his third, fourth, and fifth arrows. 10, 10, and yet another 10. In that moment, the crowd was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 52, Su Ningshuang's Astonishment. Everyone stood as if chiseled from stone, their mouths agape in disbelief. All 10s. This was utterly terrifying. Brother Chun is extraordinary. Brother Chun is magnificent. After a brief moment of shock, Su Linger's classmates erupted in admiration, displaying the demeanor of devoted fans. Previously, having witnessed Sun Siyuan's first arrow score a 6, followed by subsequent arrows that were either 6s or 7s, they had instinctively believed Sun Siyuan to be the most skilled archer among them. However, after witnessing Yi Chen's performance, the truth dawned upon them. The most formidable and impressive individual was, in fact, the remarkably humble Yi Chen. Brother-in-law is simply astounding, Su Linger exclaimed with immense excitement and pride. Despite her brother-in-law's understated demeanor, when he chose to act, he astonished everyone. Truly, he is worthy of being her future brother-in-law. His prowess is remarkable. Zhao Shuxian nodded in agreement, equally proud. Standing a short distance away, Su Ningshuang was also filled with astonishment, never expecting Yi Chen to be such an exceptional archer. Yi Chen seemed like a treasure trove of talents, possessing an endless array of admirable qualities. In the gathering, everyone was elated, except for Sun Siyuan, who stood there in a daze, motionless for quite some time. What on earth is happening? If Yi Chen's first arrow hit the 9 ring and the second hit the 10 ring, it could be chalked up to luck. However, the subsequent 3 arrows, all landing perfectly in the 10 ring, could hardly be attributed to chance. At that moment, Sun Siyuan could no longer dismiss Yi Chen's remarkable 10-ring shots as mere luck. His performance surpassed even that of some professionals. After a prolonged moment of realization, Sun Siyuan finally understood. Yi Chen's claim of being a novice archer was undoubtedly a fabrication. He was clearly an accomplished archer, merely choosing to remain modest. The thought of having flaunted his own skills in front of a true expert made Sun Siyuan's face flush with embarrassment. The more he reflected on it, the more humiliated he felt. Hastily, he stepped back, distancing himself from the crowd. Today, regardless of what transpired, he had no intention of picking up a bow again. It would be best for him to remain inconspicuous in that setting. His wish was granted. Upon discovering Yi Chen's remarkable archery skills, everyone naturally overlooked Sun Siyuan. Brother-in-law, please teach me. Su Linger approached, her sparkling eyes pleading with Yi Chen. Brother Chen, add me to your list. Brother Chen, could you teach me as well? Her two female classmates chimed in, eager for Yi Chen's guidance in archery. Unable to refuse Su Linger, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Naturally, he also took the time to instruct Su Ningshuang and his cousin Zhao Shuxian. Time flew by, and as noon arrived, the group reluctantly departed from the archery range. Brother-in-law, you must teach me again sometime. Archery is so exhilarating. The lively Su Linger adored the exhilarating feeling of grace and poise while shooting. Even though her impressive stance did not translate into outstanding results, she was merely able to hit the target with some difficulty. All right, Yi Chen replied with a nod. At noon, the group arrived at the restaurant of the villa for a meal. During their lunch, They accidentally learned that the villa featured a vast lake where many enjoyed fishing. The caught fish could be handed over to the villa staff for cleaning and gutting. Once prepared, the staff would return the fish to them, allowing them the pleasure of grilling the fish and shrimp themselves. Upon hearing this, Su Linger immediately became intrigued. Not only Su Linger, but the others present were equally captivated by the prospect of such an activity. The idea of catching their own fish and then grilling it was undoubtedly appealing. "Sister, brother-in-law, how about we go fishing this afternoon? After catching the fish, we can have a barbecue tonight," Su Linger proposed, having already crafted a plan for the group's afternoon and evening endeavors. "What does everyone think?" she inquired. "I think it sounds splendid." "I share the same sentiment," others echoed, expressing their agreement with Su Linger. Observing this, Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang also nodded in approval, finding the idea quite delightful. After enjoying a meal and resting for a while, the group made their way to the lake within the estate. They rented fishing equipment from a designated area and listened attentively to the staff's instructions before heading to the lakeside. Finding a shaded spot, they dispersed slightly, with Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang sitting closely together. As everyone began fishing, it turned out that only Sun Siyuan and another male classmate of Su Linger had prior experience. Despite his eagerness to impress Su Linger, Sun Siyuan, having been humbled by the earlier archery incident, refrained from boasting. He feared that Yi Chun might be a hidden fishing expert. Thus, he kept his aspirations modest, hoping to be the first to catch a fish. "May my first catch be a reality today," he murmured under his breath, casting a furtive glance at Yi Chun. While skill is crucial in fishing, luck plays an equally significant role. Sun Siyuan naturally hoped for favorable fortune. After the morning's setback, he dared not expect to be the one with the most catches. He merely wished to be the first to reel in a fish. This way, he could bask in a moment of glory and regain some dignity. His expectations were not overly ambitious. Surely, it was achievable. Comforting himself, he reasoned that even if Yi Chun were indeed a concealed fishing prodigy, it did not guarantee he would be the first to catch a fish. He still had a fighting chance. With this thought in mind, Sun Siyuan focused earnestly on fishing. As time passed, he suddenly noticed the bobber twitching. He had a bite. Excitement surged through him as he meticulously prepared to reel in his catch. Ultimately, Sun Siyuan succeeded in bringing a small fish, about the size of his palm, to the surface. Overwhelmed with joy at his catch, he mused, "It seems today as first fish is mine." However, his triumphant thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he glanced toward Yi Chun's direction, where he was taken aback to see Yi Chun had already removed a fish from his hook, an estimated 2 to 3 pound catch. Stunned by this sight, Sun Siyuan could only stare in disbelief. "Oh no." Sun Siyuan let out a soft sigh, beginning to question the very essence of life. It appeared that he was not the first to catch a fish today, even if he and Yi Chun had both hooked their catches simultaneously. The latter's fish weighed a substantial 2 to 3 pounds, while his own was barely the size of his palm, likely far from even half a pound. How could he possibly compete? Once again, he found himself overshadowed by Yi Chun. Though he felt a sense of regret, Sun Siyuan was simultaneously relieved. Fortunately, after catching his fish, he had refrained from boasting or showing off. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly embarrassed. He intended to conceal his catch. With Yi Chun's impressive fish in the spotlight, he wished to avoid drawing attention to his own diminutive specimen. It was simply too humiliating. Hastening his steps, Sun Siyuan resolved to maintain a low profile. However, just as he was about to remove the hook and quietly stow away his catch, an exclamation rang out. "Wow! Both Chun Gu and Siyuan have caught fish." Sun Siyuan's face darkened instantaneously. Chapter 53. What is it like to have Yi Chun as a boyfriend? Ah! Sun Siyuan's heart roared in indignation. He had intended to keep a low profile and avoid being seen with his catch. Why was this happening? In that moment, he felt a swell of frustration, nearly brought to tears. Oh, how difficult it was for him. He merely wished to be a good person, to be modest. Yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. This time, he genuinely did not wish to show off or draw attention to himself. With that comment, everything had unraveled. He had once again been eclipsed by Yi Chun. At this instant, Sun Siyuan felt an urge to strangle the individual who had spoken. He turned, a fierce expression on his face, directing his gaze towards the male classmate who had called out. "What's wrong, Siyuan? Are you feeling unwell?" The classmate, noticing Sun Siyuan's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. Nothing at all," Sun Siyuan replied, forcibly suppressing the urge to kick the classmate into the lake, shaking his head. Meanwhile, the others had initially overlooked Yi Chun and Sun Siyuan's catches. However, when the classmate shouted, everyone turned their attention toward them, first looking at Yi Chun. Wow, Chen Gu is amazing. What a huge fish. He's truly a versatile talent. The crowd exclaimed in awe. Sis husband, you are my idol. So impressive. Su Linger shouted with immense pride. Such great taste my cousin has. Her husband can do it all. Simply remarkable. Well, it's all right, Yi Chun replied candidly, not entirely satisfied. After all, he had only recently acquired advanced fishing skills. Catching a fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds on his first day was rather average. However, his words struck the ears of the onlookers like thunder. Caught a fish this big, and you call it average? The joy of catching such a magnificent fish could surely awaken them from dreams with a smile. Brother Chen holds himself to exceedingly high standards, showcasing his remarkable prowess. After expressing their admiration and astonishment at Yi Chen's impressive catch, their gazes shifted towards Sun Siyuan. Upon realizing that the fish Sun Siyuan had caught was merely the size of a palm, the group fell silent, choosing to selectively ignore him and continue their praises for Yi Chun. In that moment of being overlooked, Sun Siyuan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. With a sigh, Sun Siyuan put away his modest catch. As time passed slowly, the group, which had initially gathered to fish together, began to lose patience. Aside from Yi Chun and Sun Siyuan, only Zhao Shuxian was fortunate enough to reel in a half-kilogram fish, while the others had no success. By 4 in the afternoon, they collectively decided to abandon their fishing endeavor. They thought that if their catches proved insufficient, they could always purchase some more. However, upon witnessing Yi Chun's impressive haul, their mindset shifted entirely. What would they do with so many fish that they couldn't possibly consume? Brother Chen truly excelled. Having caught such a bounty, feeling satisfied, Yi Chun ceased his fishing, paid a small fee, and entrusted the fish to the staff for processing. They then proceeded to a designated area for grilling fish. After that, they purchased some raw lamb skewers, beef skewers, and chicken wings to grill together. Half an hour later, the staff delivered the prepared fish. Due to the large number of people, they split into 2 groups for grilling to expedite the process. With exactly 8 individuals, they formed 2 teams of 4. Yi Chun, Zhao Shuxian, and Su Ningshuang naturally teamed up. Su Linger volunteered to join Yi Chen's side, and her classmates had no objections. Considering her cousin and brother-in-law were present, neither Su Linger nor Su Ningshuang possessed culinary skills, and although Zhao Shuxian had some knowledge, she was unfamiliar with grilling. Thus, the task of barbecuing fell to the only male in the group, Yi Chun. The 3 of them assisted him, while he took charge of the grilling. Soon, the enticing aroma of barbecued food wafted through the air. My brother-in-law's culinary skills are exceptional, Su Linger remarked, unable to contain her admiration. He truly is a versatile talent. At that moment, she finally understood why her brother-in-law could win over her aloof cousin. Meanwhile, Su Ningshuang gazed at Yi Chun with admiration. He was remarkably talented, excelling in various skills, not just superficially, but with profound expertise. She couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to have Yi Chun as a boyfriend. It must be warm and filled with a sense of security. Lost in her thoughts, Su Ningshuang began to fantasize. Sister, what's wrong? Seeing her cousin in a daze, Su Linger couldn't help but poke her. Huh. As Su Linger called out, Su Ningshuang finally regained her composure. Goodness, what was I contemplating just moments ago? A deep blush crept across Su Ningshuang's face as she glanced at Yi Chun, feeling an overwhelming sense of shyness. These are grilled to perfection. Do give them a try. Yi Chun offered the delectable treats to Su Ningshuang, Zhao Shuxian, and Su Linger. The trio sampled the offerings, and their eyes widened in delight. Oh, what a divine flavor. Brother-in-law, your culinary skills are exceptional. My sister is truly fortunate. Su Linger exclaimed after savoring a bite, declaring it the most exquisite barbecue she had ever tasted. Originally flustered by her earlier daydreaming, Su Ningshuang now felt even more bashful upon hearing Su Linger's praise, lowering her head in embarrassment. Goodness, what on earth is Linger saying? In stark contrast, a burnt aroma wafted from Sun Siyuan's direction. Among the 4 of them, only 3 possessed rudimentary cooking skills. And even then, the results were a chaotic mess. Unable to withstand the tantalizing scent emanating from Yi Chen's grill, the 2 girls quickly abandoned Sun Siyuan and another male classmate, eagerly flocking to Yi Chen instead. Brother Chen, it smells amazing. May I have a taste? They implored. Given that they were Su Linger's classmates, Yichun graciously shared a portion with them. Observing this, Su Linger's male classmate attempted to join them, but was promptly intercepted by Sun Siyuan. This was the very same fellow from their fishing trip earlier that afternoon. Though he wished to keep a low profile, he felt betrayed by his companion. He refrained from tossing him into the water, but knew he could not escape the burnt barbecue that awaited him tonight. Ultimately, the male classmate found himself coerced by Sun Siyuan, and they both resigned to consume the charred fare together. Once dinner concluded, it was time to prepare for the evening's rest. Initially, they had intended to lodge at the hotel within the villa. However, Su Linger had other ideas. I think, with all of us here, it would be much more enjoyable to rent a vacation villa instead, she suggested. Baiyun Resort not only offered hotel accommodations, but also luxurious villas with numerous rooms. The villas at Baiyun Resort were quite upscale, boasting a scenic beauty that far surpassed that of the hotel. Within the vacation villa, there were even amenities such as a swimming pool, private cinema, and gym, providing a most comfortable experience. The only drawback was the slightly elevated cost. Yet, with so many people, the expense would be manageable. No need to split the cost. I shall cover the villa expenses. At that moment, Sun Siyuan stepped forward. Having been effortlessly outshone by Yi Chun throughout the day, he felt disheartened. However, upon hearing Su Linger's suggestion, he was instantly invigorated. He boldly declared his willingness to shoulder the financial burden, for while he may not rival Yi Chun in ability, he was confident he could outmatch him in terms of wealth. His father is a prominent executive, owning a large factory with substantial financial resources. Renting a vacation villa is hardly a significant expense. In an effort to demonstrate his capabilities in front of Su Linger and the others, he willingly covered this cost. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Sun Siyuan directly called Baiyun Resort, ultimately securing a villa for rent. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, the group made their way towards the villa area of the resort. However, upon arrival, an unexpected incident occurred. To their astonishment, they discovered that someone was already residing in the villa Sun Siyuan had just rented. When Yi Chun and the others arrived, the occupants of the villa noticed them as well. A young man from within the villa pointed directly at Yi Chun and his companions, brazenly shouting, "Who permitted you to enter? Get out." Chapter 54. An unforeseen incident. Keep your distance. Yi Chun and his companions stood before the villa, bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't this the villa that Sun Siyuan had just rented? How could they be reprimanded before even stepping inside? "Young man, what did you say?" Sun Siyuan, unable to contain himself, stepped forward to confront the young man. This was his newly rented villa. For all intents and purposes, he was temporarily its owner. To be berated in his own villa and told to leave? Was this a joke? Even an ordinary person would find such an affront intolerable, let alone someone as hot-headed as Sun Siyuan. Huh? The young man sneered, showing no regard for Sun Siyuan. "Did you not hear me? I told you to get out." The arrogant youth repeated his earlier demand. Sun Siyuan, now infuriated, clenched his fists. "Oh, you want to throw punches? Everyone come out." The brash youth, noticing Sun Siyuan's clenched fists, scoffed and turned to shout towards the villa. Moments later, a group of 11 or 12 men and women emerged from the villa, with more than half of them being male. "Ningshuang, who are these people?" asked a short-haired woman among the brash youth's friends, her curiosity piqued. "I have no idea. Just a bunch of fools who barged into my villa and think they can throw punches," Ningshuang replied disdainfully. "What? Dare to throw punches? Who among you has the audacity to challenge Ningshuang?" As Ningshuang spoke, 6 or 7 young men who had exited the villa stepped forward. They positioned themselves beside Ningshuang, locking eyes with Sun Siyuan and Yi Chun. "Kid, is it you?" demanded one towering young man, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. "Wait, what did you just say?" Sun Siyuan inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "I said get out." Ningshuang mocked. "Is this your villa?" The arrogant youth nodded. "Yes." "What's the matter?" Sun Siyuan was utterly bewildered. How could this be? Hadn't he just rented this very villa? When he secured the rental, the staff congratulated him, mentioning it was the last available villa for the day. If he had delayed even a moment longer, he would have missed out. Had he mistakenly arrived at the wrong place? Sun Siyuan turned to the staff member who had guided them here. "You didn't lead me astray, did you? I rented this villa, correct?" he inquired. At that moment, even the staff member appeared perplexed. "This is indeed the villa," he asserted, having worked there for many years and being well acquainted with the 20 or so villas on the property. Yet, the current situation cast doubt upon his own certainty. "Please hold on a moment," he said, retrieving his phone to check Sun Siyuan's reservation details. "Villa number 16. The staff member confirmed that Sun Siyuan had indeed booked Villa number 16, which was the very villa before them. There is no mistake. I have verified the information. And it is indeed here, he assured Sun Siyuan. Do you see? This villa is under my name. How can it belong to you? Gaining confidence from the staff member's confirmation, Sun Siyuan retorted to the arrogant youth. The staff member stepped forward, addressing the haughty young man, Ningshuang. Sir, did you also reserve villa number 16? In response to the inquiries from Sun Siyuan and the staff member, the arrogant youth answered with impatience. This villa was assigned to me by Manager Yang. If you have any issues, direct them to Manager Yang. And stop wasting our time. I'll say this one last time. Get out. Upon hearing the name Manager Yang, the staff member grew tense. Manager Yang was the manager of their Baiyun resort. The revelation that this villa was assigned by him was perplexing. Please hold on. I will consult with Manager Yang, the staff member said, stepping aside to call. That villa was indeed reserved for Ningshuang, Manager Yang replied. Refund that customer and let them leave. Do not disturb Ningshuang. Understood, the staff member nodded. Piecing together the situation, it seemed that Mr. Sun Siyuan had reserved the villa first, thus securing it. However, with Ding Xiao's arrival, Manager Yang, eager to appease him, had intervened and allowed Ding Xiao to occupy the villa. This led to the current predicament. Regrettably, addressing the offended customer fell upon him. Sir, I apologize for the inconvenience. How about we refund your money, and you can stay at the hotel in the resort instead? The staff member approached Sun Siyuan. All the other villas within the estate have been rented out, leaving no vacancies. What on earth is going on? Sun Siyuan inquired angrily. The staff, unwilling to shoulder the blame for Manager Yang, quietly explained the situation to Sun Siyuan. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Siyuan's fury ignited. That Manager Yang, in a bid to curry favor with that insufferable Ding Xiao, had the audacity to give away the villa he reserved to this Ding Xiao, forcing him to stay in a hotel instead. Although he could get a refund for the villa, the mere thought of it only fueled his anger further. Sun Siyuan, perhaps we should just let it go, suggested a few of Su Linger's classmates. Indeed, they seem to have quite the background. Maybe we should just stay at the hotel. The arrogant youth and his companions, upon noticing their distinguished status, were clearly not to be trifled with, and it seemed wiser to retreat. Sun Siyuan began to waver. How dare you intrude upon Ding Xiao's villa? You must be seeking trouble. A group of Ding Xiao's friends scornfully shouted at Sun Siyuan and Yi Chun, their arrogance palpable. Now you realize to whom this villa belongs, don't you? Begone. Ding Xiao himself chimed in, commanding Sun Siyuan and Yi Chun to vacate the area. Do not sully my eyes with your presence. How dare that pompous Ding Xiao? Just wait. The momentary indecision that had plagued Sun Siyuan evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming desire to confront Ding Xiao. Although Ding Xiao's background was formidable, Sun Siyuan's was equally straightforward. Beside him, Yi Chun furrowed his brow, his mood darkening. Ding Xiao's words were excessively disdainful. Today, I shall ensure you are expelled from this villa, declared Sun Siyuan, pulling out his phone and dialing his father's number. Once connected, he relayed the situation to his father. Understood. I will make a call to clarify, Sun Siyuan's father replied, comprehending the gravity of the matter. After promising to intervene, he hung up, and a smile spread across Sun Siyuan's face. Do not worry, everyone. My father is stepping in. Those who will be forced out of this villa will undoubtedly be them. He confidently gestured towards Ding Xiao and his entourage, reassuring Su Linger and the others. Hearing Sun Siyuan's declaration, Su Linger's classmates exhaled in relief. Aware of the influential background Sun Siyuan possessed, with his father's involvement, they anticipated a swift resolution. Humph! Ding Xiao and his companions dismissed Sun Siyuan with scorn. Oh, how impressive! We are so afraid. If you have the capability, let your father drive us away. We shall be waiting. Ding Xiao and his companions continued to mockingly disregard Sun Siyuan and Yi Chun. Let us wait and see, Sun Siyuan shouted angrily at the crowd, with his father intervening. He was confident he would reclaim this villa. The ones who should leave are them. A minute later, Sun Siyuan received a call from his father. Look, my father is calling. You should prepare to leave, he boasted with a sense of assurance. Just wait and see. With my father's backing, it is you who should depart. Several classmates of Su Linger stepped forward to reprimand Ding Xiao and his group. With Sun Siyuan's father stepping in, they felt emboldened. No longer intimidated by this Ding Xiao, they placed their trust in Sun Siyuan. Meanwhile, Sun Siyuan answered the phone. However, upon hearing his father's first words, the smile on his face froze instantly. You brat, Do you know who Ding Xiao is? He is the son of the chairman of Yuanli Company. Immediately, his father unleashed a torrent of scolding. Yuanli Company, with total assets exceeding 3 billion, was not something they could afford to provoke. Though Sun Siyuan's father owned a factory, it paled in comparison to Yuanli Company. Now, you quickly apologize to Ding Xiao. Do it now. His father commanded loudly before hanging up. After hearing his father's words, Sun Siyuan stood there in shock, frozen in place. While he was unaware of the specifics regarding Yuanli Company, his father's tone made it clear that it was a formidable corporation they could not challenge. In an instant, Sun Siyuan seemed to age a decade, utterly lost. Sighing softly, Sun Siyuan realized he was left with no options, engulfed in despair. He moved forward, observing him approach his classmates, who had initially believed his father's intervention would resolve the situation, rallied excitedly around him. Ding Xiao, I'm sorry, it was my fault. One of them hastily apologized. However, in the next moment, Sun Siyuan shocked everyone with his words. His classmates were left dumbfounded. What? Why is Siyuan apologizing? Is Ding Xiao's status truly that terrifying? Even his father's intervention is futile. This is disastrous. Weren't you the one telling us to wait? Why the sudden change? What do you think you are? Ding Xiao and his companions were brazen in their arrogance. Leave, Ding Xiao waved dismissively. Sun Siyuan turned, reluctantly addressing the crowd. Let us go? With that, he began to lead everyone away. Wait. Suddenly, a slender subordinate of Ding Xiao blocked Sun Siyuan's path. The men can leave, but the ladies must stay. The thin subordinate turned to Ding Xiao and said, Ding Xiao, we're having a party, and there aren't enough girls. These few men can go. These young women, particularly the two, should be allowed to stay. As he spoke, he specifically pointed to the sisters, Su Ningfang and Su Linger. It made sense. Ding Xiao paused momentarily, casting an appreciative glance at his slender accomplice. The men could leave, but the few young women were to remain, Ding Xiao commanded. On the other side, those who had initially intended to depart were now rendered speechless. Su Linger's classmates turned pale, their expressions filled with dread. The faces of Su Ningfang and Su Linger also shifted in alarm. What did you say? Yichen furrowed his brows and stepped forward, his voice icy. He was indifferent to matters such as staying in a villa, but Ding Xiao's insistence on keeping Su Ningfang and the others was utterly unacceptable. Yichen was truly enraged this time. Oh, is another hero stepping forth? Ding Xiao's companion sneered, dismissing Yichen entirely. The earlier boy had bowed his head. Yet Yichen still dared to stand up defiantly? Ding Xiao threatened him. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Upon hearing Ding Xiao's words, several of his underlings immediately surrounded Yichen, escalating the tension in the atmosphere. At this moment, Su Ningfang swiftly took out her phone, preparing to call her father. What are you doing? Suddenly, an authoritative voice resonated through the air. A stern-looking middle-aged man approached, accompanied by a secretary clad in professional attire. Upon seeing this serious figure, the staff members nearby instantly changed their expressions and hurried over to him. Mr. Tian, you have arrived, they said respectfully. The middle-aged man's name was Tian Wu, the owner of the Baiyun Resort. Oh, Uncle Tian? The previously arrogant Ding Xiao's demeanor shifted instantly upon seeing Tian Wu, and he approached him with a smile. Ah, it's Cheng Ji. Tian Wu recognized Ding Xiao and acknowledged his identity. He was familiar with Ding Xiao's father and shared a decent rapport with him. What is happening here? Tian Wu inquired. Coincidentally, he was residing in one of the villas at the resort that day, and while out for an evening stroll, he noticed a large crowd gathering, seemingly on the verge of conflict. As the proprietor of Baiyun Resort, it was only natural for him to investigate. Uncle Tian, this brat had the audacity to threaten me. Ding Chengji pointed at Yichen, seeking to report him. At this point, Su Ningfang was on the verge of dialing her father's number. Su Linger's classmates also realized the gravity of the situation, recognizing that this middle-aged man was indeed a formidable figure. With such a significant person now present and acquainted with Ding Xiao, they feared the worst. Upon this realization, Su Linger and her two female classmates turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Ding Chengji's subordinates, however, grew increasingly arrogant and overbearing, just as they believed that General Tian would support Ding Chengji in reprimanding Yichen. The ensuing scene left everyone present utterly astounded. Tian Wu followed Ding Chengji's gaze, but before Ding Chengji could finish his words, Tian Wu abruptly cast aside Ding Chengji and rushed towards Yichen. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? Tian Wu approached Yi Chun with an air of utmost humility and deference. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were rendered speechless. My heavens! Everyone was taken aback by Tian Wu's actions and words. Why was this esteemed figure, General Tian, standing beside Yi Chun in such a subservient and respectful manner? Chapter 56. Take matters into your own hands. All eyes were fixed on this astonishing event, their minds nearly collapsing under the weight of disbelief. A towering figure was showing such profound respect, even deference, to a mere youth. It felt like a surreal dream. Shouldn't the roles be reversed? Su Linger's classmates were equally dumbfounded. The previously despondent Sun Siyuan now stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of astonishment. Su Ningshuang and Su Linger, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ningshuang set down her phone, seemingly relieved from the need to call her father. Indeed, with Yi Chun present, any situation could be handled effortlessly, instilling a profound sense of security. Watching Yi Chun, an inexplicable feeling began to blossom in Su Ningshuang's heart. The most unsettled individuals at the scene were undoubtedly Ding Qingji and his cohorts, who stood frozen in shock as if they had encountered a specter. How could this have transpired? Wasn't General Tian related to Ding Qingji? How had he suddenly turned to fawn over someone they deemed beneath contempt? Yi Chun. They simply could not comprehend it. Not to mention the others. Even Ding Qingji himself was in a state of utter bewilderment. What on earth? Why would Uncle Tian seek to curry favor with Yi Chun? No matter how hard he tried, Ding Qingji could not conjure a reasonable explanation. Do you know me? Yi Chun asked, perplexed, as Tian Wu approached him with unexpected courtesy. He did not recognize this Tian Wu. Of course, a few days ago, I had the honor of witnessing Mr. Ye's brilliance at the banquet, Tian Wu replied with profound respect. He had indeed attended the recent gathering, finding himself among the array of fickle guests. At that time, he, along with other executives, had not regarded Yi Chun and his Yilin Entertainment Agency with any favor. Little did he anticipate that ultimately, Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen would kneel before Yi Chun, pleading for forgiveness. This unexpected turn of events had left Tian Wu and the other guests in utter shock. Although Tian Wu is indeed a distinguished billionaire, he pales in comparison to Ma Jiangwen. Upon encountering Ma Jiangwen, he bowed to Yi Chun, and they swiftly shifted their allegiance, eager to curry favor with him. Unfortunately, Yi Chun departed before they could engage in conversation. Had it not been for subsequent revelations, Tian Wu would not have felt compelled to regard Yi Chun with such deference. Even humility. Just 2 days ago, Tian Wu stumbled upon some insider information. It was rumored that Ma Jiangwen had lowered himself to plead for Yi Chun's forgiveness due to pressure from a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. If even Ma Jiangwen could not withstand the weight of such an influential person, what hope did Tian Wu have? The mere fact that a major player intervened led Tian Wu to speculate that Yi Chun, or Mr. Yi, possessed either an extraordinarily robust background or a formidable network of connections, either of which warranted his utmost respect. Recently, Tian Wu's business had encountered a crisis, and having learned of the existence of this significant figure, he was eager to forge a connection with Yi Chun. For the past few days, he had been contemplating how to arrange a meeting with Mr. Yi. To his astonishment, while strolling through his mountain villa this evening, he encountered none other than Mr. Yi himself. Recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, Tian Wu seized the moment, leading to the earlier exchange. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tian Wu, the proprietor of Baiyun Resort. Tian Wu bowed respectfully as he introduced himself. Oh, it is Mr. Tian, Yi Chun replied courteously, reciprocating the politeness. Please, call me Tian Wu. Mr. Yi, Tian Wu insisted. The owner of Baiyun Resort. This middle-aged man is the proprietor of this establishment? Upon hearing Tian Wu's self-introduction, everyone grasped the significance. Baiyun Resort ranks among the top vacation spots not only in Jiangzhou but throughout the province. This middle-aged man was indeed an influential figure. Yet, even such a notable individual exhibited such reverence towards Yi Chun. It was quite alarming. Uncle Tian, who is he? Ding Qingji sensed that something was amiss. The young man, named Yi Chun, appeared to be a person of considerable importance, and he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. This is Yi Chun, Mr. Yi. Tian Wu introduced, then curiously inquired, by the way, what were you all discussing with Mr. Yi just now? Upon hearing this question, Ding Qingji felt a wave of dread wash over him, nearly fainting from fear. He was at a loss for words. There was no way he could divulge that they had nearly confronted Mr. Yi. Noticing Ding Qingji's distress, Tian Wu's expression shifted dramatically. Upon reflection, he recalled that Ding Qingji and his associates had encircled Mr. Yi. Could it be that? Understanding Ding Qingji's character, Tian Wu's heart sank. You. Tell me what transpired just now. Tian Wu commanded a nearby staff member with urgency. In the presence of his employer, the staff dared not conceal any details, and thus recounted the events to Tian Wu in their entirety. Upon hearing the account, Tian Wu's expression darkened ominously. How could such an incident occur within his own estate? Enraged, he could not restrain himself and delivered a fierce kick to Ding Qingji. With a thud, Ding Qingji was sent sprawling to the ground. Uncle Tian, I was wrong. I was wrong, he pleaded, realizing the gravity of his misstep. What good is your apology to me? Hurry and apologize to Mr. Yi. Tian Wu admonished sternly. Ding Qingji hastily approached Yi Chun, kneeling before him and incessantly begging for forgiveness. Although he was unaware of Yi Chen's true identity, it was evident that someone who could command such respect from Tian Wu must be extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, someone he could not afford to offend. In truth, Ding Qingji's father was only marginally inferior to Tian Wu. Witnessing Ding Qingji kneel, his subordinates quickly followed suit, also kneeling before Yi Chun and offering their apologies. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the police? Yi Chun replied coolly, intensifying the fear felt by Ding Qingji and his associates. Tian Wu recognized that Mr. Yi was genuinely angry this time. Mere apologies would not suffice. In a hushed tone, Tian Wu instructed his secretary, who promptly entered the villa to retrieve an iron rod. With a meaningful glance, Tian Wu signaled her to hand the rod to Ding Qingji. Your father has previously warned that if you cause trouble again, he would break one of your legs, Tian Wu stated. Although he wished to remain uninvolved, the incident had occurred within his own estate, and he bore significant responsibility. He was desperate to quell Yi Chen's wrath. Since you have angered Mr. Yi today, you shall deal with the consequences yourself, Tian Wu declared. What? Ding Qingji's face drained of color, his body trembling in terror. Was Uncle Tian suggesting that he should break his own leg? No. He instinctively shook his head. Do you refuse? Shall I summon your father to administer the punishment? Tian Wu pressed. No. Ding Qingji quickly protested. If his father were to intervene, he feared both legs would be broken. He turned to Yi Chun. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespect. It was my folly. I am willing to break my own leg as an apology to you. With that, he gritted his teeth and swung the iron rod down with force. A scream echoed as Ding Qingji fractured his right leg. And you lot. Tian Wu commanded Ding Qingji's subordinates. Observing their leader's fate, they dared not refuse and followed suit, taking action themselves. The previous suggestion left by the emaciated man for the girls on Yi Chen's side was a result of his overwhelming fear, leading to a critical blunder. Consequently, he faced a dismal outcome. Chapter 57. Only couples can engage in such activities. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. The emaciated man cried out in a lamentable tone. Henceforth, he would likely remain single for the rest of his life, forever estranged from the prospect of a girlfriend or a wife. I never wish to see any of you again. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, the security personnel from the Baiyun resort hastened to the scene, swiftly carrying Ding Qingji and his companions away to the hospital. It seemed that Ding Qingji and his subordinates would be bedridden for several months. Once they departed, tranquility finally enveloped the area, and the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Su Linger's two female classmates gazed at Yi Chun with expressions of admiration and gratitude. Sun Siyuan, too, felt immense appreciation towards Yi Chun. Mr. Yi, the issues regarding this villa stem from my subordinate, Manager Yang. I will have him pack his belongings and leave immediately. Such an employee is unworthy of remaining at the Baiyun resort. Tian Wu approached, fervently explaining to Yi Chun, this villa was meant for you and your companions tonight. As compensation, we shall waive all expenses incurred during your stay at Baiyun resort. With a grand gesture, Tian Wu announced that all charges for those present would be entirely waived, serving as recompense for Mr. Yi and his companions. Naturally, such measures would not suffice. The incident had occurred on his premises, and he was keen to ensure Mr. Yi's satisfaction. Your presence at my Baiyun resort brings great honor. Therefore, Mr. Yi, I would like to gift you a villa that is not available for public sale. You may stay here during your future visits. To express his apologies and to curry favor with Yi Chun, Tian Wu resolved to present him with a vacation villa. Before Yi Chun could respond, Tian Wu led him toward the villa he had mentioned. This villa was not situated within the existing cluster, but rather on a hillside behind the estate, offering superior scenery and fresher air, and it was a private area not open to the public. Upon their arrival, they discovered a small cluster of villas, approximately 5 or 6 in total, specifically constructed by Tianwu for distinguished guests seeking respite. These villas, in terms of land area and materials used for decoration, were incomparable to those previously encountered. Tianwu had already gifted 4 of these villas, leaving only 2 remaining. He decided to offer the largest of the remaining villas to Yichun. Tianwu ushered Yichun and his companions into this distinguished villa. The few individuals present gazed in awe at the sprawling villa, utterly astonished by its opulence. This residence sprawled across land 2 to 3 times the size of the villa previously rented by Sun Siyuan. It boasted a grand private swimming pool, an exceptionally well-equipped gym, a private cinema, and a personal wine cellar, among other luxuries. Ultimately, under the strong insistence of Tianwu, Yichun accepted the offer. After Yichun's acceptance, Tianwu finally exhaled in relief. "Mr. Yi, it is getting late. I shall take my leave and not intrude further." With a discerning nod, Tianwu bid farewell to Yichun before departing with his secretary. Left in the villa were only Yichun and his companions. "Brother Chun, thank you so much," expressed Su Linger and her 2 classmates in unison. "Thank you, Brother Chun," echoed Sun Siyuan, also expressing his gratitude. "It was nothing." Yichun waved off their thanks. After a brief while, Sun Siyuan took his leave as well, for he had rented a villa himself and could not possibly stay here. Eventually, Sun Siyuan and Su Linger's classmates departed, agreeing to meet again the following morning. Within the villa, aside from Yichun, only Su Ningshuang, Su Linger, and Zhao Shuxian remained. All were captivated by the magnificent private pool. Alas, none had brought swimsuits, leaving them to lament for another opportunity. The 3 girls ventured to the villa's private cinema to watch a film. Yichun, uninterested in the movie being played, remained in the living room. With no one around, he retrieved his phone and opened the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. What need had he for a film when a game could yield such rewards, particularly one that could influence reality and assist him in becoming immensely wealthy? As Yichun entered the game, a notification appeared. Ding! Completed the challenge. Go on a trip to Baiyun Resort with Su Ningshuang. Congratulations! You have acquired 100 ownership of Roman International Hotel, becoming its new proprietor. Having successfully completed the previously issued challenge, Yichun now owned Roman International Hotel, a 5-star establishment valued at 270 million. In just one day, his net worth had surged by over 200 million. The game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest is truly remarkable, Yichun mused, a smile gracing his face. The challenge had posed little difficulty. Merely spending time with Su Ningshuang had rewarded him with nearly 300 million in value. Ah, the solitude of a master. Is it too much to ask for some genuinely challenging tasks? Yichun pondered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at how effortlessly he was accumulating wealth. Beep. Detected player thoughts. A challenging quest has emerged. Challenge issued. Engage in a couple's bungee jump with Su Ningshuang. Task reward. 20 shares of Flaunting Group. Becoming the 3rd largest shareholder of Flaunting Group. Suddenly, the game with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest presented new content. Staring at the new challenge, Yichun was momentarily taken aback. A challenging quest had truly appeared? The game was remarkably user-friendly. Observing the new task, Yichun's expression became somewhat rigid. How did the game release a new challenge so soon? And it was a challenging one at that? Bungee jumping. This challenge was indeed formidable. Bungee jumping is categorized into solo and tandem jumps, with couples bungee jumping falling under the latter. A couple's bungee jump can only be undertaken by couples, as it fosters trust and enhances affection between them. This couple's bungee jump was undoubtedly more challenging than if Yichun were to jump alone. Flaunting Group? Yichun murmured, having never heard of this conglomerate before. Out of curiosity, he looked up some information. Upon reading the details, Yichun's eyes widened in astonishment. Flaunting Group is one of the major conglomerates in Jiangzhou, valued at a staggering 10 billion. A 20 stake in Flaunting Group translates to a reward worth 2 billion. 2 billion. This was undoubtedly the most substantial reward Yichun had encountered since beginning the game, unparalleled in its magnitude. If he could secure it, his worth would soar dramatically. For a moment, Yichun was lost in contemplation. It was merely bungee jumping. He accepted the challenge. That 2 billion was as good as his. Yichen made up his mind. Chapter 58. Su Ningshuang's sense of security in comparison to 2 billion. Bungee jumping seemed trivial. This was the most rewarding challenge Yichen had encountered since playing with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Once achieved, his worth would skyrocket. Such opportunities are rare and coveted. After all, his current player level in the game was merely 1. And typical challenge rewards might only yield 2 to 3 billion. A challenge offering a reward of 2 billion, like this one, was likely to occur only once while his player level remained unchanged. Therefore, Yichen had to seize the opportunity. Bungee jumping? He accepted the challenge. Upon completing it and obtaining 20 shares in Flaunting Group, not only would Yichen's worth significantly increase, but so would his connections. Once he acquired those shares, he would ascend to become the third largest shareholder of Flaunting Group. Being the third largest shareholder of a 10 billion conglomerate was a position of considerable influence. Yichen's network would consequently broaden. How could he persuade Su Xuejie to agree to bungee jump with him? Yichen pondered. Now, he has made a decision. In exchange for a 20% stake in the $2 billion Flaunting Group, he is willing to attempt couple bungee jumping. But how could he persuade Su Ningshuang to agree? Compared to boys, girls might harbor a greater fear towards such thrilling challenges. Yichen found himself deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Su Ningshuang, Su Linger, and the others had just finished watching a movie. They each selected their rooms and, feeling exhausted, retired for the night. The following day, around 10 in the morning, the group gradually awoke. After more than half an hour, the four departed from Yichen's villa to meet with Sun Siyuan and his companions, preparing to have lunch. During lunch, as the dishes took some time to arrive, they engaged in conversation, reminiscing about the various entertainment activities they had already enjoyed at the resort. Today, only a few remained. Is anyone bold enough to try bungee jumping? Someone suddenly inquired. It was undeniable that among the attractions at Baiyun Resort, bungee jumping undoubtedly ranked among the top 3, if not the foremost. Particularly, Baiyun Resort is one of the few places in the province that offers couple bungee jumping, drawing many young couples. Su Linger felt a stir of excitement within her. The exhilarating game of bungee jumping both intrigued and intimidated her. Bungee jumping? The atmosphere shifted as everyone's expressions turned grave. I'm not too keen on it. A female classmate of Su Linger shook her head. Since we are here to have fun, not attempting bungee jumping would surely leave us with regrets, someone suggested. How about we play a little game? The losers will go bungee jumping. What do you say? Sure, that sounds fine, Sun Siyuan replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence that he would not lose. Soon, the game commenced, and 2 individuals ended up losing. One was Su Linger's classmate, and the other was Su Ningshuang. Upon realizing that both losers were girls, including her own cousin, Su Linger immediately exclaimed, "How about we play another round? Let us disregard this round." Originally, Su Linger had intended to trick Sun Siyuan and another male classmate. But to her surprise, neither of them lost. I truly can't bungee jump," the girl who lost stammered, her face paling in fear. She pleaded repeatedly. Su Ningshuang hesitated as well. To be honest, she was somewhat afraid of bungee jumping. However, she had always been a woman of her word, unwilling to go against her principles. Gradually, her resolve began to sway towards the idea of bungee jumping, determined to uphold her commitment. Ultimately, Su Ningshuang nodded, indicating her willingness to participate, though it was evident that fear lingered within her. How about this? I'm willing to go with you, Senior Su, Yichen interjected. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Having assisted Sister Su, and with the company of another, she could feel a sense of reassurance. All the while achieving her gaming challenges, truly a win-win situation. Everyone was taken aback by Yichen's words, gazing at him in astonishment. A brother-in-law is indeed a brother-in-law. He is always willing to accompany my sister in everything. Su Linger looked at Yichen with great admiration. By the way, isn't there a couple's bungee jump at the Baiyun Resort? It would be a perfect opportunity for my brother-in-law and sister to try it out together. Enhancing their relationship in the process, Su Linger suggested. Initially anxious, Su Ningshuang suddenly lifted her head upon hearing Yichen's words, casting a grateful glance in his direction. For reasons unknown, her previously restless heart now felt an overwhelming calm. With Yichen around, she seemed to fear nothing. An inexplicable sense of security surged within her. Thus, when Su Linger proposed that Yichen and Su Ningshuang partake in the couple's bungee jump, Su Ningshuang did not object. Did you two see that? This is my brother-in-law, a man of responsibility, a true gentleman, Su Linger remarked to the other 2 young men. Indeed, you two are nowhere near as good as Chun-go, another girl, who had not been chosen, chimed in, looking down upon Sun Siyuan and his companion. Youthful and brimming with energy, Sun Siyuan, spurred by the comments, stood up resolutely to assert his masculinity. Come on, it's just bungee jumping. Xiaoyuan, you don't need to go, I will. Sun Siyuan declared heroically to the girl who had been selected. Lao Zhang, you should join as well, he urged the other young man beside him. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Let's go? Provoked by Sun Siyuan's challenge, the initially hesitant young man, wanting to save face, agreed to bungee jump as well. In the end, the arrangements were made. Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang would participate in the couple's bungee jump, while Sun Siyuan and Lao Zhang would engage in tandem bungee jumping. Soon after, the meal was served. Yi Chun ate normally, and Su Ningshuang, feeling comforted by his presence, was at ease as well. The others who were not bungee jumping also dined without concern. However, Sun Siyuan and Lao Zhang, despite their earlier bravado, found their appetites diminished. They barely ate, with Lao Zhang only managing a single bite before feeling unable to continue. Regret washed over him. After the meal, they rested for a while before heading straight to the bungee jumping site at Baiyun Resort. Upon reaching the summit and observing the bungee jumping area, Lao Zhang's legs trembled uncontrollably. I give up. I can't do it. I can't. Without even approaching the bungee platform, he collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy, conceding defeat. To him, it mattered not whether he was deemed a man. He simply wished to avoid the jump. What a useless fellow, he muttered. With unwavering confidence, Sun Siyuan remarked, I shall go first. Having uttered these words, he strode toward the bungee jumping platform. Initially, his steps were bold and assured. However, as he progressed, they grew increasingly tentative. Unable to resist, Sun Siyuan cast a glance downward. The sight of the towering platform, hundreds of meters high, sent him reeling, nearly causing him to faint. At that moment, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Observing his distress, the staff members prepared to approach him. Yet, before they could reach him, Sun Siyuan swiftly turned on his heels and fled the bungee site like a frightened rabbit. No, 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 he exclaimed, his face as pale as a ghost. I refuse to be a man. I am too scared, too frightened. He trembled as he spoke to the assembled crowd. Sun Siyuan had been quite anxious, and witnessing Lao Zhang's retreat had already begun to shake his resolve. The glance downward had utterly shattered the last vestiges of courage within him. He too had succumbed to fear and was unwilling to leap. How dare you criticize others? A girl scoffed at him. Both Sun Siyuan and Lao Zhang had chosen to back down, preferring to abandon their masculinity rather than take the plunge. The gaze of the onlookers then shifted to Yi Chun. Chapter 59. Isn't this bungee jumping? Why has it turned into a display of affection? Unfazed by the scrutiny, Yi Chun remained composed. Having made his decision, he was resolute in his determination not to yield. I am ready. Sister Su, what about you? He inquired, specifically checking on Su Ningshuang's feelings. Had she expressed reluctance or overwhelming fear, he would have certainly respected her wishes. I'm fine, Su Ningshuang replied calmly. Witnessing this, everyone present was filled with admiration for both Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang. Did you see how brave Brother Chun is? Even Sister Ningshuang, a girl, is willing to try, while you two men are not even a fraction of her courage. A girl disdainfully remarked to Sun Siyuan and Lao Zhang. Hearing this, both men hung their heads in shame, realizing they truly fell short compared to Brother Chun and Sister Ningshuang. Sister, brother-in-law, you can do it. You are the best. Su Linger exclaimed proudly. Go for it, and please be careful, Zhao Shushen added, reminding them to prioritize safety. Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang stepped forward to the bungee platform. The staff introduced the procedure to them. Soon after, another staff member arrived to secure the safety harnesses for Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang. Once they were fastened and safety confirmed, the staff member departed. As the previous guest exited, Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang approached. The staff responsible for assisting with the jump meticulously checked their safety harnesses once more to ensure everything was secure. Handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, please embrace each other. The staff instructed Su Ningshuang and Yi Chun. As a couple engaging in bungee jumping, it was only natural for them to hold one another tightly. The staff aimed to guide Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang on how to embrace securely, ensuring their utmost safety. Upon hearing the staff's words, Su Ningshuang's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. Yet, this was not the moment for shyness. She opened her arms. Yi Chun, equally unreserved, mirrored her action and effortlessly lifted her into his embrace. They held each other closely, the sound of their heartbeats resonating in the still air, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. For Ningshuang, being held so openly by a boy was a novel experience, and she felt a pang of bashfulness, prompting her to close her eyes. The staff, observing the pair, discerned that Yichun and Ningshuang did not resemble typical couples, perhaps still navigating the complexities of their relationship. Embrace a little tighter, the staff urged, encouraging them for added safety and perhaps to foster a deeper connection. Yichun and Ningshuang complied, drawing each other closer. Stealing a glance downward, Ningshuang's heart raced again, a thrill of nervousness washing over her. Eventually, she rested her head against Yichun's sturdy chest, her anxiety dissipating swiftly. In holding Ningshuang, Yichun caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance. Nearby, Linger and her friends watched with dismay. They had come to witness bungee jumping, not to be spectators of a love display. The sweetness of their affection felt like an unwelcome burden. They had had their fill of this dog food. Oh, the nauseating scent of love, they lamented. In broad daylight, you flaunt your affection. What are we single souls to do? We are wounded by your displays of romance. Linger, Zhao Shuxian, and the other single companions clutched their chests in unison, overwhelmed by the emotional toll. Can you hurry it up? Are you ready? The staff conducted a final check. Ready, came their affirmative replies. All right, here we go. With a sudden shove, the staff propelled Yichun and Ningshuang into the air. With a whoosh, they soared outward. This unexpected push prompted Ningshuang to cling even more tightly to Yichun, desiring to press her entire being against him, finding solace in his presence. Together, they plummeted towards the ground at exhilarating speed. Initially, Yichun felt a flicker of trepidation, but as he embraced Ningshuang during the bungee jump, an overwhelming calm enveloped him. Following the jump, there were two methods to conclude the experience. In technical terms, one was an upward retrieval, wherein a device would pull them back to the launch platform. The second was a downward retrieval, where visitors would be lowered to the ground. Managed by the staff below, the bungee jump at the Baiyun Resort is a thrilling experience, where visitors are hoisted upwards by a device. Soon, the jump concluded, and the staff pulled Yichun and Ningshuang back up. Phew, we're back, Ningshuang sighed in relief. The staff removed the safety harnesses, allowing Yichun and Ningshuang to successfully complete their jump. Together, they departed from the bungee platform. Brother Chun is truly impressive. He embodies the essence of a real man, remarked one of the onlookers. Sister Ningshuang is also remarkable. Her strength is admirable. Upon witnessing Yichun and Ningshuang's return, others expressed their admiration. Observing Yichun, Sun Siyuan, and Old Zhang bowed their heads, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had to concede that Brother Chun was indeed formidable, and in comparison, they felt significantly inferior. Following this incident, Sun Siyuan completely abandoned any lingering thoughts of pursuing Linger. With Yichun as a brother-in-law to compare against, he felt unworthy. Impressive as they are, it's quite disheartening to be fed this dog food, commented cousin Zhao Shuxian candidly. Although she longed for the day when Ningshuang would call her sister, the constant display of affection was somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, Linger pouted, joining in on the complaints. Brother, sister-in-law, we understand you are deeply in love, but could you please refrain from flaunting your affection so openly, or perhaps save it for another time? We single folks are rather fragile. This remark only caused Ningshuang to blush even more. What are they talking about? After their exhilarating bungee jump, the group sought a place to rest. Seizing a moment of privacy, Yichun took out his phone and opened the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest man in the world. Just as Yichun clicked on the game, a notification appeared. Ding! You have completed a couple's bungee jump with Ningshuang. Challenge completed. Congratulations. You have received 20 shares in Flaunting Group, becoming its third largest shareholder. The share transfer contract will be delivered to you within 24 hours. Please be on the lookout. In light of your courageous completion of this challenging feat, a special reward has been triggered. 3. 1 experience boost card, which can enhance your experience by 30 points. 1 mall points card, which can increase your points by 15. Seeing this, a look of delight spread across Yichun's face. He had not anticipated that completing such a challenging task would yield a special reward. The first 2 rewards were substantial boosts to player level and mall level, which were quite impressive. Just as Yichun reveled in his satisfaction with the first 2 rewards, he inadvertently glimpsed the third special reward. Instantly, he was left utterly astonished. How could this be? Reward: 1 indestructible pill. Indestructible pill. What on earth is this? Yi Chun gazed at the third reward with a peculiar expression. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the description of the indestructible pill. Indestructible pill, as the name suggests, once consumed, it triples one's vitality. Crafted from all natural herbal ingredients, it bears no side effects. Upon reading the description, Yi Chen's expression darkened. How could someone with a robust physique and formidable vitality possibly require such a thing? Clearly, the game was targeting him intentionally. Sigh. Even fate seems to conspire against the handsome. As Yi Chun grumbled, a small porcelain vial appeared in his pocket. He immediately sensed the change in weight and promptly retrieved it. It was a thumb-sized, exquisitely crafted blue and white porcelain bottle, imbued with an antique charm. Curiously, he opened it to find a pill the size of a soybean. The moment he opened it, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted into the air. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun, who had been somewhat fatigued from bungee jumping, felt a surge of energy. Remarkably, the effects of this indestructible pill were quite impressive. What is that, brother-in-law? Su Ling'er inquired, noticing the delicate vial in Yi Chun's hand. Nothing, just a trivial item of little significance, Yi Chun replied with meticulous care. Really? May I take a look? Su Ling'er persisted, her curiosity piqued. What are you staring at? Go play in the mud like a child, Yi Chun quipped, carefully placing the indestructible pill back in his pocket. Such an item could potentially have side effects. For the sake of others' safety, it was best kept to himself. If there were any adverse effects, he would bear them alone, as he was a selfless individual. When he returned home, he intended to store it in the villa's safe. Huffed, you're the child. Your whole family is a bunch of kids, Su Ling'er retorted, immediately countering his remark without further inquiry. Setting aside the dubious pill, the rewards from this couple's bungee challenge were indeed extraordinary. This marked the most fruitful outcome Yi Chun had experienced since acquiring the game. Firstly, he received a 20% stake in the Flaunting group, valued at 2 billion. Yi Chun became the third largest shareholder of the Flaunting group. With this 2 billion, coupled with his previous assets, his net worth soared to 30 billion. In Jiangzhou, a second or third-tier city, he could now be regarded as a true magnate. In addition, he received 2 cards, an experience boost card, which grants a 30-point increase in experience, and a shopping mall points card, bestowing an additional 15 points. With the 30 experience points and 15 points from the shopping mall, along with his previous accumulations, he was now on the brink of leveling up. At present, both Yi Chun's player level and shopping mall level remained at 1, quite ordinary. Yi Chun had long been eager to upgrade. For the past few nights, he had been closely monitoring the game store, but unfortunately, given his current status, the items within held little allure for him. However, once the in-game store ascended to a 2-star rating, the value of its offerings would increase tenfold. With Yi Chun's player level elevated to 2, he would be able to purchase 2 items from the store at once, a far cry from what was possible now. Let us depart, suggested Su Ling'er, having rested sufficiently. The group had no objections, and after a brief tidying up, they made their way down the mountain. Several hours later, they dined at the villa and subsequently parted ways. A few of Su Ling'er's classmates took a taxi to leave, while she intended to hitch a ride with Yi Chun back home. Su Ling'er's residence was not far from Yi Chun's luxurious villa in Lingyun Tiangong. Yi Chun first drove Su Ningfang and her cousin Zhao Shuxian back to school, bidding them farewell before setting off with Su Ling'er toward her home. Brother-in-law, how did you come to know my sister? With Su Ningfang absent, Su Ling'er felt at ease. She had been holding back her curiosity for quite some time, eager to pose numerous questions to Yi Chun. However, due to her cousin Su Ningfang's presence, she had refrained from doing so, fearing a reprimand. Now, with only Yi Chun in the car, her apprehension dissipated. Well, it's primarily due to my cousin, Yi Chun contemplated briefly before responding. Is that so? Su Ling'er nodded. Having spent the past couple of days with them and naturally grasping the relationship between Yi Chun and Zhao Shuxian. Brother-in-law, did you and my sister sleep in the same room last night, or did you sleep separately? Su Ling'er inquired with wide, curious eyes, her tone laced with mystery. Last night, her sister had been quite fatigued and had retired early. Prior to her departure, Su Ningfang and Yi Chun had been conversing in the living room, and Su Ling'er was unaware of the subsequent events. This morning, she had indulged in a late sleep, and by the time she awoke, Yi Chun and Su Ningfang had already completed their morning routines. This question had occupied Su Ling'er's thoughts all day, and with her cousin no longer present, she felt emboldened to ask. Upon hearing Su Ling'er's question, Yi Chun turned to glance at her inquisitive expression, and a wave of exasperation washed over him. What was this girl thinking? Of course, Su Xuejia and I slept separately last night, Yichen replied straightforwardly. Initially, he believed that this would quell Su Linger's curiosity, but to his surprise, her response was quite astonishing. Brother-in-law, you're no good, Su Linger remarked with a disdainful expression. Do you not believe me, brother-in-law? Upon hearing her words, Yichen nearly stumbled and slammed on the brakes. What on earth did this girl mean? Yesterday, you resided under the same roof as my sister. Yet you did not make a move, brother-in-law. Indeed, you are more beastly than a mere beast. Su Linger gazed at Yichen with a face full of disdain, continuing her tirade. Fortunately, they encountered a red light, allowing Yichen to halt his vehicle. Otherwise, he feared he might have succumbed to temptation and stopped by the roadside to give Su Linger a good thrashing. After parking, Yichen playfully delivered a light smack to Su Linger's head. Ouch! Su Linger exclaimed, clutching her head. What are you doing, brother-in-law? Are you enraged because I spoke the truth? It is you who is lacking, more beast than man, yet you strike me. What injustice! Yichen earnestly clarified. Firstly, I am not lacking. I am a respectable person. Secondly, you are the one who is more beastly. Thirdly, my relationship with Su Xuejia is merely that of friends. Hence we cannot engage in anything further. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Su Linger could not help but exclaim, Brother-in-law, I was merely jesting. Yet it appears you truly are lacking. At this point, you have yet to win over my sister. Su Linger wore a face of mock sympathy for Yichen. Brother-in-law, had I been in your position, my sister would have likely already been expecting a child. Chapter 61. Brother-in-law, the road ahead is long and arduous. Su Linger continued her astonishing remarks. Come on, I have only known Su Xuejia for a week or two. Ah, that indeed does not warrant expecting a child. Su Linger pondered seriously for a moment. Brother-in-law, had I been in your shoes, I would have already moved in with my sister. Su Linger rephrased her thoughts. Brother-in-law, the road ahead is long and arduous. You must endeavor onward. Patting Yichen on the shoulder, Su Linger spoke earnestly. Throughout their journey, Su Linger thoroughly divulged the likes and dislikes of her cousin, Su Ningshuang, revealing everything to Yichen. 20 minutes later, Yichen dropped Su Linger off at her home. Before exiting the vehicle, Su Linger did not forget to remind Yichen, brother-in-law, keep striving to win over my sister. I have faith in you. After the events of the past 2 days, Su Linger genuinely acknowledged Yichen as her brother-in-law. If she had not accepted him, she would not have joked so freely or shared all her cousin's preferences with him. All right. Yichen, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Su Linger, nodded in acquiescence. By the way, brother-in-law, I will take some time to devise a plan. I will suggest several strategies for pursuing my sister. Just as Su Linger was about to close the car door, she suddenly turned to Yichen. Brother-in-law, let us meet again next weekend. I will share my ideas with you then. Su Linger specifically reminded Yichen, having lent you such significant assistance, do not forget to treat me to a grand meal. No problem, Yichen replied with a hint of exasperation, casually agreeing to Su Linger's request before he closed the car door for her and drove away. Upon returning home, Su Linger found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating how to assist her brother-in-law in winning over her cousin. Were Su Ningshuang to discover Su Linger's intentions, she would undoubtedly deliver a stern reprimand. You are my cousin, not Yichen's. Why are you perpetually scheming against your sister? Meanwhile, Yichen had also returned to his villa at Lingyun Tiangong. Though he had not resided there for long, it exuded a comforting ambience reminiscent of home. Upon his arrival, Yichen first proceeded to his study, carefully placing the indestructible pill, a gift from the game, into the safe. This item was, in all honesty, of no use to him. After securing his belongings, Yichen changed into a fresh set of clothes and headed for a shower. Once refreshed, he lounged in the living room enjoying some fruit when he received an unexpected phone call. Answering the call, he recognized a somewhat familiar voice. Is this Mr. Yi? I am Tian Wu from Baiyun Resort. The caller immediately introduced himself. It turned out he was the proprietor of Baiyun Resort. Ah, Mr. Tian. What brings you to contact me? Yichen inquired upon learning the caller's identity. I apologize for the events of last night, Mr. Yi. I was wondering if you might be available for dinner tomorrow evening, Tian Wu asked nervously, anxious about the possibility of rejection. Although he had not inquired about Yichen's contact information the previous night, as the owner of Baiyun Resort, he had easily obtained Yichen's phone number through the ticketing information of visitors. Having established a connection with such an esteemed individual, He was eager to seize the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Mr. Yi. Tomorrow evening? That works for me. Yichen considered briefly, realizing he had no other commitments. After all, having recently acquired a vacation villa from the resort, it would be impolite to decline. It was merely dinner. Great, Mr. Yi, I look forward to it. Tian Wu exclaimed with palpable excitement upon receiving Yi Chen's affirmative response. After confirming the time and place for their meeting, Tian Wu promptly ended the call, allowing Yi Chen to resume his day. The following day, Yi Chen attended classes as usual. Simultaneously, Flaunting Group convened a small executive meeting. President Jiang Taiyuan was engaged in discussion with several senior executives within his office. You must be aware that our third largest shareholder has been replaced, Jiang Taiyuan informed his colleagues. Yes, I just heard about it, one executive responded, while others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had only recently received the news. This mysterious tycoon, Mr. Yi, has acquired a staggering 20% stake in our company. Truly formidable, Jiang Taiyuan remarked with a sense of awe. It's important to note that despite Jiang Taiyuan's position as the president of Flaunting Group, he was not the largest shareholder. In fact, he did not even rank within the top 5, holding merely 6 of the company's shares, which was quite typical. For instance, the well-known figure Xiao Ma is not the largest shareholder of Ali, possessing only a single-digit percentage of shares. Similarly, Ma Teng from Penguin Group is not the principal shareholder of the corporation either. The foremost shareholder of Flaunting Group is a prominent conglomerate based in Hangzhou. However, this conglomerate typically refrains from participating in Flaunting's decision-making processes. The second largest shareholder is a billionaire from Jiangzhou, holding a 23% stake in Flaunting Group, with only a 3 difference compared to Yi Chen, the third largest shareholder. Within Flaunting Group, the distinction between the second and third shareholders is minimal. Now, with the remarkably significant change in the third shareholder, as the president of Flaunting Group, Jiang Taiyuan must accord this matter the utmost attention. Should he inadvertently provoke Mr. Yi, the latter possesses the means to dismiss him from his presidential position. Chapter 62. Astonishment. Jiang Taiyuan resolved to personally deliver the company's share transfer contract to Mr. Yi. This gesture would not only foster a favorable impression, but also demonstrate his regard for Mr. Yi's significance. As time elapsed, it swiftly approached the afternoon. After class, Yi Chen entered his car, heading directly to the location he had arranged with Tian Wu the previous day. It was a premier restaurant in Jiangzhou, one Yi Chen had not visited before. Meanwhile, within the restaurant, Tian Wu and several executives were quietly awaiting in a private room. Old Tian, who exactly are you inviting this time? Inquired one. Curiosity piqued regarding the notable figure they were waiting for. The previous night, Tian Wu had mentioned hosting a distinguished individual for dinner, encouraging them to join in making connections. They had hurried over today, only to find that the esteemed guest had yet to arrive. Besides Tian Wu, the others in the room were also executives from various companies in Jiangzhou, each with a net worth comparable to his own. Even the least affluent among them boasted fortunes in the range of 1 to 2 billion. Typically, they were the ones being waited on, yet now they found themselves in a position of anticipation. Consequently, their curiosity surrounding the identity of Tian Wu's distinguished guest grew. Who might this eminent person be? A peculiar smile appeared on Tian Wu's face. Since you are so eager to know, I shall reveal it. Today, my esteemed guest is none other than Mr. Yi Chen. Yi Chen, Mr. Yi? Confusion and surprise swept across the faces of those present. They had not heard of this Mr. Yi before. Mr. Yi Chen, who is he? Tian Wu responded, surely. You must have heard of the incident a few days ago when Ma Jiangwen publicly knelt to apologize. The Mr. Yi I have invited today is the very individual to whom Ma Jiangwen offered his apology. Tian Wu disclosed without reservation. What? The Mr. Yi attending today is the one to whom Ma Jiangwen knelt an apology? Among those present, 2 individuals recognized the gravity of that event. Upon learning that the person invited by Tian Wu was none other than the individual who had knelt an apology to Ma Jiangwen, everyone was taken aback. However, 2 individuals remained oblivious to the incident, thus displaying a lackluster reaction. Uncle Tian simply disclosed Yi Chen's identity, suggested one of the 2 uninformed individuals. A young man in his late 20s named Yan Hanlin, the youngest among those present. He had recently taken over the family business just a few months prior and was currently enjoying considerable success. The others in attendance were well acquainted with Yan Hanlin's father and had invited him along today. General Manager Yi is the owner of Yilan Entertainment Agency, Tian Wu explained. I believe I have heard of Yilan Entertainment, mused Yin Hanlon, lost in contemplation. Moments later, a realization struck him. Isn't that merely a small company with a total asset just reaching 10 billion? What significant figure could the owner of such a modest enterprise possibly be? Yin Hanlon's expression reflected disdain. He could hardly fathom that this Yi Chun could compel the esteemed Ma Jiangwen to kneel in apology. After all, who was Ma Jiangwen? A tycoon with a fortune of several billion. Even upon meeting him, one would have to address him with utmost respect. It sounded like mere rumors to him. Once General Manager Yi arrives, let us be a bit more courteous, he conceded with a nod, though internally he remained unconvinced. He was determined to see what set this Yi Chun apart. As the group engaged in discussion, the door to the private room swung open, and Yi Chun entered. General Manager Yi, Tianwu promptly greeted him with a warm smile. General Manager Yi? Upon hearing Tianwu's address, the others in the room began to deduce Yi Chun's identity. So, this was the renowned Yi Chun. Remarkably youthful. General Manager Yi, the rest stood up, eagerly extending their hands in greeting, displaying commendable courtesy. As everyone settled into their seats, Yin Hanlon boldly inquired, "May I ask what esteemed position General Manager Yi holds?" While some felt Yin Hanlon's approach was somewhat impolite, they refrained from intervening. Their curiosity about Yi Chun's true identity piqued. "I am still a university student, currently managing Yilan Entertainment Agency," Yi Chun replied casually. Although he had recently become the third largest shareholder of Flaunting Group, he did not hold any specific position within the company. Strictly speaking, Yi Chun only managed Yilan Entertainment Agency, and the hotels and restaurants under his name were trivial ventures, hardly worthy of mention. After hearing Yi Chun's words, Yin Hanlon's respect diminished significantly. A mere owner of a small entertainment agency hardly constituted anything of note, especially when his own company boasted a difference of 30 to 40 billion. "Welcome, General Manager Yi. I propose we raise a toast in your honor," he declared. Tianwu rose to his feet, exuding enthusiasm as he spoke. "Excellent. What a splendid idea." The others raised their glasses and stood as well. All present, apart from Yi Chun, remained seated, with Yin Hanlon unperturbed, lounging comfortably in his chair. "Xiao Yin," Tianwu urged. "Uncle Tian. He is merely the owner of a modest entertainment agency, nothing of great significance, lacking any extraordinary background. Why should I toast him?" Yin Hanlon retorted. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," Tianwu called out, assuming it was the waiter. In the next moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing an unexpected guest. All eyes turned towards the man who entered, leaving everyone stunned. Their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Even Yin Hanlon, who had been nonchalant, was visibly startled upon seeing the newcomer. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately stood up with utmost respect. Yin Hanlon was utterly astounded. Not only him, but the others present were equally perplexed. What was happening today? Why had this esteemed figure arrived? Did Tianwu invite him as well? As this realization dawned on them, several guests turned their gazes towards Tianwu, filled with admiration. To have such an esteemed guest must mean old Tian has been making quite the progress lately. Faced with their inquisitive stares, Tianwu shrugged, equally bewildered and confused. How could he possibly have invited such a prominent figure? Just as he prepared to greet the dignitary, an unforeseen scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The so-called esteemed guest walked directly up to Yi Chun and greeted him with profound respect. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Jiang Taiyuan." It turned out that this man was none other than Jiang Taiyuan, the president of Flaunting Group. "Ah, so it is President Jiang," Yi Chun acknowledged upon recognizing the identity of his visitor. Earlier that morning, Jiang Taiyuan had attempted to call Yi Chun, but due to Yi Chun being in class, the call went unanswered. Later in the afternoon, Jiang Taiyuan called again, introducing himself and stating he wished to deliver the share transfer contract of Flaunting Group to Yi Chun, inquiring when and where he could meet. Since it was already quite late and Yi Chun had plans with Tianwu, he had directed Jiang to come here. Witnessing this exchange left everyone in the room utterly flabbergasted. What was going on? President Jiang had come specifically to see Yi Chun? Although Jiang Taiyuan was not the majority shareholder of Flaunting Group, as the president of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, his status was enough to command the admiration of Tianwu, Yin Hanlon, and the others. Yet here was this esteemed figure, approaching Yi Chun with such initiative. "Mr. Yi, here is your share transfer contract. Please accept it." On the other side, Jiang Taiyuan handed the equity transfer contract of 20 of Flaunting Group to Yichun. Witnessing this scene, the individuals present were utterly bewildered. Mr. Jiang, what is happening? Ultimately, Yin Hanlin could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Mr. Yi has acquired 20 of our Longting Group's shares, making him one of the major shareholders. Jiang Taiyuan replied candidly, without any concealment. Jiang Taiyuan's words resonated like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. What did they just hear? Jiang Taiyuan stated that Yichun had purchased 20 of Longting Group's shares, thus becoming one of its principal shareholders. This stake was roughly equivalent to 2 billion. Everyone was profoundly astonished. To effortlessly produce 2 billion for a share acquisition, one's background and wealth must be extraordinarily formidable. They had all misjudged the situation earlier. This Mr. Yi was indeed a person of considerable stature. Tian Wu wore a proud expression, recognizing that his judgment had been correct. Mr. Yi's identity was indeed impressive. The others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling immensely grateful that they had just toasted to Mr. Yi. Meanwhile, only Yin Hanlin trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was a disaster. He had made a grave mistake. This Yichun was not merely the owner of Yilin Entertainment Company. Could an ordinary person effortlessly acquire 20 of Longting Group's shares? Mr. Yi, I was blind to your greatness earlier. Please forgive my ignorance. Yin Hanlin promptly stood up to apologize to Yichun. Allow me to drink 100 cups as a gesture of my remorse, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. With that, Yin Hanlin began pouring drinks. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups as he reached over 30 cups. He could no longer bear it, and rushed outside to the restroom to vomit. Yet he dared not abstain from drinking. To appease Mr. Yi, he could not give up. After recovering, Yin Hanlin returned, making countless trips back and forth, until he finally finished the 100 cups. Following this ordeal, he was taken away by an ambulance to the hospital. While Yin Hanlin was consuming alcohol, Yichun and Jiang Taiyuan engaged in conversation. From Jiang Taiyuan, Yichun gleaned some fundamental information about Longting Group. Tomorrow morning, as Yichun had no classes, he arranged with Jiang Taiyuan to tour Longting Group. After all, he was now one of the major shareholders of this billion-dollar enterprise, and it was essential to take a look. After chatting with Yichun for a while, Jiang Taiyuan departed to organize matters for the following day. After dining, Yichun left under the respectful gaze of Tian Wu and the others. Meanwhile, in a vast ancient-style mansion, 2 middle-aged men were conversing when one of the slightly plump men suddenly received a phone call. What? At merely around 20 years of age, the plump man sighed deeply after hanging up the phone, a look of contemplation etched upon his face. Chapter 63. Beyond imagination, the plump man's name was Ningshuang, a billionaire from Jiangzhou. In addition to his immense wealth, he held a significant position as the second-largest shareholder of Longting Group. Old one, what troubles you? Inquired another serious middle-aged man, visibly taken aback. It appears that, as the second-largest shareholder of Longting Group, I have just learned that someone acquired 20 of the company's shares yesterday, making them the third-largest shareholder, Ningshuang elucidated. What? The serious middle-aged man expressed his astonishment. With a market value of around 10 billion, acquiring 20 of Longting Group equates to a staggering sum of 2 billion. To amass such an amount at once is beyond the capabilities of many billionaires. Is there truly someone in Jiangzhou with such financial prowess? That is not all. What truly astonishes me is that this individual, who purchased 20 of Longting Group, is reportedly a young person of approximately 20 years. Ningshuang revealed the source of his shock. What? At this revelation, even the usually composed middle-aged man found it hard to remain seated. A young person in their 20s? A youth who can produce 2 billion to acquire 20 of Longting Group? Is this a jest? Is there truly someone in Jiangzhou with such immense financial resources? What must this young person's net worth be? 100 billion? 200 billion? Or even more? The serious middle-aged man dared not ponder further. Just moments ago, Jiang Taiyuan had met with this young individual who had acquired the shares, and he was scheduled to visit Longting Group the following day. Ningshuang contemplated. At that moment, Ningshuang's curiosity about this affluent young man intensified. Such a person would be worth befriending. Soon enough, he devised a plan. It had been quite some time since he last visited Longting Group. He decided he would go there tomorrow, hoping to meet this young man who had purchased 20 of the company. Having made up his mind, Ningshuang contacted Jiang Taiyuan to inform him of his intention to visit Longting Group as well. As soon as he hung up, the serious middle-aged man beside him could not restrain himself. Old one, if possible, allow me the opportunity to meet this young man. I am quite curious about someone of such considerable wealth and strength. When did Jiangzhou acquire such a figure? Rest assured, old Su, I will take care of this matter. Wan Xiangyang assured, patting his chest, confident that it was not an insurmountable task. Thank you, the serious middle-aged man, old Su, expressed his gratitude. Old Su, we need not stand on ceremony between us, Wan Xiangyang chuckled, for he was never one to be overly concerned with trifles. As a new day dawned, Yi Chun, opting for a more understated approach, drove his Ferrari directly to Flaunting Group. Upon his arrival, Jiang Taiyuan and a cadre of company executives awaited him. Beside Jiang stood a slightly rotund middle-aged man. As Yi Chun alighted from his vehicle, all except the portly gentleman approached him with eagerness. Hello, Mr. Yi. Greetings, Mr. Yi. The executives of Flaunting Group greeted him with utmost courtesy. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Yi, allow me to introduce you, Jiang Taiyuan said, gesturing towards the slightly plump man. This is our second largest shareholder at Flaunting Group, Mr. Wan. Oh, Yi Chun remarked, not particularly astonished upon learning of the man's identity. He had surmised as much, especially since Jiang Taiyuan had approached him while this gentleman remained still, clearly indicating a distinguished status. After Jiang finished speaking, Wan Xiangyang stepped forward and extended his hand. Yi Chun shook it. Mr. Yi, you truly are a remarkable young talent, Wan Xiangyang said sincerely. Although he was prepared for Yi Chun's youth, witnessing him firsthand still elicited a sense of astonishment. This Mr. Yi could scarcely be in his 20s. Yet, he had effortlessly acquired a 20% stake in Flaunting Group, truly formidable. You flatter me, Mr. Wan, Yi Chun replied graciously. Upon meeting you, I felt an immediate kinship. As I am a few years your senior, may I address you as Brother Yi? We are both shareholders of Flaunting Group. We are practically family, Wan Xiangyang said, deliberately altering his address to foster camaraderie. Were Wan Xiangyang's words to circulate, they would likely incite a seismic shift in Jiangzhou. It was unfathomable that a prominent figure of such stature, worth billions, would voluntarily seek to cultivate a relationship with a youth. Brother Yi, do not stand on ceremony, Wan Xiangyang continued. Given the warmth of the gesture, Yi Chun felt compelled to reciprocate. Then I shall call you Brother Wan, he replied. Subsequently, accompanied by the high-ranking officials of Flaunting Group, Yi Chun and Wan Xiangyang entered the company premises. Wan Xiangyang and Jiang Taiyuan guided Yi Chun on a general tour of Flaunting Group before proceeding to the conference room. Jiang Taiyuan presided over the meeting, during which Wan Xiangyang, as the second-largest shareholder, offered a few welcoming remarks. Then it was Yi Chun's turn, and he spoke briefly in response. Once the meeting concluded, Wan Xiangyang and Yi Chun engaged in conversation within the office. During this period, Wan Xiangyang took the initiative to invite Yi Chun to his residence for tea in the afternoon. Wan Xiangyang was exceedingly warm and cordial, leaving Yi Chun with little choice but to accept the invitation. After agreeing on a time, Yi Chun parted ways with Wan Xiangyang. Upon returning to his villa, Wan Xiangyang promptly dialed Old Su's number. Old Su, do you have time this afternoon? I have accomplished the task you entrusted to me. I have invited Brother Yi to my home for tea today. On the other end of the line, Old Su pondered for a moment. I'll push my afternoon plans back. I'll be there. Old Su was quite intrigued by this Yi Zong, and he quickly assured that he would definitely arrive. In the afternoon, Old Su arrived early at Wan Xiangyang's villa, awaiting the gathering. After a brief interval, a knock resounded at the door. Wan Xiangyang personally went to open it. As the door swung open, he was greeted by the sight of Yi Chun. Brother Yi has arrived, please come in. Wan Xiangyang warmly invited Yi Chun inside. Upon hearing this, Old Su also rose to his feet. Old Su, allow me to introduce you. This is the Yi Zong I mentioned, Brother Yi. Wan Xiangyang introduced Yi Chun to Old Su. Brother Yi, this is my friend, Old Su. Yi Zong. Old Su was just about to speak, but was promptly interrupted by Wan Xiangyang. Addressing him as Yi Zong feels rather distant, Wan Xiangyang interjected. Brother Yi is young and accomplished, quite impressive indeed. Old Su spoke with great courtesy. How about this? If Brother Yi doesn't mind, let us relate as equals. Indeed. That would be best, Wan Xiangyang concurred. Yi Chun, initially hesitant, found Old Su's overwhelming politeness hard to refuse, thus he acquiesced. Brother Yi. Old Su warmly extended his hand for a handshake. Old Su, Wan Xiangyang invited both guests to take a seat. This is an exquisite De Hong Pao that I painstakingly procured. Had it not been for Brother Yi's visit today, I would have been reluctant to bring it out. Wan Xiangyang graciously poured tea for Yi Chun. Indeed, I am fortunate to enjoy the tea from Old Wan's cherished collection today, thanks to Brother Yi. Old Su remarked with deep appreciation. As they savored the tea, the three engaged in conversation, gradually drawing closer in their relationship. Ah, Brother Yi. Being so accomplished at a young age, my daughter is of a similar age to you. Yet her achievements pale in comparison, Old Su remarked with a touch of wistfulness. Your niece is exceptional in her own right. Individuals like Brother Yi are a rarity indeed, Ningshuang expressed with profound sentiment. Years ago, when he was of similar age to Brother Yi, with familial support and connections, he barely managed to start a small company with 5 or 6 employees. Yet now, Brother Yi was in a position to effortlessly acquire shares of the Flaunting group. Such is the disparity. Old Wan, you flatter me, Yichen replied modestly. Upon hearing Ningshuang's remarks, even Yichen felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ah, indeed, Brother Yi is quite remarkable, praised Su Leoj, adding his own accolades. By the way, Old Su, isn't your niece's birthday approaching? Ningshuang inquired, curiosity piqued by a sudden thought. Indeed, nodded Su Leoj. I was away during her last birthday. So this time, I must bestow upon her a grand gift. Ningshuang responded. The camaraderie between Ningshuang and Old Su had deep roots. Had their children not both been daughters, an engagement might have been arranged long ago. That is your own assertion, Old Su chimed in. Of course, as her uncle. How could I possibly miss my niece's birthday? Ningshuang affirmed with conviction. By the way, Brother Yi, would you care to join us? Su Leoj extended the invitation to Yichen. At that time, I shall introduce you to one another as Uncle Yi. You must take good care of your niece in the future, Su Leoj emphasized. Eager to broaden his daughter's social circle, Su Leoj wished for her to become acquainted with Uncle Yi. While Su Leoj spoke of his daughter at Jiangzhou University, Su Ningshuang could not help but sneeze a few times. Ningshuang, what is the matter? Inquired Zhao Shuxian, perplexed. Are you unwell? Perhaps catching a cold? I'm fine. I'm not quite sure what is causing it. Su Ningshuang shrugged, uncertain of the sudden sneezes. In Ningshuang's villa, with Su Leoj's remarks, Yichen felt he could not decline. Very well, I shall certainly attend my niece's birthday. Then I shall thank you on behalf of my daughter, Brother Yi. Su Leoj said, raising a cup of tea in lieu of wine to toast Yichen. As the time drew near, Yichen rose to bid farewell to Ningshuang and Su Leoj, who saw him off with intention. By the way, Brother Yi, what is your WeChat? I'd like to add you, Ningshuang suddenly asked as Yichen prepared to depart. Yichen took out his phone, and they exchanged WeChat information. Nearby, Su Laudi noticed Ningshuang had added Yichen, so he refrained from doing so himself, opting to have Old Wan recommend him later. After adding Ningshuang on WeChat, Yichen finally drove away. Ningshuang and Su Leoj re-entered the villa. Old Wan, don't forget to share Brother Yi's WeChat with me, Su Leoj casually remarked. What? What did you say? Ningshuang feigned ignorance. I said, please share Brother Yi's WeChat with me shortly, Su Leoj reiterated clearly. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Perhaps my ears are a bit troubled. Ningshuang continued to feign misunderstanding, wearing an expression that suggested he was still oblivious. Su Leoj's expression shifted slightly. Something was amiss with Old Wan. Was he pretending not to hear? What was his intention? Old Wan, what are you planning? Su, who knew Ningshuang well, directly inquired. Hee, Ningshuang responded with a mysterious smile, revealing no secrets. I intend to pass my WeChat to my daughter, encouraging her to add Brother Yi. Su could only smile wryly. Brother Yi regards you as an elder brother, yet you wish to assume the role of his father-in-law? Alas, I find myself compelled. My daughter has not had a boyfriend throughout her 4 years in university, and she is about to graduate. How can I not feel anxious? Ningshuang expressed his helplessness. Even a billionaire feels powerless in such matters. Old Su, you must not compete with me. In the next moment, Ningshuang cast a wary glance at Old Su. My niece is only in her sophomore year. She is still young, while my daughter is nearing graduation. I find Brother Yi exceedingly remarkable. He would be a perfect match for her. Ningshuang continued. So, you invited Brother Yi to your niece's birthday party. Didn't you have such thoughts? Uft. Who thinks as much as you do? Old Su shrugged in resignation. I genuinely regard Brother Yi as a dear friend. Merely wishing for my daughter to meet this esteemed Uncle Yi. To consider Brother Yi as a potential son-in-law? That is simply impossible. I am not that kind of person. Old Su asserted earnestly. That's good. I shall refrain from passing Brother Yi's WeChat to you. If anything arises, contact me, and I will reach out to Brother Yi, Ningshuang replied with utmost caution. Seeing Ningshuang's stance, Old Su chose not to press further. He truly viewed Brother Yi as a younger brother, harboring no thoughts of making him his son-in-law. This old one, meanwhile, in the afternoon, Yi Chun returned to school. Around 4 o'clock, he had a class to attend, just in time to return. This weekend, in addition to Flaunting Group, Yi Chun had acquired a 5-star hotel, Roman International Hotel. Tonight, he could conveniently visit and have a meal. According to the information he had previously gathered, the restaurant at Roman International Hotel was quite commendable. One should not assume that 5-star hotels are merely places to sleep. Many renowned 5-star hotels in the country boast exceptional restaurants, such as the Peninsula Hotel in the Magic City and the Four Seasons Hotel in Yanjing. The restaurant at Roman International Hotel is quite good. Thus, it was settled. Tonight's dinner would be at Roman International Hotel. After class, Yi Chun prepared to leave. By chance, he encountered Su Ningshuang, who was walking towards him. "What shall I have for dinner tonight?" Su Ningshuang murmured softly, seemingly troubled by this daily dilemma. Seeing Su Ningshuang in distress over dinner, Yi Chun casually asked, "Why not join me?" It was only then that Su Ningshuang noticed Yi Chun not far ahead. "Sure." Su Ning Frost nodded, relieved to have resolved her dilemma about what to eat. "Junior Yi, where shall we go this evening?" she inquired with curiosity. "We will be heading to the Roman International Hotel," Yi Chun replied. Nearby, several of Yi Chun's classmates had just finished gathering their belongings and were exiting the classroom. They happened to overhear Yi Chun's statement and, upon realizing who he was addressing, were utterly astounded. What did we just hear?" they gasped. Yi Chun was actually taking the campus Belle to a hotel? Chapter 65. Is this something a reserved campus beauty should say? The classmates, as if struck by lightning, stood frozen in disbelief. They were profoundly shocked. It had been rumored that Yi Chun and the campus beauty had a special relationship, with the potential of becoming a couple. However, they never anticipated that matters had escalated to this extent. Could Yi Chun be so forthright? Initially, they thought nothing of it. But Su Ning Frost's next remark left them even more dumbfounded. "The Roman International Hotel? That sounds rather nice. We could visit it several times," she responded. As a wealthy heiress, Su Ning Frost had naturally dined at the hotel's restaurant multiple times with friends. It was said that the chefs were specially brought in from the bustling metropolis, renowned for their culinary skills. Su Ning Frost found the flavors delightful, which is why she suggested they could frequent the establishment together. Yet, her words, when heard by her classmates, took on a different connotation. My heavens! The understanding of Yi Chun's classmates had been further transformed. What had they just heard? The aloof campus Belle, Su Shuejia, had actually remarked that a hotel was commendable and even suggested they could return multiple times. They gasped in astonishment, feeling as though their worldview had shattered. Was this truly something a reserved campus beauty ought to express? Why did the seemingly distant Su Ning Frost appear before Yi Chun like a love-struck girl? Was this the essence of love, capable of transforming a cool beauty into someone extraordinarily warm, albeit only towards one individual? They were in awe. At that moment, they held Yi Chun in the highest regard. All of them were freshmen, having barely started their studies. And while they struggled to even recognize all the girls in their class, Yi Chun had already captivated the heart of the campus beauty. Why was there such a vast chasm between people? Sigh. Yi Chun was undeniably exceptional, oblivious to the astonished gazes of his classmates. Yi Chun continued to converse with Su Ning Frost as they walked. "Junior Yi, please wait a moment. I need to change into another outfit at the dormitory," Su Ning Frost said to Yi Chun. "All right," Yi Chun nodded. As Yi Chun and Su Ningshuang gradually walked away, Yi Chun's classmates were filled with envy. "Oh, great one. I bow to you. Please impart unto me the secrets of winning the heart of the school beauty." Meanwhile, after parting ways with Yi Chun, Su Ningshuang returned to her dormitory. Upon opening the door, she hurried inside and began rummaging through her clothes. Zhao Shuxian had just returned as well and was busy organizing her belongings. Noticing Su Ningshuang's anxious demeanor, Zhao Shuxian felt a surge of curiosity. Wasn't Ningshuang perfectly fine during class just a moment ago? What could have happened in such a short time? "Ningshuang, what is the matter?" Zhao Shuxian inquired with concern. "It's nothing. I'm just looking for the outfit I bought earlier to wear later," Su Ningshuang explained. Recently, she had purchased a stunning ensemble that she had yet to don. On her way back to the dormitory, she had pondered for quite some time about what to wear. And after much deliberation, she finally made her choice. "Who are you going out with?" Zhao Shuxian asked, her curiosity piqued. "I'm going out with Yi Chun," Su Ningshuang replied while continuing her search for clothes. "Huh, with Yi Chun?" Zhao Shuxian's interest was instantly ignited, a wave of gossip awakening within her. These two, who had previously been shy around each other, had now seemingly moved on to dating without her. Oh man, once they find a partner, they forget their loved ones, including their own cousins. Here I am, having introduced Ningshuang to him, and he promised to take me out for a grand meal. Now, with Ningshuang, he has completely forgotten about that promise. Alas, such is the fate of men. What are you two planning to do? Though she felt a twinge of resentment towards Yi Chun for neglecting their promise of a feast, the knowledge that he and Su Ningshuang were going out alone still brought Zhao Shuxian joy. She eagerly anticipated the day when Ningshuang would call her cousin with pride. Hee. We're heading to the Roman International Hotel, Su Ningshuang casually responded while looking for her clothes. Zhao Shuxian, who had just taken a sip of water, promptly spat it out. What? Did I hear that correctly? Yi Chun is taking Ningshuang to the Roman International Hotel? Their relationship is progressing far too quickly. Ningshuang, are you alright? Do you feel unwell? Upon noticing that Zhao Shuxian had sprayed water everywhere, Su Ningshuang quickly inquired, worried that her friend might fall ill. It's nothing. Really? Zhao Shuxian hastily shook her head, fearful of hindering their budding romance. Ningshuang, you must be cautious. That Yi Chun is quite the rogue, she remarked. Her words laced with subtle implications. Although Yi Chun was her cousin, Ningshuang was also her dear friend. Now, Yi Chun has taken down Ningshuang. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Although she wishes for Yi Chun and Ningshuang to be together, they have only known each other for half a month. Hearing Zhao Shuxuan's words, Su Ningshuang appeared astonished. Is Brother Yi bad? I think Brother Yi is quite wonderful, she retorted, having known Brother Yi for some time. She believes he possesses admirable character and great responsibility. All right, Zhao Shuxian shrugged. Since Ningshuang has said so, she felt it inappropriate to continue. By the way, Shuxian, would you like to join us? Suddenly, Su Ningshuang extended the invitation. Shuxian is Yi Chun's cousin, and since she likely hasn't eaten, they might as well go together. What? Upon hearing Su Ningshuang's invitation, Zhao Shuxian nearly jumped up. What on earth? Why would she accompany Yi Chun and Ningshuang to a hotel? To play the third wheel and consume dog food? She had already had enough of that over the weekend. Moreover, it would be inappropriate to go alone. No. She shook her head vigorously. All right then, Su Ningshuang remarked with a hint of regret. After changing her clothes, Su Ningshuang said goodbye to Zhao Shuxian and departed. Watching Ningshuang leave, Zhao Shuxian hesitated for a moment before dialing Yi Chun's number. What's wrong, sis? Yi Chun's voice came through as the call connected. You little rascal. I warn you, do not bully Ningshuang later, Zhao Shuxian admonished. How could I? I am a respectable person, Yi Chun countered. A respectable person, huh? Zhao Shuxian scoffed. She didn't believe Yi Chun's words. If Yi Chun were a respectable person, then there would be no unrespectable people in the world. Finally, with determination, Zhao Shuxian specifically advised Yi Chun, be careful. Rest assured, sis, my driving skills are quite good. I have acquired top-tier driving skills from gaming. There's no way anything could go wrong. Safety is not a concern. You still claim to be a respectable person? Goodbye. With that, Zhao Shuxian hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was left puzzled, wondering what was going on with his sister. How many people, besides him, could truly understand such distress? He patiently awaited Su Shuejia for their meal. How was that not respectable? Was it because he did not invite her to join that he felt guilty? Yi Chun found himself perplexed. Perhaps he should let it go this time and invite her out for a grand meal next time as a form of compensation. He murmured to himself. Now, it was too late to invite his sister, so he resolved to do so next time, specifically treating her. Before long, Su Ningshuang arrived. With Su Ningshuang in tow, Yi Chun headed straight for the Roman International Hotel. Upon arriving, as the owner of the hotel, Yi Chun felt as if he were a stranger. Under the guidance of Su Ningshuang, they arrived at the hotel restaurant. After dining, Yi Chun departed with Su Ningshuang, opting not to meet with the hotel manager. His visit was not for an inspection. He had merely acquired this five-star establishment and was curious to see it for himself, as well as to savor a meal and assess its culinary offerings. He found it quite satisfactory. After escorting Su Ningshuang back to school, Yi Chun returned to his villa. The following day, with no afternoon classes, he left school and headed straight to Yilin Brokerage Company, having not visited in quite some time. He wondered how the company was faring now. Having absorbed some of the interests of the rival Yuan Yin Brokerage Company, Yilin should be flourishing by now. Additionally, Yi Chun had another motive for visiting Yilin. He wished to inquire about the progress of his employee, by Han Yin. He still recalled the long-term challenge valued at 15 billion. Should he cultivate Bai Han into a top-tier singer, he would secure a 51% stake in Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies nationwide. This 51% stake was approximately equivalent to 15 billion. Even if Yi Chun did not become the wealthiest individual in Jiangzhou, he would undoubtedly rank among its elite tycoons. Upon arriving at the company, Yi Chun made his way directly to the general manager's office. "Mr. Yi, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Yi Chun, Yang Xuemin, who had been working, immediately stood up. "It's nothing particularly urgent. I merely wanted to see how the company has been faring lately," Yi Chun inquired. "Mr. Yi, the company's recent development has been quite favorable, thanks to the situation with Yuan Yen Brokerage Company," Yang Xuemin reported. He elaborated on several points. The most significant being that Yilan Brokerage Company's total assets had surged, nearing 11 billion. This was the issue Yi Chun was most concerned about, and he nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, how has Bai Han been doing lately?" Yi Chun asked with curiosity. "Bai Han is progressing well. She has successfully become one of the prominent streamers on Shark Live. We are currently preparing to manage her Douyin account," Yang Xuemin replied. Recognizing that the company's staff were more adept in these matters, Yi Chun refrained from probing further. After their discussion, Yi Chun took his leave. On the other side, Yi Chun was eager to check on Bai Han. It was not yet time for her live broadcast, as she was attending a class. Yilan Brokerage Company had specifically hired professionals to teach her singing. Upon seeing Yi Chun, Bai Han greeted him with enthusiasm. "Mr. Yi." Bai Han was deeply grateful to Yi Chun. Had he not provided her this opportunity, her dreams would have remained unfulfilled. After exchanging a few words, Bai Han invited Yi Chun to join her for coffee the following day, to which he agreed. Since Bai Han had classes to attend, Yi Chun chose not to prolong their conversation. After parting ways with Bai Han, Yi Chun left the Yilan Brokerage Company and returned to his villa. He had previously undertaken numerous challenges in the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest, both grand and modest in scale. Upon completing these challenges, Yi Chun not only received various rewards, but also accumulated a wealth of experience points and score bonuses. He had not taken the time to examine these rewards until now, and out of curiosity, he wondered about the extent of his experience points and score. Surely, his player level and mall level must be nearing an upgrade. Currently, although the mall updated daily, the items available in the one-star mall no longer captivated Yi Chun's interest. Sitting on the sofa, he delved into the game. First, he checked his player level and was greeted with the following. Player level, 191100. Yi Chun had amassed 91 experience points, just 9 points shy of leveling up to the esteemed rank of level 2 player. At that point, he would be able to purchase 2 items simultaneously from the mall. Next, he examined his mall level. Mall level, 1-star mall, for 1,750. His mall level was slightly higher than his player level. He was only 3 points away from upgrading to a 2-star mall. Once he achieved this, not only would the number of items he could purchase increase to 5, but the value of the products in the mall would also multiply significantly. This was of utmost importance. Yi Chun was exceedingly curious about what offerings awaited him in the upgraded 2-star mall. His greatest anticipation lay in swiftly elevating both his mall level and player level. Just as Yi Chun was about to exit the game, a notification window suddenly appeared. A new challenge had emerged. Chapter 67. Unbelievable. Challenge issued. A brokerage company wishes to poach Bai Han. Although she disagrees, they persist in trying to retain their employee, safeguarding their own fortune of 15 billion. Challenge reward. A high-end residential building. Experience points. 9. Mall points. 3. Upon seeing this challenge, Yi Chun was instantly invigorated. A company dared to attempt to poach his employee, none other than Bai Han. This was intolerable. The matter pertained to his long-term challenge valued at 15 billion. Upon reviewing the task, Yi Chun noticed the challenge's reward, a residential building, which was worth a few billion. However, what truly captured his attention were the additional rewards, 9 experience points and 3 mall points. With these 9 experience points, Yi Chun could elevate his player level from 1 to the esteemed rank of level 2. The 3 mall points would facilitate his upgrade to a 2-star mall, where the value of the items would soar nearly tenfold. In comparison to the residential building, this was the true prize. Tomorrow, I must inquire thoroughly with Bai Han. Yi Chun murmured to himself. Bai Han had invited him for coffee to discuss recent developments, providing an opportunity for Yi Chun to ask about specific circumstances. Even without the substantial incentive of 150 million, should other companies attempt to recruit Bai Han and she decline, he would still be concerned. After all, She was an employee he had personally promoted. Following the incident with Ningshuang, Yichen came to regard Bai Hanyan as a kind-hearted individual with a strong sense of justice, an employee worthy of his investment. The next afternoon, Yichen drove his Koenigsegg directly to the CAF, where he was to meet Bai Hanyan. Meanwhile, she had already arrived at the establishment. Lacking her own transportation and fearful of being late, she had made it a point to arrive early. She certainly could not keep Mr. Yi waiting. To express her appreciation for his support, Bai Hanyan had deliberately chosen a high-end CAF she would typically not dare to frequent. Barely settled at her table, a rather plump middle-aged woman approached her. "Miss Bai, what a coincidence to see you again," the woman exclaimed, feigning surprise. Upon seeing this woman, Bai Hanyan's expression darkened. "Why is it her again? Is she following me?" Bai Hanyan was not inclined to believe that this encounter was coincidental. The woman, named Zhang Xiaoran, was a director at the Beyond Brokerage Company. Just days prior, Zhang had approached her with an enticing offer, expressing the company's keen interest in recruiting her, accompanied by generous terms. Despite the alluring conditions Zhang presented, Bai Hanyan had firmly declined. Although she had become one of the prominent streamers on Shark Life, amassing a considerable following, she understood that her current success was due to Yi Chen's recognition. Without his support, she might have already been dismissed from her position for crossing Ningshuang, left to frantically search for employment elsewhere. Grateful and loyal, she held profound appreciation for Yi Chen, feeling compelled to repay his kindness tenfold. Regardless of the conditions proposed, she was resolute in her refusal. Bai Hanyan had assumed that after her rejection, Zhang Xiaoran would relent. However, to her astonishment, Zhang not only persisted but grew increasingly enthusiastic, reaching out daily. Even when Bai Hanyan blocked her, Zhang would switch contacts to maintain their communication. It felt as if Zhang had become inextricably entwined with her life, an unwelcome shadow. "Director Zhang, I have already informed you that I will not be leaving Yilan Brokerage," Bai Hanyan stated, exasperation lacing her tone as she addressed Zhang once more. "Beautiful Bai, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to present my terms," Zhang Xiaoran declared, as she took a seat directly across from her. "Firstly, I would like to elevate the conditions I previously mentioned once again. Should you be willing, our buy-in agency can offer you a contract worth 30 million, requiring only a 3-year commitment. This translates to an impressive 10 million annually, which is quite substantial. Furthermore, should you endorse games or similar ventures, we would only take a 30% cut, allowing you to retain 70% of the endorsement fees. Our agency will also focus on nurturing your talents, aiming to develop you into the premier host on Shark Live, potentially even propelling you into the entertainment industry as a major star." In an attempt to entice Bai Hanyan, Zhang Xiaoran painted an enticing picture. "I'm afraid I'm not interested," Bai Hanyan replied without hesitation. "You must be concerned that if you leave Yilan Agency, they will demand exorbitant compensation for breach of contract," Zhang Xiaoran continued. "Rest assured, our buy-in agency can cover that penalty. Additionally, you need not worry about retaliation from the owner of Yilan. We are aware that Mr. Yi has connections, but our agency is also backed by influential figures," Zhang Xiaoran asserted confidently. "Director Zhang, I have no intention of leaving Yilan," Bai Hanyan reiterated firmly. Just as she finished speaking, Yi Chen happened to walk over. "Mr. Yi." Upon seeing him, Bai Hanyan immediately stood to greet him. Yi Chen nodded, suddenly noticing the middle-aged woman across from Bai Hanyan, and curiously inquired, "Who is this?" Bai Hanyan moved closer to Yi Chen and quietly explained the situation. After understanding, Yi Chen realized that this middle-aged woman was the representative from the agency attempting to lure Bai Hanyan away. Once Bai Hanyan finished speaking with Yi Chen, Zhang Xiaoran stood as well. "You must be Mr. Yi." "It's a pleasure," she greeted him, exhibiting no sign of trepidation. Her company's owner, Mr. Dai, is a significant figure in Jiangzhou, being the brother-in-law of the influential Pan Tianwen. "Who is Pan Tianwen, you ask?" "He is indeed a true heavyweight, with a fortune nearing 8 billion. "Mr. Yi, I wish to acquire Bai Hanyan," Zhang Xiaoran suddenly declared. "Is that so? What does Bai Hanyan think?" "Mr. Yi, I do not wish to leave Yilan," Bai Hanyan interjected immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoran's expression shifted. "Mr. Yi, this matter is at the behest of our Mr. Dai." She directly invoked the name of her boss and the backing of Pan Tianwen to intimidate Yi Chen. Mr. Dai's actions are influenced by Mr. Pan's wishes. "Young brother Yi?" Just as Zhang Xiaoran was about to continue, a surprised voice unexpectedly emerged from behind. The group turned to see a slightly plump middle-aged man standing there with a cheerful smile. Upon recognizing this man, Zhang Xiaoran was left utterly stunned. My heavens! How did this esteemed figure arrive here? Zhang Xiaoran covered her mouth, her expression one of utter disbelief. Such a prominent individual was not someone one could encounter casually. Even their esteemed General Dai would scarcely have the opportunity to meet him. Yet now, this distinguished figure stood right before her. Zhang Xiaoran felt utterly dazed. Young Master Yi, what brings you here? A slightly plump middle-aged man approached, extending a warm greeting to Yi Chun. This man was none other than Wan Xiangyang, the second largest shareholder of Flaunting Group. Young Master Yi, Zhang Xiaoran, already astounded by the presence of Wan Xiangyang, was now taken aback to the extreme upon hearing him address Yi Chun in such a familiar manner. What had she just heard? The illustrious figure of Jiangzhou, Wan Xiangyang, was addressing Yi Chun as Young Master Yi? How could this be possible? Zhang Xiaoran had already thought it astonishing that Wan Xiangyang would refer to Yi Chun in such a manner. However, the next moment, Yi Chun's words nearly caused her to lose her footing. Oh, it's Brother Wan. Yi Chun stepped forward, reciprocating Wan Xiangyang's greeting. Brother Wan. Yi Chun addressed Wan Xiangyang as Brother Wan, and rather than showing any sign of displeasure, Wan Xiangyang appeared quite pleased. The two were, astonishingly, on equal terms. Zhang Xiaoran's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost, utterly shocked beyond measure. One was a towering figure worth over 10 billion, while the other was a young man in his 20s, a mere owner of a small company. How could two individuals with such disparate backgrounds be regarded as equals? This was utterly terrifying. It's worth noting that not only General Dai, but even President Pan of the Pan Tianwen Agency, would approach Wan Xiangyang with utmost reverence, addressing him formally. Yet here was Yi Chun, who had somehow achieved this level of familiarity. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause seismic waves throughout Jiangzhou. Zhang Xiaoran swallowed hard, fear gripping her. To be on equal footing with Wan Xiangyang implied that Yi Chun's status must be on par with his. The very thought nearly caused her heart to seize, as she felt faint. At such a young age, possessing a status comparable to that of Wan Xiangyang. What could be the extent of young Master Yi's background? Zhang Xiaoran dared not contemplate further. It was too terrifying. She had just been disrespectful to such a significant figure. Trembling uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. Wan Xiangyang had come here for some matters, but was pleasantly surprised to encounter Yi Chun upon entering. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Chun, Wan Xiangyang turned his attention to Bai Hanyin and Zhang Xiaoran. And who might these two be? He inquired with curiosity. This is my employee, and this individual is from the Bien Brokerage Company. Yi Chun introduced Wan Xiangyang to him. Upon learning about Bai Hanyin's identity, Wan Xiangyang nodded slightly, then turned to Zhang Xiaoran. By the way, I believe I overheard you mentioning Pan Tianwen. What about him? A jolt ran through Zhang Xiaoran at this moment, her heart leaping into her throat. She had long heard of General Manager Pan's esteemed reputation and his admiration for Yi. Swiftly, Zhang Xiaoran's mind raced, and she immediately altered her words. Is that so? Wan Xiangyang appeared skeptical. I do not concern myself with Pan Tianwen's intentions, but should he dare to target Brother Yi, he is directly opposing me, Wan. I shall not back down, Wan Xiangyang warned. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Xiaoran was nearly trembling, her mind a blank slate. Any thoughts of undermining Bai Hanyin or suppressing the Yilin Brokerage Company vanished from her mind. Now, Zhang Xiaoran was focused on leaving as quickly as possible to inform both General Manager Dai and General Manager Pan. They needed to prepare to offer sincere apologies to Mr. Yi Chun, otherwise they would be utterly doomed. The consequences of provoking Mr. Yi could be catastrophic. In fact, there would be no need for Mr. Yi to become angry. A single word from Wan Xiangyang could spell their demise. Let us go. Wan Xiangyang waved dismissively, clearly uninterested in seeing Zhang Xiaoran any longer. Thank you, General Manager Wan. Zhang Xiaoran felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. However, before she departed, she made a point to bow an apology to Yi Chun and Bai Hanyin. Mr. Yi, Miss Bai, I sincerely apologize for my earlier ignorance. Please forgive me. Henceforth, I shall not present myself before you again, lest I offend your eyes. With that, Zhang Xiaoran hurried away. As she observed Zhang Xiaoran leaving, Bai Hanyin let out a sigh of relief. It appeared she would no longer need to worry about being pursued by Zhang Xiaoran. This time, it was truly thanks to Mr. Yi. I owe him so much. How can I ever repay him? Bai Hanyin felt increasingly grateful toward Yi Chun. By the way, Brother Yi, has anyone added you on WeChat lately? Suddenly, Wan Xiangyang inquired with curiosity. Added me on WeChat? Yi Chun pondered for a moment and shook his head. Is that so? Wan Xiangyang nodded. His daughter has been given brother Ye's WeChat information, and he encouraged her to add him. Even a simple acquaintance would suffice. It seems his daughter has yet to take action. He would definitely urge her upon returning home. Brother Yi, please continue your work. I shall take my leave now. Wan Xiangyang exchanged a few more words with Yi Chun before taking his leave. Safe travels, Brother Wan, Yi Chun said politely as he bid farewell. After Wan Xiangyang departed, Yi Chun resumed his seat. At that moment, Yi Chun's phone suddenly emitted a notification. Upon unlocking his device, he noticed a message from monthly salary of 3,000. Yet I am the world's richest. Chapter 68, Upgrade. Ding. Assist by Han Yen in resolving her entanglements, safeguard your employee, and protect your fortune of 15 billion. Challenge completed. Congratulations on acquiring a building in the Modern Garden community, Block 18. Congratulations on receiving 9 experience points. Congratulations on earning 3 points in the mall. As Yi Chun opened the game, a flurry of notifications flooded in. He had successfully completed the challenge. The first reward was a building in the Modern Garden community, which he was well aware of. The Modern Garden is a renowned upscale community in Jiangzhou, with property prices soaring to over 20,000 per square meter. In a second or third-tier city, such a price is indeed exorbitant. The building in the Modern Garden appears to have 28 floors, with 6 units per floor, totaling 168 apartments. This means Yi Chun had just acquired over 160 apartments in one fell swoop. A rough estimate suggests that the value of a building in the Modern Garden hovers around 300 to 400 million. While the building itself was significant, of greater importance was the acquisition of 9 experience points and 3 points in the mall. With these experience points and credits, Yi Chun could finally level up. He promptly checked his player level. Player level 110-0100. You have met the criteria for leveling up. Would you like to proceed? Indeed. Yi Chun's experience points were precisely 100, enabling him to upgrade. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations on becoming a distinguished level 2 player. The game notified him of his successful upgrade, marking him as a distinguished level 2 player. Yi Chun then glanced at his current player level. Player level 20,300. To ascend from level 2 to level 3, he required 300 experience points. Yi Chun felt quite satisfied, initially. He had thought that leveling up to 3 might necessitate 500 experience points. To his pleasant surprise, only 300 were required. The game indeed caters to its players. Now, as a distinguished level 2 player, Yi Chun was permitted to purchase 2 items from the mall each day. Excellent, indeed. With his player level elevated, it was time to check the mall level. Mall level 1-star mall, 50-50. As before, Yi Chun initiated the upgrade process. Ding! Mall upgraded to 2-star, increasing the number of items available to 5. Soon, the game announced the successful enhancement of his mall to a 2-star status. With this upgrade, the number of available items increased from 3 to 5, and their value surged nearly tenfold. Mall level 2-star mall, 0150. Yi Chun examined the mall level. To ascend to the Samsung Mall, Yi Chun requires 150 points, which is quite comparable to player levels. Currently, all Yi Chun must do is wait for the mall to refresh at dawn. He can purchase 2 items at once from the mall. He wonders what delightful treasures might appear upon his elevation to the 2-star mall, and he hopes it will not disappoint him. Yi Chun is filled with anticipation. After finishing the game, he continues his conversation with Bai Hanyan. Recently, Bai Hanyan has been thriving and has garnered a substantial loyal fan base. Furthermore, her singing skills have significantly improved due to the company's professional training, much to Yi Chun's satisfaction. I will have Yang Xuemin arrange for the contract to be renewed with you at the earliest. The terms will certainly be competitive with any other company. Yi Chun states. Faced with the allure of the buy-in agency, Bai Hanyan resolutely declines. Moreover, should she succeed, Yi Chun stands to gain a considerable reward as well. He is not a miserly individual and naturally intends to enhance Bai Hanyan's compensation. Presently, her contract reflects that of an ordinary employee. However, her future contract will undoubtedly surpass that of the buy-in agency and will indeed be better. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Bai Hanyan expresses her gratitude. Upon learning that Bai Hanyan does not own a car and having some free time, Yi Chun decides to offer her a ride home. Where do you live? He casually inquires as they exit the CAF. Modern Garden. What? Upon hearing Bai Hanyan's response, Yi Chun is momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that she also resided in Modern Garden. Coincidentally, he has just acquired an entire building there. This offers a perfect opportunity to visit Modern Garden while escorting by Hanyan home. The gay monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest, is truly divine, he thinks, as it has presented him with over 160 properties, including an entire building, something he had never imagined before. After about 20 minutes, they arrive at Building 19 of Modern Garden, where Bai Hanyan resides, conveniently adjacent to his own Building 18. Mr. Yi, would you like to come up to my home for a moment? Bai Hanyan suddenly invites. Please don't misunderstand, I was chatting with you earlier, and she knows that Mr. Yi is the one who brought me back. She wishes to invite you upstairs to express her gratitude for assisting her in renting a store at the Xintai shopping center, Bai Hanyan clarifies. Yu is Bai Hanyan's close friend, and they share this apartment. Yu has long aspired to rent a shop at the Xintai shopping center to start a business, but has never had the opportunity. Thanks to Yi Chen's phone call, she was able to secure a shop with ease. Yu has been eager to thank Yi Chen in person, but out of respect for his busy schedule, she refrained from disturbing him. At this moment, aware that Yi Chen had returned by Hanyan, she expressed her desire to personally thank him. Very well, Yi Chen nodded, as it was merely a matter of a short while. After parking the car, Yi Chen and Bai Hanyan ascended the stairs together. Upon opening the door, Bai Hanyan was taken aback. In addition to her close friend Yu, there was a 34-year-old woman present, none other than their landlady, Madame Qian. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Bai Hanyan enter, Madame Qian cast a brief glance at them, but chose to ignore their presence. Instead, she directly addressed Yu, stating, I am aware that you are conducting business at the Xintai Shopping Center, one of the most frequented shopping venues in Jiangzhou. You must be earning quite a fortune. I require little in return. I only seek an increase of 3,000 in the rent each month. Originally, their monthly rent was already close to 5,000, which was somewhat steep. Now, Madame Qian was demanding an increase of over 50%, which was utterly outrageous. A rental price of around 5,000 was considered standard in the Modern Garden, but at 8,000, they could have secured a decent 200-square-meter duplex. Furthermore, Madame Qian's justification for the rent hike was equally absurd. The notion that their financial success warranted such an increase was unfathomable, and she presented her demands with a sense of entitlement. Absolutely not. Yu firmly rejected Madame Qian's unreasonable request. First and foremost, she had just secured the shop, and her business was only beginning. She had already invested a significant amount of money and had yet to break even. Moreover, even if she were to earn a profit, why should she be compelled to pay more in rent? Her financial success had no bearing on Madame Qian. If the rent for the entire complex were to increase, it would be one thing, but a separate hike just for her was absolutely unacceptable. Madame Qian, 5,000 is the standard rate for the Modern Garden. 8,000 is simply ludicrous. Bai Hanyan chimed in, feeling the burden of the already high rent. Although the safety of the Modern Garden was paramount for the two young women living together, making it a priority to remain there, she found the proposed increase to be unconscionable. With a derisive laugh, Madame Qian retorted, Very well, if you do not agree, then you are free to vacate immediately. I will not renew your lease, as the contract is nearing its expiration. Madame Qian adopted a duplicitous demeanor. I shall grant you but a single day to remove all your belongings. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to dispose of your items. Upon hearing this, Bai Hanyan and Yu grew frantic. With so many belongings, one day was hardly sufficient for a move. Furthermore, they had yet to find alternative accommodations. Even if they could temporarily reside in a hotel, what would become of their luggage and furniture? Where would they possibly store them? The two individuals became exceedingly anxious, utterly at a loss. Do not fret. You may reside in my house, a sudden voice interjected. What? The three present turned their gazes toward Yi Chen. Even if we move these pieces of furniture, we have ample time within a day's span, Yi Chen stated confidently. Humph, it is already past 3 in the afternoon. Finishing within a day seems far-fetched. Mrs. Qian dismissed Yi Chen's assertion with skepticism. Mr. Yi, Bai Hanyan spoke with surprise. Rest assured, a day is sufficient. My residence is located in Building 18 across the street, Yi Chen replied. When the time comes, you may freely choose which apartment to occupy, of what style and size. He continued. The notion of an entire building from which they could select was bewildering. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the others were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend his meaning. Mr. Yi, have you purchased several apartments in Building 18? Bai Hanyan was the first to react, her curiosity piqued. Given Mr. Yi's capabilities, acquiring multiple apartments within a single building seemed entirely plausible. Several apartments? Mrs. Qian and Yu unaware of Yi Chen's true identity, exchanged astonished glances at Bai Hanyan's remark. Is this young man truly so formidable as to have acquired multiple apartments in Modern Garden? One apartment there costs over 2 million. The prospect of multiple apartments was indeed staggering. No, Yi Chen shook his head. At this moment, Mrs. Qian breathed a sigh of relief that seemed more reasonable. Purchasing several apartments? How could that be possible? However, just as Mrs. Qian anticipated, Yi Chen would clarify that he had only bought one. The next moment, his words left her utterly bewildered. I purchased an entire building. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. What? What had she just heard? At that instant, silence enveloped the room. As if a pin could be heard dropping. Did they mishear him? Did he just claim to have bought an entire building? Not just one apartment or one floor. What do you mean you bought an entire building? Mrs. Qian's voice trembled with disbelief. Indeed, I acquired building 18 of Modern Garden. Yi Chen confirmed with a nod. You bought the entire 18th building? Good heavens. Were they experiencing some sort of hallucination? How could one possibly buy an entire building within Modern Garden? It would likely require billions. Was this young man's financial ability so extraordinary that he could readily produce such a sum? Mrs. Qian was rendered speechless by the shock. Previously, she had believed possessing 2 apartments in Modern Garden was quite impressive. Yet now, she found herself in the presence of someone who had purchased an entire building. This was utterly unbelievable. Are you truly Mr. Yi? As Yuer spoke, she had deduced Yi Chen's identity. Indeed, I am Yi Chen, he affirmed with a nod. Let us proceed. I have some time now, and would be pleased to accompany you to view the property, he suggested. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yuer expressed her gratitude promptly. Madam Qian, we have yet to vacate, so for the moment, we are the owners of this residence. We are heading out now, so please take your leave. She stated directly to Madam Qian. Consequently, Yi Chen, Bai Hanyan, and Yuer entered the elevator together and descended. Outside the room, Madam Qian stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. What manner of existence had she just encountered? To purchase an entire building outright, one would scarcely dare to script such a scene for television. Meanwhile, upon reaching the ground floor, Yi Chen contacted the Ningshuang Property Management Company. Previously, this building had been under their management, and with Yi Chen now as its owner, he naturally became a prestigious client of the company. Shortly thereafter, Ningshuang dispatched a representative, a manager, no less. Some units in Building 18 had already been leased. After being introduced to Yi Chen, the staff of Ningshuang Property elaborated on the specifics. No worries, just take us to see the available units, Yi Chen instructed. Let us begin with the larger ones. Certainly, Mr. Yi. Ladies, please follow me. The representative nodded respectfully and led Yi Chen and Bai Hanyan to inspect the properties. After viewing several options, Yi Chen ultimately selected a spacious duplex that both women greatly admired. This relocation would not necessitate hiring a moving company. Faced with a client of Yi Chen's stature, Ningshuang Property was eager to please and went to great lengths to accommodate him. Upon understanding the situation, the representatives assured him that they would handle everything. By this evening, we will ensure that all the furniture is relocated to Building 18 and that everything is settled. Once the staff departed, Bai Hanyan promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi, for assisting us in such a significant manner, she said, feeling quite bashful. The least she could do was to work harder and put forth greater effort to repay Yi Chen's kindness. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Yuer added, expressing her heartfelt appreciation for both the previous and current assistance. As the two prepared to move and pack their belongings, Yi Chen took his leave. Returning to his villa, Yi Chen took an evening stroll in the neighborhood post-dinner, serendipitously encountering his elegant neighbor, Mo Mingfei. It appeared she had just returned from work, and upon seeing Yi Chen, she greeted him warmly. After engaging in conversation for a while, he returned to his villa, and as time passed, he eventually awaited the arrival of midnight. Yi Chen unhesitatingly launched the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the wealthiest. At this moment, he was brimming with anticipation, eager to discover what items awaited him in the upgraded store. As he accessed the 2-star shop, a glance confirmed his expectations. Indeed, with the upgrade, the inventory had expanded from 3 items to 5. Yi Chen began to scrutinize the offerings. A radiant smile illuminated his face as he beheld the 5 products, which, as he had hoped, did not disappoint him. In fact, they exceeded his expectations. Upon this upgrade, the first item sparked immense interest within him. The first item was Chapter 70, a pleasant surprise, a fully loaded Bugatti Veyron, priced at 2 yuan, following the upgrade to 2 stars. The premier item was a top-tier Bugatti Veyron. As a renowned hypercar, Yichun was certainly familiar with the Bugatti Veyron. Each vehicle is equipped with an 8.0-liter W16 quad-turbocharged engine, achieving a breathtaking top speed of 434 km/h. It undoubtedly qualifies as a premier hypercar, and the number of Bugatti Veyrons in the country is quite limited. Even the most basic version commands a price tag of 20 to 30 million yuan, while the fully loaded variant likely reaches 40 to 50 million. Previously, in the one-star shop, Yichun's first hypercar was a Ferrari valued at 5 million. Now, with the upgrade to the two-star shop, the value had indeed skyrocketed tenfold. As a university student, much like many young individuals, Yichun had a penchant for hypercars. While others could only admire them through their smartphones, Yichun had the opportunity to truly acquire and possess one. Collecting hypercars had become one of his cherished hobbies. Now, for merely 2 yuan, he could obtain a Bugatti Veyron that would typically cost others 40 to 50 million. Moreover, even with wealth, securing such a limited vehicle could prove challenging. The first offering in the two-star shop had certainly captivated Yichun. Quite remarkable indeed. He then turned his attention to the second item, shares in Shark Live 3, priced at 3 yuan, to his astonishment. The second product in the store was shares in the illustrious Shark Live. Although priced at only 3 yuan, it was still exceedingly enticing. This was, after all, the renowned Shark Live. Upon purchasing this second item, Yichun would become one of its shareholders. At its peak, Shark Live boasted a market valuation exceeding 100 billion yuan, and although it had since declined, it still hovered around 70 to 80 billion. The 3 yuan shares were roughly equivalent to a valuation of over 200 million. Should Shark Live's market value rise in the future, Yichun's shares would appreciate accordingly. Furthermore, acquiring these shares would significantly benefit the future development of Yilin Entertainment Agency. Now, for just 3 yuan, he could procure shares in Shark Live worth over 200 million. How could one not be tempted? Indeed, following the game's upgrade, the offerings have increasingly captivated Yichun. The third item, a premier estate in Jiangzhou, is valued at 100 million, yet its selling price is merely 2 yuan. This estate, one of the finest in Jiangzhou, boasts expansive grounds resembling a palace, favored by affluent families and magnates for retreats and family gatherings. Yichun is particularly drawn to such opulent properties, and at the astonishing price of just 2 yuan, how could he resist? The fourth item, a masterful singing skill, appears somewhat ordinary compared to the previous 3, yet it is indeed a commendable ability. Moreover, this skill is available for a mere $1.50, an incredibly affordable price. Upon glimpsing the final item, Yichun's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the preceding items were impressive and of substantial value, they paled in comparison to this last offering. A skyscraper in the financial hub of Jiangzhou, the Tianheng Building, priced at 8 yuan. The Tianheng Building, located in Jiangzhou's financial epicenter, stands as one of the most valuable properties in the region. It houses numerous financial firms and commercial banks, and its overall worth is approximately 600 million. Due to its prime location, the value of the Tianheng Building continues to ascend steadily. The rental income generated annually from this building amounts to a significant sum, sufficient to secure a lifetime of comfort for an average individual. Now, this 600 million valued financial center has appeared in the marketplace, and astonishingly, Yichun can acquire it for just 8 yuan in the game. After thoroughly perusing these new offerings, Yichun found himself quite tempted, momentarily hesitating. While children make choices, adults desire it all. He resolved to acquire all 5 items, albeit taking a few days to do so. As a level 2 player, he can purchase 2 items from the marketplace at a time, and in just 3 days. All these treasures will belong to him. After pondering for a moment, Yichun finally made his decision. Today, he intended to purchase the Tianheng Building and a Bugatti Veyron. After 24 hours, he would acquire the premier estate and shares in Shark Live 3. Finally, he would secure the masterful singing skill. With determination, Yichun clicked on the Bugatti Veyron, proceeding to purchase it and complete the transaction. Beep. Purchase successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a top-tier Bugatti Veyron. Now parked in your garage. Please check. The game notified Yichun of his successful purchase of the Bugatti Veyron. This magnificent vehicle marked Yichun's third supercar. Players can purchase 2 items daily from the shop. You have already acquired one, leaving you with the opportunity to buy another. Please take note. The game sent a reminder, informing Yichun that he could still make one additional purchase. Tianheng Building, Jiangzhou Financial Center, priced at 8 yuan. Without hesitation, Yichen opted for the final item. Beep. Purchase successful. Congratulations, you are now the owner of the Tianheng Building, Jiangzhou Financial Center. The acquisition contract has been placed in your study. Please check. The game announced the acquisition, and now the Tianheng Building belonged to Yichen as well. This time, Yichen spent a mere 10 yuan to procure goods valued at 650 million. The purchasing experience was truly delightful. The benefits of his diligent upgrades were immense. With such splendid items available in the 2-star shop, he couldn't help but wonder what treasures awaited him in a 3-star shop. With this thought, Yichen felt a surge of anticipation. To advance to a 3-star shop, 150 points of experience were required, which was not an overwhelming amount. Yichen needed to hasten his pace and accumulate points. Meanwhile, as Yichen was engrossed in his purchases, the door to Su Ningshuang's villa swung open. Su Ningshuang's father slowly entered the house. Having dealt with urgent matters at the company, the chairman had returned late that evening. Upon seeing him, Su Ningshuang's mother hurried over to assist him in changing out of his coat. Ningshuang, please go to the kitchen and serve your father a bowl of lotus seed soup. Her mother instructed. All right, Su Ningshuang replied, rising to head towards the kitchen. Wait a moment, Ningshuang. Tell me honestly, are you dating someone? Do you have a boyfriend? Su Ningshuang's father asked abruptly as she stood up. Chapter 71. Inviting Yichen? As her father's words resonated, an instant silence enveloped the villa. The atmosphere grew tense. Su Ningshuang's father regarded his daughter with a serious expression, as if he had uncovered a hidden truth. Nearby, Su Ningshuang's mother, having just received the coat from her husband, was taken aback by his inquiry. What was happening? How did he know about Ningshuang and Yichen? Su Ningshuang's mother was filled with astonishment. Wasn't she the only one aware of Ningshuang and Yichen's relationship? Given her husband's stern and somewhat traditional demeanor, although Su Ningshuang's mother was aware of their situation, she had refrained from discussing it with him. She intended to find an appropriate moment to share this matter with her husband. After all, it is the first time for the daughter to engage in a romantic relationship, and as parents, they naturally feel the need to scrutinize her choice of partner. Their family is not ordinary, and there is a concern that the suitor might be motivated by financial gain. Thus, any potential boyfriend of Su Ningshuang must first pass their assessment. Previously, having met Yichen twice, Su Ningshuang's mother held a favorable impression of him, and she did not oppose him for the time being. However, that was merely a fleeting sentiment. She had yet to engage in a thorough conversation with Yichen, making it premature to draw conclusions. Su Ningshuang's mother had initially planned to find an opportune moment to inform her husband about the budding relationship between Ningshuang and Yichen. She intended for Yichen to visit at an appropriate time, allowing the couple to converse with him in detail to gauge his character and ascertain whether he genuinely cared for Ningshuang. However, a single remark from her husband disrupted all her plans. How did he come to know? Confusion and uncertainty clouded Su Ningshuang's mother's mind. On the other side, upon hearing her father's words, Su Ningshuang was equally taken aback. For reasons she could not comprehend, her father's statement caused her to instinctively feel anxious. Conjuring images of her junior, Yi. After a brief moment of daze, she regained her composure. No, that couldn't be right. What was she thinking? Reflecting on the previous encounter when Yi had visited her home, her nervousness had led to a convoluted situation. This time, however, Su Ningshuang felt much more tranquil. She and Yi were currently just good friends, perhaps slightly closer than mere friends, yet not quite a couple. With this thought, Su Ningshuang's tension dissipated, replaced by curiosity about her father's sudden inquiry. Was it her mother who had prompted this question? She found herself puzzled. No, she firmly denied it, maintaining her composure. Even if she and Yi were indeed a couple, she wouldn't dare to disclose that to her father. Really? Su Ningshuang's father pressed, as if he were already aware of the truth and was merely awaiting her confession. Indeed, Su Ningshuang responded with newfound confidence. Very well then, her father nodded in satisfaction. He had merely been testing his daughter, not possessing any concrete knowledge. Recently, he had observed some unusual behavior from her, reminiscent of someone who might be in a relationship. Unsure, he devised this strategy on his way home, hoping to elicit a reaction. If she responded with guilt, he could pursue further inquiries. If she denied it, that would be even better. Ningshuang, I do not oppose you dating, but if you choose to have a boyfriend, you must bring him home for me to evaluate. Su Ningshuang's father stated earnestly. He feared for his daughter's well-being. Understood, Su Ningshuang nodded. Afterward, she entered the kitchen and served her father a bowl of lotus seed soup. By the way, Ningshuang, I recently met a young man named Yi, who is exceptionally capable. At such a young age, he has acquired shares in a company valued at hundreds of billions, and his future is boundless. Suddenly recalling something, Su Ningshuang's father nodded in agreement. Even Su Ningshuang's father held great admiration for brother Yi. On your birthday, I shall invite him over, and at that time, I will introduce you to this esteemed gentleman. Su Ningshuang nodded absently, not taking it to heart, as she had little interest in her father's introductions to elders. She understood that her father meant well, wishing to expand her social network. However, she was not truly interested in that. Nevertheless, her father's words did remind Su Ningshuang that her birthday was approaching. Perhaps she could invite Yi to join the festivities. After finishing the lotus seed soup, Su Ningshuang's father returned to his room. Seeing her husband leave, Su Ningshuang's mother quickly beckoned her daughter to the side. Ningshuang, if you have the chance, discuss with Yi Chun about coming over for dinner, her mother whispered to her. She intended to inform her husband about the matter between their daughter and Yi Chun, and then have Yi Chun come over so her husband could assess him. However, she certainly could not reveal to her daughter that this dinner invitation was a means to evaluate Yi Chun's suitability as a potential son-in-law. Thus, she had to use the excuse of dinner. Yet, a clever person would easily comprehend the underlying intent. Su Ningshuang's mother believed Yi Chun to be a wise individual. Oh, Su Ningshuang was somewhat taken aback by her mother's suggestion. All right, she thought little of it, assuming her mother merely wished to invite Yi Chun for a meal, and thus nodded in agreement. By the way, when inviting Yi Chun for dinner, make sure to do so when your father is in good spirits, her mother reminded her. Since her daughter had an affection for Yi Chun, she naturally supported her. A happy husband would be more inclined to accept Yi Chun. I understand. Su Ningshuang replied with a nod. While the mother and daughter chatted, at Yi Chun's villa, after purchasing 2 items that day, Yi Chun first made his way to the study. Upon entering, he found a neatly arranged acquisition contract for Tianning Tower on the desk. After a brief glance at the document, he tucked it away. In due time, he would visit the financial center to assess the status of his Tianning Tower. However, at that moment, what Yi Chun most eagerly anticipated was the Bugatti Veyron he had just acquired. Upon entering the garage, Yi Chun's eyes immediately fell upon his prized Bugatti Veyron. It resembled a work of art. The manufacturer, Bugatti, places great emphasis on the fusion of aesthetics and performance. And this Veyron epitomizes the ultimate blend of beauty and unparalleled speed. The Bugatti Veyron, placed here, exudes an aura that effortlessly eclipses other luxury vehicles. Truly, it is a top-tier supercar valued at an astonishing 40 to 50 million. Upon casting a glance at it, Yi Chun found himself enamored. He took a seat and indulged in a brief experience, descending with satisfaction. Just as he prepared to depart, a grave concern suddenly struck him. Chapter 72. Unheard of. Yi Chun realized that his garage lacked sufficient space. Currently, it housed a Bentley, a Ferrari, a Koenigsegg, and the Bugatti Veyron, totaling 4 vehicles, while the garage itself could accommodate only 5. If Yi Chun were to acquire another luxury car, it would reach its capacity, presenting quite a dilemma. How could 5 luxury cars possibly suffice for Yi Chun? He desired them all. The timing of the game's premier mansion could not have been better. Yi Chun felt a surge of emotion. He resolved to purchase this exquisite mansion the very next day. Given its stature, it should easily accommodate a dozen vehicles without issue. After admiring his Bugatti Veyron, Yi Chun returned to the villa to rest. The following day, Yi Chun drove to school. Meanwhile, Dai Qing, the president of the buy-in brokerage company, paced anxiously. The day prior, Zhang Xiaoran had informed him that the plan to recruit by Han Yan had failed. Not only did it fail, but it also resulted in a colossal blunder. The proprietor of Yilan Brokerage Company had the audacity to associate with the esteemed billionaire Wan Xiangyang as an equal. Upon hearing this news, Dai Qing leapt from his seat. Who was Wan Xiangyang? He was a renowned billionaire in Jiangzhou, a figure so illustrious that even the most influential would look up to him. Yet, this prominent individual had chosen to regard Yi Chun as an equal. The implications of this were profound. Yi Chun's identity must be formidable indeed. Had Dai Qing unwittingly offended such a significant figure? Furthermore, he had attempted to poach an employee from this titan. Was he courting disaster? Since learning of this yesterday, Dai Qing had been restless, scarcely managing to sleep as he pondered solutions. However, a day had elapsed, and he remained at a loss. In desperation, he dialed his brother-in-law. Pan Tianwen. Brother-in-law, something has happened. Dai Qing spoke with palpable trepidation. He then recounted the events of the previous day in their entirety. What? Upon hearing this, Pan Tianwen erupted in fury. Fool! Imbecile! How could you employ such a dim-witted individual? He bellowed. The fact that his brother-in-law's employee had attempted to threaten someone of Yi Chun's stature, who was an equal to Wan Xianyang, was nothing short of folly. This was akin to digging a grave for oneself. Moreover, the fact that Wan Xianyang had specifically pointed this out made matters even worse. Pan Tianwen was incensed. Brother-in-law, what shall we do? With a sense of helplessness, Dai Qing inquired, what should we do? How on earth would I know what to do? Upon hearing his brother-in-law's plea for assistance, Pan Tianwen couldn't help but curse. After a prolonged pause, he gathered his thoughts. No amount of anger would be of any use now. What mattered most was finding a solution to appease Mr. Yi. Brother-in-law? Dai Qing asked once more. Quickly find something presentable. We shall personally visit and offer our apologies, commanded Pan Tianwen. After hanging up the phone, he opened his safe and reluctantly retrieved a brocade box, an item he had cherished for many years. Although he had intended to keep it indefinitely, even refusing friends who wished to see it, he felt compelled to part with this treasured possession to prevent Mr. Ye's displeasure. Having selected the item, Pan Tianwen drove directly to Dai Qing's company, intending to discuss the process of their apology in detail. Time passed swiftly, and by the afternoon, Yi Chun had only one class. After it concluded, he returned home in his Bugatti Veyron. Just as he settled into a chair, an urgent series of knocks interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. Raising an eyebrow at the sound, Yi Chun was aware that few people knew his residence. Curiously, he opened the door to find two individuals before him. One, a scruffy young man with a sharp face, bore the appearance of a lackey, while the other was a slender, fair-skinned youth. Are you the owner of this villa? The slender youth inquired, while the lackey was the first to question Yi Chun. Yes, and what of it? Yi Chun replied. It seems our young master Su has taken a liking to this property and hopes you would consider selling it to him, the lackey explained. Interested in purchasing my villa? Why is that? Yi Chun asked casually. That's not for you to worry about. Simply tell me if you are willing to sell, the lackey retorted impatiently. I am not selling, Yi Chun firmly declined. Having resided there for some time, Yi Chun had grown fond of the place, which had begun to feel like home. Naturally, he would not part with the villa. Furthermore, with the game with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest in his possession. Would he ever lack for money in the future? With a scoff at Yi Chun's resolute refusal, the slender youth expressed his disdain. There is no deal that cannot be struck. It's merely a matter of price. Confidently, he continued, this villa is valued at 50 million. How about this? I will offer you 55 million. The slender youth proposed, believing that his offer was quite generous. If it were not for the fact that Mo Mengfei resided nearby, the slender young man would not have been compelled to spend extravagantly on a villa in his pursuit of her affections. He had courted Mo Mengfei for quite some time, yet she had rebuffed him on numerous occasions. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Now, whenever Mo Mengfei spotted him, she would distance herself. In an effort to increase their encounters and foster goodwill, the slender young man devised a plan to purchase the property adjacent to Mo Mengfei's villa, thereby becoming her neighbor. Even if she wished to avoid him, she would have no choice but to encounter him. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. I will not sell, Yi Chun asserted, shaking his head. 60 million. I will not sell. 65 million, the slender young man declared, revealing his utmost willingness to negotiate. Young man, do not be so audacious. 65 million is already a considerable offer, the slender young man admonished Yi Chun. I will not sell, Yi Chun replied calmly, shaking his head once more. Do you have any idea who stands before you? This is the heir of the Yuantai group, Mr. Su Yanghua's son, the slender young man's companion interjected, unable to contain himself as he threatened Yi Chun. The Yuantai group is a renowned enterprise in Jiangzhou, valued at several billion. Su Yanghua is its founder and chairman, an illustrious figure of great repute. After delivering this information, the companion fixed his gaze upon Yi Chun, eager to witness any sign of fear. I have not heard of the Yuantai group or Su Yanghua, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. He truly was unfamiliar with them. It was impossible for him to know every company in Jiangzhou, let alone Su Yanghua. The slender young man trembled with rage at Yi Chun's dismissal. Before he could finish his retort, a luxurious vehicle glided to a stop before Yi Chun's villa. Chapter 73. Brother-in-law, I have a serious matter to discuss with you. It was a Bentley Mulsanne valued at over 6 million, exuding an air of grandeur. The sudden arrival of the Bentley captured the attention of the onlookers. Once parked, The driver promptly exited and respectfully opened the door. The first to alight was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed closely by a man in his mid-30s. Upon disembarking, the two immediately noticed Ningshuang. Without hesitation, they approached him with utmost courtesy. Who were these individuals? The slender young man thought, perturbed that they seemed oblivious to his business dealings. However, before he could voice his displeasure, the two men spoke. I am Ningshuang, the owner of the Bungee brokerage company, here to apologize to Mr. Yi. The younger man introduced himself, revealing his identity as the proprietor of the agency. At this revelation, the slender young man was taken aback. Bungee brokerage company? Isn't that a well-established firm? A company executive, astonishingly, came to apologize to this young man? What on earth is happening? Just as the slender man was bewildered, another voice echoed, startling him to the core. I am Pan Tianwen, here to extend my apologies to Mr. Yi. Beside him, Pan Tianwen spoke up, elucidating his purpose. Pan Tianwen. The slender man gaped in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. His subordinate quaked in fear. This man was none other than the renowned magnate, Pan Tianwen. The slender man was utterly flabbergasted. How could such a prominent figure come to apologize to Ningshuang? Good heavens! It is worth noting that, not only would he himself be in awe, but even his father would treat Pan Tianwen with utmost deference. Yet now, this illustrious individual had come to offer his apologies to Ningshuang? How could this be? A chill gripped the slender man's heart. In that moment, even he, in his ignorance, could deduce that Ningshuang's identity must be extraordinarily formidable. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Pan Tianwen personally come to apologize? The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped him. Just moments ago, he had audaciously threatened Mr. Yi. At this realization, darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, his subordinate caught him just in time. Otherwise, he would have collapsed. I need to attend to some matters, Ningshuang remarked to Pan Tianwen and Ningshuang, before turning his gaze upon the slender man. The latter, upon meeting Ningshuang's piercing stare, felt his legs turn to jelly, collapsing at Ningshuang's feet. His subordinate's face was equally pale, trembling with terror. Still wish to purchase my villa? Ningshuang inquired. And no, Mr. Yi, I was utterly foolish. A person of your stature should not stoop to my level. The slender man pleaded from the ground. At this moment, even if he had 100 lives, he would not dare to defy. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. His subordinate quickly added, echoing the sentiment. Do not let me see you in Jiangzhou again, Ningshuang warned pointedly. Understood, understood. I will leave Jiangzhou tonight, and ensure I do not return to offend your sight, the slender man hastily assured. At that moment, thoughts of pursuing Mo Mingfei had long been cast aside. In the face of his life, everything else was expendable. Seeing that Ningshuang had ceased to engage with him, the slender man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. With the support of his subordinate, he apologized profusely while making his exit. He would leave Jiangzhou tonight and never return. It was all too terrifying. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Ningshuang, along with Pan Tianwen and Ningshuang, entered the villa. As soon as they stepped inside, Pan Tianwen took the initiative to apologize to Ningshuang. Mr. Yi, this young man actually attempted to poach your employees. He is clearly courting disaster. As he spoke, Pan Tianwen delivered a sharp kick to Ningshuang. You needn't stoop to his level. We have long heard of General Ye's illustrious reputation, yet we never had the opportunity to meet him until now. Indeed, upon encountering General Yi, he truly proves to be a paragon of talent and youth. Pan Tianwen began to flatter Ningshuang profusely. General Yi, I acknowledge my folly. Ningshuang hastily bowed and apologized to Ningshuang. General Yi, please accept this small token of my esteem. Pan Tianwen placed the gift he had prepared beside Ningshuang. And here is mine as well. Observing this, Ningshuang quickly presented his own offering. Should there be any opportunity for me to assist you, General Yi, do not hesitate to call upon me. Pan Tianwen ingratiated himself with Ningshuang. Let there not be a next time, Ningshuang replied coolly. Certainly not, certainly not. Ningshuang quickly shook his head in agreement. Pan Tianwen echoed the sentiment, assuring that there would be no recurrence. With their apologies rendered, the two took their leave after exchanging a few polite words with Ningshuang. Once departed, Pan Tianwen and Ningshuang expressed their sentiments, pondering that perhaps this was the true essence of a formidable figure. They were profoundly impressed by General Ye's demeanor. As they walked away, Ningshuang unwrapped the gifts from both individuals. Ningshuang's offering was a selection of tea, the finest Taiping Hokuei, once hailed as a national gift tea a decade ago. 100 grams of Taiping Hokuei fetched an astronomical price of 200,000. Given the current market, the price is likely exorbitantly higher. Presently, such exquisite Taiping Hokue is exceedingly difficult to procure, even for those with ample means. This gift was commendable. Previously, when others treated Yi Chun to tea, he had little to offer in return, but now he possessed a tea worthy of presentation. In contrast, Pan Tianwen's gift was even more precious, a piece of calligraphy by Wen Zhengming. Renowned alongside figures such as Tang Yin, he is celebrated as one of the four talents. The market value of his art has escalated dramatically. Yi Chun recalled reading that one of Wen Zhengming's works had been sold for over 80 million. Even more commonplace pieces command prices around 50 to 60 million. It stands to reason that this calligraphy piece is valued in the tens of millions. To his surprise, Pan Tianwen had gifted such an extraordinary item. The worth of this calligraphy was nearly equivalent to Yi Chun's villa. Yi Chun casually hung it up as decoration and proceeded to attend to other matters. Later that evening, after finishing his meal, Yi Chun received an unexpected call from Su Linger. "Brother-in-law, did you miss me?" Her melodious voice rang through as the call connected. "Who are you?" "I can't recall." Yi Chun replied bluntly. "How can you say that, brother-in-law? I'm so heartbroken. I've been thinking of you all along." On the phone, Su Linger's voice carried a hint of reproach. "Is that so?" Yi Chun remained skeptical of Su Linger's words. "I'm not joking, brother-in-law. I have a serious matter to discuss with you." Suddenly, Su Linger shifted her tone, speaking with utmost seriousness. Chapter 74. A swift resolution, a serious matter? Does Su Linger truly have something of substance to discuss? Yi Chun expressed his doubts. "Oh, brother-in-law, what do you mean? Why shouldn't I have a serious matter?" Su Linger retorted, clearly displeased. "What serious matter?" Yi Chun inquired with curiosity. "The serious matter is, of course, assisting you in pursuing my sister," Su Linger replied earnestly. When they last parted ways, Su Linger had promised to devise a way for Yi Chun to win over her cousin. Although a few days had passed, she had not forgotten this commitment. "Is this your idea of a serious matter?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was momentarily uncertain whether to commend Su Linger or to jest at her expense. "What? Pursuing my sister isn't a serious matter. There's nothing more important or serious than that," Su Linger declared with conviction. "Brother-in-law, I have devised an excellent plan for you, one that guarantees unexpected rewards." Su Linger said mysteriously. "What is it?" Yi Chun pressed. I can't reveal it to you just yet." She continued to maintain her air of mystery, refusing to divulge her plan at that moment. "We'll meet this weekend, and then I shall tell you." Having put considerable thought into her clever scheme, she couldn't simply disclose it to her brother-in-law. As a cousin, how could she betray her own sister? She, Su Linger, was certainly not that kind of person, unless, of course, her brother-in-law offered her some enticing benefits as a bribe. This was a splendid opportunity. She intended to capitalize on it. "Hey, this weekend?" Yi Chun pondered. Indeed, he had no commitments for the weekend. "Well then, it's settled. Farewell, brother-in-law." Without waiting for Yi Chun to respond, Su Linger abruptly hung up the phone. Time passed gradually until it finally struck midnight. Yi Chun promptly entered the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. "I am the wealthiest in the world." Upon entering the two-star marketplace, Yi Chun pinpointed his goal, a top-tier mansion in Jiangzhou, valued at 100 million. Selling for 2 yuan. This was the first item Yi Chun aimed to purchase today, the top-tier mansion in Jiangzhou. Acquiring this estate would resolve his previous issues with inadequate garage space. A mansion worth 100 million, available for merely 2 yuan, was an extraordinary bargain. Yi Chun immediately clicked to purchase. Beep. Purchase successful. Congratulations on acquiring a top-tier mansion in Jiangzhou. Mansion transfer contract. The mansion key has been placed in the study. Please check. A notification from the game confirmed Yi Chun's successful purchase, detailing the location of his newly acquired mansion. Yi Chun had recently acquired a prestigious estate located just outside Jiangzhou, in a picturesque setting. With tomorrow presenting an opportune moment, he mused about paying a visit. His curiosity piqued. Yi Chun was eager to discover the true appearance of this elite manor. After purchasing his first item, he was still able to procure a second one. The sole option remaining was the shares of Shark Live, which he had previously set his sights on. The shares of Shark Live 3 are priced at 3 yuan. The shares, valued at over 200 million, could be obtained for merely 3 yuan. Purchase confirmed. Ding. Transaction successful. Congratulations. You have acquired shares of Shark Live 3. The acquisition contract for shares will be personally delivered by senior executives from Shark Live within 5 days. Please be on the lookout for it. Yi Chun's purchase was successful. However, the acquisition contract did not materialize immediately. Rather, it would be delivered in a few days by senior officials of Shark Live. A few days' wait was inconsequential to Yichun. What truly mattered to him was that from this moment onward, he was a shareholder of Shark Live, one of its owners. This newfound identity would greatly benefit the development of Yilan Entertainment Agency, and Yichun felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon entering his study, Yichun carefully stored away the estate transfer contract. The following day, armed with the keys, he drove his Bugatti Veyron directly to the newly acquired estate. After a journey of over half an hour, he arrived at his destination. This area was renowned as a wealthy enclave of Jiangzhou, where numerous affluent individuals possessed their own estates. The manor Yichun had just purchased was the largest in the region, without exception. Parking his vehicle outside the estate, Yichun gazed upon the expansive grounds with great contentment. Not to mention, the area the estate occupied was 5 or 6 times larger than his own villa, if not more. He found the architectural style to his liking as well. Just as Yichun was about to enter the manor, a black Audi glided to a stop beside him. Hearing the sound, he turned his head to look. The vehicle seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not immediately recall where he had seen it before. As the black Audi came to a halt, a refined middle-aged man stepped out of the car. Xiao Chun, he greeted warmly, clearly surprised to encounter Yichun in this location. "Oh, it's Uncle Mo," Yichun exclaimed, recognition dawning upon him. The refined gentleman was none other than Mo Hongru, the father of his neighbor, Mo Mengfei. Yichun had met him during a dinner at Mo Mengfei's home, where they had engaged in pleasant conversation. Mo Hongru had expressed admiration for Yichun. Previously, Yichun's Yilan Entertainment Agency had experienced a conflict with Yuan Yin Entertainment Agency. It was indeed Mo Hongru who facilitated Ma Jiangwen, the figure behind the Yuan Yin brokerage firm, to take the initiative in apologizing to Yichun. "Thank you, Uncle Mo, for your assistance in the previous matter," Yichun expressed. "Oh, it was nothing, merely a trifling issue." Mo Hongru waved his hand dismissively, clearly not taking it to heart. During their last encounter, Mo Hongru found himself quite fond of Yichun, feeling a kinship that transcended age, as if they were old friends who had met too late in life. Once, he too was a spirited young man, eager to make his mark, but ultimately found contentment in a life of ease, living as a sort of son-in-law. Knowing that Yichun embarked on his entrepreneurial journey during his freshman year, Mo Hongru held him in high regard. Upon hearing rumors that someone was intentionally tarnishing Yichun's reputation, he casually made a few calls to some old acquaintances. A few phone calls resolved the matter, so there was no need for thanks. "By the way, Xiaochen, what brings you here?" Mo Hongru inquired, pointing at the estate before them. "Do you know Mr. Lin? This estate once belonged to a significant figure, Mr. Lin, and one must tread carefully in conversation with such a person." "I don't know him. I just purchased this estate yesterday," Yichun clarified. "I see," Mo Hongru nodded. Since they had come across each other, Yichun invited Mo Hongru to take a look inside. Curious about the renowned estate, Mo Hongru accepted. As they toured the estate, even Mo Hongru was taken aback by its grandeur and opulence. Suddenly, Mo Hongru asked with a hint of mystery, "Do you have some time to spare?" He seemed to have something important to discuss. "I have time," Yichun replied with a nod, as he had no pressing engagements that day. "Good, then follow me. I wish to introduce you to an old friend." Mo Hongru explained that his visit was not a mere coincidence. He had specifically come to see an old friend and fortuitously encountered Yichun, as Yichun was currently seeking to expand his network for his burgeoning business. Mo Hongru thought it beneficial for him to meet new people. "An old friend?" Yichun pondered aloud. "Do not worry. He is simply an old acquaintance, quite easygoing, and certainly not a person of great stature," Mo Hongru reassured him. Yet, Yichun remained skeptical. Previously, a few casual calls from Uncle Mo had left Ma Jiangwen trembling in fear. Could this old friend be an ordinary individual? "By the way, this old friend of mine has a connection to you," Mo Hongru continued. "A connection?" Yichun was taken aback. "He is your neighbor, residing in the adjacent estate," Mo Hongru revealed as they walked outside together. Yichun then got into the car, with Mo Hongru driving them to the nearby estate. Although the two estates are adjacent, their sizes differ significantly. This estate is likely only 2/3 the size of Yichun's. Under the guidance of Mo Hongru, the two entered the estate. "Old Chun." As soon as they stepped in, Mo Hongru began to speak. Hearing a voice, a plump middle-aged man emerged. "Old Mo, you finally arrived. Tonight, we shall indulge until inebriation." Upon seeing Mo Hongru, the rotund old Chun excitedly exclaimed, "Old Chun, I heard you recently acquired another company. How has your fortune soared? Mo Hongru inquired. What are you talking about? All combined, it's barely 200 billion. Far from your standing, old Chen replied, adopting a self-deprecating demeanor. Don't mention wealth. It saddens me. The old friends often teased one another, and while he had numerous ways to jest at their expense, when others poked fun at him, it always came back to one line. Your worth is merely 200 billion. Just that single phrase could render him momentarily speechless. And who might this be? Old Chen shifted the topic, his curiosity piqued. Though the two were old friends familiar with each other's descendants, it was the first time he encountered Yi Chun. This is your neighbor, Mo Hongru introduced Yi Chun. Neighbor? Old Chen's brow furrowed. He recognized the owners of the surrounding estates, yet this young man was unfamiliar to him. Right next to Mr. Lin's estate, Mo Hongru reminded him. What? Mr. Lin's estate? Upon hearing this, Old Chun was taken aback. His gaze towards Yi Chun shifted dramatically upon realizing the significance. Mo Hongru proceeded to introduce them to each other. Old Chun, whose name is Chun Jinzong, described himself, in his own words, as merely an ordinary individual worth 200 billion. Mr. Chun, Yi Chun greeted. Mr. Yi, you are too kind, replied Chun Jinzong, now exceedingly courteous upon learning that Yi Chun had purchased Mr. Lin's estate. Please, take a seat. Chun Jinzong invited the others to sit down. As the three engaged in conversation, an unmistakable roar of a supercar echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, a young man around 23 or 24 entered. Dad, we have encountered issues regarding the site selection for the company. As soon as he entered, the young man spoke. He was none other than Chun Jinzong's son, Chun Hongba. Having only completed half of his sentence, upon noticing guests in the house, Chun Hongba quickly fell silent. Uncle Mo, you are here, he greeted Mo Hongru. Long time no see, Hongba, Mo Hongru nodded. This is Yi Chun, Mr. Yi. You may refer to him as Brother Chun. Chun Jinzong introduced Yi Chun to his son. Upon hearing his father's words, Chun Hongba's expression changed immediately. This fellow looked younger than him. How could he possibly address him as brother? Though discontent brewed within him, Chun Hongba had no choice but to muster the courage and greet Yi Chun, Brother Chun. Yi Chun nodded slightly, acknowledging the gesture. Chun Hongba took a seat, while Yi Chun and the others continued their conversation. Observing Yi Chun, Chun Hongba pondered internally. A lad of merely 20 years, commanding me to call him brother? Does he truly merit such a title? Chun Hongba felt a surge of discontent. This matter could not simply be overlooked. He was resolute in his determination to compel Yi Chun to address him as brother. As he contemplated, Chun Jinzong inquired about the situation. Son, what was it you mentioned earlier? Has something occurred? Father, it's a bit complicated. We've encountered a dilemma regarding the site for our company. Chun Hongba replied with a heavy sigh, a hint of resignation in his tone. Recently graduated, he had opted not to join the family business, instead aspiring to forge his own path and establish a company. After considerable discussion, Chun Jinzong had provided his son with 50 million as seed capital. Everything had been meticulously planned until unforeseen issues arose concerning the location. The place we had our eyes on has also caught the attention of that Chi-Wan fellow, Chun Jinzong lamented. Chi-Wan, another scion of wealth, hailed from a family with comparable standing to the Chen family. They possessed connections, and it was rumored that they had already secured the 12th and 13th floors of Tianheng. Are there no other floors available in Tianheng? Chun Jinzong inquired further. None at all. Tianheng's location is particularly coveted, attracting numerous interested parties. Had it not been for the bankruptcy of the previous tenant on the 12th and 13th floors, those spaces would not have become available, Chun Hongba explained. Hearing this, Chun Jinzong fell silent. Initially, he and his son had discussed that the new company would occupy the 12th and 13th floors of the Tianheng building, situated in the financial hub of Jiangzhou. However, now that the Qi family had also set their sights on that location, and with their established connections, Chun Jinzong found himself at a disadvantage, lacking the requisite relationships to compete. Old Mo, do you know the owner of Tianheng? Chun Jinzong turned to inquire of Mo Hongru. I do not. Mo Hongru shook his head, expressing his own helplessness. At this juncture, even Chun Jinzong felt overwhelmed. No worries. I will leverage my connections to see if I can reach out, Mo Hongru offered. However, this will require some time. Time was of the essence for the Chen family. They could not afford to wait indefinitely. Anxiety began to envelop both father and son. Just then, an unexpected voice interjected. Tianheng? Are you referring to the Tianheng building? Instantly, all eyes in the room turned toward Yi Chun. Indeed, that's the one, Chen Jinzhong affirmed. Brother Chen, does Yi Chun know the owner of Tianheng? Chen Hongba asked eagerly. Yes, Yi Chen nodded. I acquired the Tianheng building just yesterday. The revelation struck like thunder. Yi Chen's words struck like thunder, resonating in the ears of those present. Chapter 76. A mere acquisition of the Tianheng building? The announcement left everyone speechless. Although the Tianheng building, valued at 600 million, was not an insignificant asset to them, had Yi Chun acquired a different property, their astonishment might not have been so profound. However, the Tianheng building held a uniquely significant position. Located in the financial hub of Jiangzhou, it stood as one of the 3 tallest edifices in the center. The other 2 buildings were under the control of Jiangzhou's most prominent magnates. Even the likes of Chen Jinzhong and Mo Hongru would find it exceedingly difficult to procure the Tianheng building. Yet, here was a young man, scarcely 20, who had effortlessly acquired it. How could this not be astonishing? As he gazed at Yi Chun, Mo Hongru was filled with emotion. He once perceived Yi Chun as a reflection of his younger self, brimming with vigor. Now, he realized that Yi Chun was far more formidable than he had been at that age. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhong was struggling to maintain his composure. He had genuinely not anticipated that the owner of the Tianheng building, someone beyond his and Mo Hongru's reach, was right before him. Remarkably accomplished. This new neighbor of his was indeed extraordinary. His earlier polite address of General Yi had proven to be quite fitting. What? Among those present, Chen Hongba was the most astounded. This brother Chen was, in fact, the owner of the Tianheng building? Incredible. Moments ago, he and his father had been fretting over their prospects, fearing they could not compete with the Qi family. Their plans to lease 2 floors in the Tianheng building for their company seemed futile. However, to his utter surprise, Brother Chen was the building's owner. The tides had turned. Brother Chen, what do you think about my intention to lease 2 floors in the Tianheng building for establishing a company? Chen Hongba timidly inquired. Just moments before, he had felt uncomfortable addressing Yi Chun as Brother Chen, but now it rolled off his tongue with ease, as if he had long since grown accustomed to it. Not a problem, Yi Chun replied with a nod. They were neighbors, after all. And Chen Jinzhong was an old friend of Uncle Mo, who had shown him great courtesy. He had no reason to decline. Previously, he had heard Chen Hongba mention that the Qi family had already made arrangements. He had been completely unaware of this. It seemed that the Qi family had spoken with the previous owner of the Tianheng building. Since he had not given his consent, he was under no obligation to honor their arrangements. Brother Chen, you are magnificent. Thank you, Brother Chen. Upon receiving Yi Chen's agreement, Chen Hongba expressed his gratitude like a devoted younger brother, repeatedly thanking him. Any thoughts he had harbored of reclaiming his pride by having Yi Chen address him as brother were long forgotten. This statement bore no relation to him. He was a loyal subordinate to Brother Chen. Anyone opposing Brother Chen was, by extension, opposing him, Chen Hongba. I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Yi. Chen Jinzhong also expressed his appreciation, thanking Yi Chen. Fortunately, Mr. Yi was present today. Otherwise, we would have encountered significant troubles. It matters not that we could not secure the floor, but we must not be outdone by the Qi family. At present, victory is assured. I owe Mr. Yi a considerable favor, and should he require assistance in the future, he need only speak. In a gesture of gratitude, and to foster their relationship, Chen Jinzhong made his intentions clear. Should any matters arise, Yi Chun is welcome to approach him freely. Though he is merely an ordinary individual with assets amounting to 200 billion, he still wields considerable influence in Jiangzhou. Mr. Chun is being overly modest. With such words from Chen Jinzhong, Yi Chun graciously reciprocated. His earlier decision to lease the floor to the Chen family was indeed the right choice. It is a situation that brings joy to all. Mo Hongru interjected, initially intending to introduce Yi Chun to Chen Jinzhong to expand his network. He was surprised to find that it was Yi Chun who ultimately assisted Chen Jinzhong. This development is even more beneficial. Indeed, today I owe it all to old Mo. Had it not been for your introduction to Mr. Yi, matters would not have resolved so smoothly. Chen Jinzhong reflected with gratitude. Old Mo, Mr. Yi, I shall bring forth a treasured bottle of wine I have kept for many years. Tonight, we shall not depart until we are inebriated. Chen Jinzhong was in high spirits and resolved to uncork a cherished bottle to celebrate, both for resolving his son's affairs and for the newfound acquaintance with Mr. Yi. Undoubtedly, we shall indulge until we are utterly intoxicated. Mo Hongru nodded in agreement. After a brief conversation, Yi Chun rose, preparing to return to his estate. The earlier events had been so abrupt that he had left his phone in the car. Chen Gu, may I accompany you? Chen Hongba eagerly stood up. Yi Chun and Chen Hongba exited the Chen family estate. Which estate is yours, Chen Gu? Upon stepping outside, Chen Hongba curiously inquired. During their previous conversation, he had learned that Chen Gu was his neighbor, yet he was unaware of the specific estate. It is that one, Yi Chen casually pointed. Following Yi Chen's indication, Chen Hongba was taken aback. Is it that one? He exclaimed in astonishment. This revelation was beyond his expectations. That estate is the largest and most opulent in the area, belonging to a prominent figure known as Mr. Lin. To think it is now owned by Chen Gu. After a moment of stunned silence, Chen Hongba felt a surge of admiration. Chen Gu, you truly are remarkable. At this moment, Chen Hongba held Yi Chun in even higher esteem. Following Yi Chun, he made his way toward the estate, engaging in conversation and striving to find common interests. When he discovered that Yi Chun also had a penchant for luxury cars and supercars, Chen Hongba's interest was piqued. Brother Chen, let me tell you. I recently acquired an extraordinary vehicle, Chen Hongba said with a hint of pride. What kind of car? A Pagani worth 30 million. I went to great lengths and exerted considerable effort to obtain it. At this point, Chen Hongba couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. The Pagani accelerates from 0 to 100 in 3.2 seconds and reaches a top speed of 363. It is truly a top-tier supercar. He had indeed put in significant effort for this Pagani. Of course, while driving it himself was one motivation. The more pressing reason was that Chen Hongba wished to flaunt the Pagani, to show off. Now, it had indeed come in handy. Brother Chun's connections and luxurious mansion were impressive, but as for supercars, his little brother certainly held his own. My Pagani will arrive in Jiangzhou in just over half a month. You can drive it whenever you like, Brother Chen Hongba said, eager to please Yi Chun. By the way, what car do you drive, Brother Chen? He asked curiously. Oh, just a modest vehicle, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, quite humbly. I see. No worries. When my Pagani arrives, you can drive it any time, Chen Hongba quickly assured him. Although he admired Brother Chen greatly, a small sense of pride swelled within him upon learning that Brother Chen drove a relatively ordinary car. Before long, Chen Hongba followed Yi Chun to his estate. However, as soon as they entered, upon seeing the car parked within the grounds, Chen Hongba was utterly stunned. Chapter 77. Brother Chen is truly low-key. Chen Hongba's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared ahead. Am I imagining things? After a long pause, he swallowed hard and, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, could it be a legendary Bugatti Veyron? Chen Hongba could hardly believe his own judgment, murmuring softly, yes, that is indeed a Bugatti Veyron. Yi Chun confirmed with a nod. Is it truly the legendary Bugatti Veyron? Chen Hongba was taken aback to the extreme. This was something he never anticipated. Today, he was fortunate enough to behold the fabled Bugatti Veyron. What incredible luck he had. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Hongba dashed towards the Bugatti Veyron. Reaching the car, he extended his hand, exhilarated as he caressed the sleek body of the Veyron. A Bugatti Veyron. I never expected to see such a magnificent vehicle in Jiangzhou. As he circled the Veyron in admiration, he marveled aloud. Wait a minute. This estate seems to belong to Brother Chen. Just as he had walked halfway around the Bugatti Veyron, Chen Hongba suddenly halted. He recalled other matters. Overwhelmed by the sight of the legendary car, he had become so excited that his mind had gone blank, causing him to forget everything else. As I reflect upon it now, it seems I am indeed at Brother Chen's estate. Given that this Bugatti Veyron is parked here, does it not imply that it belongs to Brother Chen? How impressive he is. Yet, wait a moment. Did Brother Chen not mention he owns a rather ordinary vehicle? Could it be that the ordinary car he referred to is this very Bugatti Veyron? My goodness. Chen Hongba gasped, filled with awe. This is the legendary automobile, the Bugatti Veyron, and he dares to call it ordinary. Brother Chen, is this what you deem an ordinary car? Chen Hongba inquired, his voice trembling. Indeed, replied Yi Chun, simultaneously opening the car door and retrieving his mobile phone from the Bugatti. Witnessing this scene, Chen Hongba's belief was solidified. This Bugatti Veyron was genuinely Brother Chen's vehicle. How magnificent! Brother Chen can possess such an extraordinary car. It is truly astounding. Moreover, even with a top-tier vehicle like this, Brother Chen remains remarkably humble. Meanwhile, I, having just acquired a $30 million Pagani, have already begun to flaunt it. In light of this comparison, Chen Hongba felt a sense of inadequacy. Brother Chen is truly exceptional. There is much I must learn from him. In this moment, Chen Hongba was filled with utmost admiration for Yi Chun. From now on, He too would strive to emulate Brother Chen's understated demeanor. "Let us depart," Yi Chen declared, having secured his phone. "All right, Brother Chen," Chun Hongbao replied, casting a lingering glance at the Bugatti. "What if you take a photo?" Yi Chen discerned Chun Hongbao's unspoken desire. "Really? Brother Chen, may I take a picture?" Chun Hongbao asked, brimming with excitement. "Of course," Yi Chen nodded. Such a trivial matter as a photograph was inconsequential. "Thank you. Brother Chun, I will be quick." Chun Hongbao expressed his gratitude with a deep bow before swiftly producing his phone to capture images. Though he may never possess a Bugatti Veyron himself, having an elder brother who owns one certainly grants him prestige. After hastily snapping a few pictures, Chun Hongbao departed with Yi Chen. That evening, Chun Jinzong indeed brought forth his prized collection of fine wines. During the banquet, Chun Hongbao repeatedly toasted Yi Chen, conveying his deep respect. Even Chun Jinzong raised a glass to Yi Chen, expressing gratitude for the matters concerning Tianheng Building. After the meal, the group strolled and conversed within the estate. Seizing a moment when the Chun father and son were distracted, Imo Hongru led Yi Chen to a secluded spot. "Little Chun, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Imo Hongru said earnestly. "What is it?" Yi Chen inquired, curious if something unexpected had transpired. "It is not a significant matter. Today, I noticed you conversing amiably with old Chun, and I believe it would be beneficial for you to meet a few of my other long-standing friends in the future." Imo Hongru spoke, increasingly appreciating Yi Chen, and thus wished to introduce him to several acquaintances to broaden his network. After all, knowing more people can only be advantageous. "Thank you, Uncle Imo," Yi Chen replied. "Last time, I was fortunate that several of Uncle Mo's old friends intervened, which facilitated the resolution of the issues with the Yuan Yin agency. It is only fitting that I meet them." "Agreed, it is settled then. I will reach out to you when the opportunity arises." Imo Hongru nodded with satisfaction. After their stroll, it was relatively late, and Yi Chen returned to his estate. The expansive manor felt rather lonely with only Yi Chen residing within its walls. The following morning, with no classes scheduled, Yi Chen received a call from Ding He, the vice president of Shark Live Streaming. Ding He informed him that he was representing the president to come to Jiangzhou to sign a contract with Yi Chen. He would arrive shortly. Yi Chen arranged to meet Ding He at the Yilin agency to finalize the agreement. After hanging up, he drove his Bugatti Veyron directly to the agency. Meanwhile, at the Yilin agency, Yang Shuwen was engaged in discussions with a certain executive. "The cooperation has been established," Yang Shuwen stated. "Indeed, our two companies will collaborate, and we will undoubtedly reap substantial profits." The executive, Mr. Shi, concurred. "Let us prepare to sign the contract," Yang Shuwen suggested. "Yes, we can sign it today. However, there is a minor issue that I believe warrants careful discussion." Mr. Shi seemed to have something on his mind. "Oh, please, go ahead," Yang Shuwen encouraged. "It pertains to the division of profits. I believe a 50-50 split is not entirely appropriate," Mr. Shi hinted. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuwen became serious. While other matters could be negotiated, anything involving financial interests necessitated caution. "What do you mean, Mr. Shi?" Yang Shuwen inquired meticulously. "I propose a 70-30 split, with us receiving 70 and your agency 30. In the next moment, Yang Shuwen was utterly taken aback by Mr. Shi's audacious demand. "What?" Yang Shuwen exploded, questioning him. "Please remain calm. Let me explain," Mr. Shi replied calmly. In truth, Mr. Shi suggested the 70-30 split merely to gauge Yilin's stance. His actual aim was a 60-40 division, with him taking 60 and Yilin 40. However, he initially proposed 70-30, believing that if successful, it would be even better. Even if it failed, they could still negotiate a 60-40 split. "To be candid with you, I recently traveled out of town and fortuitously met a significant figure. With the assistance of this influential figure, our interests are sure to be enhanced. However, it is solely I who can facilitate this individual's involvement, which is why I propose a division of 70-30 in my favor." Mr. Shi spoke with an air of mystery. "Influential figure? Who is this prominent individual?" Yang Shuwen inquired, intrigued by Mr. Shi's words. Chapter 78. What identity this distinguished person is none other than Manager Liu from Shark Live, who oversees operations. Mr. Shi proclaimed with pride. Manager Liu holds a senior position within Shark Live, managing the pivotal operations department and possessing access to various critical resources. In the hierarchy of Shark Live, Manager Liu is second only to the president and vice president. To Yang Shuwen, Mr. Shi's assertion indeed represents a significant individual. In due time, I will devise a means to have Manager Liu advocate for us, securing more resources for both of our companies, thereby ensuring a substantial increase in our profits, Mr. Shi elaborated. Given that I am the one making the approach, I certainly cannot do so without compensation. How does a 70-30 split sound? Mr. Shi's suggestion seemed somewhat reasonable. Yet, a 70-30 split felt excessively disproportionate, almost as if he were making an outrageous demand. Such a division might lead to Yilin not only failing to profit, but potentially incurring losses. Mr. Shi, a 70-30 split is rather excessive, Yang Shuimin remarked, even as Mr. Shi persisted. If you disagree, that is perfectly acceptable. I can seek collaboration with other companies, and when the time comes, do not come begging to me at Yilin Entertainment. With these words, Yang Shuimin fell into contemplation. Yilin Entertainment had invested considerable resources and manpower in preparation for this collaboration. Should it falter, the company would face significant financial losses. Noticing the subtle shift in Yang Shuimin's expression, Mr. Shi felt satisfaction. This was the reaction he sought. Yang Shuimin was wavering. Let us compromise. How about a 60-40 split? Mr. Shi proposed, sensing the need to reel in his demands. The 70-30 split was merely a negotiating tactic. The 60-40 division was his true intention. Recognizing that the 70-30 split was untenable, a 60-40 split seemed acceptable. Truth be told, if Yilin Entertainment did not engage in this collaboration, not only would Yilin suffer repercussions, but Mr. Shi's own company would also face financial setbacks. I cannot make this decision unilaterally. I must consult with Mr. Yi, he concluded. Although the 60-40 split was still somewhat unfavorable for Yilin, it was a decision requiring Mr. Yi's final approval. Fine, but I cannot wait indefinitely. You have half an hour, Mr. Shi acquiesced. As Yang Shuimin prepared to contact Yichun, a sudden knock echoed through the office. Come in, he called out. The door opened, and his secretary entered. Mr. Yang, I just saw Mr. Yi arrive at the company. I spotted him on the first floor. Has Mr. Yi arrived? Where is he? Yang Shuimin inquired as he stood up. Mr. Yi has gone to the karaoke room to check on by Hanyan's situation. He asked you to wait for him in the conference room. The secretary conveyed the message. Understood. I shall proceed at once, Yang Shuimin replied, preparing to depart. Since Mr. Yi has arrived, I will join you to discuss matters with him. Observing this, Mr. Shi also rose, ready to accompany Yang Shuimin to the conference room for a conversation with Yichun. Yang Shuimin did not object, and the two made their way towards the conference room. As they reached the third floor, where the conference room was located, they unexpectedly encountered three individuals awaiting them. Leading the trio was a man in his late 30s, flanked by two subordinates. Upon seeing this man, Yang Shuimin remained unfazed, but Mr. Shi was taken aback. He stood rigidly at the elevator entrance, staring in disbelief at the 30-something man not far away. How could this be? Is there something wrong with my eyesight? Mr. Shi felt a wave of confusion wash over him, struggling to accept what he was witnessing. Ding He, Vice President Ding. How did he end up at Yilin Entertainment Company? Recognizing the man's identity as one of the vice presidents of Shark Live, Mr. Shi exclaimed. Mr. Shi, what troubles you? Yang Shuimin noticed Mr. Shi's unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity. Mr. Shi, however, paid no heed to Yang Shuimin. Instead, he hastily approached Ding He. Greetings, Vice President Ding. Mr. Shi said with utmost respect. Oh, you know me? Ding He responded, astonished, as he had not expected anyone in this company to recognize him. Indeed, Vice President Ding, you are quite the esteemed figure, but it seems you have forgotten that I had the honor of meeting you at a cocktail party 2 weeks ago, Mr. Shi explained. Upon hearing this, Ding He contemplated for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Indeed, at the cocktail party, a manager from a talent agency had intentionally approached him. He had merely nodded in acknowledgement and did not engage further. Little did he expect to encounter him here. Vice President Ding remembers now, Mr. Shi said with a sycophantic smile. At the previous cocktail party, several executives from Shark Live had attended, with Ding He being the most influential among them. Initially, Mr. Shi had sought to cultivate a connection with Ding He, but he had not been afforded the opportunity. Reluctantly, Mr. Shi had settled for befriending Manager Liu, who oversaw operations. Now, unexpectedly, Vice President Ding, whom he had failed to befriend before, had appeared at Yilin Entertainment Company. May I inquire what brings you here, Vice President Ding? Mr. Shi asked, brimming with flattery. It was indeed curious for a prominent vice president of Shark Live to visit an ordinary talent agency. However, before Mr. Shi could elaborate further, Ding He's expression brightened as he glanced towards the elevator. In the next moment, he disregarded Mr. Shi and swiftly approached. "Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am Ding He, representing the president." Upon seeing Yi Chun emerge from the elevator, Ding He immediately approached him, greeting him with utmost deference. Just as Shi, the general manager, turned to witness this scene, he was utterly taken aback. Why did he perceive in the current Vice President Ding a reflection of his own earlier demeanor? When he had encountered Vice President Ding, he too had exhibited such profound respect. Who is this young man? What is his status that commands such reverence from the Vice President of Shark Life? Shi had only caught half of Ding He's previous remarks. "Mr. Yi, you have arrived." Upon seeing Yi Chun, Yang Xuemin also spoke up. This time, Shi clearly heard Yang's words. After listening, he stood there, stunned. "What? Mr. Yi? This young man is the owner of Yilan Entertainment Agency. How could this be?" Shi was bewildered. "Hello." As Ding He took the initiative to greet him, Yi Chun reciprocated. Earlier, he had intended to check on Bai Hanyan's progress, but upon finding her engrossed in her vocal practice, he chose not to disturb her. Yi Chun felt a sense of satisfaction. Bai Hanyan had not disappointed him. She had been diligently working, making the most of his investment in her. With the right resources, it was not inconceivable for Bai Hanyan to ascend to the status of a top-tier singer. After observing Bai Hanyan, Yi Chun took the elevator to the conference room. As soon as he exited the elevator, Ding He approached him. "Mr. Yi, you truly possess remarkable presence and exceptional demeanor." While shaking hands with Yi Chun, Ding He continuously flattered him. How could he not? Although he was the vice president of Shark Live, in reality, he was merely a tool serving the shareholders of the company, lacking any shares in Shark Live himself. How could he not curry favor upon meeting Yi Chun? Witnessing Ding He's obsequiousness, Shi was left in a state of confusion, utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Chapter 79, an eye-opener after exchanging pleasantries. Yi Chun entered the conference room alongside Ding He. At that moment, Yang Xuemin had also come to understand Ding He's identity. He cast a deliberate glance at Shi and couldn't help but shake his head. Just moments ago, Shi had been boasting about his acquaintance with the operations manager of Shark Live, yet now, even the esteemed vice president of Shark Live treated Mr. Yi with such courtesy. Ah, Mr. Yi is indeed formidable. Mr. Yi is forever a deity in our eyes. Yang Xuemin held Yi Chun in high regard. After a moment of reflection, he too proceeded into the office. Meanwhile, the upper floor remained eerily silent, leaving behind only Shi, who stood there like a statue. Even now, he had yet to come to terms with the situation. After several seconds of bewilderment, he swallowed hard a few times. And only then did he begin to regain his composure. So, the esteemed Mr. Yi of Yilan Entertainment Agency is truly remarkable. Even someone of Ding He's stature shows such deference in the presence of Yi Chun. At this moment, Mr. Shi found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. The fortunate aspect was his encounter with Ding He, which indirectly revealed the impressive identity of Yi Chun, prompting him to refrain from making reckless remarks in Yi Chun's presence. This offered a glimmer of hope for resolution. Conversely, the misfortune lay in the excessive demands he had made to Yang Xuemin earlier in the office. What to do? What to do? Mr. Shi's mind raced as he pondered strategies for resolution. Ultimately, he steeled himself, contemplating a division of profits, at worst, a 60-40 split, with him retaining 40%. Should that prove unfeasible, he would settle for a 70-30 division, accepting a mere 30%. Even if it meant incurring some losses, it was of little consequence as long as he did not offend the esteemed Yi Chun. Everything would then fall into place. Mr. Shi resolved to proceed. In the conference room, he finalized the contract with Ding He. The shares of Shark Live 3 now belonged to Yi Chun, who seamlessly ascended to the board of directors of Shark Live. One must not underestimate the significance of this 3% stake. It was substantial. For context, Mr. Chun, the founder of Shark Live and currently the second largest shareholder, held only 14%. Even Zhang, the co-founder and the company's most seasoned veteran, possessed merely 2 or 3%. Despite owning only 3%, Yi Chun wielded considerable influence within Shark Live. Otherwise, why would Ding He go to such lengths to curry favor with him? As for the largest shareholder of Shark Live, it was none other than the Penguin Group, which commanded over 40% of the shares. Out of curiosity, Yi Chun had once delved into this information, and upon reviewing it, he was filled with profound admiration. Truly, the legendary Penguin Empire had its presence in countless industries. He often pondered what it would feel like if one day his own enterprises could attain the same stature as the Penguin Group. For Yi Chun, who currently enjoyed the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest man. This was not merely a dream. Sooner or later, his ventures would catch up to, and perhaps even surpass, the Penguin Group. His own worth would eclipse that of Mr. Ma of the Penguin Group. Moreover, that day would not be far off. Yichen eagerly anticipated its arrival. After signing the contract, Yichen departed, leaving the task of treating Ding He to dinner to Yang Shuemin, who was more than willing to oblige. On the way back to the villa, Yichen called the management of Tianheng Building to discuss the matters he had previously promised to the Chen family. The matter was resolved swiftly, and that evening he received a call from Chen Jinzong, who expressed immense gratitude and extended an invitation for Yichen to attend the company's opening day. Yichen readily accepted. There was one matter he had procrastinated on for far too long, and with time available the next day, it was the perfect opportunity to take action. Cousin Zhao Shuxian has always been exceptionally kind to me, even going so far as to play matchmaker between myself and my close friend, Su Ningshuang, to prevent me from remaining single. I had intended to purchase a gift for her for quite some time, but various matters had caused delays. Fortunately, I found myself with some free time the following day, which presented the perfect opportunity to finally attend to this matter and avoid further procrastination. On the morning of the second day, I set off in my car, personally selecting a small gift for my cousin. At noon, I called Zhao Shuxian to invite her to lunch. Naturally, I had not forgotten her persistent hints about wanting to indulge in a lavish meal. Tonight, all expenses would be on me. Feel free to enjoy anything you desire. That sounds wonderful, but it's a pity that Ningshuang has to head home tonight. Otherwise, I would have invited her along, Zhao Shuxian lamented. Even now, she had not relinquished her efforts to unite me with Ningshuang. No worries, we can arrange something for next time. There will be plenty of opportunities, I reassured her. Agreed, she replied, and we solidified our plans. In the evening, I drove my Bugatti Veyron to pick up Zhao Shuxian, and we made our way to a premier restaurant in the city center. Aware of my newfound success, Zhao Shuxian was gracious and only ordered a few delicacies, such as Australian lobster, king crab, and black truffles. She had been eagerly anticipating this meal for quite some time, and I was pleased to finally treat her to an extravagant dining experience. Given the circumstances, I felt compelled to reciprocate her kindness, and I resolved to continue my efforts to unite myself with Ningshuang, as I truly believed we were well suited for one another. After our meal, I did not rush to leave. Instead, we strolled leisurely through the city center. As we walked along the street, a young woman suddenly called out in surprise, "Zhao Shuxian?" Turning to look, Zhao Shuxian was equally astonished. "Kong Qi," she exclaimed, taken aback. Zhao Shuxian and Kong Qi had known each other since high school, albeit with a rather strained relationship. Due to their similar ages, Kong Qi often felt compelled to compete with Zhao Shuxian in academics, artistry, and even in terms of beauty and figure. Unfortunately for Kong Qi, she fell short in every regard. Since entering university, Kong Qi had not seen Zhao Shuxian until this chance encounter while shopping. "Is this your cousin? What's his name, Yi?" Kong Qi inquired, noticing me beside Zhao Shuxian. "Yi Chun," Zhao Shuxian replied. "Ah, right, Yi Chun," Kong Qi recalled. "I presume your cousin is still in university?" she asked, with a hint of condescension. "Indeed. And what of your cousin? Isn't he also attending university?" Zhao Shuxian countered. Although Zhao Shuxian and I were only a year apart, Kong Qi and her cousin seemed to differ by just a few months. They had attended the same high school, while not particularly close. They were generally familiar with one another. "Oh, still in school?" Kong Qi scoffed. "What prospects does attending school hold?" "My cousin dropped out last year and has since become a prominent influencer on a popular platform." Speaking of her cousin, Kong Qi brimmed with pride and began to boast. "My cousin now enjoys a massive following, promoting products daily and earning over $1 million each month." Nearby, passers-by inadvertently overheard Kong Qi's words and paused in astonishment. A monthly income of $1 million? That is truly astonishing, something beyond the imagination of many. "Today is my birthday, and my cousin has prepared a grand gift for me, instructing me to wait here." Kong Qi continued to flaunt. "Since we've met today, let us take a look together and broaden your horizons." Chapter 80. A small gift. Kong Qi was exceedingly proud. Today is her birthday, and her cousin is now a $1 million influencer, who claimed to have prepared a significant gift for her. He asked her to wait here. To her surprise, she encountered Zhao Shuxian and her brother. Seizing this rare opportunity, she felt compelled to showcase her cousin's achievements. In high school, she had always felt inferior to Zhao Shuxian in every aspect. However, Now the tables had turned. Her cousin's excellence far surpassed Zhao Shushuan's. Her cousin is a renowned influencer with millions of followers, previously earning hundreds of thousands each month, and now venturing into the lucrative realm of product promotion, with incomes soaring to millions. As the saying goes, when one attains success, those around them thrive as well. Naturally, she felt immense pride in her cousin's accomplishments. Just as her words lingered in the air, a tall young man approached. Her cousin. Upon seeing this tall figure, Kong Qi greeted him enthusiastically. This young man was none other than her cousin, Han Gaojia, a major influencer on a popular platform. Sister, wait a moment. The birthday gift I prepared for you will arrive shortly, Han Gaojia declared confidently. Hearing this, Kong Qi's curiosity was piqued. What gift? She inquired. Oh, just a luxury car. Han Gaojia said with an air of mystery. A luxury car. My goodness. Her cousin is indeed bestowing such a lavish gift upon her. Truly impressive. One can only wonder how much more accomplished he is compared to Zhao Shushuan's brother. The onlookers nearby were equally taken aback by this revelation. A luxury car as a birthday gift is quite extraordinary. Such a vehicle must cost at least several $100,000, if not more. The audacity of this young man to gift a luxury car is simply remarkable. After surveying the crowd, Kong Qi's gaze ultimately settled on Zhao Shushuan. Oh, my cousin truly is exceptional. She regarded Zhao Shushuan with an air of superiority, reveling in her cousin's success. Isn't that Zhao Shushuan and Yichen? Han Gaojia also took note of Zhao Shushuan and her brother standing nearby. Han Gaojia was well aware that his cousin Kong Qi and Zhao Shushuan did not share a cordial relationship. Upon arrival, Han Gaojia wasted no time in addressing the matter. By the way, Yichun is still attending school, isn't he? He inquired. Yes, what of it? Zhao Shushuan retorted. School holds little promise. Upon graduation, one may find it challenging to secure a desirable job. Han Gaojia adopted a tone reminiscent of a mentor addressing Yichun. Yichun must persist in his efforts. He should aspire to earn a monthly income of $1 million, just as I do. Heh, dear cousin, you are overestimating things, Kong Qi scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Do you really believe that everyone can be as exceptional as you, while others toil for a decade? Achieving even a fraction of your brilliance would be nothing short of remarkable. As the two engaged in their banter, a tow truck gradually came to a halt nearby. Upon it rested a brand new pink Ferrari. In an instant, all attention in the vicinity was captured by this striking vehicle. What a showstopper. A pink Ferrari, absolutely stunning. Bystanders gazed at the car with unabashed envy. Wow! Kong Qi exclaimed from the roadside, her excitement palpable. Is this the luxury car you promised to give me, dear brother? She trembled with anticipation. A Ferrari. Little did she expect her brother's gift to be such a magnificent vehicle. A Ferrari must be worth several million. That her brother would bestow such a gift upon her was simply extraordinary. Indeed, her cousin was immeasurably more accomplished than Zhao Shushuan's sibling, exhibiting a generosity that made Yichen seem insignificant by comparison. Upon hearing Kong Qi's remarks, everyone present turned their gaze toward Han Gaojia. Impressive. Truly extravagant. How fortunate I would be to have a brother like that. They exchanged sentiments of awe and admiration. Taken aback by the collective attention, Han Gaojia hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Observing his silence, Kong Qi grew even more convinced that the pink Ferrari was indeed hers. You see, my cousin has gifted me a Ferrari for my birthday, she boasted, turning to Zhao Shushuan. What do you think your cousin would gift you on your birthday? A bicycle or perhaps an electric scooter? Her tone was laced with disdain. Meanwhile, a staff member clad in a black suit descended from the tow truck. Please hand me the keys. I am to be the future owner of this Ferrari, Kong Qi declared as she hurried over, eager to experience the thrill of sitting in the luxurious car. Oh, are you Miss Zhao? The staff member inquired politely upon hearing Kong Qi's proclamation. Miss Zhao? What do you mean, Miss Zhao? My surname is Kong. I am Miss Kong, she corrected him, her impatience evident. Quickly, give me the keys. Your surname is Kong? The staff furrowed their brows and shook their heads, declining. I'm sorry, but this Ferrari is for Miss Zhao, not for you. I cannot give you the keys. What? Upon hearing this, Kong Qi was taken aback. Not only she, but also the onlookers were equally bewildered. What was happening? Gaojia. Isn't this Ferrari the one you bought for me? Kong Qi turned to her cousin, confused. This. Han Gaojia stammered, failing to provide a direct answer. I purchased this Ferrari, Yichen interjected calmly. This is a small gift prepared for my cousin, Zhao Shushuan. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Yichun. He had bought this car? This revelation astonished everyone present. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Kong Qi sneered, clearly unconvinced by Yi Chen's claim. You bought this Ferrari? Why don't you just say? Before she could finish her sentence, the staff interjected. Oh, Mr. Yi is also here. The staff greeted Yi Chen with utmost respect. As per your instructions, we have delivered the car. Kong Qi was left dumbfounded. As per your instructions? This only served to indirectly confirm that Yi Chen had indeed purchased the Ferrari. Her expression froze. Meanwhile, Han Gaojia, who had been so self-assured just moments ago, stared at Yi Chen in shock. This was something he had never anticipated. The very person he had looked down upon had gifted a Ferrari worth several million? How could this be? So what if it's a Ferrari? The luxury car my cousin gifted me will surely be no less than yours, Kong Qi stubbornly declared. Just as her words fell, another tow truck arrived, carrying a white BMW 3 Series worth over 300,000. The tow truck came to a halt, and BMW staff descended. Mr. Han, your BMW 3 Series has arrived. After stepping down, the staff surveyed the crowd, eventually fixing their gaze upon Han Gaojia. The BMW 3 Series? Kong Qi, who had just been so boastful, was now utterly flabbergasted. The so-called luxury car her cousin bought for her was merely a BMW 3 Series worth over 300,000. How could this happen? In an instant, Kong Qi's face turned as red as a monkey's backside. How embarrassing. Just moments ago, she had been so proud, insisting that her cousin's gift would undoubtedly surpass the Ferrari. Yet now, the gift she received was just a BMW 3 Series, while Yi Chen's Ferrari was worth millions. How could these two even be compared? The disparity between BMW and Ferrari is indeed significant. It turns out that the truly remarkable individual is Yi Chen. I observed this young man earlier. Silent yet exuding an aura of authority, he is the genuine big shot. His mere presence, accompanied by a Ferrari, is nothing short of impressive. Bystanders gazed at Yi Chen with admiration, filled with awe. The true magnate is, unexpectedly, this unassuming Yi Chen. Sister, please sign here, he instructed Zhao Shuxian. To the average person, a Ferrari is already a luxury vehicle, a distant dream. However, for Yi Chen, it is merely inconsequential, hardly worth a mention. His cousin has always treated him well, even introducing her friend, Su Xuejia, to him at the start of the semester. Gifting a Ferrari seems quite ordinary to him. Yi Chen's intention behind the gift was to facilitate Zhao Shuxian's future travels, with the price being of no concern to him. Zhao Shuxian was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chen's words. The staff, perceptive as they were, approached respectfully, presenting the contract to Zhao Shuxian. You just need to sign here. Accepting the contract and pen from the staff, Zhao Shuxian absent-mindedly affixed her signature. She was still in disbelief. During dinner, her younger brother mentioned presenting her with a small gift. At the time, she thought it might be something like a necklace or a watch. After all, it was merely a small gift. Little did she expect that Yi Chen's small gift would turn out to be a Ferrari. Was this truly a small gift? Zhao Shuxian was bewildered. After completing the signature, the staff discreetly departed. Meanwhile, Kong Qi was also dazed as she signed. She should have felt elated, as a BMW was something she had never dared to dream of. Yet, in comparison to Zhao Shuxian, her joy was overshadowed. Her cousin gifted her a BMW 3 Series, while Zhao Shuxian received a Ferrari. Had she truly lost in this comparison? Not only was she outshone by Zhao Shuxian, but even her brother paled in comparison to Zhao Shuxian's brother. A wave of defeat washed over her. How could this be? Han Gaojia looked at Yi Chen, equally astounded. He had believed that gifting a BMW was already quite generous, only to realize that Yi Chen had presented a Ferrari. The comparison rendered him utterly embarrassed, especially after his earlier boastful remarks. No worries, my cousin is a prominent streamer with millions of followers, Kong Qi muttered, attempting to comfort herself. My cousin earns over $1 million each month. That's what a Ferrari costs, and he could earn enough for one in just half a year. Yi Chen is still merely an ordinary student. There is no basis for comparison. Kong Qi could only draw a semblance of confidence from her cousin's status. After all, one's younger brother is a prominent streamer, while Yi Chen is merely an ordinary student. Upon hearing Kong Qi's remarks, Han Gaojia straightened his chest, regaining a sense of confidence. He believed himself to be superior to Yi Chen. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. A middle-aged man, accompanied by a female secretary, briskly walked towards them from a parked Bentley. Is that Mr. Shi? Upon recognizing the man, Han Gaojia's eyes widened in astonishment. This middle-aged individual was none other than his boss, Mr. Shi. He was a contracted streamer under Mr. Shi's company. Although his cousin thought highly of herself in the company, he, with millions of followers, was merely inconsequential. To the higher-ups, he was simply an employee, a profit-generating machine. Typically, even he would rarely have the opportunity to meet Mr. Shi. What was Mr. Shi doing here? Cousin, who is he? Kong Chi inquired softly, noticing Han Gaojia's surprise. He is the chairman of our company, a billionaire. Han Gaojia explained quietly. What? Kong Chi gasped, utterly astonished. This middle-aged man was actually her brother's boss, a billionaire. Such a figure was someone she could only look up to. I'm going over to greet Mr. Shi, Han Gaojia murmured, preparing to approach him. After all, he could be considered one of the prominent streamers cultivated by the company, and Mr. Shi should recognize him. Han Gaojia adjusted his clothes, ready to take action. However, before he could move, Mr. Shi had already taken the initiative. Hello, Mr. Yi, Mr. Shi said, hastening to Yi Chen's side, displaying utmost humility in his greeting. He had passed by and inadvertently spotted Yi Chen by the roadside, prompting him to order his driver to stop. Naturally, he wished to greet Mr. Yi and establish a familiar presence. Witnessing Mr. Shi's deference towards Yi Chen left Han Gaojia and Kong Chi utterly speechless. Wasn't he this the billionaire? The chairman of her cousin's company? Why did he appear so subservient in front of Yi Chen? This was perplexing. Kong Chi was bewildered and couldn't comprehend the situation. Even Han Gaojia was astounded. In his mind, Mr. Shi was an omnipotent figure, a person of high stature. Yet now, why was such a lofty individual displaying such humility and respect before Yi Chen? Mr. Shi, Yi Chen acknowledged. You are too polite, just call me Xiao Shi, Mr. Shi replied, visibly anxious. Call me Xiao Shi. Hearing the chairman say this nearly caused Han Gaojia to choke on his own disbelief. Was this still the Mr. Shi he remembered, the stern and imposing chairman? How could this be? Kong Chi was equally astonished. Her brother's boss had actually allowed Yi Chen to address him as Little Stone? This was utterly absurd. What was Yi Chen's true identity that could elicit such respect from General Manager Shi? Overwhelmed by curiosity, Han Gaojia could no longer contain himself and approached. Hello, General Manager Shi, he greeted earnestly. Ah, and you are? To Han Gaojia's surprise, General Manager Shi did not recognize him. This was yet another blow. General Manager Shi. I am Han Gaojia, a contracted host under your company, he clarified. Oh, I see, General Manager Shi nodded. However, the next words out of Shi's mouth nearly sent Han Gaojia into a state of shock. Allow me to introduce you. This is the president of Yilin Entertainment, Mr. Yi. What? The president of Yilin Entertainment? Han Gaojia was astounded. Yi Chen was indeed the illustrious head of Yilin Entertainment? Upon hearing General Manager Shi's words, Han Gaojia was struck with disbelief. He had heard of Yilin Entertainment and even knew a few of its contracted hosts. Among all the talent agencies in Jiangzhou, Yilin Entertainment was ranked among the top. How could Yi Chen possibly be the owner? Meanwhile, from a distance, Kong Chi had overheard the entire exchange between Han Gaojia and General Manager Shi. Her expression was one of utter incredulity, struggling to accept the reality before her. Although she was unaware of the specifics regarding Yilin Entertainment, the respect her cousin's boss showed towards Yi Chen suggested that the agency was far from ordinary. It had to be a significant company. In her subconscious, she had always perceived Yi Chen as merely an average student or perhaps a wealthy heir. Yet now, her cousin's boss had proclaimed him to be the owner of a major corporation. This revelation was a far cry from her previous assumptions. Kong Chi stood frozen, her face ashen. She felt defeated once more, sighing heavily as a wave of lethargy washed over her. She had lost count of how many times she had been outmatched. Initially, she had believed that with her cousin's support, she could finally triumph over Zhao Shuxian. However, the outcome was nothing she had anticipated. At first, she had boasted about the luxurious gift her cousin had given her, only to find herself overshadowed when Zhao Shuxian's cousin presented her with a Ferrari, while she received a BMW 3 Series. The difference was staggering, hundreds of thousands versus millions. In an instant, she had been eclipsed. Earlier, she had flaunted her cousin's status as a prominent host earning a six-figure monthly income, yet Zhao Shuxian's cousin turned out to be the president of a large corporation. Her cousin could only be considered a well-paid employee, while Zhao Shuxian's relative was the company's CEO. The disparity between them was unfathomable. Being overshadowed by Zhao Shuxian was one thing. Even my cousin was mercilessly crushed by Zhao Shuxian's cousin. Alas, such is fate. This time, she has completely conceded defeat. After listening to Mr. Shi's introduction and gazing at Yi Chen, Han Gaojia's face drained of color. He had just acted audaciously in front of Yi Chun. It was a disaster. Han Gaojia was in a state of extreme anxiety and fear. After introducing Yi Chun, Mr. Shi intended to have Han Gaojia greet him. However, before he could utter a word, he suddenly noticed the pallor on Han Gaojia's face. Having navigated the business world for over 2 decades, Mr. Shi had encountered various situations. He merely paused momentarily. Soon, he surmised what had transpired. It was evident that the streamer from his own company had displayed insolence before Mr. Yi. Otherwise, he would not have been so terrified upon realizing Mr. Yi's identity. Scoundrel! Mr. Shi cursed inwardly. At this moment, he wished he could strangle Han Gaojia. After all his efforts to curry favor with Mr. Yi, this fool dared to show disrespect. Was he courting death? Pack your things and leave. You are no longer a streamer for our company. Although Mr. Shi longed to unleash a torrent of abuse and even physically chastise Han Gaojia, he restrained himself in front of Yi Chun. What? No, please, Mr. Shi. Han Gaojia panicked immediately. His streaming account belonged to the company. If he was dismissed, his streaming room would vanish along with his income. Without the streaming room, he would be utterly ruined. Forget about earning $1 million a month. He would likely struggle to make even 10,000. Han Gaojia quickly begged for mercy, pleading with Mr. Shi to spare him. Yi Chun, not wishing to waste any more time, bid farewell to Mr. Shi and walked away with his cousin. Yi Chun and Zhao Shuxian arrived at a store to purchase some drinks. At this moment, Zhao Shuxian finally regained her composure. It was too extravagant. I should return this to you. Zhao Shuxian handed the Ferrari keys back to Yi Chun. It was too sudden. She was unprepared. Previously, she had thought that if Yi Chun gifted her a watch or a necklace, she would accept it, considering Yi Chun had described it as a small gift. However, she never anticipated that he would present her with a Ferrari. Such an expensive item, worth millions, was beyond her expectations. Why be so polite? Do you consider me an outsider? Yi Chun returned the car keys to Zhao Shuxian, stating that for him, a Ferrari was merely a trifle, insignificant. With the car, it would be more convenient for you in the future. It was just an ordinary Ferrari, nothing extravagant. Ultimately, Zhao Shuxian accepted the Ferrari. She understood that Yi Chun had changed. For him, a Ferrari was indeed nothing of consequence. She felt she had little to offer in return. All she could do was hasten her efforts to bring her brother and Ningshuang together in the future. After finishing their drinks, Yi Chun and Zhao Shuxian parted ways. Yi Chun drove off in his Bugatti Veyron, heading towards his villa. Zhao Shuxian possesses a driver's license as well, but being her first experience with a supercar, she may not be entirely accustomed to it, thus driving at a relatively slower pace, which poses no significant issue. As usual, Yi Chun waited until midnight. In the preceding 2 days, the gaming store had not refreshed with anything particularly intriguing for him. However, upon noticing the items available in the 2-star store today, Yi Chun's eyes brightened. He discovered an item of considerable interest, Jiangzhou Flying Paradise, valued at 300 million, priced at 4 yuan. The Flying Paradise is one of the most popular amusement parks in Jiangzhou, sprawling over a vast area. It features roller coasters, Ferris wheels, pendulum rides, haunted houses, and free-fall rides, all immensely favored by the youth. The monthly profits of the Flying Paradise are quite substantial. Upon encountering this amusement park, Yi Chun swiftly made up his mind about what to purchase today, as it was also the most valuable item in the 2-star store. He proceeded to buy it. With a click to purchase and payment completed, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully acquired the Jiangzhou Flying Paradise and become its new owner. Yi Chun felt a wave of satisfaction. Acquiring something worth 300 million for merely 4 yuan was an extraordinary bargain. He smiled contentedly. Aside from the Flying Paradise, other items were rather mundane, so he opted for the next most expensive one available. After completing his purchases, Yi Chun moved on to other endeavors. On the morning of a new day, Yi Chun made his way directly to the milk tea shop, where he had arranged to meet Su Ling. It was Saturday, and they had made plans a few days prior. At that time, Su Linger had mysteriously hinted that she had devised a splendid opportunity for Yi Chun to pursue Su Ningshuang. Before Yi Chun could respond, she abruptly ended the call. The previous day, Su Linger contacted him again, and they discussed the meeting location. Meanwhile, in a milk tea shop in the city center, Su Linger was enjoying her drink with 2 close friends. My brother-in-law should be arriving soon, she murmured while glancing at her phone. Is your brother-in-law really as handsome as you say? Inquired one friend with a short haircut, curiosity evident in her tone. Absolutely, Su Linger affirmed with confidence. Is he more handsome than Huang Xifeng? Asked another friend with long, straight hair. Huang Xifeng had recently become a sensation, adored by many girls. Without a doubt. My brother-in-law is the most handsome, Su Linger declared proudly. Upon hearing her assertive claims, the two friends exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by Su Linger's words. How could her brother-in-law possibly be that handsome? Chapter 83. Simple, just buy it. Observing Linger's unwavering confidence, her friends opted not to continue the debate. Shifting to another topic. So Linger, where are we going to have fun later? Asked the short-haired friend. Linger merely mentioned that they were out for a Saturday outing. But where they would go remained a mystery. Hee, it's a secret, she replied playfully. Su Linger smiled mysteriously. Today's outing was intricately linked to helping her brother-in-law pursue her sister. Since her brother-in-law had yet to arrive, she could not disclose her plans. Besides her brother-in-law, she had also invited her sister to join them. How arduous it was for her, always considering everything for her brother-in-law. Su Linger mused inwardly. Given how well she treated her brother-in-law, it would hardly be excessive to take advantage of him a little, would it? As the three engaged in conversation, a handsome young man leisurely opened the door to the establishment. Brother-in-law, we're over here. Upon seeing this dashing figure, Su Linger excitedly waved. This charming young man was none other than Ningshuang. As he approached, her two close friends turned to look as well, their eyes widening in astonishment. In that instant, they fully believed Su Linger's earlier words. Her brother-in-law was indeed very handsome. Ningshuang sat down. Brother-in-law, I was worried you might not be able to arrange it. So I took the liberty of inviting my sister out. How considerate of me, right? Su Linger boasted to Ningshuang. You truly are a good person, Ningshuang replied. Ding. Good person card. Su Linger was momentarily taken aback by his words. Was her brother-in-law praising her? Why did it sound so peculiar to her? However, she could not refute Ningshuang. After all, she could hardly claim she was not a good person. Brother-in-law, if you agree to a small request of mine, I will reveal today's plans, Su Linger proposed. What request? Ningshuang inquired. I haven't quite thought it through yet, but rest assured, it won't be excessive. Su Linger decided to ponder her request further before revealing it. All right, Ningshuang nodded. Today, I plan to visit the amusement park. Su Linger got straight to the point. The amusement park? Ningshuang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. I checked several amusement parks in Jiangzhou. Let us go to the Flying Sky amusement park today. Su Linger asked with a hint of mystery. Is this your grand plan? Ningshuang had anticipated a more remarkable suggestion, but it turned out to be a trip to the amusement park. Brother-in-law, let me tell you, my sister is afraid of ghosts. And the haunted house at Flying Sky amusement park is renowned in Jiangzhou. Su Linger explained her rationale for choosing that particular amusement park. Once we enter the haunted house, when my sister gets scared, you can showcase your heroic demeanor by pulling her into your embrace, thus enhancing your relationship. Su Linger shot Ningshuang a knowing glance. You truly are a wonderful sister to your sibling, Ningshuang praised her. With a sister like that, how could Su Xuejia possibly fear being single? So, what do you think, brother-in-law? Am I clever? Su Linger said, proudly lifting her chin. I have no objections, but are you not afraid of the haunted house? Ningshuang asked curiously. Me? How could I possibly be afraid? I am quite fearless. I scoff at haunted houses, declared Su Linger with unwavering conviction. Both she and Su Linger held no reservations, while Ningshuang turned his gaze towards Su Linger's south, two close friends. I am certainly unafraid. The short-haired friend asserted confidently upon noticing Ningshuang's glance. Haunted houses? Fear does not exist in my lexicon, the long-haired friend proclaimed, patting her chest in assurance. Since we've agreed, let us proceed. I've arranged for my sister and brother-in-law to meet us directly at the entrance of the Flying Sky amusement park, suggested Su Ling, deliberately scheduling her brother-in-law and sister at different locations to facilitate her scheme. After all, discussing how to prank her sister with her brother-in-law while her sister listened in would certainly invite trouble. All right, the group rose to their feet. Suddenly, the long-haired friend, glancing at her phone, exclaimed in surprise, Oh no, Linger. What is it? Su Linger inquired. I checked online, and it appears the Flying Sky amusement park is closed today. The long-haired friend replied with a hint of dismay. It seems they are conducting maintenance on several attractions, so they won't be operating. What? Su Linger was taken aback. The amusement park is closed? After all the effort I put into planning, only to discover it's not open? How embarrassing. She lamented, feeling utterly deflated. Her two friends also shared her disappointment. It was unfortunate that their long-awaited outing had been thwarted. Fear not. Come with me, Ningshuang interjected. What did you say? Brother-in-law? Su Linger and her friends were puzzled. The amusement park may be closed, but just follow me, Yichen instructed as he stepped outside. Curiosity piqued. Su Linger and her friends wondered what Yichen had in store for them. Let us go, Su Linger said, choosing to trust her brother-in-law's words. They followed suit. Relieved that Yichen had arrived in his Bentley, which could accommodate them all, unlike the Bugatti Veyron which would have been too cramped. Wow! Exclaimed her friends in astonishment at the sight of Yichen's Bentley. Linger's brother-in-law is truly remarkable. Not only is he handsome, but he is also affluent. With all three in tow, Yichen drove away. Along the way, Su Linger and her friends speculated whether he might be taking them to another amusement park. After half an hour, they reached their destination. Upon disembarking, they were all taken aback. They had arrived at the entrance of the Flying Sky amusement park. The brother-in-law did not take them to another amusement park, although there was a slight distance from the entrance. The announcement was clearly visible. The Flying Paradise amusement park is closed today. Su Linger wanted to ask Yichen why they had come here if the amusement park was not operating. However, before she could voice her thoughts, a car pulled up beside them. It was her cousin, Su Ningshuang. Upon seeing Yichen, she was momentarily taken aback, but then a gentle smile graced her face. They exchanged greetings. Since the park was closed, should we consider another location? Knowing that the park was not in operation, Su Ningshuang suggested moving to a different place. How could they possibly enter if it was closed? Don't worry, follow me, Yichen replied, leading the way toward the entrance of the Flying Paradise amusement park. To the astonishment of the others, he simply exchanged a few words with the staff at the entrance and strolled in effortlessly, without even purchasing a ticket. The sight left Su Linger and her companions bewildered. What was happening? Come on in, Yichen urged them. A bit apprehensively, they approached. Ultimately, they all passed through the entrance without any staff member stopping them. Su Linger and the others were utterly perplexed. Why is this happening? Brother-in-law, how did you manage this? Su Linger asked, filled with disbelief. The amusement park was closed, yet he had led them in without a ticket. They were all at a loss. It's simple. Just buy it, Yichen replied nonchalantly. Chapter 84, Social Death, just buy it? Yichen's statement left everyone present utterly stunned. Buy what? Buy the Flying Paradise amusement park? Surprised expressions spread across their faces. Are you joking? Brother-in-law, did you really purchase the amusement park? Su Linger asked, her small face reflecting disbelief. Of course, Yichen nodded. They were completely unaware of his immense financial capability. Observing Yichen's calm demeanor, their hearts trembled once more. The amusement park is closed, and he simply buys it? Can you believe it? Is this what they call being extravagantly wealthy? Su Linger's two friends couldn't help but marvel at her brother-in-law's incredible prowess. Brother-in-law, I really like the Thompson Riviera in Magic City, but I don't have a house. Do you think you could buy that too? Su Linger inquired with a bright smile. Do you think selling you would be worth a unit at Thompson Riviera? Yichen retorted. As one of the most renowned luxury properties in Magic City, the average price at Thompson Riviera reaches $200,000 to $300,000 per square meter. Even a modest apartment would cost several million. Let us not even mention the prospect of acquiring the entire Thompson Riviera. Even the current Yichen, not to mention the wealthiest individual in Jiangzhou, lacks the financial capacity for such a venture. It matters not if Thompson Riviera is beyond reach. I find the Atlantis Hotel in Sanya to be quite splendid as well. Brother-in-law, why not consider purchasing that instead? Su Linger, resembling a cunning strategist, offered her suggestions to Yichen. The Atlantis Hotel, a 7-star establishment, exudes unparalleled opulence. Its most renowned feature is undoubtedly the extravagant underwater suite, priced at a staggering $100,000 per night. The challenge of acquiring it is likely not much less daunting than that of Thompson Riviera. Let's proceed, Yichen said, dismissing Su Linger's fanciful thoughts with a wave of his hand, before leading the group towards the amusement park. Due to certain attractions undergoing maintenance, only about half of the rides at the Flying Sky amusement park were operational that day. Prior to their arrival, Yichen had already contacted the park's manager. Upon learning that the new owner was visiting, the manager promptly made arrangements, and the staff were quickly in place. This ensured that they would not have to wait in line, significantly enhancing their experience. After enjoying several minor attractions, the group arrived at the highlight of their visit, the haunted house at Flying Sky Amusement Park, notorious among Jiangzhou's amusement parks for its formidable challenges. As they approached the haunted house, the first sight that greeted them was a skull flag and the dark, foreboding entrance behind it. True to Su Linger's words, upon seeing this, Su Ningfang's heartbeat quickened, and she felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, in the presence of Yichun, she was reluctant to admit her fear. Consequently, she inched closer to him, nearly pressing against him. Upon observing the ominous entrance, Su Ling'er and her short-haired friend were momentarily taken aback, though they managed to maintain composure. However, Su Ling'er's long-haired friend, who prided herself on her lack of fear towards haunted houses, turned pale, her body softening with trepidation, nearly betraying her fear on her visage. "Is everyone ready? If there are no objections, we shall proceed," Yichun inquired. "Of course, no objections," Su Ling'er asserted confidently. "Everything is fine," her short-haired friend added after a brief pause. "It's all good," the long-haired girl responded slowly, after what seemed like an eternity. In contrast, Su Ningshuang, feeling a sense of security from being so close to Yichun, remained unaffected. Under his lead, the group advanced towards the haunted house. While Yichun and the others moved ahead, Su Ling'er's long-haired friend appeared to be weighed down, moving as slowly as a snail. Just as they reached the entrance, the long-haired girl halted. I drank too much water and need to use the restroom. You all go ahead. Don't wait for me," she suddenly declared. Without another word, she turned and hurriedly dashed away, not looking back. The usually timid girl with long black straight hair, who could barely twist off a bottle cap, vanished in the blink of an eye, her speed rivaling that of a sprint champion. As soon as they entered, someone fled. Su Ling'er exchanged glances with her short-haired friend, both bewildered. Who was it that claimed the word fear didn't exist in the dictionary? Su Ling'er scoffed, her disdain directed at her long-haired companion. Typically, she was audacious and unafraid. This was not her first visit to a haunted house, and she felt confident in her bravery. Indeed, her short-haired friend replied after a brief moment of contemplation. "We are the truly courageous ones." It was evident that the long-haired girl had been frightened away, so they proceeded deeper into the haunted house, without waiting. However, just half a minute later, at a shadowy intersection, as they turned a corner, a figure wearing a ghastly mask suddenly appeared. Although Yichun and Su Ningshuang led the way, Su Ling'er and her short-haired friend screamed in terror at the sight. The two girls clung to each other in fright. Su Ningshuang, though somewhat scared, instinctively grasped Yichun's arm, appearing far more composed than the two girls behind them. Su Ling'er regained her composure after a moment, but her short-haired friend abruptly turned and sprinted back toward the entrance, quickly disappearing from view. "Didn't you say you weren't afraid? I guess I'm the brave one here." Su Ling'er felt a surge of inexplicable superiority as yet another friend was scared away. Just moments ago, the short-haired girl had confidently asserted that she would not be frightened by the haunted house. Yet, within half a minute, she was gone. "Coward," Su Ling'er muttered, following Yichun and Su Ningshuang further inside. Though she spoke defiantly, her expression changed noticeably, and her pace slowed. After about a minute of walking normally, a skeleton suddenly dropped from above. Su Ling'er turned pale, recalling how she had a friend to cling to the last time. Now, without her companion, fear overwhelmed her, and she instinctively grabbed Yichun's arm. Su Ningshuang remained on Yichun's left side. "Whoa!" Su Ling'er was on the verge of tears. Brother-in-law, sister. My friend just went to the restroom and hasn't returned. I'm worried about her. I'll just go check on her and be right back." Despite her fear, Su Ling'er sought an escape route. Without waiting for Yichun and Su Ningshuang to respond, she released Yichun and dashed toward the entrance. Ultimately, only Yichun and Su Ningshuang remained. Su Ningshuang clung to Yichun's arm as they continued onward. Meanwhile, Su Ling'er rushed out of the haunted house, gasping for breath as she attempted to calm her racing heart. Startled, Su Ling'er patted her chest and murmured softly. At that moment, her two close friends also appeared at the entrance. "What are you two doing here?" Su Ling'er asked in surprise upon seeing them. "We thought you would be scared and would run out, so we waited here for you," replied the girl with long, straight hair. Su Ling'er was momentarily at a loss for words. "Impossible. I'm not afraid at all. I simply wanted to allow my sister and brother-in-law some time alone to enhance their relationship." What do you little girls know?" she declared, adopting an air of mystery. "Oh, is that so?" Her long-haired friend approached and opened the small video she had just recorded. I was so scared, echoed Su Ling'er's voice from the phone. In an instant, Su Ling'er felt utterly mortified. I'm going to kill you," she shouted. "Someone's threatening to silence a witness. Run." The girl with long hair reacted quickly, dashing out with her phone in hand. Naturally, Su Ling'er was unwilling to let her friend escape so easily and immediately gave chase. I was so scared. Before Su Ling'er could catch up with her long-haired friend, The short-haired girl's phone also emitted Su Linger's voice, as she too had recorded a video. Su Ling, and nearly lost her mind, overwhelmed by frustration. Why was everyone capturing her embarrassing moments? She valued her dignity, after all. The short-haired girl was evidently slower to react than her long-haired companion. While she was still playing the video, Su Linger charged toward her. After a few steps, the short-haired girl was caught by Su Ling. Ultimately, under Su Linger's threat, the short-haired girl reluctantly deleted the video. Having dealt with the first friend, Su Linger turned her attention to the second. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, she could not catch up with the long-haired girl. Eventually, the long-haired girl promised never to share the video, allowing them to return to a state of amicability. After causing a ruckus for over 10 minutes, neither Yichen nor Su Ningshuang had emerged. Su Linger deduced that with her brother-in-law present, even if her sister was afraid of ghosts, she would not give up. Let us head to the exit and wait for them, Su Linger suggested, leading her friends to the haunted house exit to await Yichen and Su Ningshuang. They were curious about how her brother-in-law and sister would emerge from the ordeal. After waiting for about 20 minutes, footsteps finally echoed in the distance. However, upon closer listening, the footsteps appeared heavy and seemed to belong to only one person. What is going on? With a profound sense of curiosity, the three individuals fixed their gaze upon the entrance. A few seconds later, under their watchful eyes, Yichen emerged. As for Su Ningshuang, she was nestled within Yichen's embrace. Midway through their descent, despite Yichen's presence, Su Ningshuang, who had harbored a fear of ghosts since childhood, succumbed to trepidation. Ultimately, Yichen swept her up in a princess carry. At that moment, Su Ningshuang, eyes closed and head resting on Yichen's shoulder, appeared utterly serene. Witnessing this scene, Su Linger and the other two girls were left speechless. They had merely sought to witness a spectacle, yet found themselves unwillingly inundated with dog food, a term for witnessing romantic displays. This dog food was far from appetizing for them. For these single souls, the scene felt like a slight but painful blow to their hearts. They had come to enjoy themselves, yet it seemed they were the ones enduring the emotional turmoil. This wave of affection was more than they could bear. On the other side, realizing the moment had passed, Su Ningshuang gently extricated herself from Yichen's hold. Once back on her feet, she tidied her hair. Her face was flushed, and her heart raced alarmingly. "Thank you, Yishuezhai," she said, somewhat bashfully. "I was terrified halfway through. Without you, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. You must be tired from carrying me." "Not at all," Yichen replied with a wave of his hand, stretching his waist. To be honest, he felt a tad fatigued after such a prolonged embrace. Yet, it was but a small inconvenience. Truly, it was nothing significant. It seemed he was a bit out of shape and would need to exercise more in the future to avoid potential issues. Yichen and Su Ningshuang walked towards Su Linger and the others, and taking advantage of Su Ningshuang's distraction, Su Linger shot Yichen an admiring glance, hinting at his impressive prowess. "You did wonderfully, brother-in-law," she thought. The situation had unfolded even more favorably than she had imagined. Naturally, Su Linger did not forget to seek acknowledgement from Yichen for her clever suggestion and substantial effort, implying that if he did not adequately reward her, there might not be another opportunity. Her role as a schemer was indeed crucial. After a brief respite, the group ventured to partake in other activities. Seizing a moment when Su Linger was preoccupied, a girl with straight black hair approached Yichen. "Yishuezhang, may I add you on WeChat? I have something I wish to share with you." Taken aback by the request, Yichen found it difficult to decline. Intrigued by what she wished to share, he agreed, and they exchanged WeChat information. Shortly after, Yichen received a video from the girl. Instinctively, he clicked on the video, neglecting to silence it. "I was utterly startled. Utterly startled." In the next moment, my phone emitted the slightly trembling voice of Su Linger. The previously indecisive Su Linger, pondering what to play, suddenly found herself in an awkward situation. Yet again, social embarrassment. Ha. Observing the panicked expression on Su Linger's face in the video, one couldn't help but recall her earlier resolute declarations and disdainful demeanor. Both Yichen and Su Ningshuang burst into laughter. "No peeking, no peeking." Su Linger hastily interrupted Yichen. "Wenwen, how could you agree to this?" She fumed at her long-haired friend, who had once again thrust her into social disgrace. Wenwen had shown the video to her brother-in-law, tarnishing her illustrious reputation. "Did we not agree that this video would never see the light of day?" Su Linger inquired. "Indeed," I said later, "but not including today," the long-haired girl clarified. "What I said earlier was merely the one of that moment." If you seek accountability, go find that version of me. Linger's brother-in-law had invited them for a day of enjoyment, providing them with a private venue without any expenditure, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty. To express her gratitude towards Ningshuang, she had shared the video with him as a token of appreciation. Don't run away. Although the long-haired girl attempted to escape, Su Linger ultimately apprehended her, and the video on her phone was deleted. Now, the video that Ningshuang had saved became the sole survivor. Knowing that one cannot confront her brother-in-law directly, Su Linger adopted a sweet smile and a playful demeanor as she approached Ningshuang. Brother-in-law? Su Linger cooed to Ningshuang, who was not swayed by her charms. In the end, she did not persuade Ningshuang to delete the video, and throughout their journey, she resembled an inflated pufferfish, indignant. After a few more rides, they decided to leave. Some attractions in the amusement park required maintenance, and for safety reasons, Ningshuang did not take them on those rides. Although the day had not been entirely fulfilling, it was still delightful, save for Su Linger. The group agreed to reunite for another outing. Su Linger and her two friends took a taxi back, while Ningshuang drove Su Ningshuang home. After a 20-minute drive, Ningshuang arrived at the villa belonging to Su Ningshuang's family. Thank you for your hard work, Yishuadidi. Come in and rest a while. Su Ningshuang graciously invited him into her home.